Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the 2025 Ultimate AnimChallenge crowd. We are just going live now. I hope everybody is having a good start to this 24 hours. Let me just take a look and make sure we're live where we need to be live. And soon we will get started. Yes, Trevor said first in chat. You are first in chat. We got people coming in from Twitch. We got people coming in from YouTube. We got people coming in from everywhere. Okay. Looks like that's working. And the mod team, we're also going to be live on the AnimChallenge website as well. So the mod team, very soon, they're going to switch over the web page, so it does actually host the live restream there too. Otherwise, Twitch, YouTube, you got that covered. To anybody in the Discord, we're not streaming live there, but anybody from the Discord community, welcome, and it's awesome to see you guys here. So are we ready to get into the way this is going to work? Is that for this first hour, so I'm on Pacific Daylight Time, I'm West Coast, so right now it's 8 a.m. For the next hour, me and a special guest are going to be going over the important information about the challenge. Like, you know, the rules, the prizes, stuff that you might already know. But we're also going to be going over like the submission process for when you're ready to submit your awesome animation to this challenge. So really important, like onboarding information. Then exactly at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard, so an hour from now, we will announce the 3 keywords and your time starts then. Then for the next 24 hours, you have 24 hours to animate. And at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, the next day, tomorrow, Sunday, May 25th, that is when your animation is due. So without further wait, let's bring on our special guest who's going to be joining us to kick us off.
Hello.
Hello, Brent George.
Time no see stream. How is everybody doing on this fine and wonderful eve of the 24-hour challenge? Long time. It's been a while since we've done one of these, so I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, honestly, when we talked about bringing back the Ultimate Anim Challenge, it's definitely an event which takes a lot of prep, a lot of work. It's a very big event to put together. So we hadn't done it the past couple of years, but it's an event that we really, really love. So when we talked about bringing it back, when it actually started to come together, like we've all been very, very excited for this. To us, it feels like it really embodies everything people love about being animators and the community of animation and just doing something crazy and creative together. So I'm excited that we're going to have that energy back and people are going to have a great time. So.
Well, it's also kind of interesting because I remember the first time we did this, it was we had a pretty good turnout the first time. If you remember, it was pretty decent. I don't remember what the numbers were, but we had quite a few. But like there's orders of magnitude more people involved in this one than there were the first time. So that is also pretty exciting. What were the numbers again? It was something like 900 teams. I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead. Throw some stats to the crowd.
So some cool stats for this challenge. The final numbers for teams is we have 939 animation teams competing in this year's 24-hour Ultimate Anim Challenge, which comes out to over 1,100 individual artists, which is insane. That's a lot of people.
A lot of animation. That's a lot of animating to be done in one single 24-hour period. So
yeah,
someone call Guinness. Someone get Guinness on the phone.
That is actually a good question. What is the largest 24-hour Ultimate Animation Challenge out there? I don't know. I mean, if there isn't any data on it, we can just take the world record. Like, you know, nobody can prove us wrong.
That's it. Who's gonna say anything?
Exactly. So, first. Again, welcome everybody for being here. Where are y'all from? We have people from all over the world. Like literally our community is very, very international. So when you think about it, like the entire world is going to be animating for the next 24 hours with the Gore community, with the AnimChallenge. And that's really, really cool.
That is cool.
And speaking of, you know, teams and where people are from, as we get warmed up here, Brent, do you want to hear some of the really great team names that we got?
Oh, that's like my favorite part. That's my favorite part. Calling out the names is the best.
Okay, guys, we're not going to call out every like 939 names, but some of the highlights which really stood out to our team was the first one, the team name Rococo Suit, I'm Coming for You, which love the energy, love the vibe, love the confidence. You're going to get that Rococo Suit. I believe in you. After that, we have, I think this is a trio team of Double Whopper Jr. with a small Coke, medium fry, and extra ketchup. What a name.
Yeah, good.
After that, we have the return of Kronk and Yzma, which I think also a very excellent vibe. I'm pretty sure it's a duo team. And then after this, another good one is Will It Gimbal? ? So, you got 24 hours to answer that question.
That's right.
Think about your rotation orders. Think about your locators. Track your graph hitters. There's always a Euler filter. But Will It Gimbal? And then we also have
probably. The answer's probably.
Probably, yeah. Most likely. Unless you're in Blender, and I think then you have a different order, but that's technicals. After that, we have Barla Boyko's amazing team featuring the man himself. Solo team, again, love the vibe.
So good.
And then around here, Brent, because you've been a part of the other challenges, there's actually some team names that I recognize from
that's fun.
4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
Maybe you remember Table for One.
Oh, yeah.
Or Gauze.
Yes.
Or Unprofessional Animator.
Yes.
They are back. We also have Dane Romley back too. He's back competing solo too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Is he solo again?
Yep, solo.
Oh, look out, everybody. Look out, solos. Dane's coming for the prize. No stranger to the AnimChallenge. That's awesome.
And then we'd like to give a couple of shout outs to some of the schools that we know are participating. And this year we have multiple teams from the Animation Club, an online 2D animation school. We have teams from the Women in Animation Mentor sector of Animation Mentor themselves. We have students from Anim School, San Jose State University, CalArts, Kenyatta College. That is my community college. Hi, Hannah. We have Ringling, UC Davis, Willamette University, UC Berkeley, School of the Art Institute of Chicago, SAE Institute, Arizona State University, and Unifob from Portugal. And those are just the ones I could pick up when I was doing a .edu search in the registration form. So there could be plenty more schools out there, but these are the ones that we know of.
And ones that they use their actual school email addresses to register, right? So like there's could be lots more. Quick question, just for fun. But can you say the name of that college again that you went to? A little shout out.
Oh, Kenyatta College.
It's funny when I see that written, it's almost like you guys stole Canada and just put a little accent on top of it, and then try to make it your own.
We're going to take a minute here because you are completely correct. And what's difficult with that college is that it's Kenyatta College based in Redwood City, California, and in like mail addresses you have CA. For California, like when you have CA for Canada. And we would actually have international exchange students apply to the college and ask, like, do I need a Canadian visa to like go to this college? Because it's Canada College in Redwood City, Canada, ? And also I was part of the graphic design team there as students, and like trying to find fonts which had the tilde in it was a nightmare. That was a whole thing.
That's
but anyways, hi Kenyatta College. We're currently bullying your name. We love you. Okay, Brent, do you want to go over the prizes that we have?
Oh, really? I get to do the fun part like that? Or how will we at least take turns?
Okay, we can take turns, but like let's say like what are people competing for here tonight?
Yeah. Okay. So as per usual, we have obviously 3 different categories, and each one of those categories comes with 3 main categories, right? And those main categories all come with their own prize pool. And so just keep that in mind. I'm going to be we'll call them out kind of separately so you guys know which one is which. But were there any changes? Because I'm not super familiar. You have additional categories. They're kind of like, maybe we should go over the categories first and then we'll talk about prizes. Okay.
So we have the grand prize categories, and that is solo, duo, trio. And there's only going to be one winner for each category. No second place, no third place. It's first place, grand prize. Then we have the additional categories, and to be clear, you can win both a grand prize and an additional category. So we have the best 2D submission as an additional category. That's being judged by Aaron Blaze himself. Him and his team are, providing some awesome prizes for this event. So for example, you can animate 2D and you can win like a solo grand prize, and you can also win best 2D submission. We've had some questions about like, hey, what mediums can I do? You can do any medium and win a grand prize. The other additional categories we have is crowd favorite and most original.
Yeah, that's cool. So I love the fact it's like lottery, but it's the bonus on the lottery. Like you can get both if you want. Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
So let's start with the solo. So I'm going to list off the prize pool items for the solo grand prize, and we'll kind of make our way through the rest of the list. So at the very top of this list is a Rococo mocap smart suit. Now this, of course, is what inspired one of our team names that we called out earlier. So luckily, there's lots of competition in this section, so we'll see what happens. It'll get very exciting to see if that person actually does win that particular prize. But that'd be pretty cool, having that in your own home, and be able to like get into motion capture, because a lot of people don't have any way of accessing that and learning that whole sort of sub category of animation. So that would be a pretty cool prize. Also coming with that grand prize solo would be one-on-one mentorship session with Agora mentor. I can't pronounce their name, so you're gonna have to help me out with that. Dhruv Joshi.
I think that.
Okay.
I think that's the last name, but I know that's the first name. Dhruv, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry.
2-year Animbot Pro license. Creature art teacher. Creature art teacher 1-year full access subscription. That's awesome. Sticky Bones posable figurine. I have one of those Sticky Bones. I have like the Kickstarter original prototype of this thing. This thing is awesome, by the way. Like and they've made them a lot better. So I don't know how much different the newest ones are, but like this is a pretty cool prize. 1-year Anima Warriors stream membership. Agora community merch pack. Is it Raymond or Ramen?
I think Ramon Riggs.
Ramon? Okay, I would have expected an E at the end, but okay. Ramon Riggs, M Riggs pack, and Wonderwell rig pack. I'm very familiar with the Wonderwell stuff. Very popular in the community.
Yeah, they were also partners with us last Ultimate Anime Challenge that we did.
I think you're right. Okay.
Yeah,
so that's a pretty sweet prize pool for the solo grand prize. So why don't you go through the duo?
Yep. So for the duo, and there'll be some repeats here, but we want to make sure that we list it out by each category so it's clear to people. For the duo, we have for duo and trio, an animator. Each animator will be winning one of these. So it's not like you win, a Sticky Bones posable figurine and you need to decide who gets it. For duo, if you're 2 people, you win. We'll send posable figurine to each person. So keep that in mind for all these prizes. Duo, each animator will win a Rococo head rig, motion capture rig, a one-on-one mentorship session with Agora mentor Dhruv, a 1-year Animbot Pro license, a creature art teacher 1-year full access subscription, Sticky Bones posable figurine, 6-month Anima Warriors stream membership, and Agora community merch pack, which by the way, we now have physical stickers. There's beans in there for anybody in the chat who's aware of the beans. A Ramon Riggs M pack and a Wonderwell rig pack.
That's awesome. Okay, so next up is the trios. The trios, and it's important to note that each animator in the trio group wins. I think they all get one of these things. Is that how that is? That okay?
Yep,
that's
exactly.
pretty cool. All right, so each one of the members of the trio team would win one of the following, or they would each get one of the following: a Wacom MoveLink 13-inch tablet, which is pretty freaking cool. One-on-one mentorship session with Agora mentor Dhruv. 1-year Animbot Pro license. Creature art teacher 1-year full access subscription. Sticky Bones posable figurine. 3-month Anima Warriors stream membership. Agora community merch pack, which includes those stickers, I think, like you were saying. Ramon Riggs M Riggs pack with 6 rigs, and Wonderwell rig pack, which includes 3 rigs.
Mm-hmm. And then from there, we have additional categories. The best 2D submission, again, picked up by Aaron Blaze, will be winning a Creature Art Teacher 1-year full access subscription and a TV Paint Pro lifetime license, specifically for the pro version of TV Paint.
That's very cool.
And then after that, crowd favorite and most original, those are 2 separate categories, but those will each win an Agora community merch pack.
There you have it. That is what is up for grabs.
Yep, that is why we are all here today.
But let's face it, we're not here for the prizes, right? We're here for the animation and for the fun. So if you get a prize,
the animation, the chaos, the insanity, the sleep deprivation.
Yes.
All that good stuff.
Oh, and let's not forget the FOMO that you're going to experience while trying to animate and having these awesome sessions with interviews and deep dive talks with, people from the industry, all while you're trying to get this thing done. This is always the funny thing that we get feedback on when we do these 24-hour challenges. It's like really difficult to focus on the task at hand when you just want to kind of also show up. So people put it on the side, but then they get sucked in like a vacuum when they hear some really cool conversations going on. So we feel you and we're sorry, but at the same time, we're sorry, not sorry, because there's some really great conversations to be had.
That is also just on a side note, is when we did see that there are over 900 teams, the team has now realized that there's a good possibility that to judge this, we're going to have to watch through 939 animations. So everybody here, it is your guys' responsibility to make it so long that we have to sit down for an entire day and just make a day out of it. For the team, we'll get good snacks. We'll talk about the bean jar later. Don't worry about the bean jar, but it's here somewhere and we can talk about that. But I might be counting beans at some point. Moving on, it's time to go over the rules. So the guidelines and regulations. So, your pitch off for how this production is going to run. So for the rules already, like we said, the participants are going to be given 3 keywords. For example, these are not the keywords, but it could be dog, moon, fight. The keywords will be given at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so in about 45 minutes from now. And with those keywords, your entry must be related to and incorporate all of the 3 keywords that will be announced. So for example, if those were the 3 keywords, your animation could be a dog silhouetted against a full moon, getting in a fight with an alley cat. That could be your animation. You're hitting all the 3 keywords. For the time frame, your submission must be created only within the 24-hour time frame from 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time today, May 24th, to 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time tomorrow, May 25th. Once the countdown timer ends, once submissions close on the website, we're not accepting more any entries. There'll be no exceptions. For the teams, as many of you probably already know this, you can compete alone, in a team of 2, you and one other person, or a team of 3, you and 2 other people. If you're already here, you've already signed up with your team makeup, if you're solo, duo, or trio. After that, any medium is allowed. 3D, 2D, stop motion, sand animation, painting on glass, anything you want to do. You can also combine mediums as well. You can do 3D animation and mix in 2D, all that sort of stuff. You can do multimedia. We love animation, any kind of animation for this challenge. For assets and rigs, you also may use pre-made rigs and assets as long as they allow for personal use. So this is a 24-hour animation challenge. This is not a 24-hour rigging challenge or modeling challenge. You do not have to sit there and create your rigs and texture them and all that sort of stuff and then animate them in 24 hours.
You could.
Also,
you could.
If you want to. You can.
The best choice, because it is an animation challenge after all. So you'll probably be spending very precious time on that rather than, spending it on the animation.
Yeah, but hey, if you want to, we are not here to kill your creative vibe. Just go for it. And then for the length, your animation can be as long as or short as you want. Although on the website, we did put a 30-minute time limit of somebody can't submit a video file over 30 minutes long, because we feel like reasonably nobody's going to actually be making a 30-minute longer animation during the challenge. And we just want to stop somebody from spamming uploads with the entire B movie or something. We don't want, a 2-hour long joke file coming to submissions, because we have to track and be careful of it. So technically we do have a time limit of your animation can't be longer than 30 minutes, but within that, it can be long as short as you want. There's no it has to be 15 seconds or anything like that.
That doesn't, of course, stop you from submitting a 29-minute and 59-second, Rick roll sort of video. Of course, you could do that, but we would definitely frown upon a choice like that. So please don't do that.
All right, give me just 1 second, because the mod just flagged a tech issue with the website behind the scenes. HTML code stuff. That's fun. Specifically the subtitle. Yeah, I would ping Pat in Discord. I think he's going to be around.
Is this only affecting people that are actually trying to watch on the website?
No, there's certain information where we have to update, you know, as we change states. So now, you know, we're live, we have to update certain lines. One thing I would say, AJ, is make sure that when you open source and then update the HTML, or Karina, because you're the one doing this, when you open source, update HTML, make sure to then go out of source mode to actually save it. If you stay in source mode and then hit edit, it's not going to update the HTML. So okay, you're doing that. What are you getting? A specific error?
Hi, Dane, by the way.
Hi, Dane. 500. Okay, 500 server error. Definitely ping Pat on Discord, and Karina, if you could also ping him on Slack and let him know that you're getting an error for that. So awesome. Thanks. Keep me updated in the behind the scenes chat. I'm going to keep going through the rules, and let's see if we can solve the 500 error. Again, with these types of events, it's always crazy. It's always chaotic. Something will inevitably break, but you know, we're here for the fun of it. We're going to do our best. It's going to be awesome.
I mean, it sort of is. It would seem weird if it wasn't a little bit unpredictable and fun and full of surprises and, you know, the occasional sort of jump scare. And that is what animation is, basically, at the end of the day, right?
You guys will be dealing with Maya file crashes and Blender file crashes, or like, I don't know, stop motion, your puppet falls over. We're going to be dealing with HTML error codes or somebody's microphone not working. So we're all in this boat together. So after that, again, length can be as long as short as you want, just up to 30 minutes. Music and sound design. Stock music and sound effects may be used in the challenge. What is not allowed is enlisting help from external artists outside of yourself or your team members to make custom audio for you. You can use voices from movies, TV shows, and video games, and text-to-speech may be used as well. You just can't have somebody outside of your team designing sound and audio and all that sort of stuff for you. And then finally, for AI-generated assets, the use of AI-created assets such as voice, music, and sound effects may be accepted, but we highly discourage the use of AI-generated video. Voting does happen by a team of professional artists, and it really is up to their discretion if AI content is considered in their decision or not. So just keep that in mind, guys.
But I think to be a bit more specific there, I would say that also, to be clear, you can't just go and get like AI to generate an entire video and expect to submit that, because that would be
well, that's what we're saying, is that like AI generated video is very discouraged. So, you know,
it's not animating either, right? Kind of.
Yeah. And then for the submission information. So this is going to be a bit more of the technical part, and we'll walk you guys through of how to upload to the website and what to do if things break, because we have thought about that. First, before you do submit your animation, you can absolutely share the progress of your work on social media, on the Discord. Share it with us, tag it, you know, with hashtag #AnimChallenge 2025. You can also post, and our thing too is once the challenge is over, absolutely feel free to post your submission on social media before we announce the winners. Just tag us so we can like share it on our socials, and it's going to be fun and we can highlight your work. But don't worry, like, you know, you can post it even before the winners are announced. We'd love to see what you guys are doing. When it comes to actually submitting it, I am going to pull up a screen share and we'll go over that process live.
There's a couple quick questions that came up during the rules. I think we might want to call it really quickly. For instance, someone was asking about Cascadeur. Cascadeur is fine to use, I would imagine, right? Like, I don't think there should be an issue if you want to use that to animate with. I
mean, I haven't heard of Cascadeur before, so is it specific software?
Cascadeur is kind of a new, it's actually making the rounds lately again, but it has some kind of machine learning stuff built in. So like, but you have to pose everything, and it's like it's just another way of animating. So I mean,
I think so is it the one which helps you when you're posing to like counter animate? And
that's right. It's got a bunch of physics stuff built into it. Yeah, it should be fine, right?
Yep, that should be completely fine.
Yeah. So there you go. So there's your answer for Cascadeur. Pretty cool software. If you haven't tried it before, I wouldn't know if you would want to try it for the first time on a challenge like this, because it's got a bit of a learning curve. But you know, maybe earmark that for another date, because it's definitely something that's pretty interesting.
Yep. Okay. Other questions in the chat? Actually, yeah. Before I move on to submission process, any other questions in chat for rules?
I saw
anything like we didn't cover. Ooh, what if there's music under the voices of a movie scene? Yeah, that's completely fine. Not that one. If there's music under the voices of a movie scene, that's completely fine. Just be aware that if you do use copyrighted music, if we try to show your submission like during, you know, a watch party or something, that part of the stream might get muted, but we're not disqualifying an animation for using, you know, copyright dialogue, copyrighted music.
Will these rules be posted somewhere for people to refer to at some point?
So the rules are on the website.
Okay, there you go. So for the person who just asked whether we can go through them again, I would highly recommend you go to the website and take a look.
Yep,
and I would have you all take another look at it before you start, just to make sure that you don't like, you know, like it would suck to spend 24 hours on something and then realize you just broke like a huge rule that was clearly listed. So just take a minute to really, really absorb it. And then, you know, if you got any questions, you could probably hit people in the Discord channel, probably, if you need clarification on rules.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see. Another question was, but can you have custom music if you create it yourself, your own dialogue, if you voice act? Yeah, if you want to create your own custom music, if you want to do your own dialogue, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Sure.
Models made by other people, IPs is fine as long as the rigs say that they allow for personal use, you're completely fine. And then also, if you are looking for rigs to use, you can also go to the Agora community website, and there's our entire assets library of the Agora original characters and like other community-made rigs. So that's also a really good resource if you want to quickly look for rigs. We have props, environments, and characters bipedal and quadruped. Yeah,
highly recommended you use a tried and tested rig for this. Like for those of you who don't do a lot of this kind of stuff, it's really like it really would not be fun to struggle with a rig that you've never used before. I mean, it's fine using one you haven't used before as long as there's one that you know a community's been using for a really long time. There's a chance that it's going to hold up really well, not fall apart on you. The stuff on the Agora site are all very legit rigs, very, very high quality. So if you got another rig that you've been leaning on for a while, then please do use it. Just try not to, you know, I wouldn't use something that's brand spanking new because you may end up struggling with it. Hot tip.
And then somebody asked, if I finish the animation and submit a play blast right before the deadline, can I submit a final render for a later date as a George Lucas revision? We're not currently allowing that. So like whatever, like we might allow people to like refine their submission later, maybe, but that's not going to be the one that we consider for judging. Whatever you submit at the deadline is what the judges are going to look at. So if like later on you do render it out and you want to post it on social media of like, hey, I took some time to like render my ultimate anim challenge, that's cool. Totally. But we can't consider that for judging if it's after the deadline.
Also, for those who have just joined or joined just a little while ago, I saw a bunch of questions pop up, or I saw the same question pop up for the last little while. No, the themes have not, pardon me, the themes have not been announced yet. That will happen at the very end of the hour here. So stay tuned. You'll get your theme words. Did I say questions? Yep. Your theme words.
Yep. I'll answer this question one more time, and then after this, we'll just direct people to go to the webpage because there are some repeat questions here. But somebody is asking, can we use resources, assets created before this challenge, including model scenarios, effects, animations, or even 3D library animations? You can use rigs and assets and models and environments that allow for personal use that were not made by you and not made before this challenge. When it comes to the actual animation of like, you know, 2D effects animation, like pre-made assets, this is an animation contest. So I wouldn't really encourage the use of that. And I don't think that would be allowed for one of our submissions. So really focus on that everything that's going to be in your animation is going to be made by you for the animation. For the rigs, the models, the stuff where it's like, it's not your department. Like think of this as a production. The rigging is not your department. You can use pre-made assets as long as it allows for personal use. And yeah, I think now we're going to move on to the submission process just to show people how that works. And if people have additional questions about the rules, again, you can go here and read through them again. So moving on to submitting. Entire screen, let me share.
While you're getting that ready, I'm just going to shout out something that a really great suggestion someone sort of made in the chat there that is related to submissions. And it was a really good tip just to remember to not just try to submit some giant uncompressed AVI file, take the time to probably put it through an editing software to compress it down into like an H.264 or something a bit more reasonable so that you don't have trouble submitting the file.
Yep, that's actually something which, sorry, I just have to open our own little cheat sheet of rules again, is that on the website when you submit, it has to be an MP4, which is 8.264 encoded. And the reason we have it like that is that in the past for AnimChallenges, we've had too many people submit, a 3.2 gigabyte AVI file, and those files are commonly corrupted. So we can't watch your submission, we can't judge it. So please give yourself the right amount of time to make sure you can get your submission in that MP4 format. Can you guys see my screen? Is this?
I can.
Okay, cool.
Hoping everybody else can. Assume so.
Can chat see my screen? Chat help us out here. Awesome. Yep. Fantastic. Okay. So let's say you are done with your animation. You are right at the deadline. You're ready to do your submission. First, and this is really important, in order to submit on the website, you do need an Agora community account. It's completely free. We're not trying to scam you. It's fine. But probably what you're going to want to do is you're probably going to want to create that account either right now or at some point during the challenge, like say where you're taking a dinner break or something. You do not want to have to be creating that account 10 minutes before the deadline, going through the verification email, all that sort of stuff, like trying to remember your LinkedIn password or anything like that. You don't want to be doing that right at the deadline. So either now or when you're taking a break and it's children your 24 hours, create your Agora community account and make sure you are logged in when you're ready to submit. So you can see here that I am logged in. Sound good, guys? Everybody, that's a really, really important thing that you need to do if you want to make sure you hit the deadline and not stress yourself out.
Yeah.
So from there, you're going to want to go to the AnimChallenge page, and you can either go to your submissions or soon it will change to you can submit over here. Pat's telling me to refresh. Got it. There we go. So right now, the web page, you could submit here.
Oh, they're getting hit with ads right now. Uh-oh. We might have lost Vince. We're going to hang out. Should I do song and dance? What do you want me to do? The best I got right here. Well, it's perfect time for ads. I don't know why. I wonder why ads happen right at the same time that Vince froze. I don't understand. But we'll chill. We'll chill. Let me know when we're back. Some of you have ads and some of you don't. I guess it depends on when you joined. So if you joined a little later, I think it's on a timer, I guess, right? Oh my goodness. I'm here by myself. What could possibly go wrong? Let's run amok. Let's put this place on fire. You guys back? Okay, you're back. Some of you are back. Some of you are not. Yeah. It's funny because the team had gone and taken a look to remove the affiliation from Twitch, but there's a whole giant gauntlet you need to run through to basically make that happen. And so I think they just let the sleeping dog lie on that, and that's why the ads are there. But I think that there are plans to remove it. They just have to spend the time to get in there and check all the boxes and sign all the forms. Yeah, well, because there's no YouTube sort of affiliation. It's kind of done in a they have a very different business model. How are you? I guess most of you are back by this point. Okay, so while we're waiting for Vince to come back, because I don't have access to showing you all of the submission stuff, so we're gonna wait for them to be able to make. Am I the only one in here now? Do we still have mods in here? A to the J, are you still in the background there? I'm not going to repeat the rules again because they are posted on the website. So I'd highly, highly encourage you to just go there because it's going to be boring for everybody for us to go through all the rules again. And rules are pretty straightforward anyways. But if you are about to sit down, it's okay, AJ. Cool. Do we know where is Vince able to come back, or what do we? Because I'll just stall and try to entertain as best as possible. We get to the point where I have to sing. The stream's going to go in a very bad direction. I'll spare everybody from that. Oh, really? Oh man, that's awesome. Okay, well, I mean, I can get through the rest of the agenda. I mean, I have the doc here. What I can't show though is the submission process. But I'm pretty sure what we could probably do is probably make a video and post it to the site, or find another way of getting it into people's hands. And it's not really like, it should be pretty straightforward. I think that the reason why Vince wanted to go through that is that every year there are problems that amazing work that people spent a lot of time and energy on didn't get submitted properly. And that is really, really tragic when that happens. And so I think we want to take extra care this time around and make sure we do everything we can to make sure that everyone has what they need knowledge-wise to make sure they make good on their submissions. My suspicion is there's always going to be problems anyways, because, you know, people use weird browsers every once in a while and have questionable internet connections, apparently, like Vince. Okay, so let's see. Let's pick up where we left off here, and I can try to get through that. We can maybe delve back on submission if Vince is able to remake an appearance here. So, we were going through submissions. You need to have, let's see, you need to have an account to submit. Okay, so here's some things that are. I'll just list off things, but I won't be able to show it all. I cannot really tell you guys one of the words. I'm gonna wait. I have to wait. It's supposed to happen at the top of the hour anyways. Stop trying to coerce me. I cannot be lured down your dark tunnel. Okay, so you need to have an ACOM account to submit. So make one as soon as possible if you can. Okay, it's super duper important that you don't wait till the last second to go and make an account, because you're going to need one to submit to the website. So don't put that one off. That would be one of the top things that you're going to want to worry about. Let's see, the team captain, I'm just going to read this stuff because I'm not super familiar with all the things that were going to be said here. The team captain needs to submit the shot through the AnimChallenge webpage. You have plenty of time to upload. I think that's what Vince was saying right when she disappeared, to be ready 30 minutes before the deadline. In other words, give yourself a 30-minute buffer. Website bandwidth might break, so there are backups in place. So if you get some glitches, don't panic. Just stay on target, and you should be fine. But again, the closer you get to that deadline when you try to submit, the chances of catastrophe happening obviously greatly increases. There's a bit of a J curve there. So please don't wait till the last minute. The Agora Discord is in place, or is the place to go with questions and concerns and tech help. But that help can't really be very helpful if it's 5 minutes before the deadline. So again, get on top of things, give yourself, and I mean, one of the things I'd take a second to say here is this whole AnimChallenge thing here, although we would never, ever, ever in the industry want anyone working more than their regular number of hours. This is sort of to kind of simulate the compressed timeline of like a big push to get a milestone at work, right? And so there's a lot of things that have to happen, and you need to manage your time and your sleep accordingly, and make sure that at the end of the day, when you're submitting, that you are also worried about the technicalities of that submission. Because if you're working in film or video games or television, if you wait for the last minute to submit your shot or your whatever it might be, your asset, and like, you might miss the deadline if you don't give yourself enough time to technically work through any kind of problems that might pop up. Because in my experience, problems always pop up. So it's good discipline for you to always leave a little bit of time, whether it's a challenge like this or whether it's work. And if you are an industry professional and you're hearing me say this, you're probably nodding, and I'm preaching to the choir. But if you're new to this, then this is just really good advice that you should probably take to heart. Oh yeah, okay. I'm talking to people you don't see, but yes, okay, no problem. I have been given the green light to announce the words, which I guess are at the end of this document. I'll do it at the end of the hour, though. I'm not going to do it. So if Vince is not back by 10 minutes to go, then I'll make the announcement. Where are the words? Are they in this doc, mods? Do you know? Oh yeah, they are. I scanned right by them. Okay, good. So we're all going to be fine here. We're going to get to the point where I announce them in about 21 minutes. So stay tuned. Okay, going back to the things at hand here. We have, make sure you have 30 minutes. Discord is the place. I'm supposed to give the name and link to the Tech Help channel. Can someone, I can't do that. I can't make posts because I'm just a guest on the stream. So if maybe someone in mod could drop that link. Oh my God, A to the J, always quick draw McGraw with those links. Thank you, sir. So that is where you want to go. Okay. If you're having a hard time with anything, oh yeah, Vince is back. If you're having a hard time with anything and you're like, trying to submit, or you have big questions, or you need just basically need a technical hug, then go to that Discord channel, because that's the place where people are going to be there with open arms to help you. Welcome back.
Hi, Brent.
Hi. I did some dancing. Well, you know what? It was weird. Your internet went right down right when ads hit. Ads were going, and it was like the perfect time for you to smoke bomb. Yeah,
I have built an ad block. It was just like, you know what? We're gonna block ads and everything else for you. Thank you for your patience, guys. Hopefully my internet will survive for the rest of this challenge. Okay, Brent, what did you tell the lovely people in chat while I was gone? What do we still need to cover?
We lots of still to cover. I was just kind of going over, and I was kind of lamenting a little bit on making sure that they do give themselves enough time for the submission. I was just really reinforcing that point, and we were just we just posted the Discord link for Tech Help. So I was just getting to the point where we cannot provide software tech support. So please don't ask for it because we're not Autodesk. We do not have the ability to, and could we even have the possibility to help you out of some of the crazy technical holes you might find yourself in.
Yep. Okay. I'm pulling up our info sheet again. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
So we should be at the suggestions part.
Awesome. So, and also, yeah, talking about like making sure you have enough time to submit. Maybe your internet will go down like mine just did. So be ready. Okay. So for suggestions, generally, again, you can make this submission as long as short as you want. We've had people submit like full-blown short films before, but a suggestion would be, if you're a solo animator, try to shoot for 7 to 10 seconds of animation. If you're duo, 11 to 15 might be good. If you're trio, 15 to 20 seconds are good. Again, these are recommendations. You can go over or under these time limits. These are just helpful suggestions. Then after that, when we announce the keywords, have fun with them. Like, we try to make keywords that can be interpreted in many different ways. So if you're like, oh, but like there's like a double meaning to that keyword, I can interpret it like this, or I can interpret it like that. It's like, yes, think outside the box, get creative, and have fun with them. After that, stay hydrated. Make sure to eat, make sure to drink water. Like, I've done challenges like this before. And once you start combining sleep deprivation with being dehydrated and not eating food, it starts to like layer up and you feel like garbage. So make sure to stay hydrated. Make sure to take care of yourself. Make sure to eat, take breaks. And then like,
also sleep. Just because it's 24 hours doesn't mean you should animate for 24 hours. That is a bad idea. So please take care of yourself during this challenge.
Yep. As little Omega in our streams right now is saying he can hydrate or you can dehydrate.
That's adorable.
So, go for that. And then also remember that the community is always here to support you. If you need a break, or if you just like you're stuck with your animation, reach out, interact with people. You can also give each other feedback on your animation. You can submit it as a work in progress into the Discord and go like, hey guys, I'm struggling with this. Something here feels wrong. I'm not sure what to do, and get feedback. This is very collaborative. Everything we do is about community. So reach out to each other, be there for you, and just have a good time together. And then other quick things, then we'll go over submissions and then get to the 3 keywords. Participant live streams. If you are live streaming, if you said yes that you're going to be live streaming, we will be hosting your live stream featured on the website. I think at this moment we have over 50 teams who are going to be live streaming their participation. Oh, wow. And we also have Howard Wimhurst, who's going to be live streaming his participation in the challenge as well. So you can watch all of that unfold on the webpage. And Howard's also going to YouTube page.
Because he was going to do that last time, and then something happened, and he couldn't do it. Yeah, that's awesome. He's going to do it this time.
So
awesome.
Now he is back. So let me go to the website and let me try and screen share and hope that it doesn't kill my internet this time. Brent, if it does, you got the 3 keywords to announce. That's on you, man.
I do. I'm good.
Also,
suspense.
That's odd. Sorry, more tech issues. Let me share my screen. Cool. Okay, we're back here. So when you are ready to submit your animation, you are going to be submitting it on the Agora community website. And this is very, very important. You need to have an Agora community account to submit your animation. The account's completely free. We're not trying to scam you here out of money or anything. We're not trying to twist your arm, but just make sure if you do not have an account, make one either now or during a period of time when you're taking a break in animating, dinner break, lunch break, or whatever. Make your account then, because you do not want to be wrangling with that 10 minutes before the deadline. And let's say you already have an account, make sure you're logged in. Just try and get all that stuff out of the way for yourself before the deadline shows up. And let's say you've done all that, you're ready to submit your assignment. You can go here to your submissions. And you'll see you can submit your shot. There's the countdown timer, all that good stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the process and show you what you need to do to upload your assignment. But I will say sometimes on my end, specifically with my Wi-Fi, it breaks a little bit. So I might not be able to actually complete the submission, but I can show you if you get that error, you can reach out to us, all that sort of stuff. But hopefully this should give you, the info you need so you're prepared to submit when you're ready to go. So I'm going to click submit here. And you'll notice that we only accept MP4s, which are an H.264 codec. The reason for this is that in the past, we have gotten AVI files, which are 3.2 gigabytes large, all that sort of stuff. And usually those files will be corrupted. We won't be able to watch your submission. We won't be able to judge it. You'll have done all that work, and then we can't even see your submission. So please make sure it's in MP4. When it comes to getting into MP4, you can use stuff like media encoder, Handbrake, stuff like that. Also do research of how you're going to get it into MP4 for your submission, and you should be good to go. Then let's say I want to upload something. And for me, this is the part where it usually breaks for me. So we're going to see what happens. And I'm going to upload.
I see people calling out
frame by frame breakdown from the team.
Handbrake is a good open source software to use. I was just saying in chat, people are talking about Handbrake being a good one. You could also use DaVinci Resolve. It's also free. So anything you get your hands on that's basically that can either edit or compress or recompress, or those are the softwares you want to kind of use.
Yep. So it uploaded successfully. Awesome. Then what you want to do is you want to choose a thumbnail. Then that's going to be the thumbnail for your submission. And then description go, this was awesome. I am so tired. I hope I win a Rococo suit. There you go. And then from there, you need to specify what your team size was. So let's say I was solo, I'm going to go there, and then please enter your team name. If you were solo and just used your name, enter your name. If you had a team name, please enter that, because that is the best identifying information so we can attach your animation to you. If you want to go an extra step, you can also submit in your file. So like this video I uploaded, I would put my team name, or just your name if you're solo, or if you're solo and chose a team name, you can do that too. Just whatever you put in for team name on your submission, and go solo or team name duo. Have that be the name of your file. From there, I'll go, I was team, beans, team beans. And then team members, this is where you will add the additional names of your other team members if you're on a multi-person team. So please make sure to include that information. And then just let us know, would you like to be tagged if your shot is selected for our social media? Yes, please. I would like that. And then you can add your links here, all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to add those links, so I'm going to switch back to no in case it wigs out. I don't have the links. And then from there, you can hit save. Give it a minute to think. And now you can see this is your submission. And let's say if you want to update your submission before the deadline, again, it has to happen before the deadline. You go to manage your submission, and then you go in, upload again. I'd recommend before uploading again, actually scroll down and hit remove submission just to make sure it really removes the video. Like you can do it both ways, it should be fine, but I'd recommend that method. And then you just go through the same process. Now, with the website, we do have over 900 teams signed up, and we've done everything we can to make sure the website can handle that level of traffic. With 900 teams possibly submitting all their files at once at the time, it is possible the website could break. And if that happens, we have a backup plan. And the backup plan is our Lord and Savior, Google Forms. So if the website goes down, first off, we will let you know on Discord, Twitch. I will come in and I will interrupt the guests and be like, hold it for a minute, guys. The website is down. We need to talk. And we will distribute this Google form. And it should get all the same information that we're getting through the website. And if you go to the website page and it is broken, our IT guy will have this page redirect you to the Google form. So, if things break on your end, like Brent said, go to the Discord server. We can help you with submission, issues, bugs, all that sort of stuff. And if the website goes down, we got your guys' back. We'll figure it out. Any questions for submissions on the website? Any documents that detail? Do we need to include any documents that detail any proof of work? No, you do not have to provide that right now. The website will only take one file. Now, if you are in the top, final 3 picks for winners, we may ask you for those files. So I don't know, if anybody was thinking of cheating or something, we got a process. We just don't want 900 Maya files, but we'll ask you for it most likely, if you're one of the finalists. Any other questions? For including team captain email, that's a good point. We don't have that on the form. So if you want to include it, include team captain email in the description.
But shouldn't it be the team captain submitting? And if they're logged in, then it should just kind of work itself out, no?
Yes, ideally, some people's Agora community accounts weren't created with their team captain email. So let's say, if you're submitting, you're a little bit nervous about it, just over communicate. This is also a thing on production. People love people, even if they over communicate, as long as they're communicating. So put in the description, captain email, all that sort of stuff. If you're like, hey, I want to include a little bit more information besides this, just to make sure we get your submission. So, anything else, guys? Because we are now at how many minutes until theme announcement? That is one thing is that if you've not already registered for the challenge, it's too late to sign up now. Also, if you had somebody else who wanted to join your team, it's kind of too late to change your registration now. So what you have locked in, the deadline was last night at 11:59 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So whatever that was, that's what you got now. If you haven't signed up, though, we still have a 24-hour live stream coming with some of the top names for the animation industry, which we can actually go over while we wait these 8 minutes. Brent, we are ahead of schedule. I'm so proud of ourselves.
Even with you going down for a while, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, come on, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm going to stop screen sharing, and now we can just go over some of the fun stuff about the stream while we wait. So, for people who want to listen in and be inspired while you are competing, or if you aren't competing and you just want to sit back and vibe, get some good snacks, get some good drinks. Once we announce the 3 keywords, we are going to be having an incredible lineup of back-to-back guests and hosts. Appearing in this order, we have Dragana Stamenković, we have Alex Samoz, we have Jorge Vergara, Alexis Wanneroy, Michael Makarowicz, Tim Ingersoll. We have the Caranimus Rex crew, Richie Lico, Alejandro Alvarez, Ray Lim. We have the Steamroller Studios coming in to talk about Spice Frontier. We have Charlie Gavin and Adam Univ to talk about pitching. We have Jorge Gutierrez coming in to talk about resilience in the animation industry and perseverance. We have the Agora Relay Race team being hosted by Lana Baczynski, where we will be trying to animate the 3 keywords in 1 hour. We have that. We have the Agora crew talking about Zoomies, one of Agora's new and first ever fully released IPs. The animals are cute as hell, and you do not want to miss this. And then we have Claynosaurs, Nick Cabana from Claynosaurs, coming in to talk about building IP. And then for the host, we have myself, we have Brent, we have David Hubert, Scott Hewitt, Alejandro Alvarez, and Lana Baczynski. And then from there, a really special thank you to all the sponsors of this challenge. First, starting with Agora Studio, Wacom, Rococo, TV Paint, The Art of Aaron Blaze and his team at Creature Art Teacher, Sticky Bones, Animal Warriors, Animbot, Wonderwell Studios, and Ramon Arango. Everything about this challenge is people coming together for the love of animation, and there are so many people and so many groups have supported the creation of this event in so many different ways. And to end off with that, I really want to end with a special thanks to our entire team. First, the Agora Community Management Team of Tabitha Liu, Lacey Vernon, Leah Fisher, Jackson Bolin, David Hubert, and Scott Hewitt. You guys, as a part of the Agora community team, you guys have been one of the best teams ever to work with. And I've seen all of your guys' passion and energy and excitement for animation go into this event. And you all should be very, very proud of what is happening today. We have the artist team of Shelby De La Cruz, who did some really cute stream graphics. She did the design for the t-shirt, the stickers, and she just nailed it. Also, for anybody in the chat, there are beans in the chat now. There are custom Twitch emotes. We have beans, we have gamma, we have a control S from beta to remind you to save. Those are all created by Shelby. Also, a special thanks to the Agora Studio web dev team, who's put in a lot of work to get the website ready for this crazy event. And then a special thanks to our behind the scenes moderators, some of them who you may know very well, of A to the J, Karina Henriksen, Yusuf Aldabus, Jackson Bolin, Kane Simmons, Tabitha Liu, Leah Fisher, and Scott Hewitt. Again, this is a massive effort between so many people who all love animation very deeply. So thank you to every single person who has made this possible.
And thanks to all you for participating, because this would be pretty boring without a whole pile of people in chat right now.
Look, thanks for looking at this picture hey, who wants to stay up for 24 hours and animate? And all you guys went, count me in. We are here for this.
That's right. Checkbox if
okay,
crazy.
Brian, could you let me know what time it is?
4 minutes out.
Because I can.
4 minutes. It's
okay. Because for some reason the clock on my computer is
really?
showing. There's going to be tech issues. I am pushing through this.
I love it. So yeah, we got 4 minutes to kill. What do we want to talk about? We can maybe I can scan for questions that might have popped up. I know that there were.
Sure.
I mean, I think there was one that I saw and I forgot what it was. So what if someone had posted that they had tried to sign up but never got a confirmation email that they were entered officially into the contest? Is that something that they should be worried about? Can they enter before the clock starts, or was there a cutoff for submissions?
So there was a deadline last night at 11:59 Pacific Daylight Time. Now, if you didn't get an email first, check your spam just to make sure. If that is not the case, if it's not in your spam, if you didn't get a confirmation email, I'd say go into the Discord, go into the 24 hours chat room, and tag a moderator with your team name. Because we can look at everybody who signed up. If your team name is in there, or if you're comfortable sharing your email, you can reach out to a moderator, give us your information so we can check the spreadsheet for you. If you entered the Google form, I feel like you should be in the spreadsheet, but I'd really rather make sure that we really check for you rather than you go through 24 hours of work and then submit it and we'll be like, we didn't have you signed up. Sorry, that would suck. So go over to the Discord, ask the mods, give them your information, and see if they can help you out.
Another question I saw pop up a number of times were concerns or questions regarding the VOD of this whole 24-hour stream. I think that the plan is to absolutely get it out onto YouTube probably. Yeah. So you might wait a little while, because I think that I don't know if they're going to just drop the entire thing or if they're going to cut it up into different sections. I don't know what the plan is for that, but you'll get it in some form at some point. So just hang tight. So in other words, if that FOMO is kicking in and you're really tempted, but you really want to stay focused on the animation, you will have a chance to take a look at all the great content that's going to come up over the stream.
Also, a good question in the chat is, will it hurt 3D animators' chances if their submissions aren't rendered?
No, definitely not.
The focus, the most primary focus here first is animation, character, and story.
Good question.
So it being rendered, that is not, we'd rather see stronger story, stronger animation than a beautifully rendered shot, which doesn't tell a really great story. The animation is kind of so-so. So, we're animators. We're here for animation. Animation is the main priority.
30-second warning.
30-second warning. Okay, let me get the overlay up. Also, mods, would you mind taking the question off the screen just because when we bring up the keywords, they're going to be down
no,
there.
for those who did join just recently, we have not dropped the words, but we're literally just about to. So just hang tight.
Yep. Brent, you give me the countdown for when it's time to.
Okay, I think it's 2, 1 now. Wait. No, it's not. Wait. I'm waiting for my clock to change. I was looking at the stream time. Did you already flash it? Now.
No. We're good. Okay. The 3 key words for the 2025 24-hour Ultimate Anim Challenge are time, switch, chaos. Those are your 3 key words. Your animation must apply to all 3 key of those words, relate to all 3 of those keywords. Again, you can be creative in how you interpret these.
Time management, context switching, and chaos that is animation. I love it. Those are good words. So much can be done with that.
You guys ready to go?
Let's go. I'm excited.
Awesome. Okay. So, Brent, thank you very much for being here for the kickoff. Brent will be back later today to talk to our friends at Steamroller Studios about Spice Frontier.
8 o'clock Eastern Standard, I
and
believe. 5 o'clock PST.
8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Yeah. Sorry, I'm West Coast, West Coast, best coast. I always just, really push.
Those are fighting words. West Coast, best coast.
Well, I'm back in Montreal. We can fight.
Let's do it. Let's bring that West Coast energy.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much, Brent. We'll see you in a bit. And up next, we are going to be having our first live presentation from. Let me check with the mod team. We got everything going backstage. Let's see. So Brent,
wait, before you do, just I'll see you in a couple of the streams, everybody. And I'm really excited because I'm also going to be showing up at the end of the 24-hour period, which is really going to be exciting because a lot of work is going to happen between now and then. And I'm really excited to see the submissions that are going to be coming in. So good luck to everybody and see you on the flip side. Cheers.
You'll see the end results, Brent. Bye. Okay, let me pull down the 3 keywords and let's get in to our first presentation. Let me just see that we got everything sorted. Ooh, that is not helpful that my taskbar is not showing up. Okay, let's see. Hey, I see our first guest. So for our first presentation, moderators, give me 1 second. Since my internet went down, I had to scramble around to get my documents back up. There we go. Okay. For our first guest, we have Dragana Stamenković, a lead animator at Steamroller, and she's going to be talking about a topic which I'm really excited for us to get into because I feel like it's a very important and relevant topic for animators and artists, especially today. And she's going to be talking about marketing and social media for artists. There's going to be part of a presentation and then Q&A. So as you're watching the presentation, think of those questions, leave them in the chat, and we can ask them to Dragana once we get to the Q&A. So I think we're ready for Dragana to come on and start the show.
Hey. Hi, Winston.
Hey, Dragana.
Hi, it's so good to see you finally.
Yeah, we've talked. Okay, I'm going to try and sound normal about this, but I've followed so much of your work on social media as an animator on social media, and it's always really excited me to see the direction that you've been taking social media in for artists and animators. Because the moment that I saw your work, like personally myself with Agora community, like we're also really in that space of online communities for animators, animators using the internet to get eyes on their work, build their own brand. And the moment that I saw what you were doing, I was like, she sees what's going on with social media. She sees where this is going. So it's really cool to actually get to sit down and talk with you today about that topic.
Yeah, it's really interesting how our industry is changing. And I started my experimentation with my animation brand not because of I wanted to to get any follower numbers or anything like that. But I wanted to actually promote my short film, which I got the grants from Epic Games 2 years ago. But yeah, before I go into that, I'm Dragana Stamenković. You were close, but I'm just saying my name. It's easier to remember. I'm a lead animator at Steamroller Animation. I've been in the industry for about 10 years, worked on games, films, all bunch of stuff. And now I'm with Steamroller for about 5 years. And yeah, it's been great. And as I said, I got the grants from Epic to do a short film, which is coming out this year, by the way. And at one moment in time, I figured I can't just publish this on YouTube. It's going to be just another noise on the network. And I was thinking, how can I bring more eyes to it? How can I market it more? How can I get people interested or seeing the content, or at least get some hype around it before it launches? And that's kind of when the whole can of worms opened, because you kind of realize that you can't just post anything on social media. You have to structurally design how you're going to say every little line and how you're going to grab attention. So those are like, I realize virality is not luck. It can be very orchestrated, designed, and engineered, basically. And I experimented a lot with, like I said, with my short videos, with my reels, and I had many viral videos on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn as well. And I was experimenting a lot with text or copywriting. I wasn't paying as much attention to it as a film form, like some creators do. I was really looking at it from a very strategic angle. How can I write every line so it kind of opens the curiosity loop for a viewer to be curious enough to stay for the next line? So yeah, I took a lot of marketing courses, copywriting courses, and I'm going to share with you what I learned and how can you use the same techniques for your animation shots. And you don't have to wait till the end. You can feel free to ask me, Vincent, interrupt me, add something. Yeah, I want this to be
Cool.
conversation, not a monologue.
Okay, cool.
So yeah. So why should animators care for this kind of stuff? Like, why can't you just make a great demo reel and apply to a job? You tell me, Vincent.
At this point, and this is like, so from my perspective, I joined the industry a few years ago, right during the big, like the bubble of the pandemic, where like everybody is consuming media, all the studios are hiring. And it was also the time where like online animation schools were really coming into their peak. Like they've matured for about 10 or 15 years. So they had a very, very strong presence. And at this point, there's a lot of people trying to become animators. It is a very oversaturated market. With that said, yes, there's more job opportunities than a few years ago, but it's a very oversaturated market. And when recruiters are getting your reels, they're probably seeing hundreds of reels. So it's really not the case anymore where it's like, oh, you live in this town, you go to like the 5 studios in your town, you hand in your physical demo reel, you talk to the person, they see you. It's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the other day I saw a post from ILM. They posted expression of interest. They're going to be at Annecy and they're accepting applications. And almost 2,000 people liked that post. And I was like, damn, so how many people applied then? And that means that you have to kind of stand out, not just with your work, but stand out with other aspects of your demo reel and shots that will grab someone's attention, because you almost need to look a studio's a little platform for reviewing demo reels and works almost like a separate social media platform where you need to grab the attention there as well. And imagine if you have like 1,000 or 2,000 applications and 1 recruiter or 2 recruiters, and they're doing that for like a whole month, or I'm not sure how much time do they need. And sure, some will automatically stand out, but after a while, their eye gets very accustomed to seeing the same thing. It's like, can I share my screen here?
Yeah, totally. If you click the share screen button near the mic and the camera button and choose the one you want to share, then our moderators will bring the screen up.
Unable to share screen. Oh. Oh, wait. Do you see it now?
Let's
Yay.
see. Yes. There you
All
go.
right. So imagine these are your demo reels on social media, LinkedIn, or wherever you are posting them, Instagram. And if they're not demo reels of a Glenn Keane, if you're a junior animator, they're most likely blending in the sea of other animators out there. But here's the thing, they're not just blending with other animators. Our competition, if I have to use that word, are not other animators and other artists. Our competition is actually video from your cousin who went to a vacation to Tanzania, or a cat videos, or a picture of your dog. So you're competing like with the whole world for attention. And unless you know how to engineer and what actually works for human attention, it's very hard to stand out and to attract someone to see actually your work. What did I want to say? So yeah, so this is kind of the things I noticed at work. First thing is movement. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples and what I exactly mean by movement. And please try not to take this advice for granted, because I'm not judging the quality of animation. I'm looking this purely from a social media aspect. And first 3 seconds of your reel are crucial, because if you imagine social media feed, like this is, for example, this is a beautiful line. But if you imagine a TikTok feed, and this is one video and another video and another and another, and you're just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and movement is immediately something that catches our eye. It's immediately a scroll stopper, and this is as simple as it can be. I really love this animation when I saw it on LinkedIn, and it's really cool.
Yeah.
Another example was this guy, which was really cool. This one, you wanted to say something, Vincent?
Oh, I just want to say what's crazy about this one is that this is one that you highlight as, hey, it makes it memorable. It's been a while since I've seen this animation, but as soon as I saw it, I still remember seeing it on LinkedIn.
Yep.
So when it works, it works.
Yeah, this one went super viral. I think it had something like 2,000 likes, if I remember it. Yes, like this is really nice. And this is super unusual in today's LinkedIn, not culture, but world, because LinkedIn is not the way it used to be, because only, and this is kind of the destiny of all social networks, when they are small, they're offering you a big reach in order to attract the customers, or us, the social media users. This is the way of attracting clients, so to speak. They're offering like this big reach. And I can share, I actually managed to dig up my first animation I posted on LinkedIn, and which is this one. This one went mega viral on LinkedIn. It had 11,000 likes. And unfortunately, I can't show you the statistics on it, because LinkedIn, for some reason, after a while, completely kills the analytics feature. But I remember it had 250,000 of a view on LinkedIn 5 years ago. And if I were to post this same animation today, there is no chance in hell this would get 11,000 likes. At most, this would get 1,000 likes, because as all social media, all social networks grew, they actually decrease your reach, because there's a lot more users now. and now we all have to compete for that same attention. That's what happened with Facebook, that's what happened with Instagram, and it's happening now with LinkedIn. Although I do have to say that LinkedIn is still a very young network. Still not a lot of users are there. It's still developing. They're just recently, like a couple of months ago, they introduced a Shorts feed, which wasn't there before. Not all users have it enabled, so they're still testing that feature. But eventually, once you post a video in vertical format, it's going to pop up in your Shorts feed. So it's going to be like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels, and it's going to be the same rule of the games like it's for the rest of them.
That's a really interesting what you say about LinkedIn, because I've had that exact conversation with friends of we've exactly said to ourselves of we'll see a shot on LinkedIn and we'll go 3 years ago that shot would have gotten 10,000 likes on LinkedIn.
Yep.
And now it has like 250,
Yep.
maybe 500 likes on LinkedIn. So we've seen that shift happen over time. And it's definitely something that I've been discussing with like fellow animators from school, you know, from projects. So I think that's a very relevant point of where that platform's going.
Yep. Let me. Oh, I have to do this every time. Okay. I'm gonna. Do you see my picture when I share the screen?
There we go.
Do you see my picture while I'm talking, or?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Cool. So what I wanted to point out with this post is this. I didn't know, of course, all the social media rules, because this almost has no movement except for this fan that's going on. But this cat is almost blended into this environment. So there is no way this would catch someone's attention in today's environment. So you need something that's very stimulating, that has a lot of, where is it? That has a lot of movement across screen space. So imagine if this was a short. Honestly, I would probably even start here. And then this would be my first 3 seconds.
I am curious, since we are talking about shots which go viral on social media, or trying to get an animation which goes viral on social media, what have you seen is the result for that artist, either recognition in the industry or helping them maybe land the next job if they do get that viral social media
Yes,
post?
that's a good point, because a lot of people, so this guy got 2,000 likes. That probably means, I'm going to say 20,000 views or so. And I'm not saying the viral video will get you a job. That's far from it. But it has a much higher chance of getting you that job. It will get you at least foot in the door, or at least start some conversation, or at least it will get you in front of some other clients, not necessarily studios, but it will get your hands dirty, so to speak. You won't get out of that experience empty-handed. That's what I'm saying. This kind of approach has a much higher chance of you ending up with some sort of a job than you applying to 100 studios and competing the old-fashioned way. Because why has LinkedIn changed so much? Because the consumer behavior changed. We are not making content. So this is what happened. This is my theory, of course. Take this with a grain of salt. So this is what happened with the animation industry. We used to make animation content for big screens, right? Because people went to the movies a lot. But then what happened? Over time, people migrated to watch content in vertical format or on our screens. And I believe that we as an industry still haven't evolved yet, still haven't caught up with the audience. We are still in this stage making content for movies, but a lot of the clients, creators are actually making high quality content on social media, and they're actually asking or seeking animators to help them as well. It might not be your Disney type of quality, but I don't know, it will help you to a transition period or something. I don't know. It's definitely changing.
I think honestly, like what I've noticed with the material on social media is it really goes back to story is king.
Yep.
You will see the shot on social media. It might not have the most polished animation, but if it catches the attention and uses the format to its advantage and uses the storytelling rules set by that format, because when we're on social media, personally, I believe our brains go into that state of expecting to see certain things and recognize patterns of, oh, if I see this, I'm going to get this type of video. And it's the shots which know how to play with by those rules and tell stories by those rules, which do very, very well. It's not always the most polished. It's telling that story.
Yes. What I see often animators do, because we love to do acting, subtle facial animation, and all those kind of nuance performance stuff. But even though that's good for getting a job as a, I don't know, facial animator or more or a job more geared towards performance animation, it's very bad from a social media aspect, because I'm sure you, again, my example from 5 years ago when I had no clue about this stuff. This is the animation I did. I'm not sure if you're hearing sound.
I can hear the sound. It's a little bit tinny, so it might not be syncing up completely right.
Okay.
You don't get your way for once.
So as you can see, this animation, look how many pixels she's not, how many frames or seconds she's not moving. 5 seconds. She's basically staying in the same pose. This is absolute killer for social media. If this was a short, I would get a scroll immediately, because all the action is actually happening here at the end of the video. So if you were to engineer this for social media, you would put this kind of movement at the beginning of your shot. And
I think also too, like about like the difference of like some people might really love animating subtle animation, that detail and stuff which doesn't work for socials. And I think, and like I'd be curious on your input on that, is that I have noticed that people who do content creation on the internet is sometimes they'll do 2 types of content: the content that they know that will get that following and get eyes, and then they'll sprinkle in the content they really love to make, which might not be completely aligned with viral or social media, but kind of thinking about like how to balance your investments.
Yeah, so think of it as a funnel. So basically you want to start with the broadest audience possible, and then amongst those audience will be your brother, your aunt, your coworker, I don't know, a random guy who likes cat videos, and you will attract those audience with like the broadest, I don't want to use tricks, but the broadest techniques. And in those numbers, you will get a certain amount of people who will really love your content for you, for you as an artist, or people who are really into creature animation or really into polish facial animation. And that would be like a second step. And then you could probably, if you wanted to publish like a super niche Maya tip, that would be even more niche audience. You're basically niching down, but you're starting broader. And I can give you like a perfect example of what I did with the video here. Let me just share it. It's this one. It went really good on YouTube. Can I? Yeah.
Animators believe animating arms is super easy, but arms in 3D are anything but easy. They are really hard, especially FK arms. When I was animating on one of the Disney projects, I was really wrestling with this FK film. I kept getting the same note. The deadline was just around the corner, so I had to be quick on my feet. After a couple of late nights and one lifetime crisis later, I had the accident learning to put the forearm in orient. That way, I got rid of the stiffness and the slot feeling. No need to counteract. Those are my hands. Get them go. You can really see that overlap.
So as you can see, I started very broadly. I started with trend hopping. I started with Disney. Everyone knows Disney. As I'm going through the video, I'm niching down. I basically am saying, oh, I'm actually an animator. So all the people who are not interested in animators, but they're only interested in Disney, they're going to bounce. And then as I'm niching even further, this is where I'm actually giving my super, super technical tip all the way here at the 28th second of the video. And imagine if I were to give this tip at the beginning of the video, I wouldn't get almost 800,000 views, almost 1 million this video got. And this is how I'm thinking about content in general. So, and how you can apply this when it comes to demo reels. Actually, I just published a demo reel yesterday from Spice Frontier that Steamroller published this week. So if you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's an awesome show.
You can also watch it in a few hours on the stream too. We're going to be screening the episode,
Oh,
and
cool.
Jalil and some of the crew are coming in to talk about it live.
Cool.
So
Awesome. Yay. So I applied kind of the same logic here. How would the traditional, what would be the traditional way to start a demo reel? So you would start it with the titles, right? But this is a very wrong way from social media aspect to start a demo reel or a shot, because again, why? When you put a title card, your name, so Dragana, and then I put Spice Frontier, and then I put demo reel. An average viewer on social media have no idea who I am. So unless I'm Kim Kardashian or Donald Trump, they have no idea like who the hell is this gal. So immediately scroll. Spice Frontier, since the show is just it just came out, not a lot of people know about it yet. So it might become super popular, like something like Shrek or something that's already iconic in our culture that you can cult hop on it. But right now, still a lot of people don't know about it. So it will be again scroll. And demo reel is a vocabulary only we in the industry are aware. So usually people outside of our industry, when I show the demo reel to my therapist, she was like very confused, like, what is this? Like some kind of shots, but different from different movies. And there, what exactly did, she was so confused about what the hell she was seeing. So, and if you keep this title card for 3 to 5 seconds, some keep it even longer, which is deadly mistake. A lot of people are going to just scroll and skip and buy. So how did I actually flip this? I started with the movement immediately. Immediately, I started with something moving in the screen. So I'm basically hooking wider audience. So I'm hooking even my brother, my neighbor, who are like, oh, this is a fun cartoon. What is this? And then once I hooked them, I bought a little bit of leverage, a little bit of time of their attention. So they're like, okay, I want to know what this thing is, so I can suffer a little bit of boredom, and then I can see again. Now you can give me some more juice, and then they can probably stay longer for the ride. As you can see, it's very optimized for vertical format. I had to animate the camera slightly, especially here, on some places here as well, where Sila is moving. I added subtitles as well, because 80% of people on social media are actually consuming without sound.
Yes.
So if you imagine if you start a shot with a dialogue that's not moving, if it's not super, if it doesn't have a famous character or someone that's super recognizable, there is no way that person is gonna unmute and listen. What the hell did you just animate?
It's very much like, it's like a bargaining with your audience of essentially convincing them, why should I give you my time when I can just scroll forward? Yes. Because we have so much access to media now, we can literally just go to the next thing. It's not like even decades ago where it's like, if that was the song on the radio, that was what you were listening to. We have so many options now. And now it's honestly, I think it really pushes us to think even more like storytellers and more like even like how do you pitch to an audience? How do you tell a good story? How do you capture attention rather than just like how do you craft a specific shot for a specific point in that story?
Yes. And that's why I see like the animation, we're gonna shift from that. I mean, it's still gonna exist, of course, that nuance, specificity, extreme polish is still gonna exist. But I think a whole new world is gonna open for storytelling because there's no barriers for publishing, for distribution. And
yeah, and actually, like later on the stream, we're going to be talking with Nick Cabana from Claynosaurus, and he'll be talking about that part of IP development. And like, yes, all of this ties together, and like it's really a new direction for artists, animators, and the industry.
Yeah, Nick is great. I actually also had a podcast with him. It's going to come out on my YouTube, so feel free to check it out once it's out.
I saw your Instagram story on that.
Yes, it's going to come out soon. I'm going to show you, and you guys are actually okay. It's taking a while, and you guys are actually following a similar footsteps with zoomies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I thought, man, this is brilliant. Like this is where industry is going, and it's the same thing I noticed. Why the hell does this short has 1.6 million views compared to these one? Even though these are cute, it's the same character, but this one has movement. It's immediately a scroll stopper. So I really loved it. What is your guys' plan with the zoomies?
So the Zoomies team is also coming on tomorrow to present about the IP and the creation of it. We got everybody here. But yeah, for anybody in the chat, that's the Zoomies, and they just came out. So
yeah, I really love it. Yeah, I think it's gonna do really well. Go ahead.
I do have a question. When it comes to approaching social media and like what you can get out of social media as an artist, how do you see that approach being different for somebody who's a student? So say they're still in school versus somebody who's already a professional in the industry.
Yeah, I got this question a lot because usually people think I need to become Glenn Keane of animation. This is a crown. Glenn Keane of animation in order to post something, and then I'm going to be worthy enough for the world to hear my story. But actually, that's not what I'm experiencing and what I'm noticing, because I had no clue about marketing or anything like that. And if I were a junior animator or a junior ZBrush modeler, I would start experimenting with social media, not because of the goal. It will get you from A to B if your B is a job or whatever it might be, but because of the process. Because you will learn so much about storytelling, catching attention, copywriting, so sales, how do you talk with people on social media? How do you recognize people from the one who genuinely wish you well and from the one who are just trying to use you? So you will become a whole different person in this process of getting your B. And by the time you get to your B, you probably won't even want it anymore. You're probably going to want something else. So this is something, yeah. And skills of storytelling, guys, you can use anywhere. Like you can use it in cover letters, in LinkedIn outreach, in starting a conversation with HODs or supervisors on LinkedIn. So these are priceless skills, and you can learn them for cheap by trial and error on social media. And the safest way I found was on Instagram stories, because they basically disappear after 24 hours. And if you have a small amount of followers, like who's gonna see it? Like, I don't know, 100 people maybe. So nobody is gonna care, but you're gonna get so much gold out of it. And that's exactly what I did when I was starting my journey, so to speak. I just wanted to throw out of my head everything I knew about animation and everything I thought that was valuable. And I was basically doodling on my IG stories, and I was saving those highlights on my Instagram, and they're still there. And why is this so valuable? Plus, it was super fun to design all that in Canva and all that kind of stuff. But why is that super valuable? Because you finally put something out of your head on the paper, out to the world, and people are reacting to it. So you can see actually what's valuable and what's not. Because I thought some topics are going to be boom, exploding, and they weren't at all, and vice versa. Some totally random topic, people were like, oh, we want more of this. So it's a real like experimentation playground to see what you can offer to the world, and you can use that for all kinds of ways later down in your career. For example, I want to use that for my animation mentorship and teach people how exactly to optimize shots for social media, outreach to recruiters, like the whole package, not just give animation notes, because our jobs are entailing so much more of that. And I feel like artists are not being taught like the whole story.
I completely agree. And I'm actually curious. So something that I've noticed before, and like I felt it myself, I've seen it in many artists, is that stereotypically artists can feel very awkward and shy about marketing themselves. Oftentimes, like, especially when you go to schools, like I've never really met an artist who, like, if you tell them, okay, you're going to have to write this cover letter, or you're going to have to, like present yourself, like, all sorts of stuff. They're like, yes, I can't wait to do that. It's a little bit more like, oh, okay, that doesn't make me feel great. Do you have any thoughts on why it might be such an uncomfortable topic for artists, and how you could see, like, as an industry, how we can grow to be more confident in ourselves as artists for marketing, and seeing ourselves in this light, not as just the person hiding behind the computer, but that person putting yourself out there and being like, hey, this is what I want to do. This is what I have to offer. This is who I am as an artist.
Yeah, so usually where I see animators getting interested in this kind of stuff, like the soft skills aspect of animation, so to speak, is after a couple of years they spend in the industry and they had enough. And it's usually coming from a place of not feeling worthy enough, or not knowing how to speak for themselves and trying to people please. And eventually that kind of burden piles up, and then they explode. And they're like, I'm gonna, I don't know, I'll drop a bomb. But that's actually the tipping point where people become interested in communication skills, negotiation skills. So up until they hit that road, nothing really changes. So yeah, I was learning a lot about negotiation, communication. I even held some workshops on negotiation, and do a lot of role plays with my friends and colleagues. And it's such it's such a broad topic. We're gonna go off topic. Let's stay focused.
All right, one thing I will say, though, is all those skills that you're talking about, I think even for the people who, like, they get that studio job, I think all those skills also make you more valuable for that studio. Because if you have the negotiation skills, if you have the people skills, you can be an animator for them, but you can also supervise. You can also be in the client meetings, because you have those skills of working with people, and that makes you much more valuable to a studio.
Yes, and you might think, like, why would the studio want you to know how to negotiate for more money? That's actually a valid question. A lot of people. Do you have any idea, Vincent?
I don't know if I'd really know the answer for, say, like, the salary negotiation aspect, for example. But let's say if you do know how to negotiate well, any negotiation is, I think that shows that you have the skill set of how to assess, this is what we have right now. Is that what we need? For the needs of this project, for the needs of the shot, for what the client is asking, is this what we need? No, this is not what we need. Okay, this is what we need or want instead. And this is how we can get that. This is how we can go to this person and present, because of this, this, and this, and this, we should be doing this, this, and this, and this, or we should be getting this, this, and this, and this. So I think even if maybe you're dealing with clients, it's more like one-to-one of like talking about budget, but even if you're a supervisor talking to other departments of, hey, the rig has this, but we really need this because of this, this, and this. That's where I'd see it being very valuable of not just knowing animation, knowing those skills.
Yeah, but also, what is the cost for a studio if you don't know how to negotiate? If you are someone who is like, oh, just give me that X amount of salary increase, or I'm going to another studio, just posing an ultimatum.
That's true, yeah.
What is the cost for that studio in recruiting, onboarding, interviewing? Huge cost. But if you have a person who knows how to communicate, who know immediately to set clear expectation, boundaries, metrics, that's priceless, both for the artist and for the manager. So we're gonna get off topic. I'm gonna say a couple of more things for the social media aspect. So another aspect of virality are colors, and this is something, of course, Steamroller did super well with the bright colors. And this is actually something a lot of YouTubers use. This is the most famous kids channel. Look at all these colors. They're screaming in saturation. And a lot of the famous YouTubers are using kind of the same type of tactics of using super high saturated colors. Klenos is similar. Nick told me, if you can make something that feels like it could be edible, that's actually a good a good test. So all their colors are super attention grabbers. Another example is this account from TikTok, which I love. And I think we're going to see a lot more of those. They're using AI, but that's try to see beyond the tool. What's actually not original, but what's actually valuable about this account is their storytelling skill. And you can see the result of their storytelling skill by the metrics. Hundreds of millions of views. And look at the colors. Everything is so bright. If you were to shoot this in real life, it would be daylight, a lot of clear light. So again, what I did with my animation a couple of years back, it's an absolute killer. Dark colors, plus she's not moving, plus she's not speaking. So I hit all the points of not going viral. But yeah, think of the colors. This one is great. This one had both the movement and the color. For example, this shot. By the way, LinkedIn has this feature to add captions, and it's not turned on automatically. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. I'm not sure which.
They're ironing out with the bugs, probably.
Yeah, but when I saw this animation, it's beautiful animation, really. I really love it. And again, just judging from an animation quality standpoint, this would, I don't know, I would hire this person. It seems like he knows what he's doing. But looking from a social media standpoint, if you are a scroller or a viewer on social media, you see here, everything is dark. There's some movement, but it's not contrasty enough. He's not grabbing my attention too much. And then he's talking something. But if I don't have subtitles on, I have no idea what he's saying, And unless I'm seeing here again, Donald Trump or Kate Winslet or some popular icon that would make me stop a scroll, that's fine. I don't maybe need subtitles. But if it's something animation like, and even when thinking about rigs, that's a whole different subject. I don't have time to go over this, but when thinking about rigs, even this rig This is a Jill from Anim Squad, and a lot of people. Well, Jill was still popular back then. Anim Squad rig. A lot of people were using her.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you see a lot of demo reels, if you see a lot of shots with this kind of face, again, it blends into where did I put my? It blends into the sea of others. It's not noticeable.
Do you remember that demo reel from about 5 years ago where it was a 3D animator and it was mixed with 2D animation, and she built an entire 2D animated sequence where she pressed the buttons to go from 3D shot to different 3D shot, and they all connected together?
No, but I would love to see it.
Okay, because I think that something about that is I still remember it 5 years later. I remember talking with our animators and people would bring it up. I think it was just one demo reel. It wasn't even this person made like 50 pieces of content, and like it had to be like 50 pieces of content to get that memorability. But 5 years later, if I met that animator again and I saw, oh, hey, that was your demo reel, there's already kind of that feeling like rapport with that person, because they gave you a piece of material and delivered on it. And as an audience member, that feels good. You've built trust with that person. They're going to trust you again when you show them your next piece of content of, hey, this person delivered. I'm going to spend my time to watch their second piece of content and their third and then their fourth.
Yes. Algorithms are very based on compound interest. Like if your audience is happy with one piece of content, they will give you more trust with the next content and so on. That's why like creators like Mr. Beast or some of the like most popular creators don't have to fight for views, because algorithm automatically pushes it to a broader audience, because they already proven they're trustworthy, while the new users need to basically prove themselves. So basically, I'm just going to wrap this. These are some of the social media rules, I call them. So have subtitles, bright colors, optimize for vertical format, which means that if you want to if you're designing a shot in like traditional 16:9 aspect, that's fine. You can do it. And I encourage you guys to do that for sure, because you're going to need this for applying for studios and posting on LinkedIn. But I would think of how you can put a camera or characters so they're not incredibly moving too much on the screen. So you can actually fit this into a vertical format as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to, one doesn't need to exclude the other. So yeah, just some food for thoughts. And upload, LinkedIn and all really social media networks love when you upload directly to the platform. I see a lot of animators posting Vimeo or YouTube links, and no network likes when users go away from them. They like them to
exactly
stay.
Yes, because it's think about it too, for those social media platforms, it's a business for them as well. What do they want? They want people on their platform so they can get views, ads, data, all that sort of stuff. So you can't just think of it as like, oh, it's this free platform, they're just kind of hosting it for whatever. Like, no. What's the business there? Why do they want people posting there? I just want to mention that we have about 13 minutes left. So if people in the chat have questions, put a Q and a colon, and we can pull them up and ask Dragana. Anything else you wanted to hit, Dragana? Or we could go, like, I could bring up some questions while we wait for the audience. Where would you like to go?
I can go anywhere, really. I can talk for like 5 hours, but I really love to hear some questions from animators. What is their first reaction? What is their gut reaction when they hear, oh, I have to adapt to social media? I heard a lot of comments like, I don't want to become a creator or a content creator. And I'm not saying you should, but I think we are not making content or shots in a vacuum. They do exist somewhere. And even if you made like a Mona Lisa of a demo reel, but if it doesn't get noticed, if people don't see it,
yeah,
I don't know.
Like if a tree falls in a forest, nobody's there to see it, doesn't make a sound.
Yeah, but again, I could be proven wrong. I would love to hear a counter argument to that.
One interesting question which came up is, with things going in this direction, so like, for example, you see smaller studios like Agora, they have Zoomies. You see, you know, Cleanosaurus. You have Steamroller with Spice Frontier. And I've also seen Steamroller really embracing smart social media strategy as well, with getting people to know the studio name, the team. I love that. How do you see studios adapting to this?
I see them actually using both AI and both social media as a smart strategy, because you don't need a lot of money to form a small team of creators. Like, imagine if you have a team of 5 people, animator, lighter, compositor, musician, who would basically test short content on TikTok and other social medias and just see what works and what doesn't, what jokes work and what doesn't, what kind of characters people like and what doesn't, and basically extrapolate and see who are your winners and who are your losers, and double down on winners. And when you have your winners, then you can build a long format content around that, merch, anything really. Once you have characters, the people, and I think that's what this AI Orange Cat guy is doing. Like, imagine if you spent, I don't know, a fraction of a budget for a feature film to have a kitchen test of content to see if this is what type of audience is going to come, because you don't know. Maybe you're aiming for teens, but actually that's actually what happened. Nick told me that happened with My Little Pony, where it was aimed for kids, and then you had grown middle-aged men who wear cosplays on conferences. Like, who would have anticipated that? So yeah, I would. It's basically a test kitchen where you're like a scientist. This works, but this doesn't. Okay, this doesn't. Why doesn't? Let's go from there. So you're kind of experimenting, and analytics are king. That's what YouTube is great for that. I'm using that a lot for my content as well, to see what does the retention graph look like. Where are the people exiting, and what is the view versus swipe away ratio? What hooks are good and what aren't? So all these things I told you guys about movement and color, it's not something we made up. It's what analytics told us. On those types of things, people stay the most. They're hooked the most. They stay through the rest of the video.
It's almost like years ago, if you were trying to build an IP, the pitch room was going to be a boardroom of like 10 people, like this small, very controlled environment. And now the pitch room is your entire audience. The entire platform is your pitch room. One interesting question is from Rutblush. Another thing that I've seen lately is a 2-second prompt at the start of the video to turn the phone when the video is horizontal, but covers the vertical ratio. So like it'll show like, hey, turn the video, you turn it, and the video starts. What are your thoughts starting your social media videos with movement plus that kind of prompt?
I would scroll. I scroll at that type of content. Because you have to think of the places where your audience is when they watch this. They're at a toilet seat. They're looking for maximum entertainment. And there's a great book about it, Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, and it talks about how our brain actually has 2 systems. One is for fast thinking and the other one is for slow thinking. And social media is only fast thinking. If you made a fraction of someone thinking or engaging their brain, they're out, unless you niche them down in your funnel, unless they're already hooked. So for example, I have, I don't know, maybe 40, 50,000 followers across all social media networks. And I'm noticing too that there's some content that's hooking broader amount of people, but there's some content that's only hooking a small amount of people who would pay for my content. And for those type of people, I have more tolerance. They have more tolerance towards me. They can tolerate me more. They're already in love with me as a creator. So if you are, for example, if I'm following Jason Momoa, I can tolerate his pictures of a cute dog or his plants growing. But if I'm not tolerating him, he needs to be so extra entertaining to catch my attention. So depends, who are you targeting?
Well, it's like with Jason Momoa, you don't care about the picture of the dog because it's a picture of the dog. You care about it because it's a picture of Jason Momoa's dog. And what is as an audience member, your relationship to Jason Momoa? Another question that we have, and this is an interesting one. Again, talking about artists becoming more confident about doing this type of material. How do you get over that fear of posting, even if you have ideas, and get over the anxiety of what will people think?
Well, that's why you need a shrink, because coming out to social media will actually expose all of your hidden psychological bugs in your head and all of the crap you keep hidden. And that's why I really love that side of entrepreneurship. So it's like all of your traits or your fears, they're like cracks in the bridge. And whenever you get exposed on social media, that's like a huge truck going over that bridge and exposing those cracks. So it's not like you weren't afraid before. No, you were. You just weren't apparent as much. You didn't have the opportunity to be shown. It's like when people say money corrupts people. No. You were already corrupt. Money just revealed that you were corrupt. So
it was already there. It just needed a little push.
That's right. And again, to be honest, like I have a therapist, and it's the best thing ever, because our brain is such a filled with crap and nonsense, and you have so many false thoughts in your mind, and you need to break free of those if you want to, I don't know, if you want to live the best potential you can, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's also one thing for that is that for people looking to start, don't wait until you feel comfortable. Until you're like, oh, I have to wait until I feel completely comfortable and feel no discomfort. I think a large part of it is getting used to that process of pushing through the discomfort and the fear and doing it anyways. If you tell yourself, I have to be ready, you're never going to be ready.
Yeah, it can come in stages. Like when I started my first videos, I didn't show my face. I only recorded B-roll footages and my voice. I was comfortable with that. But over time, I was like, okay, I can show a little bit of my face. And then over time, I was like, okay, it's fine. People will think whatever they will think. It's fine. I can handle it. So.
I really relate to that because with the Agora community, I've been with Acon for like 4 or 5 years now. When I first started off, I was just a moderator in the server, had like a fake name and everything. And then over time, I started talking to people live and the voice calls and started showing and now I'm here on the live stream for 24-hour Ultimate AnimChallenge. So it's a process. And if you go through that process, you are going to grow and it's going to feel great. Maybe not every moment, but long-term, you're really going to enjoy that growth for yourself. Let's see. 4 minutes left. I think we got time for one more question. For someone who's starting from scratch, how effective is it to grow with just hashtags and depend on an algorithm without promoting yourself by spending money on, I guess, say like boosting posts, for example?
Hashtags are useless. I wouldn't boost either. It's fun to try if you want to see how much bucks you get for certain reach, but I wouldn't do the boosting because the most growth is actually learning what makes something viral, what kind of storytelling format. Well, because you know how I see people on social media like dolphins. Dolphins have this frequency with which they communicate to each other. And if they connect to a certain frequency, they can hear each other. And I feel like humans are the same with storytelling as well. Like storytelling that's super attractive and engaging has a certain wave. And if you as a creator hit that wave, the viewer is like, ping, oh, I'm going to latch onto that. And figuring out what that is, no paid marketing can give you that.
I think it's really like always the question of like, how do you tell a good story? Like there's going to be, hey, Alex, Alex is coming in a bit early. Bye, Alex. Is that like with storytelling or like when you look at a really good piece of art, there is always the theory of they use that color there well, or they use the composition, or they use like, this principle here well, but there's always something deeper like that frequency of what makes it all work together and connect. And sometimes that can't always be explained, but when you feel it, you really feel it. Let's see. So
Vincent, I have to say you're very natural. Oh, feels like natural to you. You're a born moderator.
This stuff is really fun. And again, like I really love talking about like all these topics that we have coming up are going to be so fun. And just because all of you are so passionate about the topics that you have, like we can just go anywhere with these conversations.
Yeah.
So it's I think we got 1 minute before Alex's it's coming on for his segment, and he's going to be talking about facial animation. And in his promotional video, he said he's going to be talking about unconventional approaches to facial animation. No idea what that means, so we're going to find out. Any closing thoughts that you'd want to? I think you did, Alex. In the back chat, he's like, "Did I?" I'm like, "I think he did." So we're going to see where it goes. Any closing thoughts, Dragana?
Not really. You can find me on social media at Dragana on Instagram, TikTok, and all platforms. And I just want to thank you guys for having me. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here.
It's been really great having you. Thank you for coming to the stream and sharing your knowledge and passion for animation. And I hope to have you back soon.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see each other around.
Yeah. Thanks, Dragana. Okay, next up, how's everybody feeling in chat? We are 1 hour into this 24-hour Ultimate Anim Challenge. How are you guys doing? I know that I'm starting to get a little bit hungry, so I might have to go grab a snack soon. But hopefully all the teams are in that first hour of, brainstorming, starting to think about their themes. Somebody's blocked, maybe hopefully blocked creatively, hopefully not blocked on a platform, but feeling good? Yes, and also as Gamma said, it is important to stretch. Stand up, move around, shake those limbs out, get something to drink, and then get back to it. So, are we ready to bring Alex in? I think we are. Hey, Alex. So, just to quickly introduce Alex, Alex is a senior animator at Riot Games and a mentor and founder at Animation Flow. And today you're going to be talking about, I think also doing a demo for facial animation.
Yes.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited. So I wanted to do this early because I want to also be stressed like everyone who's participating. So my goal today is going to be a Q&A. So I'm going to be answering questions. Ask me anything about animation workflow, or if you have any questions about the industry or like my experience, feel free to ask. And while I'm doing this question and answer, I'm going to be doing a demo. And I'm going to need a little more interaction from people who are watching. I'm going to get like pose H, pose B, and face, and just animate it. And like, how do you tackle this when you have like a tight deadline? Working in pressure, you need to like do other things because you guys are participating on the challenge. It's like you need to be fast, you need to be quick, but it still needs to look good. So that's gonna be what I'm gonna try to accomplish here. So we're gonna choose the pose right now as soon as I share my
Before
screen.
you explain, Alex, it looks like Twitch hit us with an ad break. Unfortunately, we can't get rid of those because we're currently locked into Twitch affiliate. And in order to get rid of that, we have to submit a support ticket, which will probably take us 14 business days for them to actually do it. So if you give us 1 minute and chat, let us know when ads are back. While that happens, I'm actually going to grab a small snack.
Can I share my screen while?
Oh yeah, get your screen share set up. I think that'd be great. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Thank you. And I'm also watching the chat if people are chatting. Oh, but this doesn't show the pop-ups. Hi, everyone. I see.
Are we back from ads, guys? Can you see me and Alex again?
Let me put this on this screen. I just got here for who's asking how long I've been here. Is this screen like too wide? It's gonna be like too small on this turn because I can share just the Maya screen.
No, I think on stream that looks good to me. And what I can do too is I can also turn off, which actually will work well because I do need to eat a little bit of food, is I'll turn off my video.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it'll
feel
just
free
be you in the
to
corner. So it gives you more room.
feel free to rest. I'll handle it here. If I need some help, you'll notice because you'll be watching.
Okay, I'll be watching. If you need anything, just summon
Yes.
me, say my name, I'll appear out of the darkness. But
All right. So first things first, I need people to choose 2 poses here, and you have like few seconds. I don't know how good you can see the screen, but let's just focus on choosing the 2 main poses, and then we're gonna go to the question and answers. First question I got was, how long I'm here? Fun Love Kids, no, this is not available because the eyes, I mean, we can, but the eyes are not gonna turn into hearts because we don't have that in the rig built in yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Oh, that's a good one. 9 and 11. Yeah, this one is just gonna be hard because of the heart eyes. We need to do like some custom stuff. What is 11? 11 is too neutral. Oh, this is 11. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do this. From this one to this one. Cool. So, first things first. I'm gonna set up my camera first. I just opened Maya, by the way. There's nothing planned here, nothing prepared. I have my picker floating here, and I have the studio library, and I'm feeling as much pressure as you guys, because what if it doesn't look good? We'll see. But yeah, changing the lens. Since I'm working on something for facial performance, I like using like a little bit more tighter lens. And I'm gonna make this a floating up here. This is a very specific me thing. I like putting it the safe frame black. So display option. That's like my pre-Maya setup. Should I have done this before? Yes, but I wanted to start with a fresh Maya session. All right, camera is here. I'm gonna actually change a little bit this over here, this over to this side. We're not gonna need graph editor, but usually I keep my graph editor down here. That's my setup. And then picker is floating somewhere. We're gonna use more of the face. Cool. And thank you. We're gonna get the second pose. So I'm just gonna select everything. This rig is awesome. I like how we have some, like the right click menu here. Super useful. So I can just select the whole character, set a key, and I'm gonna go here. I'm working at 24 FPS. So I'm gonna go here for, I don't know, like 2 seconds, set another key, and let's apply our second pose. Nice. We can close this out. I'm gonna put this a little bit to the side so I can keep the picker on top. All good? All good. Cool. So first question I got, and I want to talk about this one before I start anything because it requires me to jump off Maya, is like, and I got this on Instagram for whoever follows me, Alex Ferreira A on Instagram. Someone asked me, like, what is the best way to display your, if I'm looking here, I'm looking at the chat. If I'm looking here, I'm looking at the screen. Camera's right here. So what is the best way to display your work online? And I replied this question on Instagram for whoever saw it, but usually people use Vimeo, which is a good video hosting platform. And some people use YouTube. I don't like how YouTube defaults to your internet speed. So usually the video goes a little bit lower quality. And also YouTube is so busy in terms of interface. You have like all recommended videos here, description, comments, etc., etc. Even if you don't have any ads enabled for YouTube, even if you cannot monetize your channel, sometimes they put ads on it because that happened to my channel. And ArtStation feels like it's too much for art. I haven't seen like too many animation reels in there, and I haven't seen like a good platform for that. And that's where on the new Animation Flow website, I started developing what is called the public profile. So public profile on Animation Flow, once you have an account, you can create your public profile. Animation Flow, for those who doesn't know, I'm going to explain later when I start animating. But the public profile here, you can customize. It's like a public link. For example, animationflow.com/ and you set your name. Mine is Alex. And then you can just have your photo. You can customize this. A banner, which you can also customize. And you have all your like senior animator experience in feature film and animation, looks for new opportunities, senior animator Riot Games. External link can take to your LinkedIn, for example, and download resume. You're gonna have a PDF of your resume. And here you can put up to 2 demo reels. So I have my gameplay animation reel and my feature film animation reel. You guys can take a look on your own time, but focus on the challenge now. And the cool thing is that this is connected to the Animation Flow platform, so I can just highlight some assignments that I liked. For example, this was one assignment that I did for one of the modules, and I can just have, like if you have like some nice blocking or something that you don't want to put in your reel, you can always highlight several videos in here. And you can also write something else and people can comment, people can like it, etc. So just want to highlight this here because I think this is the best way to display your portfolio, like the most direct. And that's fun fact. I applied to a position at Riot. I was working on League of Legends as a senior animator. Now let's start animating. So I was working on League of Legends as a senior animator, and I applied for an internal position in R&D, and that's what I use for my profile. So I actually send them when they ask like, oh, can you send your resume? So I just send this link, and they had like all the information in there. I didn't have to send anything else because they saw my gameplay reel, they saw my other reel, they saw my LinkedIn, they saw my resume. So everything, it was all good. Cool. Yes, we're gonna talk about how to animate the puckle because look at this, she goes crazy. So first things first, I have my 2 main poses here. It's, how do I keep the speaker always on top? Yes, always on top. I'm gonna just tweak a little bit this pose for my camera. As you see, like she's looking down here, but I don't like how much gum we're showing here. So I'm just gonna tweak it a little bit, maybe scale a little bit up, just to show a little bit less of the red in here. And this is not always on top. And then we're gonna put it down here, cool. And if I just scrub, you see like we have this pose, but there are like no breakdowns, everything is linear. So that's what we're gonna start working on, like how to make this interesting. Oh yeah, if you have a question, start with a Q. Cool, first things, if you have time, of course, like try to record a reference, bring in your reference. I'm gonna just like freestyle a little bit, work with imagination a little bit. And also I'm gonna be doing like, she's here, like maybe she's like leaning forward, like blinks and go to the set. So that's what I'm gonna start. Gonna be leaning forward a little bit. Also, like knowing the character you're animating does help a lot. This character is a little bit complicated at first when you just get it because of the style and all the rules, but because I've been animating her for quite some time now, I do know like some tricks already. And yeah. If I miss some questions, please unmute and let me know. I hope Maya doesn't crash on us like what it's doing right now. It's thinking for too long. I always get scared. I'll be making sure I'm saving. Okay, so I'm gonna build like my middle breakdown here. So So I'm just going to use Twin Machine. For those who doesn't have AnimBot, you can also find Twin Machine like other Twin Machine scripts, but highly recommend AnimBot. I'm going to keep the same one, the previous one, and let's blink. I do like using some of the AnimBot tools, like auto mirror or just like regular mirror and stuff.
I have a question.
I'll go for it.
So when approaching this animation that you're going to be doing, you're on a time limit and you're also taking questions from people, so your attention's split. In your mind, like, what is the hierarchy of what you're going to be approaching? Like, what's the absolute most important thing? You just start with that and then like down the list. Like, what's your strategy going into this?
Oh my god, my head is just going crazy because you need to like split your attention and making sure you're like doing good and answering the questions. So I think always about like first, what is like the most fundamental things I need to do for make this working? And we're all animators here. We know about the workflow. So basically it's just like, okay, I have like first pose, second pose. So I need to have some breakdown to see how I'm gonna go from the first pose to the next pose. And so that's how I start. Like, okay, what are the fundamentally, like, what do I need to make this work? I need pose A, I need pose B, and I need a way to go from pose A to pose B with the bigger shape changes. Like, is the character gonna blink, close the mouth, etc., etc. And I will be using a little bit of the library just to save some time as well. Of course, that's what we do in a production as well. You have the library and you just use as much as you can to just make the workflow faster. But yeah, so that's what is going on in my head. And then I think about, okay, the breakdowns is just like key poses, right? So I just keep going from one to the other, making sure like, okay, is this, when I go to spline, this is gonna be a straight line. Do I want to arc this more?
Alex, could I throw you one more curveball?
Yes.
Could you check to see if your audio is coming from like your mic, if it's coming from your headset or not?
Oh, that's
I think it might be a different microphone.
It is.
Somebody just somebody pinged us behind the scene, and he has a very specific ear for audio, and I'm like, oh, you're right.
How about this?
Perfect. Fantastic.
Is it better?
Yep. Great.
Yeah, it was not the right audio.
All good?
No, that is a very good call out because I don't use restream. So on Discord was the right audio and I did the tag check. But then here it was like a different. All right. So I'm just trying to work a little bit on this last pose. So she's here, she's smiling, excited, and then blink, go to here. So this is pretty much pose H, pose B. Now we're going to start making it interesting. As you're noticing, I don't usually work in step, but I'm just like jumping between the poses. And when I scrub, I know everything is linear, but I'm not gonna play this. It doesn't make sense to play it right now. So I'm just jumping as if this were stepped. If I need to show this to someone like a supervisor or a colleague to give me notes, I'll put back in step because I just want them to analyze those poses because that will make sense. I'm just checking the questions here. Anyone else struggling with ideas? Yes, me.
All right, I have a question, Alex. What is, especially from your days as a student, what was the craziest deadline you had to hit? Like one of those experiences where it's like, I don't even know if I remember 80% of animating that, trying to hit that deadline for my student shot. What happened?
Oh, that's a pretty good one. I remember when I was studying Animation Mentor, we had a thing that was like the four hours animation challenge that we're doing pretty consistently. So we're just meeting up on Google Meet at the time, Google Hangouts, and like we had 4 hours to do something. So that was always like a little bit stressful because you need to kind of like pace yourself and not have like crazy ideas. And I remember at first I was always thinking about something way too complicated for the amount of time. And then while I was studying, I remember having to finish stuff in like weekends, but I wasn't so bad in terms of like time management. So I always gave a little bit enough, like enough time. But when you're in the industry, I had to do stuff like for for very soon. That's what I'm gonna put. Like just like, oh, you have this, like when is this is done? Very soon. That will be the deadline. And
Yeah,
that's
there's
when like this
definitely a
kind of,
lot of those.
yeah, don't even tell me. And on game dev, stuff is like even sooner, I would say, because we need like to prototype stuff, and we need to put like, oh, we're gonna have like a play test, like X hour. Can you put something together? And you're like, all right. And then you need to submit before they close the build and things like this. So yeah, I mean, it happens. That's why I want to do this specific demo, because you guys have only 24 hours to do whatever crazy idea you have. And if you get caught into like small details, if you don't follow a workflow where like this is important, this is not important, this will be important if I had all the time of the world. Like what is like how to prioritize and how to make it like how to make it work well. And this is extremely hard, by the way, to be talking and explaining and still paying attention to the animation here.
We actually had one of the Agora mentors, Drew. He came in and played Gartic Phone with everybody a few weeks ago in the Discord and answered questions about animation at the same time. And if you've ever
Ugh.
played Gartic Phone, you have like 1 minute to draw. So he wouldn't be like, he'd be answering questions, he'd be like, wait, I didn't draw anything. There's 5 seconds, and he'd panic.
I
Um,
know the stress.
But honestly, like what you're saying about like learning how to prioritize, like for people doing the challenge, like whether, especially if they're students, those are such good skills to develop for when you're going to be on production. Because, like you said, there's probably going to be a high expectations, fast turnaround times, and being able to, in the moment, make those decisions of this is important, this is not important. Oh, this is kind of a problem, but I think I could fix this. Like, those are really good skills that make you a very valuable production animator.
Yeah. We have something at Riot, and I think out on the industry there are more places that do that, even like students. It's called at Riot, it's called Thunderdome, and we have 2 days to put together a project in a team. So the team can be as big as small as you want. And you need to like pretty much you pitch a game and make this game. You can reuse assets that we have at Riot, or you can just create everything. So I remember last year I participated, and we made like a 2D side scroller, like hack and slash with Yasuo, and we reuse a lot of animations from Yasuo from the game. But because the camera was different, it was like a side camera, I had to tweak a lot of animations. Yasuo doesn't have jump, and I had to tweak like the dash and things like this. So it was really fun because we had like literally 48 hours, and people were like sleeping at work. They set up, they had like the hydration station with like Gatorade and stuff. They had like all the support. So people really like some of the projects that were like really impressive. So that was like fun, and it's like it's similar to what you guys doing here, but in a huge scale, because you get together with like a VFX artist, you get together with producer, game designers, etc.
We had a good question come up from
Oh.
Sanaz Moon. How do you decide on a character's thought process when changing their emotions? For example, how do you determine eye darts
Mm.
and movements related to their thought process?
Yeah, so for me, like for example, this, I have those two poses. So I try to create in her, in my mind, what is going on her head. So it's gonna be, of course, what I'm doing here is a little bit more technical demo. I didn't do like the whole idea exploration and stuff, but basically, like she's happy, so I'm thinking like, okay, she's happy, she's excited, she's looking at something, she's focused on something, and she's gonna cancel this thought process to look to the side with a sad face. So basically, I decided to put a blink to make the clear change of emotion instead of just like looking to the side and going to this play to this expression. We put a blink, and then she grows into that expression. So there's like a little bit of a story, like she's excited here, and then she looks aside like, oh no, but I'm sad. So it's like a little bit more A to B post change. But when I'm working with like more an emotional shot, I usually rely a lot on my reference, and my reference helps me a lot. Like I record something, I'm just like, okay, like I have, even if I don't have eye darts on the reference, I just try to pay attention, like how I'm like dealing with the, like I'm on this expression and just like, oh, what is happening? So you see, like there is a little bit of like focus here. So to emphasize this focus, I can be like, okay, I'm gonna put an eye dart here and here because I'm focusing somewhere and I wanna read what's happening there. And then like, but something caught my attention here, so I'm gonna lead with the eyes, blink, and then be focused there. Or something's calling my attention here, I'm gonna lead with the head, still be looking here, like, oh, okay, and then go there. So it all depends on your like acting, like the thought process of the character, and the reference does help a lot. And of course, we have like some tricks where, for example, even if I don't eye dart, I'm looking at the camera. I don't eye dart, but I'm focusing and focusing and focusing. Sometimes I put some eye darts in animation, even if I don't do in my reference, to have a little extra texture. And then you can talk about like, we can talk about textures and stuff. Let's lead a little bit with this eyes. Cool, we're starting to get something here. I'm gonna put everything in step, which I did already, because I wanna give the first play, making sure I have a key on everything here. Oops, yeah. Cool. A little bit slow here, so we can just favor a little bit or recovery there. I still think here we're a little bit too fast, so I'm gonna add some frames. I love adding frames. People who ever work with me or had classes with me, they always joke that I'm always like adding more frames to the shots. I'm just like, oh yeah, we just need 10 extra seconds to sell that. No, not that much, but it's always like, oh, add one more beat here. And you see here, like I'm choosing to use a double blink because it's such a big expression change. And because we're going to set, I'm imagining like, oh, the eyes are starting to get watery. So that's why I'm gonna double blink. So we have like, imagine your eyes are get watery and you're gonna feel the need to double blink because it's gonna be bothering you, for example. So here, like I have one blink, look to the side, another blink, and then this blink is longer. So there's a fast blink, this is longer. We have the whole transition to the sides, and then we grow into this expression. We don't need to go straight to those huge eyes. So I can probably get this a little bit less, probably, yeah, like this. So we can grow into that. And then here a little bit less. Cool. And you see how the lips, I'm choosing to keep the smile shape. We grow a little bit into the smile shape here. I can even push a little bit. Oh, I saw someone commenting that Ramon Arango has amazing rigs. Yes, I agree. His rigs are awesome. And Wonderwell also has amazing rigs. The rigger who did Miara also did the rigs from Wonderwell. Artem. Artem is awesome. Really like working with him. His rigs are always great. So he did Miara and Kazan for me. And I really like how we have, like, for example, we have a curve option here for the mouth. So you can have this very clean shape. Cool. And you see how here I'm even like, we see the lips when she closed, and then I'm compressing a little bit, so I'm showing less of the black of the lips, and then I'm starting pouting a little bit, so you see how the lips are starting to come out, so I see more of this black. Arthur Dubina, yeah, I think it's Dubina, like Dubina. He is awesome. Am I missing any questions?
I got a question.
Oh,
What is a shot in your career that say you're most proud of, or a shot that was the most challenging for you to do, and you're very, very proud of it when you nailed it?
I think it's a sequence of shots from Bad Guys where Diane is talking to Wolf, and it's like a back and forth between Wolf and Diane, has like a really good dynamic between them, and it's a famous Diane pose. If you just Google Diane, it's this shot right here. I'm like I have my reel open,
Oh
so it's
yeah.
like this sequence of shots here because this pose, like people love this pose of her, and there's like a
Yeah.
slow blink, yeah. And this one was also, this shot was very challenging to get it right. And I remember like people say like, oh, you work in feature film, you have so much time for the shot, and this shot is about 11 seconds, I believe. 11, or I believe it's 11 seconds if I remember right. And we didn't have the final audio yet, so I blocked out all the other shots first. And we have, you want it or not, we have like 3 characters here plus 1 main character, but they also need to like move and be alive, even like the police chief here on the back and stuff. And it changes so much the idea from Wolf. I had him moving more and then moving less, etc. I think this shot had to be done from start to finish in about 2 weeks because the rest was
Wow.
just like exploration. But start to finish, like from recording the reference to final, like this final polish. But I had about like a month and a half for this shot plus some remaining of those shots. I think it was a month and a half for the whole sequence. But this one I blocked it out and they didn't like it. I blocked it again and then like re-recording reference, etc., until I was like blocking the shot almost every day a new version. So I was putting out a 11-second blocking in a day of work, a day or a day and a half of work. So
Wow.
sometimes you need to just, and that's the thing. Like we're blocking here, what, like 3 seconds now, I think, and we've been like 20 minutes doing this. So imagine like 8 hours of the day, sometimes even 9 hours, being extremely focused. You'll be able to do it. And of course, the supervisor are all amazing. They helped me very much. But it was, I think, it's the shot that I'm most proud of on my film career. On my game career, I think Mel was, I'm very proud of like her whole kit and her whole animation set. Even though the dress, I have strong feelings about it because it's low poly and we should have dynamics. That's like my main fights there.
Hmm. I am curious because you're talking about when you're blocking out Wolf, there's a lot of back and forth, like how much should he move, how much should he not move, and like looking at their shot, that shot, there's a strong feeling of rhythm and energy, and it sounds like a lot of trying to get it right was to get that energy right in his
Yep.
motion, and like also in game animation, there's also a heavy emphasis on having that good feeling of energy and rhythm. In your animation, how do you approach rhythm and energy, and how does it change at
Oh,
all in your approach from feature to games?
doesn't change, honestly. I don't have a specific approach. Like you guys are watching me animating. I'm not doing this demo more like sometimes when I do educational content, I do change my workflow to be the most friendly
Mhm.
for the students to follow along. Because if you have like a too strong of a workflow, sometimes not everyone can get used to it. I mean, it's totally fine to share your workflow, but I try to adapt for like when I was learning, like, okay, this is the way. Because I've heard before, like, oh yeah, I don't understand why you do those things and things like this. Like, oh yeah, that doesn't work for students.
Mhm.
But when I'm working, doesn't change my approach, and it's a little bit, I think about the shot a lot before even starting. So I feel like that is
Mhm.
my approach. Like the pre-production phase is pretty strong for me in terms of I record reference. Is what I was talking, Prashant. I made a live stream with Prashant Kavale, from a supervisor from DreamWorks, and we're talking, and we have like a pretty similar approach. Like he said that he did like the panic attack on Puss in Boots when
Mm,
Puss is like having the panic attack, and he was
yeah.
talking about like how he did that. And it's interesting, like we record reference, yes, but we get the shot, we get the kickoff from the director, and then we just think about it so much that when we go to the reference room, sometimes doesn't even matter the reference, because we record reference, like we go to reference room, we stay like 5 hours there to record reference. We think about the shot, we start imagining, we see the storyboards, we see like the voice actor, just like the audio. Sometimes I don't like watching what the voice actor did on the recording, but we also have this option as well. But once you sit down to animate in Maya, Primo, it depends, like a DreamWorks was Primo, sometimes you don't even need to put in your reference in there, because you've been like so deep into the shot that you know
Mhm.
what you want. And of course, the reference just gonna ground yourself back to how things should move. But when I get like, I do so much of this rhythm and acting exploration from the beginning. Like I got this assignment, like, oh, I got this assignment, the character is gonna do this. I keep thinking so much about it that when I get to Maya, I'm just like, okay, I kind of know in my head. I can kind of visualize what it is. And then, of
Mm,
course, if you're a student, I do not recommend you just trusting yourself, because that also comes with experience. But just having like this involvement with your shot is gonna help you a lot into like do a very good pre-production phase. And then
mm,
when I started DreamWorks versus when I was leaving DreamWorks, I was recording reference for everything. I was having like the same approach, but I was heavily using my reference. And I will never forget the day where one supervisor told me, "Did you record reference for this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he saw my reference, like, "Oh, that's why the shot is bad. Your reference is bad." I was like, "Ah." He was very direct on his feedback,
mhm.
and I like that. I was just like, oh, that's painful to hear, but yes. And then we went to the reference room, we re-record reference, I reanimated the shot, and then it was looking much better. But I was in the late spline stages going to polish, and he just
Mm,
saw like he didn't see, he was out for some days or something. The head of animation saw like, oh yeah, just polish it up. And then he came back, he was like, oh no, this is bad. So, and it's totally fine. You always need to be open to feedback. And I didn't feel offended. I feel like some animators can feel offended by something when they hear like, oh, this is not good, because you put so much into it that I get
Mhm,
it. Like, oh yeah, it's my like my baby. I'm always excited if someone tells me like this doesn't look good. Of course, you're gonna feel like, oh, what did I fail? But at the same time, I'm always excited. Like, oh, this doesn't look good. I thought it looked good. I did it because I thought it looked good. Why doesn't it
mhm,
look good? And how can we make it better? And of course, I always try to make the best shot possible, not the best for me, the best for what needs to be done. And even
mhm,
if I disagree, I'm like, okay, I get it, what you're saying. I disagree because I think my version was better, but it doesn't matter because it's not my movie and you're here for longer than me, so you know what the director wants.
yeah, somebody in chat just said that that's why they feel it's very helpful when somebody is direct and say, hey, this is why it's not working, rather than trying to be like indirect or like beat around the bush and kind of like
Yeah,
soften the blow. Like, of course, like it depends like with every single person how feedback works for them. But personally, I also really like the clear cut, like, okay, this is working, this isn't working. I think if you do it like this could work instead. Or how do you think you can fix this? um I agree, like that's very helpful for helping people grow. I am curious your approach to that, like being very open to that kind of feedback. Is that something like, is that always how you felt about it even from when you were a student, or is it something that you learned over time? Because I
yeah,
definitely know for some people it can be more of a struggle, and they kind of have to learn that kind of collaborative, approach to it over time. And for some people, it's natural. So for you, were you just like right out of the gate, like had that feeling when you got that type of feedback? Or was it kind of a gradual process to feel this comfortable getting that type of feedback?
No, for me, since when I started to this day, I always assume that I'm doing the worst. Like, oh, this is the worst thing. Like, I start a shot thinking like, oh, I'm sure this person would do it better. So I'm kind of like always looking forward for feedback. Even when I'm really proud about something, like, oh man, I really like this. I'm still have the feeling of like, no, I know someone would have done this in a much better way. So for me, I was always kind of like looking forward for the feedback because I never thought I was the best. I don't think I'm the best, of course. And I never thought I was the best or I will even be the best one day. So I'm always like curious to hear what better people have to say. So for me, it was something natural, but I get it. It's from every person.
Another question from chat, completely different topic here, is having a pre-prepared studio library pack important in the animation process? How do you use a animation library to enhance your workflow?
Uh, it depends. It's important, yes, but it depends of if you're working a personal shot and it's like a 10, 15 seconds animation, I don't think it's that important. I think you could spend that time instead of creating a library, just focus on improving the poses you need for that shot. If you have like a small project, sometimes it's worth to stealing poses from different shots. If you're doing like a big production, for example, for Mel, I worked on her by myself, the whole kit. I did not create a library for her, and it would be useful, maybe, but I thought it would be just spending time that I didn't need to spend with, even though, like, oh, I can put a blink in there, I can put some key poses for the hand in there. I was more like opening different files and just copying the pose directly with AnimBot with the copy pose because I felt like if I just spend the time creating the library, it wouldn't be as useful as if I were like when I was working on Huey with Ben. Then we create a library because we're sharing assets and that's useful. And as far as on my workflow, I try to use library as much as I can because I think it's very effective to get like it's not it's not like cheating. If you're studying, I'll say like, okay, try not to use as much library so you learn what's happening. Because if you join a studio that doesn't have a library and you need to do a pose and you don't understand the shape design and the poses, it's gonna be hard for you. But whenever I'm working, I just try to be as effective as I can because for me it doesn't matter if the shot like was done with library. It's not I built the pose, I built the library. It matters to be done on the time that needs to be done, and the market, like the industry, is always like things needs to be faster. It's always like that. All right, so we have 20 minutes. So let me see if I'm missing anything. Someone asked about the rig. So yeah, this rig is exclusive for live students, which we're gonna have live classes coming up in a couple months. So you won't be able to get access to the rig at the moment because I'm not teaching one-on-one classes for a couple of months now. So hopefully soon you'll be able to have an option to have this rig. I think I did a good pass of blocking now. If anyone wants to give any opinion, what do you guys think is looking decent? It's like a spline blocking. Here in the end, we're hitting a little bit of a wall. Now we can just go and start polishing up a little bit. I'm trying to do as simple as I can so we can get to at least a first pass of polish. So I also show because I don't think it's fair to show just like, oh, and that's just a blocking. And like, okay, what do I do now? Because I need to show it better quality. So now is where I'm gonna get more of the graph editor. The idea for people who are asking, I just saw a comment here. I opened the studio library and the chat shows two poses, pose A, pose B, and I'm just going over like how I'm gonna go from pose A to pose B. So those were the two poses. All right, so now I'm gonna start. I always start with the core movements, that is the body and the head on this case, because we're like kind of close to the character. So I'm gonna start looking at the body here. It's a little bit even, so okay, I'm gonna favor a little bit. And my shortcuts helps me a lot because I like setting shortcuts. I talk about this on the red stream. Red is the red animation team. So I talked about it there, and it really helps me to. This is if you hold K in your keyboard in default Maya, you can do this, and Alt V, you can do this. So I do this like all the time. Just like, okay, is this working good? I think she can be a little more energetic with this. Yes. So I'm just gonna. Oh, this is I. If I press I can set a key on the time on the graph editor. So thinking about rhythm, you see like, boring. It's all the same rhythm. So I'm gonna maybe make a little faster here, and then gets a little slower until it settles. Maybe can settle even earlier. Can favor a little bit more. All right. I think we can get a little bit more of the neck. So maybe just bring the neck forward a little bit. You see how I transition to mostly graph editor now? Still a little bit slow for me. I'm a more like a sharper animator. I like the space, the timing and spacing being very sharp. If you work with like VFX, this I remember like on the VFX industry, working on those realistic stuff, it needed to be like, oh no, make this slower. I would get this comment a little bit more consistently. Let's get the eyes. Am I missing any questions?
We
how is
do
that
have
going?
some questions.
Ah.
One from Villain Edits of starting out in the industry. What have been some of your most important experiences in the industry that you think every person starting out should have in their own careers?
I think it's experimenting workflow. I feel like I discovered my workflow after trying it out several different things. So I was always just like, oh, I'm gonna block in spline. I'm gonna do layer animation. I'm gonna block in stepped. I'm gonna block every 4 frames. I'm gonna do this. So that was very valuable for me. And when I was working with TV series back at Bardell, that was very important to have tight deadline and have to deliver stuff. So that for me, it was very useful. Of course, I'm not saying like, oh, you need to work with TV. That's not the point. It's just like try to experiment workflow and try to force yourself to experiment workflow. Like one thing that I heard this from Malcolm Pierce. He was a mentor on Anim Squad as a head of animation at Disney, I believe. And he was saying like try to get one project and just focus on learning something else. Like for example, when I was a Barda, and I really got this advice and I really like it. Like when I was a Barda, I will get like, oh, this episode I was working on Adventures of Puss in Boots, the Netflix series. And I was like, oh, this episode, I'm just gonna work on eyes. It's gonna be my focus. Everything else is gonna work. Of course, it's gonna be deliverable, but I wanna focus on just improving my eye shapes, my blinks, and the other is like just overlap. I'm gonna really get like his tail is gonna be overlapping the best tail you ever saw. So I would get like small side quests for like on top of what I'm doing. And that for me was also very useful because I would just like learning. And usually the episode we had like a month or two per episode. So I was always having like something new to study. All right. What is the other question?
Another question from BM is video reference important for shots, or is it okay to animate purely from imagination? And does that mean that every shot should have a video reference behind it?
That's a very interesting question. I think doesn't need to be a video reference, but I do believe every shot needs to have a reference. From imagination, I feel like once you have all your fundamentals completely figured out, like you're a veteran in the industry, then I think you have the freedom to like try to animate from the imagination. For example, I'm not saying I'm a veteran, I'm just like trying to be fast here, but I don't have reference for this shot, but ideally I would prefer to have reference for this shot. But even if it's not a video reference, any reference. Sometimes you don't need a video reference, you can do like a pre-production pass of your shot in a different way. Oh my god, I have only 10 minutes. You see now, just before I go into more questions, I'm connecting the eye darts with small head movements. So she darts to screen right, the head rotates in Y a little bit, and then there's a little bit of a half blink. I need to incorporate a little bit of the lower lids and eyebrows. And then there's another eye dart to screen left, rotates a little bit, and then there's the blink. And we start transitioning to the screen left. I kind of want to put a little bit of a hesitation here so it doesn't look like not so much. No, maybe just go straight. And I also I think the greatest tip I could ever give that helped me a lot when I was going through my career, don't be afraid of deleting. Like a lot of people were just afraid to delete their animation and they kind of get stuck into a like something that doesn't work as good and you're putting band-aids everywhere. Like for me, if someone tells me like, oh no, that's not the idea between pose A and pose B, I would literally do this. I'll select all. I'm not even gonna think twice. Select all, set a key, get everything, delete. Like there's no, I'm not even gonna think twice. I can do it again. It's not a problem. So I think that's like one of my main things that helped me a lot in my career and still helps me because sometimes I'm working 3 hours on like an attack. When I was on League, for example, I was working on an attack. I worked for like 3 hours and I was just like, I'm not feeling it. And I just delete it and start over. I start from the idle pose I didn't even save the file. I'm just like, nah, I don't think this has any future. So just try to like as soon as like the sooner you do this and the more you're not afraid of doing it, better will be your life in the future.
Another question: when starting an animation that's stepped and you want to take it to splined, how do you improve strange drifting in the timing even though steps look good?
It's exactly what I'm doing right now here. If you couldn't pay attention to the stream, watch the recording. I think it'll be a good presentation live, but I'm basically just breaking down the movements and trying my best to make things like if it was floaty or it was drifting, making it sharper, try to give overlap, weight, texture, all those principles on top. Like for example, here we had like when we start building the breakdowns, if you guys remember, we had like this and somewhere here. And now we have like so much more information. She's like nodding and then she's getting here, looking to one side, to the other side. So it's just adding those kind of textures. Oh my god, well the time now is so
Alex,
much pressure.
actually, Would you like an extra 10 minutes to animate more?
I would like an extra 10 hours if you can give me.
So, good news and bad news. Our next guest is currently having tech issues with their microphone.
Oh, that's very good
So,
news for me.
yeah, if you want to keep going, you can keep going
I'll
and
keep
we
going.
can try.
I can join the next guest and just be animating. I can be going the whole 24 hours and just be. No, I'm joking. Yeah,
We'll
I
just have the
will.
Alex cam in the corner. I just check and see how Alex is going.
That would be a good idea. Participate on the challenge and be streaming next time.
Actually, Howard Wimhurst is doing that this year. So, like, on some of the participants are live streaming. So, I think there's around 50 teams live streaming, and then Howard Wimhurst is also live streaming his participation. And I'm hoping
Oh,
at some point during the stream we could check in on those people and like see what's going
that's
on and how
fun.
they're doing. But yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I can use. Who is next again on the stream?
Jorge Vigara.
Oh, Jorge. Yeah, take the time you need. Take all the time you need. I don't want to mess up the schedule, of course, but I would love to have more time. I mean, I was expecting to need more time, honestly. But my plan is I will just take this to polish on my own time and post it later as well, so people can see. I'm trying like an open mouth here. I don't think it works. Just close it. And am I missing any questions?
We got one more come up from Wintu. Do you miss working in feature versus in games? What are your pros and cons of each industry?
I personally don't miss it because of animation flow. I can still do these kind of things that is more feature based. I do a lot of demos like lip sync, which is something that I don't do working with games. League of Legends or face rigs are extremely limited. I don't work on the cinematics thing. So because of that, I don't miss it. But and also I like working with games, honestly. I think games are like really fun to work with. So pros and cons of both. I like both. Pros of working with games. I'm not even gonna talk about like stability or salary or anything like that. More about the craft itself. I think working with games, it's fun to figure out the puzzle that is to make a successful gameplay animation. Like you need to figure out the player inputs and the blends and all of that fun stuff, which for me is like really fun. Some people who are less technical, they don't like that part, but for me, I really like to figure out how to create that puzzle in like the best input possible for the person who is playing. And the cons is that it's not so much focus on, for me personally, it's not so much focus on acting and personality in terms of like we're supporting gameplay. It's not like an animated game. It's like a game. So the main focus is the game design. And animated feature film, the name says itself. Animations, like it's an animated piece. So it's kind of like different focus. So it doesn't focus so much on acting unless you do like character intros, things like that. But that's more on like the cinematic, like game cinematic side, which is similar to feature film. And what else? Oh my god, I'm getting lost already. And feature film, I really like. I like subtle acting, face animation, all that stuff. So, I mean, I like both. I like doing both. That's why I love doing like the demos for animation flow and stuff because it keeps my feature film mind always on.
Also, not a question for you, Alex, but somebody in the chat was saying, so the three keywords are time, switch, and chaos. And somebody was saying, should switch be a physical switch or can it be metaphorical? It could be either. It's up to your interpretation.
Switch.
Your creativity is the limit. So have fun with those.
Yeah.
And you're animating a switch here. She's going through an emotional switch. So,
Yes.
and you're on a time limit, and there's chaos because there's a time limit, and we're throwing so many questions at you. So you basically did the theme.
I wanted to do this just so people can feel related to, like, oh my God, he's also struggling there, because the struggle is real.
We actually, during the kickoff part of the stream, my internet actually died and it cut out, and we're getting closer and
Oh.
closer to when I had to announce the 3 key words. And we're like, guys, your Maya scenes are going to be crashing. For us, our internet's going to be crashing. Somebody's mic will go out. We're all in this boat together.
What are the tricky words? I was getting ready for this, so I didn't even.
Well, the 3 key words are time, switch, chaos. I'm really
Oh, time,
curious
switch,
to see
chaos.
what people. Yeah, I'm curious to see what people come up with.
Oh, I'm so curious.
We got
The
1 minute
challenge is
left.
awesome. Oh,
Oh,
I'm in the
sorry.
left. I'm gonna be talking nonstop, so you can't cut me off and tell me to leave.
You were going down fighting.
No, I'm in the left. We can just wrap it here. Didn't do anything on the ears or the hair, of course. But
I do really like that little bounce you added in her head of like there's that sort of like that strained feeling, kind of stressed feeling as she's laughing, going, uh-huh. And then she switches. I like that little. Yeah.
yeah, the head is a little rough. But let me see if I'm missing something. All right, that's time. So that's what we could do in this 50 minutes-ish of live demo with attention divided, because you'll be talking to your team as well, so you won't be focusing 100%. So yeah, I hope it was useful for some of you. Hope you had fun. Really nice questions asked. I'll keep working on this a little bit more and post it out. Jorge is ready.
Yep. Jorge's ready to go. We're going to see if his microphone works. Thank you for coming on the show, Alex. Really cool. Really great topics discussed.
Thank you.
And really cool what you're doing with Animation Flow. So everything
Thank
you're doing
you.
with the animation
Thank you.
community is awesome.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. For those who are watching the recording, if you have any questions, feel free to ask and I'll keep replying. And I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And I think that's it for me.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Have a
Cool.
great weekend.
Thank you. And good luck for everyone. Thanks for having me.
Cool. And then, so facial animation demo, rapid fire questions. People feeling pretty good so far? Are we ready for our next panel? Ready for panel number 3? Because up next, we have Jorge Figueroa, who is an animator, mentor, therapist, and founder of Anima Warriors. Hi, Jorge.
Hello.
Your microphone is working. Yes.
Nice.
Awesome.
How I hate every time there's this kind of like difficulties in the very last second.
Tech difficulties can smell chaos, so it will only happen 5 minutes before it's supposed to work. It's like printers. They can smell fear.
Yes, they know. So it's like, let's happen.
So what are you going to be talking with us today, Jorge?
So today I'd like to talk about something that everybody's been talking about, which is basically AI. When I was proposed to do a talk with you guys in this event, I wanted to do something that was useful. So I've done some surveys, talked to people, and after measuring the temperature out there in the LinkedIn and after talking to a lot of my students, I came up with the decision with the proposal of talking about AI and trying to create a topic or a point of view that may help us to navigate these waters, because every day is different and every day something new is going on. So I hope with this we can help each other and see how we can continue navigate this and help us not only in animation but creatively in general.
I think these types of conversations are very valuable for people. And like, I know that for some people, it can be a scary conversation or uncomfortable. But I think, for professionals and students alike, and especially students as well, because I know so many students right now who are in school and they're scared because they're like, well, AI is coming. What am I going to do? Should I keep studying? Like, there's a lot of fear around it. And I think having that conversation of looking at it from both angles and really digging into it is going to help a lot of people. I think if I remember correctly, for this presentation, it's going to be you presenting for 40 minutes, and then I'll come in at the end to bring on 10 minutes of Q&A. Is that correct? Do you want to share your screen? Do you have material to share?
I'm going to be sharing my screen because I have some slides, because I have very bad memory for remembering texts. So I'll be helping myself.
Cool. How about you start sharing your screen, and once we know it's working, I'll fade into the background. And you can go, and then I'll come back in the end. Let me know when you're ready to start taking questions, and I'll come back.
Okay, very well. Now when I get another error. No.
Don't do that to me.
That would be fantastic. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
See me well and all that?
Yep, it looks like you are ready to go. So I'll pop out for now. You got the floor. You got the stage.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, just sending a big hi and good luck to everybody involved in this event. My best wishes to all the challengers, and also sending my thanks to Agora for having me here today. I think it's fantastic. So, as I was saying, I'm going to be talking today about how we can stay human and creative in these times of AI. It's very fun because I've done these slides. I've been working on it for the last couple of maybe three weeks, and every 2 days something new was going on in the environment of the AI and the creative world. So I had to come back and change some things. So I hope it's more or less to stay up to date, because this is changing fast. So while we're here, before anything else, just let me make a very quick intro about myself. My name is Jorge. I have 20 years of experience in the animation industry, mostly in films. These are some of the films that I have done: Hotel Transylvania, Despicable Me, Mars 2, mostly on Sony Pictures, but I've done some other things. These are just the most relevant. I'm also the founder and teacher of AnimaWarriors.com. At Anima Warriors, our main focus is the creative and the artistic aspects of the animation arts. We don't focus so much necessarily in getting our students production ready. We talk about it if it's necessary, but at least you get an idea that we really focus on creativity. And I'm also a body and mind and transpersonal therapist, since I've opened a new studio and helped people a couple of years ago. So as you can imagine, I really focus and I'm really interested in both the creative part of the human side and also on helping people in growing personally and dealing with trauma and all that and everything that is in the middle. So because of the times that we are living, because I've been hearing, as I was saying at the very beginning of the talk, that lots of things are going on. You can see a lot of people that is very frustrated, very angry, very afraid of what's about to come. There is also a lot of people who is very empowered by it. So we have a little bit of both, but it's kind of like chaotic. We are not finding a middle ground. The conversations are not really happening. It's more fights and all that. That's why I like to come with these presentations, talk about the conflicts, talk about the positive things about AI. And so this is very important in this talk, and that's why I like to start by setting clearly what's the focus and what's the intention, because I don't want people and whoever is in this event fighting now and sending comments that maybe may not help us, because the focus of this is to help. Okay, so we are not here to debate who is wrong, who is right. We're just here to contemplate and to watch this situation, to watch what is really going on in all this process. And I'm going to be giving a few points or a few recommendations of what I think it could help us throughout this process of the AI era that we are getting into. So what's really happening, and what I think this is the reality. And the reality is that AI is not the future anymore. This is not a science fiction thing anymore. It's here, okay? And it's here to stay. So for those who are a little bit still in the negation process or the negation stage, let's just talk about a couple of sentences from people who are relevant to the world in general, but also to our industry. We have Jeffrey Katzenberg. You definitely know who is this guy. He says, in the good old days, when I made an animated movie, it took 500 artists and 5 years to make a world-class animated movie. I think it won't take 10% of that in 3 years from now. That's that. Rob Brejo, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it properly, he is the vice president at Lucasfilm. He said, we need to use these tools thoughtfully and with the full permission of the talent. Okay. The CEO of Runaway, which is one of the biggest AI company these days, Cristobal Valenzuela, AI will dominate media content creation in the future, but our goal is to empower artists, not to replace them. It's about democratizing filmmaking and enable a broader array of voices and stories. So good things is that some of these leaders that are pushing towards the AI era are also having the feet in the ground, which is good for us, but definitely they're pushing forward. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google and Alphabet, said that AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on. I think it has something more profound than electricity or fire. Big statement. And let's not forget about Elon Musk, which probably the most tricky of all the sentences I have here for you. He said AI will eventually eliminate all jobs, but I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay. But also he said in 2020, he repeatedly told investors in Teslas that the robotaxis will be in level 5, okay, making them fully autonomous. 5 years later on, the feature is still in limited beta, and Tesla quietly sold off the cars and have been reserving for that fleet, meaning that whatever he said in 2020, it didn't happen. Okay, so we are talking about all these things. We're hearing about all these people who are pushing forward. Some of them are so-called geniuses, leaders, visionaries, and we have to, my recommendation is that we have to be careful about that, because in this AI world and in general in the technology world, it's very easy to futurize, try to look ahead, predict, control. Part of it because it's good for the business if they predict well. But anyways, I'm just sending a reminder that no one can read the future. Okay, so we cannot really see what is coming ahead of us. Okay, we cannot really comprehend what is this AI thing is going on. So my first proposal here probably is the most important of all of them, is to stay always focused in what is happening here and now. We're gonna get so many updates. Google is gonna release something new tomorrow, and then OpenAI, and then another company will come, and lots of things are gonna happen. Lots of people are gonna talk about how things may change, how we may lose our jobs. But before hearing that and paying attention to that, and letting ourselves getting lost in fear and anxiety and all that, my proposal is let's not do that and just stay here and now, okay, and see what is going on and measure this evolution and this era coming every day, day by day. Yes. So to help clarify and broaden a little bit the perspective of what is going on, I like to talk about the conflicts in a very raw way. Okay, this is to help many of us who I can see that may be too taken by the fear, too taken by the anger, too taken by the excitement too as well, because sometimes when we are focused on those kind of things, we just enter this tunnel view and we don't see anything else. So I just like to very quickly talk about the conflicts in a broad perspective, and I'm gonna just be talking about this, adding the two sides of the coin of the same conflict itself, just to, as I was saying, just to give a broad perspective. So one of the biggest conflicts that we have is when is the use of copyrighted material without consent, yes, versus human learning methods. Okay, it's been proved, we already know that humans, since we are humans, we learn by observing, we learn by copying, we learn by imitating others people's work. The arts are a very good example. Okay, we have, for example, in the arts, in the traditional paintings, how some schools that are very expensive, they ask you to copy masterpieces by stroke. Okay, like just imitate Van Gogh, every single stroke that he has done to do this painting. So you learn by copying that. Another example that I've put here, for example, is how those who like learning, those who like dancing, how Michael Jackson is always one of those references that you go and copy and you try to do what he did because it's fantastic, it's beautiful. Why not? And definitely we also see that a lot in animation. We see how we train as animators to copy how animators back in the time of Disney, or maybe more in modern times, how Pixar did. Yeah. This is a very fun image that I found a few days ago from Borja Montoro. Borja Montoro, he is in my opinion, one of the most relevant character designers in the world. And he just uploaded this into LinkedIn. Okay, I'm gonna translate this because this is in Spanish. He says, 50 years ago, in the morning of Christmas, And then he opens one of his gifts, and it's a comic of Asterix and Obelix. At Marin, I copied and I copied and I copied and I learned. I've done this for so many years that today I'm able to draw them like this for this congratulations. And it's I believe it was 60 years of birthday from Asterix and Obelix. So this is an open declaration of how artists, we basically learn by copying. Yeah. And also there is this one, definitely most of you already seen this one before. Is a very fun image of Pablo Picasso in a quote that he said, "Good artists copy, great artists steal." This was a very fun quote 2 years ago. This day is something more complex than that. It's not just funny. It's part of the conflict of what we are doing. Okay, another conflict that we have is the lack of compensation and licensing structures versus the creative processes often used as inspirations or references. When do we use other people's works in order to produce ourselves? I have here some of my most favorite examples that are broadly accepted and that we've heard many of them, and there's so many more. I'm just putting here some of them so you got an idea. When the film editors, for example, use the temp music, when they are editing and in the process of editing, they use temp music, right? Which is basically they grab music from other composers and they start editing based on that. The funniest story of this example, from what I've heard, is that sometimes even at the end, this temp music from other artists and from other movies that are already been done, they have so much power in the story and in the team, the directors and the editors itself, that I've heard, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but well, I've heard this in the studios that apparently when the new composers come, they ask the new composer to make a version or a variation. And the internet is full of this. I've heard Hans Zimmer even talking about it in YouTube, how other composers were asked to do a variation of his own compositions, because Hans Zimmer is one of those musicians who has been used more as temp musician in the edit. So there's one. Another very good example that is how when we use as animators video references that are not taken from us, that are from internet, YouTube, and something like that. We do that very often. Or when, for example, in productions, we clearly use other people's work in dailies, for example, or in rounds to compare our work and to create a direction, right? I don't know you, but I've been working in few amount of different studios. In few of them, one of the sentences that I've heard more is just do it like Pixar. Just like Pixar. I remember, not these days anymore so much, but I remember like around 15 years ago, the sentence, just do it like Pixar. It was a very common thing to be said in dailies and rounds and such. And I just have this very fun example that I don't know what to put it, but I found it in the internet and I found it too funny to not show it. But you get the point. Another very conflicting point is the threat to traditional creative jobs versus the natural evolution of change. This is big because it comes down to the root and to the feeling of survival of each of us, the fear of what am I going to do if I lose my job, for example, and all that. And this is definitely is difficult. And because of that, some people may decide not to go with the flow, with the change. But it's important that we remember that life is change. It happens in many things, in individuals, in our families, and even in society. I'm just putting here a very good analogy, like what is been happening, for example, in the agriculture. It's interesting because if I ask most of us, what do we think is agriculture, we may think that this is this point here, right? But the truth is that this picture in the middle is already changing. I mean, this is part of an evolution. Agriculture has been more like the picture in the left for centuries, just doing by people, by hand, and communities, and hundreds and thousands of people. And when the industrial era started, is when machines started to take over little by little, and this is where we are heading into. So part of the challenges, or in my vision, I like to say it, part of the gifts that the AI is giving us is that we have to face and understand that life is change, same as when we grow up and we get older, and the different ages in life happens. When we leave our parents' house, we have to accept some changes, or when we are fired and there is no way back, we have to accept those changes and move on and grow with it. When somebody of our family dies, there's no way back. That's how life happens, by changing little by little. Problem is that this one is happening a little too fast. Yes, but yeah, it's part of nature. Another conflict that also, this one is going to be interesting to see how it evolves in the next few years, is the legal uncertainty over ownership versus a deeper understanding of what is mine. So we live in a society where most of us, we tend to think, or we have the idea that whatever we create is ours. And the AI is definitely making us think that twice. So for example, I'm just putting a couple of examples so we can see this conflict. Okay, imagine that one of us, we got tired of the city. I know a lot of people who have done that, and friends from the animation industry, and goes to the prairies and goes to the mountains and buy a piece of land and start building a house, following YouTube tutorials, okay, and making decorations and making a house based on the Lord of the Rings movies, okay. And after 10 years, for whatever reason, this person decided to sell it. Who does belong this house to? Of course, we know that legally speaking, this belongs to the new person who buys the house, right? But there is so many processes behind it, and so many references, and using other people's works, and the person who has actually done it and created behind it, that ownership, or the concept of ownership will have many different layers, and it will be seen in a different way depending of who you are talking to, and depending if we're talking about ethically if it's a conversation that it goes more to the ethical things or more to the law aspects of things, etc. So this is a very complex part of thing. But again, I just like to put it very easily so we can understand this concept of what we create is ours or not. A very good example, another one that I'm giving, is about when we give birth. As I say here, we are all sons and daughters of somebody else. So who do we belong to? Doesn't mean that because I have kids and I have raised a family and created a family, that the family is mine, or if I'm the son of somebody else, that I belong to somebody else. That's a question for all of us. So if you apply this to artwork and creative work, you can see the complexity of it. Yeah. So a last one this is my favorite one because this has been in the mouth of a lot of people, and we can see how also a conflict now is as well when we use some mimicry in the style, and when it's just like a natural process of creation, right? Like, for example, Tarantino has always been mimicking the movies of the 70s. You can just watch YouTube videos of him and documentaries, and he talks openly about it. He mimics and he copied those movies from the 70s because he loved them. Yes. And also George Lucas, for example, he openly declared that he used Akira Kurosawa's work as a solid reference, or as a solid, let's say, more than a reference. He tried to copy it and he used it as a strong influence to his work for Star Wars. And these are some of the images where he just compared, or whoever did this compared just some of the most famous scenes from Akira Kurosawa on the left and George Lucas' Star Wars on the right. No one can deny that. He didn't even deny that, right? So hence the conflict. Yeah. So in summary, we're talking about a lot of conflicts that goes in many different layers, not just the ethical, not just the philosophical, many different things. It just comes to my mind something that also very recent happened is that we got a new pope. I know, total random, but you will see. We got a new pope, and the new pope, he said, why did he choose his name Leo? And one of the reasons of why he chose his name Leo is because the previous Leo, 3 centuries ago, he was the one being the pope during the process of the Industrial Revolution. So I'm just saying this so you can see an idea how this goes beyond the physical things. When we have a religious entity, a leader like the Pope, considering that his name has to be attached to the changing era that we're living, we have to see the things as open as we can. And so let's talk about the good things now that we talk about the conflicts. What now? Okay. The good news is that with all this new AI thing, authenticity is basically what rises, what is left. Why? Because AI is going to be making the standard be everywhere, okay? And the only one thing that AI cannot substitute is our deepest and truest and most honest humanity. Okay, that's what that's what we are calling, and we sometimes we understand as authenticity, the genuine part of ourselves, the true part of ourselves. So I'm just leaving here a few sentences because sometimes we are getting a little bit into psychological things and all that, but again, this is what I think AI is gifting us. Is gifting us to open the door to think about new terms, to think about ourselves, to think about as creatives from the psychological perspective. So what is authenticity? Authenticity is what remains when you stop trying to be impressive, when you stop trying to call the attention, trying to be a leader, trying to create something that is trending, when you stop trying to get likes, trying to be a genius, a leader, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Authenticity is also when your body, feelings, thoughts, and beliefs are aligned, even if it's messy, when there is harmony in all the levels within, inside, and outside of yourself. Yeah, even if it's messy for you or for others, but everything is in the same space and harmonious. Authenticity is when you are creating or expressing something when no one is in it, when you are just creating, not doing it for the, not having my phone recording me and telling, hey, Instagram, I'm gonna be doing this. No, you just do it because you want to do it. Authenticity is lives in your body, not in your resume. It's in your it's in your gestures, it's in your rhythms, it's in the way you do things, it's in the way you grieve, in the way you love, in the way you anger, the particular way you are and you express yourself without thinking, without planning. That's actually your authentic yourself. And being authentic is when you let your body express your mind, your emotions, and your beliefs, and you observe yourself while doing it without caring what other people thinks about it. You just let it be and you observe it. Yes? So this is fantastic because I think that AI is giving us the gift of being more authentic. And that's why my proposal too is that if we learn ourselves, or if we put ourselves to grow in that authentic expression, and we use the AI and everything that will come with it, as I say, all the new social norms, all the new laws, everything that comes with it, but having as a base a solid authentic expression, a solid sense of authenticity is how I think we will be finding a good way to keep going as creatives and as persons in general, but also as creatives and as animators in this case. Yeah. And this is because I just want to have some nice shine of light and reminder of the power of what happened when you are authentic, when you are centered in yourself. When you're centered in yourself and you're authentic and you're genuine, you will face adversities and challenges with fierce courage and honesty. Yeah, because you're in yourself. So you will find how to do the things from that center. You will find a new path with a new and a powerful sense of responsibility and the wisdom that comes from within yourself. You will also know how to take care of yourself and your family from love, with compassion and care. Because when you're authentic, when you're genuine, you are in that space where you care about others and you care about yourself. Yeah, you don't think about what other people think. No, you do your best to love yourself and to love others when you are in that space. You will also know how to be satisfied, creatively speaking, and you will find a way to create abundance. Yeah. So how do we do this? Okay, so this is just me giving some tools to practice and to cultivate this grounding or authenticity being. First, I recommend something that is basic. I call it the shield. This is just to help us to keep going. This may seem basic for some of you, but you will be surprised how many of us we fell into doing this. So my first recommendation, make sure that you have at least 6 months of expenses saved, okay? Just for in case anything happened. If you have a family, count these 6 months to your family. So my recommendation is that you organize your finances in order to make sure that you have at least that as an emergency package in case that you get fired or you need to move to a new country, or this is very important because survival if without survival and without having that, it's very difficult to ground within yourself. It's very difficult to be authentic. You're always going to be worried about that. So let's start from the very basic, which is save money. Also, stay informed about your rights and about everything that is happening in the AI world. For example, I'm just sharing with you. I'm not sure if I'm clicking here, you're going to see it, because I'm just sharing. Yes, I'm just sharing. I'll send this to the link another time. But basically, this is just I'm sharing the presentation, but not what my web browser is seeing. I'm just sharing with you how very recently in my school we just had to create a new policy on AI and how we use it, and how we want to use it. This is partially because of our vision and because how we want to do it, but also because we have to do it because of some laws that we have to do it. So some of these images, by the way, I'm created by AI, just so you know. And another thing that I recommend you, if you are comfortable, also is to start getting comfortable, or to start to get familiar with some of the AI kind of functionalities. Same as if you know how to use a computer, it's good for you. If you know how to use a phone, it's good for you. So because this is going to be big and it's going to change a lot of things, it's good to at least get familiar and understand where we are going. Once that we have done the shield and more or less we understand the shield process, we go to the center, okay? And this is about emotional support, and this is a way to start to learn how to navigate all this new era. So very important, if you're in crisis and you have problems, ask for help, okay? It's not a weeks at the other. Don't be carried away about the thoughts of being weak or not wanting to ask for help. If you are in problems, don't worry about it. Ask for help. It's okay. It's a good thing to ask for help. Okay, it's necessary. That's why also I say that it's important that we all have to normalize therapy. Therapy is something that is necessary. I think actually that all of us, 100% of all people in this world, needs to go through some therapeutic process, okay, to grow, to learn how to let go some things from the past that are still holding us and all that, and that are making us suffer a lot. So apart from adapting a healthy lifestyle, just consider the possibility of going to therapy if you have problems. After this, some of the activities that I recommend are the following. And this is just me being more specific about what kind of things we can do in order to embody that authenticity and be more creative, be more authentic. So one of the things that I've been observed throughout the years is how by doing creative jobs in the computer, all this stuff, we are losing the connection to our body. So one of the good things you can do is start doing any kind of art that is, or even activity truly that goes through your body and happens to your body. You can go to sing, dancing, you can even go to circus or martial arts, but start to use your body and connect to your body experience by doing that. What is important that whatever you choose to do, don't choose it again. Don't choose it because you want to get likes or because it's good for your Instagram or whatever. No, connect to your body and try to see what is your body want to do. Yes, and through what kind of activity your body wants to express. So there's so many. So just use your I always say the same, use your creative compass, which is your body. Come to your body and think, what is it that I want to create? Okay, what do I want to animate? If it's animation, maybe it's not animation. Maybe I want to dance, maybe I want to paint something, maybe there's so many different things, but through your body and listening to your body and following your body. Okay, so let your body guide you and let your body help you to understand what is really yours and what is really your expression. Yeah. But what is really important is that we have to understand the importance of practice. Okay, something that also I've observed a lot in my students in the animation industry and all that is that we are very impatient and we want the things to happen like this. No, we have to practice. Okay, so understand the importance of practice every day. So whatever you choose, practice is every day. Okay, and if throughout all this process you jump into fear, you jump into anxiety and all that, well, we go back to the center, we ask for help, maybe we get some therapy, whatever. And when we are good, or at the same time whether we're getting some therapy and when we are getting help from somebody else, we keep giving expression to our body no matter how. Yeah. Now, the most powerful way to give voice to our body is by doing it with awareness. So that's why I'm calling this the mirror, which is because basically the mirror is this point, but with the focus in being aware in your body experience or in your inner experience. So this is something that you can do in so many other different ways. There are a lot of activities that basically what they do is creative expression, but with awareness. Some of them are called, for example, ecstatic dance or 5 rhythms, which is a kind of dances. Buto is another kind of dance. Contact improvisation is just that I really like dancing, so I'm just putting my favorites here. But also clown and improv acting, which are super big in the animation world. You can do that because you learn how to come up with acting ideas by staying in yourself and by being in yourself and by being aware of how you feel and how your emotions express through your body. So clown and improv are, for example, are very good and very big for animators. Dancing too, of course. In another arts, you have also figurative sculpture, you have live and spontaneous drawing, you have so many other different ways of doing art therapy. Somatic voice work, which is for singing and all that. So again, this is expressing through your body with awareness in your body and inside yourself. Another couple of special notes or highlights that I like to give that also helps a lot is journaling, okay, and doing rapid and automatic writing. And this is important. I'm not talking about the kind of writing, journaling that you see in the movies. Dear diary, today I've done this and that. No, I'm talking about rapid and automatic writing, which is basically you have a pad, a notebook that is your therapeutic notebook, and you just basically vomit what you feel. Sometimes you even don't look at what you're doing, and you're just fast. You're letting your hand write fast, and then maybe words start to happen, and you just go as raw, and you let your demons or the most beautiful things come out, but without thinking. It's not about creating something beautiful. It's about expressing and letting your body express truly. Okay, that's a very good practice. And other good practices that I recommend to help to this process are, of course, meditation practices. I give you here some practices that I like myself and I recommend: Zen, Mahamudra, Vipassana, Doshin. Yeah. But truly, in general, anything that that more or less is in the line of personal growth, that basically allows your body to be expressed, is good. So whatever you find that resonates with you it will be good for you, and as a person, but as a creative, it will really help you a lot. So coming back to the AI, the point of all this is that we use AI mainly as a tool, not a replacement. And as you can see in this drawing, I really like this drawing, which I've used by interacting a little bit with some of these AI tools. The point is that we stay rooted in ourselves, and we let what is within us to grow, to expand, to express. And then we have the AI as something that we use, okay? But it's not going to replace us. Yeah. So what's important is that with doing these proposals of the shield, the proposals of the sword, and all these activities of expressing your body with awareness, you start to create using the AI, but from that center. Okay. And also, which is very important, with an understanding of the world requirements. Why I'm saying this? Because sometimes when we start to travel to within yourself, to within ourselves, and we start to, to cultivate our true self, and we start to cultivate our authenticity, our authentic part of ourselves, sometimes we get a little bit too selfish, and it's like, no, I'm an artist, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, and this is what I want. Do it understanding how is the world going, and understanding that, yeah, if you want to dance naked in the street, you cannot do it because you're going to get arrested and go to jail. Or yeah, so do this with wisdom. Yes, and that's why it's very important that you pay attention and you cultivate yourself, but you also look what is going on. You stay here and now, and step by step. Yeah. I'm finishing. I know I'm going a little late, sorry. But I think these are important things to mention. Please don't do it alone, okay? One of the big dangers that technology has is that it can be isolating. So talk to people, okay? Look for small circles, people that you resonate with, and touch them and dance with them and paint with them and act with them and do a sculpture with them or do therapy with them, whatever, okay? And talk about all this with them, okay? And do it in a healthy way, we are doing this, or I'm doing this with the hope that we start to talk about the differences and what is happening within ourselves in this AI era, understanding that each of us is going through something completely different, okay? There is no two sides. There is 7, I don't know how many was the population in the world today, but if there is 7 million persons, or if there is 7 billion human in this world, there is 7 billion sides. Every single of all of us has going through a very different situation. So be mindful of that. But connect, okay? Just because you don't agree with somebody else, or with your friend, or with somebody who has done a Ghibli thing, you're not gonna talk to them anymore. No, just okay. Just don't lose the connection. So yeah, as I was saying, these are just some ideas that I'm giving as a kind of like a quick reminder of everything. Okay, just remember that to stay here and now. That means to acknowledge how do you feel now about AI. Is it help you in a way? Does it affect you in a way? And try to be here and now. Don't just no, but what if it changed? What if it no? Here, okay. So from here and now, you assess the situation, okay. And if you need to take action, then you need to take action. But maybe you don't need to take action, okay. Remember, this is something that will affect each people differently. So when you are talking about AI to others, practice active listening. try to be empathic. Try to just put yourself in the other people's shoes again, understand, because there's a lot of people who is really excited about this and is helping people as well, in many different ways. So as a final thought that I'm sharing with all of you, this is what I think. AI will either bring us closer together and help us to thrive as humans on this planet, or even divide us further. What makes the difference is how we choose to act individually, meaning how each of us, we choose to act from now on and communicate and relate to one another, and of course to oneself, to yourself. So this is something that is global, but it starts with each of us individually. And I'm a little too late, so I'm sorry. And this is all. Sorry, Vincent.
No, that was absolutely fantastic. I think all the points that you hit on. Pardon?
Yeah, I wasn't hearing, so now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to say that was a really great presentation on this topic. And I really like how you're looking at all angles of the issue and getting people into that mindset of being grounded so then they can actually receive information. I think a lot of times when people panic and we kind of shut down and we just like either we're like, oh my God, this is like everything's going wrong. We aren't in a place to receive information and actually be able to interact and think, okay, well, I could approach like this, or I could approach like this, or here's a path I hadn't thought of before. So I think the mindset that you're presenting to people is very helpful for students and professionals and anybody in our industry right now of a productive mindset moving forward. So that was really great.
I hope.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I don't know if we have any time. We have 5 minutes left before we bring on Alexi to do some feedback live for some participants. Is there any questions from the chat about what Jorge was talking about? Let's see. So I don't know how to pronounce your Twitch name. I'm very sorry. As a 3D animator, is there anything you would like to recommend learning in regards to AI that would assist us in animating specifically?
I would say just go back and see all the presentation. More specifically, is the the shield. What I'm proposing, as I'm just putting fancy words in order to help digest, but everything that I'm saying, as all under the shield, under the sword, under the mirror, and such, are very good because there is no a particular answer for that. I think, as I was saying, every one of us is navigating this in a different way. So some animators may need to save the money because many of us maybe we're not saving the money and we are not prepared to do something else if we don't have the money, for example, and that's the point. The first point that I'm giving is, let's save the money, be ready for changes, and be ready for you to ground, because without the money, you cannot work in other skills. You need that, right? But maybe some of them already have the money, already have done some therapy, for example, or not, and maybe you just need to start looking for a bodily craft like painting. But again, this is different. I would say some people would say, no, live drawing, yeah, but some people don't like drawing. Maybe is improv, maybe it's clown. So again, depending of where you are, this is a different process for each of us.
I think it's very much like some people, it can feel like many can try and look for like, okay, what's the one specific tool that's going to solve everything? Like, what's that silver bullet? I think like what you're saying is a lot more, it's like, what is your toolbox? It's almost like an animation where it's like, you're not going to use the same principle in the same spot every single way for every single shot. It's broadening your skill set, broadening the tools you have to address a situation. So you can look at it and go like, what is right for me at this moment?
So then I would say the following. You know what's the best toolbox for yourself? Your body.
Yes.
Use your body.
About your body.
Just listen to your body.
Yeah. Which actually, on that topic, since people are doing 24-hour animation challenge, remember to stretch, remember to hydrate, remember to take rests, go outside. We've been at this now for 3 hours now, like as Gamma was saying, stretch break. So get up, move around a bit, get that blood pumping. You know, it goes to the brain, helps you make better decisions when you're animating. Unshrimp yourself. Remember your posture, remember your back, and you'll be good to go. So thank you very much for your time, Jorge. That was a really good presentation. And we appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Have a great weekend.
Good luck to everyone.
Okay. So up next, we've been going pretty strong right now. We still have, I think, 3 hours. Oh God, having to do math live, 21 hours left to go. So we're still very much, we are in the layout stages of this entire challenge. So up next, we have a guest who you've seen before on our live streams, and it is Alexis Wanneroy, animation supervisor at Fetiche, previously at DreamWorks, and an educator in the animation community. Hey, Alexis.
Hey, Vincent. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. A bit stressed, but
everybody's stressed. Like, there's no way this type of event, people are just being like, oh, it's so chill, so relaxed, just vibes.
It's just, today we're going to review 2 shots, and I'm going to be going in Maya, diving into them, going deep in the shots. So we're going to see a lot of curves, I think, today, maybe a bit of posing, maybe a bit of a facial appeal, talking about intentions and things like this. Voila.
Just before we jump into that, we do just want to let people know that starting right now, if anybody who was here for the Arcane Challenge remembers the Jinx rig and was like, damn it, I didn't get the Jinx rig. We've had a lot of people asking about it. Starting right now, the Jinx rig is going to be available on the website for free. Again, I think for the next 12 hours potentially, or till the very end of the challenge. We'll put links in the chat. For anybody who wants the Jinx rig, you can get it now, but for a very limited time only. But yeah, Alexis is going to be giving some feedback, which also, just for like a bit of fun information, Alexis also regularly does this in our Discord server for community members. So if you're like seeing this or you want to get onto something like this, go to our Discord server, and Alexis regularly does those feedback sessions. And without further ado, I think we have the artist ready backstage. I think we're starting with Sophie GJ. And then after that, we have David Sikpan. So, Alexis, are you ready?
Yes. You were mentioning, it's true, I've been doing that for now, I think 2-3 months with Agora Community Discord, and I'm going there. We're doing the same thing as what I'm going to do right now, which is like half an hour live review where we dive into your shot and we look at your curves, etc., trying to discuss those shots and how can we think of animation differently and things like these. And what's cool is those are completely free. The only thing is you submit your shots, and then we randomly, via lottery, pick the people who are going to attend these. So don't hesitate. I think it's really cool. And last month we also did one where we did a full combo attack, where I've seen people for like 3 different sessions where we went into their shots, and right now they're in the polish stage of those combo attack things. It's been really cool to be able to do that.
Yep, it's really cool stuff. So anybody interested, we got Discord links, and you can become a part of all that cool stuff going on in there. So I'll bring Sophie on. You guys can get started. If anything breaks, I'll still be listening. Just say my name, and I'll just be summoned out of the shadows. So you're going to do great, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Sophie.
Hi, it's nice to see you, Alexis.
Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you. I've known Sophie from, we did a workshop together in Denmark, where we were in Viborg to the animation, the workshop. What was it? It was the, I know I'm lost.
At the animation workshop with Panorama.
Animation work. Yeah, exactly.
That's
It
almost
was
a
cool. It
year
was really
ago.
cool. We did a full sequence. We actually tried to redo a sequence of Arcane fully. So we had we were like 20 animators, and we redid the full sequence. But we used actually Ramon's rig. We used Apollo and Artemis instead of the Vander and Vi. It was like a Vander and Vi. It was like a 40-ish with panorama type of workshop. It was really cool, and actually. Things were paid by Panorama, which if you
That's
were
great.
part of one of those schools, you could actually attend this, like Sophie did, and like a few others did. It was a great experience. It was like 2 weeks in Viborg,
Yeah.
and it was super, super cool.
And the animators did so well. Yeah.
And I think you can find it online. You can look to Panorama, and you can look at the sequence online. And there's I saw a video that was saying like how amazing it was, but it was a little bit like communication stuff. But no, it was really cool to do. Cool, Sophie. So should we watch your shot first, and then we discuss it a little bit? No pressure. You must be but don't worry. I think it's really cool. I've looked at it a little bit because I was like feeling like, oh, I need to add a little bit check it before I do this. Usually I do these live. I don't check them before, but just for this, since there was going to be people looking at that. So don't worry, Sophie. Everything is looking really nice. So Sophie here is doing kind of a close-up shot of acting. She did a reference. She basically, I think, did her main key poses, and then she started looking at the ref and trying to go really close to the ref until she went fully on twos. When she was fully on twos, which means she had a keyframe every 2 frames, she put it into spline and she started trying to animate on top. Sorry, I was seeing something on the. And so right now we're going to be at this stage where I want to show Sophie how to go beyond that little bit of polish, go beyond those kind of things, because right now I feel it's lacking a tiny bit of arcs, a tiny bit of those things. So let's try to see how we're going to deal with those curves to actually bring some of these things on. So let's take a look.
You're trying to atone me, and I didn't do anything wrong.
You get the audio, it's playing.
Yes. It's lagging a bit for me.
Okay.
You're trying to atone me, and I didn't do anything wrong.
Still lagging.
Yes, but I don't know if it's through the screen side for everyone.
Because I tried earlier.
I also just to jump. The audio is doubling. So I think you might be sharing your computer audio.
I am.
Yeah.
I should not.
Yeah, or it's either that or doubling audio from Sophie. I'm not sure.
I'm using the headset. Let me try to do the settings.
Okay, I don't think it's Sophie because.
Let's try it like this. Let's see if that's better. Yeah. Right now, it's not sharing anything. Great.
Yeah, I think it's when you're screen sharing, Alexi, that it's doing it. Okay, I think it's fixed now. I don't hear a double.
But you guys hear the sound.
But we don't hear the sound.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. So let's see if it's me. I need to mute my mic when I share. So I need to share with this. We tried in Discord. It was working before, but let's.
What you might have to do is you might have to share a specific screen and only that screen's audio, because I think it's sharing the entire system audio right now.
Okay. Let's see. No, but it's like either a window or the screen, and then I share screen 2, and there. Let's see if I mute myself.
Yeah, we're not hearing the audio of the shot anymore.
Great. All right, so I want to try one more time. Okay.
Now we can hear the shot, but I'm not hearing myself. I'm not hearing any doublings. I think we're good.
Okay, nice.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Everybody's good? Okay. All right, so now we hear the sound, we hear me, everything is good, right? Okay, cool, perfect. I think what happened is you guys, the hosts, kind of put my screen share sound on or something like this. I saw it appeared, and I think this is where this thing started to become like this. Anyway, I think it's working now, so we're good. So, and it's choppiness though. It is choppy for you, Sophie?
It was lagging the sound and the video, but it seemed better when you played it a couple of times. So
let's see if I just share this. Oh, there's no audio, maybe. I am not used to this. Oh no, we cannot share the audio of this. Okay, so it's going to be like this, Sophie. I don't have any other choice than to do this way. All right, and we're going to see in Maya as well. Let's see if it's better in Maya or not. Maybe not, but is it better or is it the same?
That seems like the sync is really good. The audio is there, but it's low.
Okay. This I cannot do anything. Maya, you see it.
I just upped the volume in the backstage controls, so I think it should be louder now.
Is it better?
Slightly.
I have no control over this.
Mic?
What do you mean? Can you hear me well or no? Well, this is perfect.
You well. That's
okay. Well, I don't know, guys.
I think it should work all right. Alexi, maybe just when you are reviewing the shot, maybe just say a little bit more like, "Oh, he's saying this word here," just in case it's a little bit hard for people to hear. So maybe just be a little bit specific in what you're reacting to in the dialogue. But I think it should be okay. We should be fine.
Yeah. Okay, great. I do this daily, guys, with Zoom or with Discord and stuff, and I don't have these issues.
It's always nice live.
I think the restream is the. All right, so he's saying you're trying to atone me, but I didn't do anything wrong. Sophie's reference for this is this. So it's cool, Sophie. I think in terms of the first thing I wanted to mention was in terms of the intent and the face. Feels a little bit like he is less intense than where you are. It's also in terms of where you look. I don't know if you see, but in all this thing, you are looking a little bit to the side, like your eyes are looking this way, but your nose is that way, So if you think of that in here, it feels like your eyes all of a sudden are looking that way. So your eyes, they're kind of getting rid of that looking directly. So I think it's part of when you turn your RY of your head here, your TX of your eyes, they're moving. They're not moving, but you have to kind of compensate a little bit. When they're on the spot like this and your head moves, you're going to have to compensate a little bit of them, especially when they're like this locked, in space.
Yeah.
The other thing that I was so for the face and stuff, I think the fact that, for example, here you look a little bit from under, and it's not like fully straight, I think helps in making it feel a little bit more like I got you type of thing. I think in terms of the brows as well, for this whole part, I would play with a little bit more of like going in together like a TX type of thing to kind of making it a little bit more tense. I think tension in animation comes from a little bit of TX in the brow. It can help like a translation X in the brow. It can help with this. The mouse thing in the ref feels to me a little bit big. It feels like, yes, you're trying to add something like a secondary thing to bring some character and to make him feel a little bit like badass, etc. But I feel it's kind of overtaking it. When I looked at it like in this way, you see, I'm like, I wasn't sure what was happening. And I think it's the same, but it needs to be more about a compression and maybe less about like a big movement. Reducing it a little bit, I think, can work easily in there.
Yeah.
And then it's more about the polish and the arcs. that we're going to discuss right now when we're going to look at your curves. So for the brow in general, sorry, it has blue eyes in mine is because I didn't reload the textures. But yeah, in there, to me, I always feel like a little bit of tensions, in your TX of the brows can help in making him feel a little bit more like, how can I say, like mad and stuff. I like also, to create that little bit of a shape back of same thing as what they do in 2D to kind of bring this kind of feeling of a little wrinkle that you have when your brows are together. And it's also keeping a little bit of that kind of straightness in them. But, like this, you can really make him feel more intense pretty simply. Okay. And I think it's the TX that kind of, create that compression together that I think could help in this way. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's, I would say through overall. I'm just going to delete this just so it's not poppy right now, but overall. And in terms of where he looks, for sure, when your head is this way, your eyes as well, I would say, would keep looking slightly more that way, instead of that. And then you keep that kind of same thing that you have. Where is your ref here? This. I think in terms of your mouse in something like this, there is a little bit of sneering happening on this side. Like you're not just happy, you have a little more. So the flare in here is a nice little thing that Raman has put in his rig that I quite like. This and I push a little bit up, and in general to push that sneer aspect of thing, I tend to push it as well, in that kind of lip here. I think the zip in this case, I would get rid of it because I think it's kind of not really needed as much. Tag up. Up. It's because it had some sneer that it was too big. And I like to keep things simple, but and I think in here, if it's a ooh type stuff, I feel like your mouse is actually open. So what you do is you open your mouse, but then you close your lip, if you want to reduce the amount of that, but it's going to have that feeling of the not the teeth being together in there kind of a thing. And I'm not sure about the smiling in here. So by just moving down this little bit of corner, then you get rid of that feeling of having the shape going back up, which can then be seen more as a smile. So like those small little things here, those small little tweaks, they're really, really powerful in kind of changing a little bit of the expression, without doing too much. I think I went a little bit too far, compared to your ref, but what I was like by changing a little bit of these, you can see how you get more of that intensity. And if you want to have a little bit of that contempt that you see on that other side, for sure you can push a little bit of it in there so it feels like you're smiling. I would say the smile is a little high in here and in here then. So like that, it feels like he is still, taking the piss a little bit. I don't know how to say this. This was not the right way to say it, but being a little bit like angry and like and in this kind of a feeling for the face. Voila. Let's go about the curves and the polish of things. Where is my picker? Up. I'm just going to delete that pose up so it's not popping up. Okay. Sorry. Cool. So when I check on your curves of the head, so guys, there is a lot of keys because I like to teach the fact that if you follow your ref on twos like this, you get a really, to me, nice blocking. At the end, I feel like here, you have a lot of things that are tangible that you can look at with your ref, going 1-to-1 with it. So when it moves the same and it does the same types of things, etc., etc. And I think with this, it's going to help you in having something that you can look at and reproduce. However, it's very important before you go on twos like this to go with your big key poses to reflect the intentions of your character. So the thing that I was doing to the face earlier here is something that I take care more in the intention part, which is when I do my first key poses that establish how is my character feeling. Once you're there and everything is good, you're going to have to push a little bit of the arcs. Like if I look at the RX in this, I don't like it when my head, for example, move up, stops completely, moves a little bit, stops, etc. It feels like there is like this kind of jitteriness in there that doesn't really have arcs and roundness. So me, I'm not going to go completely off of that, but I'm still going to try to bring some aspects of things moving a little bit more round and arced. So it's not only on the head. Obviously, the body might have some of these. The chest might have some of these, etc., etc. So let's take a look. Where was I think there is a moment where, yeah, this one is like I like the little shake here that you do with your RY. So let's start with some of this here. So let's reduce a little bit of the mouse just to show you quickly how I would do that. Actually, I forgot that I wanted to do this too. So here on the mouse, you have there the part where it goes really far up. So with AnimBot, I like to blend to neighbor, which is, the mouse where he is right before, which is the open, or actually this one, the one where he is after. So I'm going to reduce overall how far my mouse goes by going to what's after or what's before, right? So here I'm at 25, 29%, 33. Sorry, it's a little slow. It's not really showing much, but it's supposed to, voila, something like this. And then for the mouse here, what I would do is just making it go a little bit higher into this. But like that, just by doing this, you're going to have already a lot less of that movement. And I think even with the tongue in there, I'm not sure I would reopen quite as much. It still feels too high in here, if I'm honest. And that's a little fast as well. But I would change just a tiny bit of how much, it moves in all this by just blending a little bit to my pose before and after in there. I love AnimBot, something that I use a lot, to try to, to not kind of go quite as much in there. Now you can see how the nose even feels like it's going a little bit too much compared to the teeth. And then I would just go back to these guys here. And the reason why I use these instead of using the low lip or the up lip, because I've seen this question in the past, is because I don't want to have to counter animate a lot of things. So usually I like for these to be the main driver for my ups and downs and not for the actually up lip and low lip. Those guys, I tend to not want to animate too much of these things like you have here, Sophie, because then after it creates a little jitter that I cannot control, where if the only thing moving is that simple control here in up, down, side to side and stuff, then I'm sure that's going to be the only thing driving. What I like to use is the mid mouse here. The mid mouse is a really nice control to get these kind of things for sure. So like this kind of things I do with the mid mouse, or the forward and back as well. This kind of things when I use for the smile I think is a very, very good one. All right, let's go for the head. Back to this. So let's see here. So here you have this kind of like shake. So if I look at the shake in the head here, for example, in your RY, I feel like you can see it goes fast. It keeps on going. Actually, I feel still more that way. So I would say that this actually would stay going in this way compared to the ref. Then the ref, you see, comes back here and settles here. So I think it would actually be more somewhat like this. All right, and then you can see how it's coming back slightly. So even there, I'm going to think like, okay, so it's going to be slightly more smooth as well. And here you can see how it's slow and then fast. So if it's slow, it means that it's going to have a bigger ease in, and then it starts to go fast, but it's not going to go super fast either. It's going to have a nice ease in and an acceleration that's remaining. And here I feel like you're going too far compared to the ref. So somewhere in there, I would say that you're staying something closer to that. So I might go a little bit less. And I feel like here you're stopping and you're going again. So in that stop, something like that could be seen as a stop. For example, a little bit of a slowdown, but not really. I don't like it when it's too much like this. Again, here, guys, I'm talking only for kind of naturalistic shots in something like Arcane or something like cinematics that you see, more like game cinematics, these kind of things, but not really talking about cartoony shots or these kind of things. In cartoony shot, obviously you can have a lot of stopping in your curves, etc. But in this case, I like to have this kind of life and ease in and ease out in my curves. And so when something stops and goes again, it doesn't necessarily fully stop. It just has a little bit of a deceleration and then back to an acceleration again. When I use my RY in my head is something that I use a lot as well with the RZ curve. As you can see, Sophie is taking my classes and she's doing some of it too, which is really good. But since she did use it, I wanted to point a little bit of, you can see here how it's not exactly the same angle. So I'm going to try to match a little bit more of where you are in your ref when it turns, where I felt like maybe it was a little big. So sometimes if I have too many keys and I don't want to keep them, you can do that. It's also very easy with Animbot to bring them back by just selecting things and clicking in there. It puts back those keys in case you want to do it like this. So it's like that. You can see here it's too much. So I'm going to go with the blend to neighbor so it doesn't go as far. Tag. And then after, I'm going to look at these curves, and when it comes back up, it's going to do similarly. And I'm going to check when is the Z going. So yeah, it's already going in there. Sometimes the Z goes first when you turn your head a little bit, so it's depends. And here, same thing, nice ease in, nice ease out on any one of these curves in here with a simple acceleration in there. So it goes like tack, 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 then it's turning back into this. And I think here is where I have the slowdown. Yes. And I feel it's a little big too. Up. Up. And then there's a second one here that you're doing in there that I'm going to keep pushing with the Z in the same spot. So you can see how now I went back and they're kind of doing together. I can see that here you can see the Z of the head goes more. So I want to get that to kind of push slightly more. But what you can see as well is in general, when your Z of the head goes that much and there is angle changes, it means that in your neck too, there's going to be that change. So I can see here that in your neck, the RZ is not far enough in this place. I would say that it's more somewhere around there, as you can see here in your reference, right? So the neck angle and the head angle are going to be going together. And I feel like actually when I look at it, I feel like for most of it, it's not really enough, right? So here would be somewhere there. Sorry, I'm going to take off the sound of this. Up. But you can see, and then here, when this is going to happen, there's going to be some shift happening to get to this. How big is that? I think even there, it could still be further than this, right? Yeah, somewhere around there. Tack. So now that I changed this, I can see even my head angle seems to be a little bit off. Sorry, the head. Up. Up. One. Tack. And so here, now I went a bit too far. No. Cool. So yeah, I think you can definitely change a little bit of that angle in here. of all this. Let me select it here. I think it's going to be easier. And so after, let me check, how is your neck? Yeah, you can see how is your neck as well in your ref in there. It's more to that side. However, you cannot work only from camera angle. It needs to work on all angles normally when you do these. So you have to be a bit careful of how those look in 3D space. But here you can start to see like the small kind of arcs and around this. So let's talk about the RX too, because we haven't, and I think it's going to be important. And then after might have to, keep on going. So here, as you do that, I can see your nose kind of going slightly up. So your nose goes up. Which way is it? It's there. So I can definitely see a little bit of your head, here doing this kind of little arc of it going like up. And then here it goes down, I think, until here. So here is the down. And then I'm going to do a nice ease in with a nice little acceleration in there with something like this. I feel like the Z here is too big. Yeah, this here is too big. Oh, even maybe this is a bit too big. Oops. And you see, I don't necessarily use tangents or any of these. I just use my keys to kind of create the motion. Actually, okay, let's keep going. Tag. So RX, I was in here. So here, it's going down, 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 and even there. So here, I think it keeps on going down into something like this. But I like to have a nice arc in there and still growing a little bit. And I think even there, it's still pretty far down. So, and when you do like these kind of things, like in your mouse, like A or, these kind of accents, this is where I like to go up in general. It kind of helps in connecting kind of the movements of your dialogue by going like with the mouse opening, like in A, E, O, these kind of things. We can push a little bit of the RX going up in this case. So here it's definitely, you see, going up. I think the RZ is going too far that way. I didn't finish tweaking that. You can see how I grabbed the whole curve in there. Here I can see your head turning that way in RY a lot. So I think in there you're much further this way. And your RZ here as well is going to be much further like this. RY keeps on going like that. Your eyes might be a little too far, but this is where you're going to take this and use, your TX in here to kind of go slightly more where he was looking. But the angle here of the head is going to be important, and definitely as well in the RX. The RX in there I can feel it's going a lot more up and something like this in the angle of your head here and here. So once you're there, up, 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 you can check. I think from there you go to a stop and then you go to an up into there. So I'm going to delete this, delete that, and this one here is going to start to go, not only in RX, but in all of the curves in here, start to go to that a little bit. So like that, there is a slow down. It's a bit too slow down-ish. I still feel like here it stops a little bit too much. And for the head, I was saying here, it was keeping on going down. So I would keep on going down. So it's there to the down, and then it starts to go up. And all this I can see in the ref by looking slowly to these things, and how is the nose kind of evolving, in your shot. And there I can see the RZ is kind of going a tiny bit more, the RY too. So I went a little bit too much stop. Tech. And after, if I need, since I'm on twos fully, I go 1, 2. For example, I can put a key here I can tell it to go a little sooner as well, closer to these with a little ease in there, like you're there. You stay, you go even further in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this for now. I'm going to make it simple, and I'm going to go with the blend to infinity, which here is going to push the curves slightly further than where they were going. So in this case, it would create that. And then I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere there where I have other keys. And I can do the same by just putting a key on these 3 and keeping it, in there. So there is a bit of a plateau. And then I keep on going like what you do in your ref there. Oops. Does that make sense, Sophie, all this stuff?
Yes. It makes a lot of
After,
sense.
obviously, you would have to put back those keys in there, and then we have to do some movement in here. Like, for example, here there is still some growth, so maybe it could go a little bit like this. Maybe it could stop and then go again, so it's not like fully, but these kind of little stops and goes are important to make it feel more alive and less linear, less robotic. It's all those little ease in and ease out as well that kind of helps. So here, in terms of the RX, maybe it could actually come back down slightly. So there is one that actually has a bit of a recoil in there before it goes back up into this. And I think it goes to someplace somewhere there. Wow. But like this, the arcs of your head, the arcs of the nose and stuff, they have a lot more life and a lot more little things on them. Okay?
That's wonderful. And this is like all the things I was thinking about, like, oh, it's missing the intensity and all the tweaks, especially angles, like it's really getting there. So I'm really excited to polish this now.
But yeah, definitely, and for example, I can see angle here of the head, being like this and this. So here it is like the RX of your head that needs to be more up like this. You see, the nose is going to help in that angle. And then I can see the RY in here that actually is slightly more this way. And then the RZ that is slightly more here. So then what you need to do is going to be working on your aim and where it looks, because right now it's looking in the right spot in these moments, compared to where is your head. But that's what I was saying at the beginning, like your eyes is going to have to get some types of changes as you tweak these things on the head. Okay?
Wonderful.
Cool. Merci, Sophie.
Merci.
And I didn't check the curves of the body because everything comes from there. But I think by looking at the TX and stuff, the rotate X, sorry, it's a little flat.
Yeah.
In something like this, I would get a little more life into these. So it's true that I went over mainly the head, but in terms of your body, I feel like, it could, even in small things like these, you have small accents kind of helping and connecting with the dialogue and what he says on top. Okay.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophie.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And my next is gonna be David with another shot that I hope you guys will be able to see. Hello, how are you? Good?
Well, I hope you don't kill me for not using references.
Yes, I am. That's it's a big part of what I wanted to discuss about this. Okay, but let's take a look and then we discuss it. Okay, first we take a look for the audience to be able to see it.
Oh, for this one, we aren't getting audio, Alexi.
Okay, I'm going to reopen it in case it's weird, because it's maybe Keyframe Pro. Sometimes Keyframe Pro does some weird thing with audios and depending on from what I'm sharing it. Let's see. Now?
Now it's just a. No, I still don't hear it. I think one option is.
What about, let's see in Maya. Let's see in Maya. If it doesn't work in Maya, then that's okay. You hear the audio there?
No.
I didn't change anything.
Maybe try restarting the screen share.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Is it good now?
No.
No.
Okay.
All right, then.
Could you try screen sharing the way that you did at the very beginning, where it doubled your audio, and you could play through the shot a few times?
On my end, I didn't change anything since the beginning.
So another option is we could give people the sync sketch link so they can watch it themselves first, so they know the audio. Or maybe it's just very quiet on the screen share. Let me see if I can.
So it's quieter than Sophie's, but it's really loud in my mic. It's weird. This is so weird.
Okay. Let me look at window audio share tab or screen. Are you sharing?
Yeah, I'm sharing screen.
And do you click the tab on of also share system audio?
Yeah. Yeah, if I share just maybe, I mean, if I share just this, which one are you seeing? Wait, no, you're not seeing the right one. You're seeing Sophie's. Up.
Still not hearing it.
Okay.
That is odd.
All right, maybe I come back.
Yep. Try coming back. If that doesn't work, how would you like to proceed with the shot?
I will just review it without audio, but it's okay.
Okay.
But, I will come back. I don't know how I exit, but I will try. All right, see you soon.
Cool.
Well.
Hey, David, how are you doing?
So far so good, I think. Maybe not in a couple of minutes, but
You'll survive. It'll be okay.
I hope so.
All right.
Oh, now you hear it. But so we can also be doubled. So I think play through the shot a few times, so people can actually see it, and then screen share without the audio, just so people have learned the audio, and then you can review the shot.
Sometimes to love.
That works. And we don't. But no, we saw audio.
Stranger.
I think there is somebody, the host, who mutes the audio on your end. Vincent, I don't know who does that, but I see a
Sometimes to love someone.
David, could you try talking?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we're getting double audio from both me and David, so I think it's from your system. So I think the way you could do it is share your screen, and you can show it with the audio a few times first, so people at least know it. And then you can screen share without sharing the system audio, so you're acting double when you and David are talking to each other. Do you think that would work?
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay. All right.
Sometimes to love someone, you gotta be a stranger. Sometimes to love someone, you gotta be a stranger.
All right, so I'll share without audio now. All right. So, sorry. When I looked at your shot, and I
Yes.
select everything, I see a lot of curves that are moving. To me, the problem in something like this is the lack of posing. Like, to me, animation is not about movement necessarily. It's first and foremost about the posing aspect of your shot. If you think of a 2D shot, that person will spend a lot of time in that posing, that first posing of the scene. And you know that first posing of the scene is there. No matter where it is, your shot is a very, very simple pose. And to me, it's very important to spend a lot of time on that posing. And if you have a posing aspect, I think you're going to get still some of those remaining poses. Even if after you want to shift your keys and things like that, why not? But I feel like still having strong posing with a reference is key for success. And on the second thing I wanted to discuss is reference. Reference can be hard to do. Reference can be intimidating. Reference can be like a blank page sometimes, etc. But I feel it's a lot easier to get a good shot when you have a good reference than when you don't have it. So on one of the stream earlier, somebody asked, is it necessary to have a reference? No, it's not necessary. Actually, I think especially if you're on a very cartoony show, or you're like something like Cloudy or something like the Mitchells or something like this, and you want to go for broadness and movements and posing and timing and all the animation principles that you can think of, you do not need references. You need of IDs, you need of posing, you need drawings, whatever it is, but it doesn't need to be a reference of you acting it out. Now, for emotional scenes, acting deep scenes, I think it's key for success, because this is where you're going to get all your small little intentions, all the small little things that you want to grab. So even in Cloudy, if I have a shot of somebody saying these kind of things, I'm going to be using reference for sure. So it's also dependent on your shot and the types of acting and movement that goes in there. The real reason why people start using reference in animation is not to copy the movement, is to get characters that emote in a certain way where it doesn't feel the same cliche as you've seen over and over in all the animation things. So to avoid that, when we were on Dragon 1, for example, there was Jakob Jensen or Christophe Serrand. They would use a lot of references on their shots for that only purpose is to have a character that emotes a certain way and is very specific. If you want to be specific, if you want to have characters that emote a certain way, I feel like reference is key for success. So in a shot like this, I think, to me, it's almost impossible to do it without reference, especially in a naturalistic, realistic shot with this kind of character. Okay, so yes, I told you I was going to talk a little bit about it. I think it's very, very important for you, because it would make your life so much easier. As you've seen in Sophie's shots earlier, as you go with it and you have something tangible, then you can see some of the movement, and you're not going to have this kind of wavy feeling where it's all about trying to make it feel more organic, etc., etc. You're going to see that if the body, the head, etc., has the arcs, has the accents and all this, I feel like you're going to have not as much work to do on your face organicity, not as much work to do to try to make it feel animated. It's not going to be the same problems that you're going to have. It's going to be about more like, how can I make this feel a little less linear, a bit more arced, as the same as what I was showing in Sophie's, but not this kind of things where right now it's a little complicated. So in terms of the lip sync and these kind of things as well, let me see what you have in terms of the mouse. Yeah. So the way I approach lip sync in general is I go on twos in the same way as I go on twos on the body or I go on twos on the head. Do I need to go on twos on the body? Not really. I think body curves in general are a bit smoother than head curves or arm curves or hand curves. Actually, the smaller your part, I mean, your move, like the more your curve is going to be busy, right? So that's why facial stuff is like pretty small muscles so that they can twitch faster, like lids twitch super fast, like two frames for lid is something for sure. But lip sync and stuff, same thing, 2 frame is okay. Do I go on once sometimes? Yes, I will go on one in like 5% of my shot or 2% of my shots, or not even actually. I think people think like the way to get your shot to be sharp and this is to go on ones. I would say no, actually, I think it's not to go on ones. There's definitely parts where you need to go sharper, but first is like trying to control what you do, control your animation and how it moves. So on the lips, I tend to be on twos to have things that feels organic and not just poppy and very big, etc., etc. Let's just talk about the posing aspect of thing for this, okay? If you don't mind. So,
Of course.
to me, in a shot like this, I'm gonna select all and put a key on everything. Tac, well, just here, tac. So in a shot like this, I like to really think of my pose as something that works in 3D. To me, if my pose is like this, I'm going to take off the environment, right? If my pose is like this, it's never going to really feel natural. Yeah. I need to do something about that. And I'm going to go even further than this, is like, I actually, even the hands, I would like to do, to do something about it so it feels more like, so I have like a few poses like of hands that I did for him. I use it. Okay, I select my hand, and then with AnimBot, I mirror it on the other side. This is Studio Library. If you do poses, you can save them, but at least you don't have the kind of, even this. It takes me not a lot of time, but the first time that you do it, I think is going to be important. For the chest, I tend to animate the upper chest control in X and Z, but not in Y. I like to use this one in Y. Like that, I keep my axis, of this only to Y and this one to X and Z. It helps with gimbals. It helps with kind of making this one being above the other one. And also I like to use this one because this one allows me for more organic feeling in the spine and not as much these kind of things. When your spine moves too much on your character, it tends to be hard to focus on the face and on the head. So by using the top control here, it kind of allows you, to be a little bit more on the spot. And if you use this one, you're going to see how it feels like a chicken all of a sudden to get even a little bit of contraction. So I like to use this one in RX and RZ. And by the way, in RZ, this one, I use it very, very little bit. It's going to be always very small. I think there is not really what makes the spine. The spine to me is really the body kind of moving, and then the chest kind of countering in this way. A lot of like the spine is actually these two kind of things. Anyway, let's keep going. For the shoulders as well, to me the shoulders in humans in general, they have a bit of a slant, down. So I think it's a little bit better to have it kind of come down instead of having it, too far up. It kind of helps in making it feel a little more relaxed. For your arm, since your arms are in, they're in world space or global, here it says, when you turn your body, your arms, they don't turn with it, right? What I would say is, in a shot like this, if your character is going to be angled in there, you want for your main controller here, movement, to be actually angled in this way. So I wouldn't turn my body that way. I would actually turn that control so that my movement forward and back is only TZ, because right now you can see how my movement forward and back is this and this. So it doesn't really make sense in terms of like my curves. So I want to be sure that my curves of my body go in the same direction as forward and side to side. So for this, on this pose, what I would do is I would make this go in this way and this one go very straight. So like this, what you're going to get is the TZ only being the TZ, which is going to be important for you to have this kind of control on your curve and your animation. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool. So in this case, I'm just going to try to match it as much as I can in here. Sorry, you didn't put a key on this, so I'm going to do it. on up. You see, so I'm trying to match to be about the same on these, and these will be at 0. I think they will be okay. Up. Voila, and this 2 up. This 2 up. Tack. Voilà. But like this, my curve here goes this way, and it's only one curve, so it's going to be easier again to control. Tack. Especially when your shot is like this. Now, if he was moving forward in that direction, then that would be different. Then I would have done it the way that you have done it. But here is not the case. He will stay all the time in here. As well, linking your neck and your head together is important. Even if he looks to the side there and he is kind of lost in his thoughts, I think you're going to want to have your neck going with it. Let me check. Where are you? Okay, so you're more towards us. So is this, and even more neck still. Right now I'm going for what I see in the ref, tack, or general, tack. Same, so the arms in this case, I would relax them, trying to make them close to his body, going on the inside. Because even these small things like these, they make a big difference when you look at your character in your view and you're just trying to act something out, I would say. And maybe being turned slightly towards us. No, it's more this way, actually. Does that make sense, all this?
Yeah, totally.
You see, it's even the spine, everything is a lot simpler, but it makes a lot more sense. Okay. All right, let's go for the face, maybe. I need to get rid of this. Up. Up. I don't know if I keyed everything or not.
Oh, hey, Lexi, by the way,
yeah.
we can give you an extra. No. We can give you an extra 5 or 7 minutes. The next presentation is more casual Q&A, so they're cool with you taking a little more time.
All right, cool. Let's do it. All right, I want to just talk about face quickly and appeal and things. I think it's cool what you have in here. It's looking really nice. I just want to put a key on everything, and we're going to do just the same. Up. Up. Okay. Up. 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 So I resetted the face just to see where he is. I want to have it looked into this for oh wow, you didn't key everything at all. Sorry, I'm going to redo this. 1 second. Up. Okay, so key, I just key the same up, we're good. And this one I reset, maybe not that. Okay, perfect. Cool. So in a sadness, I like to definitely use these guys in and to push them up, okay, like you're doing right now. But I like to try to keep a little bit of straightness in the brows in here, to kind of get this kind of sharpness and drawing. I always call it drawing or posing aspect to try to make it feel a little bit more graphic and less straight overall. After, if I want to put it down like you, I would just go like this. You see what I mean? So, but it just gives a bit of structure to them. For your eyes, in this case, I would, not necessarily having too much white above. I feel like by getting too much white above, it kind of making it fearful. And usually when my eyes are looking down, I like to push a little bit of the corners down with it so that they kind of react with it. Some people, they like to use the overall eye like this as well, to do that. That could work too. One or the other is, but it's cool to connect, a little bit of these in the look of the eyes, like that. They feel like they go a little bit more with it. Like in the sadness aspect of things, I like to have, the eye that represents a bit of the same shape as your brows, kind of going in the same direction like this, so it kind of has the same flow. And the same with the ring. That means that my ring up there, I like to have a little bit of that same flow than the brow,
Okay.
this and this. So like that, they all are, kind of going in this kind of same aspect. You see what I mean? For the
Makes sense.
specs, your specs, they feel a tiny bit too high in there. So me, when I look so low, I like to go a tiny bit higher with them. Like that, you get rid of that feeling of fear, and it's more about sadness and kind of keeping the look sharp, in some way. I here in the iFollow, I think it's better to keep it to 97 or something like that. So when you have movements, but I also readjust them quite a bit. And I think in the in the new version of the rig, you have individual controls as well, where like that you can make them move and jitter a little bit, which is cool. With these guys, it kind of making feel nice. For sadness in the mouse is definitely these two here that you're going to push down in the corners, going like this. This definitely brings sadness. When I push the corners down, usually I like to have a little bit of the nose as well that goes with it. So you see your nose up is something that I don't necessarily tend to do too much in sadness. And let's see, you have your mouse open, so for like kind of a shape, but you see the sneering aspect in there is not a necessity, especially in this kind of sadness kind of shot. So well, even in terms of like pushing things, etc., I understand the purpose of things, but I like to still have the eyes that are showing. For the mouse, if you want to bring a little bit of these, you can definitely add these kind of thing that you did in your mouse in here to bring a little bit of that sneer if you want, and a little bit in there with the flare. Again, that is something that I like to use in these controls. I don't know what he says. If it's a ooh, then I would use the zip in here. I don't know what you used in here, but yeah, I would use the zip to kind of bring that feeling of the ooh going on in there. And I don't necessarily like to use too much of the roll. It's cool to use a bit, but it's like with parsimony in general. Okay. Do you have a question on this, David?
No, it's mind blowing, but I really appreciate the feedback overall.
Cool. Me, posing, reference. I think what you're going for and the types of shot you're going for, posing and reference is key in there. I always kind of show. Some kind of shots. Wait, let me see if I can find them quickly. Just to show the process. And those are Laura Ruiz shot, and I like the just to show a little bit about the workflow. So you have the posing with the ref, then the blocking with the ref, then the blocking on twos, and then the spline without the ref, and then the polish. So let me show you this in terms of workflow. You have, so there is no audio, but it doesn't matter. You have your ref and your main key poses that reflects the intentions that you see in your reference. So here, this is a very important part, spending a lot of time on the hands, on the face, on all of these details here, so that they're already pretty appealing and already in this kind of intentions that you want to go for in your ref. And then from there, the next thing is about the secondary action. The secondary action is the movement that is created within your poses, the human language, the body language, the movement that it creates that says a certain thing in the intentions, like a nod of the head is a yes, a no is a no. But it's these kind of things like a hand gesture, a shrug, or something like that. That's the secondary action that you want to represent with the least amount of poses. So here you can be on 4, 6, 2, 3, wherever you need a pose to kind of show that action. Voilà. So like only the main key poses. And then from there, this is where I like to go on choose. The reason we go on choose with the ref is to extract all of the little things of the reference, all of the little things that you have in your ref that can help you in making those secondary actions clearer. And then from there, when you go to spline, usually you have things that might feel a little linear. Actually, here in Laura, it was not the case. And then it's in the polish, it's about connections, arcs, and all these kind of things that we discussed today. But the most important part, I would say, is this kind of blocking thing.
Okay.
Voilà. Cool. Thank you. And good luck with all this. And keep going, David.
Thank you too, Alexis.
Thank you.
That was intense.
Yeah. Well, I think it was good. Apart from the technical problems that they always happened, it was good to.
We're just getting to experience what some of the participants are experiencing right now when their myosine crashes and they lose all their progress, then something messes up. Like we're having our own version of that. Like we got to match the energy. Actually, at the beginning ceremony, right as we had to announce the keywords, my internet cut out for like 10 or 15 minutes, and I was like, "Great start, perfect." But thank you very much, Alexi, for your time and your involvement here and in other places in the community and Agora community. It's been awesome. You're awesome. The feedback was awesome.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure. I love giving those feedback. It's my daily work, actually. Even at work, that's what I do at Fortiche. I give feedback on shots. Not this way, obviously, because those guys there. But yeah, it's the voilà. So it's my daily life. So, but thank you guys for having me. It was a pleasure. And voilà.
Thank you, Alexi.
We have no questions. Now we're good. Perfect.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Bye, guys. See you. Thank you, guys.
Bye,
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay, so let's see. What hour are we at now? It's now 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so we've got 20 hours left. I'm pretty sure. In the 24-hour Ultimate Anim Challenge. So hopefully everybody's doing well. You're all going strong, because up next we have another killer conversation, which is going to be with Alejandro Alvarez, who is an animation supervisor at Agora Studio and a co-founder of Caranimus Rex, and Michael Mikarowicz, who is an animation supervisor at Skydance Studio and a co-founder of Animation Collaborative and ProRigs. So Alejandro now will be taking over as host, and I will fade into the background and get some lunch, maybe go for a walk. And you and Michael have a pretty fun conversation set up. So
thank you.
Have a good stream, guys.
Yeah, thank you. First things first, do you hear me okay? Are you able to hear me okay? It's good quality.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure we check that out first before I go forward. How you doing? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Been very, very busy.
Yeah, I gather that. Your background has changed a little bit. I feel like you have more stuff in the background there.
I know, it's full of stuff. It's an 80s nostalgia, like, what would you call it? Anyways, yeah, it's just filled with all that. All my stuff I grew up with.
If I remember correctly, you used to have a couple of posters and it's migrated into this huge. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of cool, fun things I need to put somewhere. So it used to be my daughter's play shed, and now it's my man cave. So
amazing. Well, thanks so much for joining us. This is actually the first stream I'll do in this fashion using this tech. So if anything happens, I apologize in advance. It's really good to see you, Mike, and it's good luck to everyone here who is doing the Anim Challenge. If I heard correctly, you guys are only 4 hours in, so you're probably still hopeful. You have a lot of energy. So Good luck, and thanks so much for to Agora community for putting this together, because this is a really great opportunity to get to know and talk to the up and coming animators of the future. So that's really fun. Mike, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to introduce ourselves maybe real quick?
Yeah, and then I mean, I can see. I just want to check too. Is like, can people write us on the side? If is that the chat on the side there? I just don't think I've been on Discord before, to be honest, everybody. So, like I do. There's too much stuff now. There's like, there's Slack, there's Teams, there's Discord, there's this. I'm like, dude, I don't know. So
I wish I was a little better than you at this, but I think we're both gonna be a little bit.
That everybody's like, if they want to write something, they can just write it on the side. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, great. Yeah, I guess we could just do a quick intro then. You go for it. Start.
Sure. I'll just introduce myself to whoever doesn't know who I am. I've done a couple of Agora, what's it called, podcasts so far, so you might already have seen my face. But I'm Alejandra Alvarez. I've been in animation for not very long. I think it's been about 8 to 9 years, something like that at this point. I have done a little bit of previs as well, which was really fun back in the day. I actually have taken Michael's class before, so we have a little bit of a history there. A couple of his classes, I took an acting for animation class before, which was fairly recently. It was during 2020 when we could only see each other through video. And then there was another one I took a while back, which was one of your master classes when I was first starting out. And it really, really inspired me, honestly. I think it was around the time where I was still not decided if I was going to do full-on animation. I was still like considering other fields within the animation industry, like whether it was lighting or other forms of storytelling. It was always going to be animation as a industry, but I wasn't sure exactly what I was going to specialize in. I think your master class, I don't want to say it was the thing that decided it, but it was definitely a contributor to it, because I don't know, I just really loved the way you talked about it. I really loved your workflow. It seemed, I was struggling up until that point. I still struggled afterwards, but it seemed like, okay, this is how it can work, and you don't have to be an incredible, you don't have to draw like, a god to make it happen. And all that stuff was like super encouraging for me. So that's more about you than me, but somehow that intro turned into that.
Well, I'm just glad I could. I mean, it's always nice to hear if you do something and someone, it inspires them or moves them or even just gets them to think. That's great. Because I'd rather have that than somebody go like, I don't remember anything you said. Or better yet, I don't want to remember anything you said. So that would be, I'm glad then, at least I could make a small dent in thought process, which is great.
Yeah, for sure. Things have evolved quickly since then. I've been supervising for Agora for a while. I have done a couple of these community things.
You switch in terms of supervising. Are there multiple like how long are the stints? Are you doing multiple ones? Like how does that work?
Okay, yeah. So actually, I'm about to wrap up one in a week. Okay. So the most recent one has been ideation for Epic Games.
Okay.
So basically, we actually don't go into animation much. We're pitching ideas, and we pitch and we get prompts from them. Depending on what IP they want to do, because they're constantly churning out different things for different IPs. So
you work with an existing IP and pitch a thing you could do with it.
Basically? Yeah,
like you could do this, you could do that.
Imagine they go like, "Hey, our next season is gonna involve, I don't know, SpongeBob." I made that up, guys. It's not true, but And then you go, "Okay, how can we?" What use cases can the IP of SpongeBob have in the game, and what kind of things can we have that are relevant to the IP that people would have fun doing, but that are also relevant to the game, so that it can all work together. Yeah. Okay. That was the latest one. Before that, it was for Meta, so we're doing those little like avatar emotes that are everywhere on Facebook that only grandmas use. My grandma uses it a lot.
It does not sound as exciting.
No.
No.
But yeah, those have been the two so far.
I always found it funny when they make avatars of yourself.
Yes.
I found that weird because I'm like, nobody, why would you want to be you in the world of like online? If you could be anything, you are already you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's a good point.
you know, like you can just be like an ogre or like or dragon or some shit, something awesome. But it's just funny. I'm like, do people want to be themselves? Like, so.
Someone asks, does that make me a grandma, Ali? I guess it does, man. I guess it does. I guess it does. I always made that. I actually made that joke even to the meta team. I'm like, look, guys, let's face it. Like, only our grandparents are using this.
They're like in denial. They're like, no.
Yeah.
Worst thing ever. What are you talking about?
No, it was a great team. I really enjoyed working with them. But it was funny. Anyway, yeah, those are the 2 stints I've done with Agora. But I most recently actually opened my own studio, so we're working on creating a game right now.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know if you know Richard Lico. Probably not, because he's mostly been on the games side of things for forever. But he's been doing this for a very long time, and he reached out to me. He wanted to partner, so we did. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. We're looking for funding right now. It's a whole thing. It's a whole can of worms we don't have to get into, but that's me in a nutshell.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. I know it's a tough time right now for all of that. It's a lot of people looking for funding for things, of course. So
yeah,
wish you the best. It's not easy out there.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, take over.
Oh, okay. Okay. For those of you who don't know who I am and my background, so I'm an animator. I supervise and stuff too, but I've been an animator a big portion of my career. I've been doing this for like 25 years now. My history is basically Pixar. I was there for just about 20 years, and then I left Pixar to go just do other things. I went to Spire, which was an up-and-coming startup to do feature films in the Unreal Engine, and I thought that was a really cool, just new thing just to try to do. That company went under, and when that company went under, I jumped over to a small project in Florida, which was really fun, to help a friend out there. So I worked on that. It was like a small feature film, which I think also went under. I left before it went under, but eventually I was biding my time because I was supposed to go on to Raygun with Brad Bird. That's his new project at Skydance, but they didn't need me at the moment, so I was just trying to bide my time until they were like, okay, come on over. And eventually, of course, that happened. They were like, okay, we're ready for animation. So I jumped over to Skydance, and currently am supervising Raygun for Brad. And we're doing most of it in Montreal. Actually, it's done by Cinesite as a partner with Skydance. So I'm kind of traveling to Montreal. I stay there for 2 weeks, and then I come back home for 3, and I go for 2, and I come back home for 3, and stuff like that.
Oh man, I love Montreal so much.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's nice.
I'm gonna rate you a couple places to eat because
okay, I know they're fantastic.
They have amazing food. Fantastic.
So my background is a lot of. I mean, I've been animating a ton. I supervise a fair number as well. I do have side businesses. The Animation Collaborative is more. I got into the education field because I enjoyed it, and it helped me really stay motivated. Because after a while, everybody knows. It becomes a job, even though you're like, but you work at Pixar, it's like candy corn and amazement and stuff. And you're like, yes, it's true. But there's also something about it that does eventually become this like job thing. And so teaching helped me understand how to become a better animator, but it also helped me sort of like draw the life force of the youth. I don't know how better to put that. I'm like, fuck, man, just remind me that this shit's cool. And then they'd be like, this shit's cool. I'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right. So that was helpful for me to keep going in terms of energy. So I've been dabbling around doing different things, and I love it. It's a ton of fun. I'm glad the Agora community is so strong. I think the community in general has to stick together, especially in times when it's pretty rough out there right now. So so I'm glad we're doing this. That's why I'm happy to at least jump on. I didn't have anything fancy planned. That's why I was like, I don't have much time because I'm literally in crunch, I guess, right now. Like I'm working pretty hard days animating and adjusting things. I'm working today. I worked yesterday. It was a day off, but I still work. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I mean, we all know crunching is not fun, and it's hard to pencil in stuff in the middle of it when you're in crunch mode. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
no, it's a good break. Get away from this for a moment. So yeah.
Someone asks, is behind what's behind you your costume? Like, do you wear that? Are you able to wear that out?
You can wear it. Yeah, it's wearable. I look terrible in it. Because it's a replica of the '89 Keaton suit, which is my favorite Batman and bat suit. But those things are made for people. You know, you guys like wearing these things. They have to be custom to you. You know what I mean? Like you can't get one and put it on. You look terrible in it. So if everybody ever has one of these, you start to realize how much custom it needs to be to your body, your face, all that for it to look decent at all. So
and then you gain a couple pounds and then it's gone.
yeah. But it's the full replica, and this is the Man of Steel suit that I'm finishing now. So I have to finish putting that stuff on. But that one's Man of Steel.
Cool. So you're making it yourself?
And that's a proton pack from Ghostbusters. So
very cool.
Yeah. So I don't make the suits. I don't make myself. The suits I get from other artists who make them because I'm a big. One of my hobbies is to make props, and so I'm part of a big prop forum thing. So it's called Replica Prop Forum, and it's awesome. It's a bunch of people who love making stuff, and we all just like this. The animation community. It's a cool community of people sharing how to make cool stuff, and I like it because it's tactile, and I love movies, so I love making just stuff from the movies. Like these are pieces of art to me, you know. I love it.
Cool. I wanted to ask you something that stood out to me that I just thought about actually. When you say that the times are tough now, I know we all say that and we all come from different perspectives and mean different things. What does that mean actually to you, that times are tough now in animation?
It means that a fair number of people that I know are either looking for a job or it's just more so than I've ever heard before. So you know, where they're like, hey, I'm just looking for a gig. I'm looking for something, or they just closed down, or they just laid off. And I just hear that way more often than I ever had before. And I can see it in the news and stuff too. So that's why I'm like, oh man, it is pretty slim out there. Everybody's sort of reducing themselves to just these, you know, couple of projects or whatever it is, you know. And so I think that everybody's scared of how much things cost and will they make their money back? And I don't know. So I think it's just been more than I've ever seen it before. I guess that's why I think times are tough. Yeah. I mean, even while I was at Cinesite, I saw the news of Micros closing, right? I think it was Micros.
Yeah.
I don't know if somebody bought them. I don't recall.
Yes, Rodeo Effects bought them.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but I saw an article about it. I think they did.
Yeah, everybody knows. You can put it in the chat. But I think I guess that's good that they got bought up, but it's like it kind of sucks to see. I think the visual effects industry has kind of been hit more than the animation industry in a way. So yeah, it's just tough.
Whew. Yeah, I hope it's one of those waves and it just kind of goes back up. Yeah.
I think it will. I think the good thing I see is animation is one of the few things, not few, but it definitely makes money. Like you know, fully animated movies, they generally make money. They do their, like, people still go see them, and I think they do better almost than live action films in a way. So
have you seen anybody using AI for it in the, like, professionally?
Not professionally, no. At Skydance, they're actually also very anti-AI. We're not allowed anything near our machines to have AI on them. So they're like, don't you dare, you know. So, like, because they don't even want people to mess with it, just in case it like leaks into the system, kind of thing.
Right.
Because I think it could just cause havoc. Like if somebody accidentally, or maybe not even accidentally, just worked with some AI, but then did their own stuff on top. Technically, it could not be copyrighted at that point, and it just become a real hassle, I think. So they're just like, dude, stay away from all that stuff. So I've never experienced anything professionally working with AI. I only just dabble in it, like on the side myself, but I've never seen it in my workforce or anything.
Okay, interesting.
Did you? Do you see it when you're on some of the shorts you're doing, or?
I guess AI is such a large word, right? Because it encompasses so many different tools that we could potentially use. So yes, when it comes to like text writing or like research, it's really helpful because it can source different things really quickly for you. So it's a time saver there. There's a lot of different things you can do that are helpful. I have never seen it used like professionally, but I am seeing increasing posts of like samples that you never know if they're actually all done AI or if it's tampered with afterwards, or if they're legit or not. I have no idea. That's why I like to ask.
I definitely see a lot of the posts in AI. I can see that you can just feel the AI in it, you know?
Yeah,
And I technically, I don't care because it's nothing that I'm like, they're not trying to necessarily sell anything or push anything. It's more just, people are messing around, and it's like, all right, whatever. But yeah, I agree with you with the tech stuff. Like I use AI heavily on not in an artistic way, but in a management. So
yeah, same. And for me, I'm opening a company right now, so like anything that I can use that can help me.
I'm still pissed. Fucking Siri, man, on iPhone. I'm still pissed because all I've ever wanted is Jarvis. I was like, just fucking give me Jarvis, please. If you guys don't know, I have 2 companies, a full-time job, a family, and then I do hobbies. So I'm pretty damn busy, which means I really have to manage my time. And that means I need like a really strong, assistant or something to help me. And I wish AI could kind of be better that way. And I still crack up that Siri on iPhone is so, like, for example, I needed to make an appointment reminder on Tuesday. And I said, hey, Siri, could you please put a reminder or an alarm for Tuesday at 10 a.m. or something like that. And it's like, I can't do it more than one day ahead. And I'm like, you're stupid. Like that was its reason. It's like, I can't do it more than one day ahead. So I really wish I had something that I could like talk to a lot that could help me organize myself. That's where I think AI is really beneficial in a way, because it can help me write things or organize. That's where I just see it. Really, I can do damage, which allows me more time to do art, to be honest. So.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Someone asks, so why should I study animation now? I'm guessing it's in the context of AI that we're talking about.
Yeah, well, that's like saying like, why should I be a painter if the what is it if the camera came out? You're like, why should I be a painter? You can just take a fucking picture. You're like, you should be a painter because paint is another art form in order to like touch somebody and connect with someone. And there's all types of painting as well, and types of forms of painting, as well as photography. So it's just AI. I don't see it just all of a sudden taking over stuff. It needs human touch. And don't get me wrong, you could do stuff with AI. It just will feel very soulless for the most part. And I think people will recognize that, and then they'll recognize the stuff that is made by hand and thought of by real artists that are behind every moment. I mean, it's funny. I was looking at, as I'm supervising the show and I'm looking at a bunch of work, and I'm like, I'm so picky on every frame and every. That's why I was wondering, like, why am I so? I respect time a lot, and if you're with me, it's always like I like to be on time to places. I like to leave on time. So it's always like, why are you so obsessed with time? I'm like, I think it's because I'm an animator, and I obsess with 2 frames or 1 frame. If I'm obsessed with 1/24th of a second, then I'm going to be pretty obsessed with time in general. But it's funny, like you obsess with that little finger on that 1/24th of a second, and that spacing on that 1/24th of a second, and that's a human person doing those adjustments. So AI feels like it's more just like a big broad stroke of something, but it's not this finesse of soul that comes into the work.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Something that I would like to address, since everyone is crunching on their own way because they're doing this this challenge. Have you ever done anything like this before, by the way, Mike? Like, did you ever do like a 24-hour challenge or anything like that?
I would have, in when I was, maybe if I was in school and all that, I would totally do one of these. I love these challenges. I think they're great. I would like to do my own challenge at like I mentioned, I think before, at like a conference. If I'm at a conference, I like to animate live. So I think having a challenge where they're like, you have 1 hour, go. And then we can just see what we can produce in an hour. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And I wanted to do it like a cooking show, like where they have like the cameras around you, and they're like, so what do you do now? And then you can tell them like, oh, and this is my splines, this is what I'm doing here. And hopefully there's multiple contestants and they're all like attacking the same line in different ways, I guess.
What the heck? This sounds like a really fun show. It's almost like Is It Cake, but animation version. And only a few people would know what Is It Cake is. So I'm taking a risk by making that joke. Do you know what Is It Cake is?
I actually do know that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't watch it like that, but I know of it.
Okay.
I barely have time to watch anything these days, but I know that one.
That's so funny. It's so funny that I did not expect that. But anyway, that would be fun. There would be some drama there too, definitely. I think that would be a fun show.
I think so.
We should pitch that.
I just found it's hard to find somebody who would want to do that. If you were like, you don't know what the line is, you have 1 hour. There's not too many people that are up for the challenge. I think of like, I'll animate, because it has to be live. I think that's the fun part.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I think there's another question. I have a question. Oh, that's a message for the question. Sorry. I saw a queue and I was like, oh, it's a message for people who are writing questions. More people wrote about AI. Someone says AI is a tool like a hammer. Anybody can use a hammer, and you can use a hammer to make an entire wardrobe, but it makes a skilled craftsman to use that tool properly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It's so true. It's a very broad stroke thing, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So I have another question for you. Okay. As a co-founder of the Animation Collaborative, what do you think is the most misunderstood about teaching animation, if anything?
Misunderstood about teaching animation.
Like, do you see anything that is there any particular way that your school does things differently from others that you think stands out?
Maybe not my school, because we have multiple teachers that come from different backgrounds, and we all have personal workflows. So I couldn't speak for anybody's workflow. Mm-hmm. But I think, if I was to take somebody from the ground up again, like completely starting from scratch, there would be, I think I would tackle it slightly differently. I think we move too quickly onto, I think the subject matter comes in too fast, and we don't do our groundwork well enough. And this is me working at different places now and seeing how other artists are working. And I think what I'm finding is that I've always thought that if you can honestly do the bouncing ball like really well, and not just the bouncing ball, but multiple versions of it. Mm-hmm. The way I see animation, and this could only work for someone who's layered like myself. It doesn't necessarily apply to pose to pose, but I felt that if you can master that timing and spacing, and you can see things in a simpler form, you can do serious damage in a good way later. Mm-hmm. And I think, because I see a lot of like timing and spacing issues, and that unfortunately infects the scene heavily. And so while you can pose a character really nicely, it gets infected. Unfortunately, it gets like a disease almost by bad spacing and timing, which to me is one of the most pinnacle things that should never go wrong, So I guess I would reapproach it a bit more to make sure that simpler subjects are done very crucially with timing and spacing really being involved. And then I would move on to the more static things like posing, and then try to incorporate the two together all of a sudden. So, and I think too many animators have to do all of it all at once. And so when you do that, something gets left by the wayside. You know what I mean? So, and then you start getting further into your career, you start cementing yourself. And then the stuff that gets by the wayside, it gets harder to get put back in because you've already started to create a workflow. I don't know if that makes any sense, but basically I think I'd approach it that way. Like, my daughter wants to be an animator. She's 7. She's like,
oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
Things, but she sees me work and she wants to be an animator. And I go, okay, I'll teach you animation. And all we've been doing is timing and spacing. That's all I care for her to know. And I just need to go, what's an ease out? And she needs to know that it's from a pose, and then it slowly, and then it accelerates. And I just have to, just do that, and then an ease in, and then an overshoot, and then steady, just to keep the line steady. Because if she can do ease in, ease out actions and overshoots and follow throughs, if she understands that concept, she's got a huge win I think in her brain about what animation is. Mm-hmm. And we do that just by playing around with something physical like a ball. She draws it out and stuff, and then we just take it really slow. And then I'll teach her the next comps, like squash and stretch. I'll teach her that stuff and all
Mhm.
later. But it's funny how the first one I was like, it's timing and spacing. If you don't understand how to slow something in or not to slow something in, the language you're trying to tell the audience, it just doesn't exist to me,
Yeah. Yeah. I think I can relate to that. I think I felt really overwhelmed, especially in the first year or so. I was like trying to apply all at the same time. Worrying about the pose quality versus the timing and spacing, and all at the same time just kind of is tough to manage.
I use this as an example. I think it's Cameron Miyazaki's piece, but he has these two bouncing balls that talk to each other and have feelings, and they go through this little moment together. And I think that's what moved me most. And I was like, wow, the fact that he just took two bouncing balls that are just gray, and he was able to give them both personalities. And I understand the story they're telling and how they're talking to each other through just two bouncing balls. Like, I was like, that's amazing that he understood how to time everything just right in order for me to feel everything. And I thought that's a big slice of animation that sort of gets either overlooked in the beginning, and it's like, oh, you'll figure it out. But I'm like, no. Like, really, before you move on, you should have that down.
If you were starting now, like, would you change anything? Like, if you were at year 2 of your career now, at the way that things are going, would you change your approach at all?
My approach to school or to work?
To school or to work. I mean, I know you ended up going to Pixar really early on in your career, and then you sort of stayed there for 2 decades or more, I think.
Yeah.
About 2. So I don't know that you necessarily chose it. It might have picked you. But is that something that you would do all over again, or would you bounce around a little more?
Like, would I just stay at Pixar the whole time and stuff? Yeah, I would. And the reason was I was at Pixar during the golden years, and those years were very formidable and good and interesting and fun and all of these things. And they were I'd have to say the biggest thing that I would say it happened is Pixar was making movies when basically you shouldn't be making those kind of movies, which was interesting. So to work for a company that took such severe risks was extremely rewarding. And at that time, there really wasn't anybody else doing that kind of stuff. So Disney was sort of trying to find itself. It was lost and didn't know what it was anymore. And Pixar was sort of came up and was making these movies, and everyone was a hit, which put a lot of pressure on the studio to continue to do this. Like, can this still happen? And that's what I liked about it. There was so much pressure that most studios would have caved and done stuff that's safer. But instead, they kept doing things that were simply like, really, you shouldn't be making this movie. It doesn't make sense for you to make this. They would make it. So I wouldn't change that for the world. I think that really helped me become a better filmmaker, to see all of that happening. And I think just I was really lucky to be part of that time, I guess. So.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. I don't think. Do you think they're? Well, we don't have to go there, but that's next. Someone else had a question, and I don't want to ignore anybody, but I think the chat has gotten a little but it's back in the AI conversation. I don't know if we want to go back there, but we'll answer this question just so he gets his answer. Will a business model that refuses any use of AI appeal to a potential population who favor human work? Could they realistically outperform companies who do use AI? It depends on. I think it depends on what you consider outperform. Because yes, definitely, if it's quality, for sure. There's gonna be a tactile feel there that it's human. I don't know that we could outperform them for speed. So
yeah,
I guess it depends.
I totally agree. It's like quantity, no, we could not perform quantity. Quality, yes, we could outperform quality. And at the end of the day, you just have to be like, what do people really want to watch? They know when they're watching crap, unless you're young and you don't, because you don't understand what something of like what something good is, because you're just like, I consume everything, you know.
Yeah.
I know, because my daughter watches some serious garbage, you know. This stuff is terrible. How the hell do you even recognize?
Okay, not to badmouth anybody, but what's the worst that she watches? Oh, come on.
There's some serious bad kids stuff out there, you know, where you're like, oh, that is awful. But she doesn't know that, you know. She hasn't lived long enough to understand the differences in what is maybe quality work. And so, yeah, I don't believe we could ever outperform in quantity, but why would you want to compete with somebody who just maybe produces stuff that's not that great, you know? So I think people know when they see good stuff, and they'll wait around for good stuff, you know? So.
Oh, someone did some magic and had the question pop up on the screen. Did you see that? Am I missing? Was I supposed to be doing that this whole time? It's very possible. I'm sorry.
I did see that. That was great.
I don't know how to do that. There's the next question, though. Can you be a good animator without knowing how to draw? This is a classic one. I'll let you take this, Mike.
You absolutely can. I'm not saying I'm a good animator, but I can animate, and I don't know how to draw. Yeah, I can't draw worth a lick. But I know. It's funny because I work with Doug Frankel, he's my partner on Ray Gun with me. He's also from Pixar, but he's also from Disney. He's worked on, he worked on classic films like Lion King and, you know, just like back in the day, old school Disney films. And then he did all of the Pixar ones. He's been more than, I think, probably about 35, 40 years in the industry. And it's so wonderful to work with him. And he's such a good artist, like 2D artist. And what I love is when we do our rounds, our dailies, Doug draws these beautiful drawings and Tony Fucilli does these beautiful drawings. And then they look at mine and it's like a 4-year-old drew them. And they call them hieroglyphics because I just do like arrows and pluses and things. But the other thing I do is I just draw your curves. I go, your curve should look like this. So I can draw a graph editor curve. And those guys can't. So they just draw the pose, I draw the curves, and we make a really good balance, I think, between that graphic side of things and the motion 3D side of things. So no, you don't need to be a good artist in terms of drawing to be a good animator, but will you be a better animator if you were a good artist? Yes. The answer is you would always be a better animator if you knew how to draw.
So how come you never learned?
Because I'm surrounded by absolute monsters when it comes to drawing. You guys, like, there's no point in me learning because I'm like, you're a genius, you're a genius, you're a genius. like, am I gonna try to compete? No. And they're right there to help me at all times. So I said, you know what? I think then I'm gonna reallocate my focus in this part of 3D because other people didn't have that as much. So it was about working as a team. And I just was like, why should I draw when I have access to some of the best artists in the world? Like, that's okay. I'll focus on other things to be better at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone says we can't all be James Baxter.
Exactly.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, everybody, let me remind you to please save your scenes. Do not let a crash take the last few hours.
Is the Gore challenge, the 24-hour challenge, there's like a there's a theme, right? It's like everybody's doing the same theme, or what is it like? Is there?
I'm actually not entirely sure. Can someone answer? What is the theme? Whoa! Someone put a little note on there. That's cool. If anyone knows the answer, please let us know. We'll move on to another question in the meantime. So, what do you wish that the next generation of animators holds on to? I think this is an interesting one. I'd like to know your take. Because not to say that you're going to retire soon or anything, obviously, but I guess you are considered now like
old,
older generation.
I prefer the word vintage.
Okay, you're now vintage.
I'm a vintage brand. That's fine.
You can officially upcharge people.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, when you look at the younger generations, what do you wish they hold on to? And what do you wish they leave behind too? Like, is there anything that you wish that they don't repeat themselves?
I don't think there's anything. I think every generation almost hits the same problems. There's nothing to, in a way, that's different to hold on to or to let go of. I think all we could ever do is respect the history of what we've done and try to always push it somehow in the future with something that's new, you know. We never want to do something for the sake of just doing it, right? We always want to, I think, push animation in a way that hopefully this hasn't been seen before or done before. So I think every generation has that. They're like, okay, this last generation did all this cool work, and hopefully they respect that work, but they can just see how they can build upon it and make it also their own differently now that they're doing films. Because film language will change. You know, just look at how films are edited these days versus, like, look at an 80s film versus a 90s versus a 2000s versus a, you know, 2020s film. Like, you've got old school directors that still have their old school style, but you have all these new directors coming in making things. And basically, I think art is art. It's always circular. It's always the same sort of reincarnation of something. But all I could ever hope for is whoever's making the art is that they're coming from understanding the history of where that thing came from, respecting it, but also not feeling chained to it. Like going like, I get you, but this is sort of my take on it now. Because that's, I think, all the world wants to see is new versions of stuff and a new perspective of something. But yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing over and over again. I think that's what we did. I think that's what I'm sure you do. You were, I'm sure, inspired by lots of cool things, and now you made it your own. I'm the same way. I see animation in a way that, like, I want to push it to what I enjoy and what I like that I haven't necessarily seen, or if I have seen it, I haven't seen it enough. So then I go, okay, this is more like my style, my approach. This is what I like. This is what I enjoy. But it's also subjective, right? Because it's just art. Like, some people like that, some people don't. It's not right or wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, we got an answer for the theme. It's time, switch, and chaos.
Time, switch, and chaos. Interesting. Okay.
You want to join them?
Oh, but do you have is there a frame count? Do you guys have a frame count? Like, you have to be under X amount, or it doesn't matter? Or is there like a...
If I were to guess, it's 10 seconds, but I don't know the details. If anyone can send us the details, that'd be fun. Yeah, so... Yeah. I guess they just give them under 30 minutes.
Well, I don't think that'll be a problem. Unless you just do a bouncing ball. And that's it.
You just loop it forever.
Yeah.
So there are people doing it solo as well. It's 7 to 10 seconds for solo people and max 30 minutes for groups. Oh, I guess there's teams with multiple people working on it. But even then, I mean, I don't think you're going to turn out 30 minutes.
No, but like I think like now I'm excited, and being on Raygun, it's one of the most fun projects I've ever been on. And one of the reasons I enjoy it is because I think it will be finally something different for the animation community. And it's just nice to be part of a project that you feel that, you know, you're like, hey, everybody I think will appreciate this movie. Even if it's not their style, they'll appreciate that we're making something different. And so I think that's all we kind of want to see as we move forward. I was really impressed with Flow when that movie came out, and really liked that they took a chance with no dialogue. And I loved it. I really, really loved that film. And it's one of those films I was like, oh, I wish I worked on it. You know, like.
I actually watched it because of your recommendation. I think you posted about it.
Oh yeah.
Like giving it props. I was like, oh man, if he sat through a whole animated film, maybe I should be looking at it too.
I don't know why. Well, thankfully, because there's just no dialogue. I was like, oh, thank God. and my daughter, you know, I really appreciated that sitting with her, she was scared and amazed, and she felt all the feels that was needed to be felt and I'm glad that they were able to make a movie that's like that, you know. So.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
I have a few other questions. Let's see. Well, first of all, how are you liking the team at Cinesight? How are they doing?
I love them. They're awesome. They're like, I was just talking to them yesterday, and they remind me of old school Pixar, like the golden age, you know, that I was just talking about, that I experienced. I kind of have like a second experiencing of it now with the Cinesight team, because they just have so much heart and love for the project. They really appreciate us coming in and putting this project in. But there's a lot of veterans from different studios that are coming in here, and we have a pretty high standard, of course, of what we expect the film to be, and they're very accepting of all of it. You know, they're like, and we have to change their workflows and their approach on some stuff, and some things are successful, some things are not, but it's been a blast, and I think they're just loving that it's also different. You know what I mean? They're like, this is so different than anything we've done before, and we've been asked to just push as much as we can push. And so I think everybody's excited to finally, I think every artist has that feeling, like they feel like you're surfing this giant wave. You don't know if you're going to make it or not. You know, you're like, you might just crash and burn, man. You know, for right now, we're like, let's surf this shit, you know, and it's like, this is so.
Sorry, I just picture you one of those dudes that likes to like walk on the edge of things just for the hell of it.
Well, you know, like an animator told me, and she's like, I'm scared, you know, like she's like, I'm really scared. I don't think I can do it. I'm not sure if I'm good enough, you know. And she has this really big performance scene, and it's like, well, you know, first of all, I'm just glad she can say that she's scared, and Doug and I are like, look, if you just trust us to help guide you, and then anything that you're feeling lacking, we'll help, you know, we'll support you and teach and help wherever we can. So just keep trusting us, and it's a team effort. Because it is scary when you feel like you're by yourself, but our whole point was you're not. You've got amazing people around you to help lift you wherever you need it. You know, some people like to be left alone.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So there's a question that came in. Can you tell us about a time you had a difficult conversation with a coworker?
Sure. Well, what do you mean by difficult conversation? Like, I don't like you? Like, what is it? What are we talking about here?
I've heard a couple of these from you before. Yeah, but maybe if there's any recent ones, without putting anyone under the bus.
Well, it depends. Like, it depends what the conversation was. Was it like a performance-based thing? Like, what are we talking about? You know.
Well, this sounds like an interesting one to go into when the artist was telling you that they were scared. How did you handle that? Basically, you let them know that they'd be supported.
Yeah, the first thing was, I'm not surprised. Like,
yeah.
You know, so I don't. What you're saying is like, I understand, because I was in your position. I was scared just like you when these films came in and they expected me to do these things, and I don't know if I was ready. I totally empathize with you, but what got me through it was that I had great support around me whenever I felt alone, and I said, you have that here. You have Doug and I, and trust us to guide you. Just follow us, even if you're not sure why. Just follow us. It'll come out at the end. We'll, you know. And that's and then they let me in their scenes. That's really nice. It's sort of like I get a log into their work, and I'm like, can just let me get into your work, and I just get into their files and I start messing around while I talk to them. Here's how it adjusted. Here's how it adjusted. Here's how it adjusted, and then I just show them that. It's actually faster than me doing any kind of sync sketch drawings or anything. I go, just let me in your scene. So, yeah.
That would be so nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, oh, it's really dirty. You know, like, I go, well, don't make it dirty in there. You know?
So they wanted to clarify, have you ever had to fire someone or maybe give harsh feedback? Say this person didn't end up, you know, coming through with their shot or whatever.
Oh, I've had to take shots away. Because they weren't able to hit it, you know, and that's just, I treat that more like as a matter of fact. There's nothing personal there. It's a very much like, hey, we've given you multiple times, you know, this is the last chance we have because the shot's due. So give it another shot. We're trying to give you as much notes as possible as support, but there's just times you do have to take the shot away and somebody else has to finish it. And that we just chalk it up to a learning experience. It's not necessarily held heavily against you. It might have been a shot that was miscast on our end, that we overcast it, and we're like, look, maybe that was too much for you. That's on us, you know. Mm-hmm. So that's all. It happens. Art's art. It's also people go through things in their lives that sometimes they don't sync up with shots. You know, they're just going through something personal in their life, or they're just having a bad artistic movie. You guys ever been on a movie where you just go, I can't hit anything, man. You know, like so, and everything you do, the director hates, and you're like, damn it, I'm like on a different wavelength here, you know. Like, so
yeah.
We just try to keep it just there's no bullshit. It's just straight talking about, hey, it's not being hit. It's understandable possibly why it's not being hit. Let's try to correct it on the next shot, and we'll just move on. So.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time left, but I wanted to get your basically ask you if you have any advice for the people who are doing the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything they should focus on? They have a limited amount of time. They have some prompt words. Is there anything that they should focus on and not focus on while they're working on this?
Oh man, I don't know. That's so specific to what they're. I don't know. I can't answer that one. I don't know.
I would say that.
What do you have?
Well, I would start off by saying to focus on what you're, the storytelling aspects of it, what you're trying to tell. That's the most important, right? So once that's fluid and understood, then you can go into the details. But if you get caught up in the details too early, then you might not make it to that stage where everything is understood. So
very good advice.
Prioritize.
Yeah, prioritize your storytelling. It's true. It's like if they're not understanding, then you've already lost them. So you just got to make sure, as basic as it is, that they at least understand what's happening in your shots, right? So
yeah. Cool. Any other questions before I ask my final questions? I have a couple more that I would love to ask you, but I want to make sure that I prioritize other people.
Have I seen Deep Sea? And I have not seen Deep Sea. Is that an animated movie? Is it? It's from King de Kolos. King de Kolos.
No idea. There's also a question that I do not understand, but I'll try to say it out loud anyway.
Okay.
Are you a cool Euler or a yearning for quaternions? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, that one. It's on the screen now.
Are you a cool Euler or a yearning for quaternions when it comes to rotation in your animations? I have no idea what that means. That's awesome. I'm guessing Euler is what is like the Euler filter?
The Euler filter, yeah. But I don't know what that second thing is.
Yeah, I don't know either. So the funny thing about that is it's something that I'm noticing a lot is when I came to different companies and I'm looking at how animators are animating, a lot of it can be they're not taking their rotation orders into account, like clean rotation orders and setups and stuff like that, just for the sake of getting your shot done cleaner and faster. So I always try to set up my stuff really clean in the beginning so that I'm not getting, in a pickle later. And then particularly whenever I get notes from a director or a supervisor, hopefully my scene is really clean where I know what curves are doing what, and they're much easier to adjust. So yeah. And someone says, yeah, it's an animated movie from China. You should watch it. It's interesting. Okay, Deep Sea. I'll try to check that out.
Yeah, me too. Sounds interesting.
How do you know when a shot idea just needs more work to refine, or it's not strong, or it's not a strong fundamental? How do you know when a shot idea just needs more work to refine, or it's not a strong fundamental idea? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Good question. Oh, quaternion also has a W axis. Sorry. So going back to the Euler filter and stuff, I've never heard of the quaternion. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna look that up.
It sounds a little bit Star Warsy to me.
No, it's awesome if there's because that's how it was at Pixar. We had a fourth one, which has got us out of gimbal lock a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason is I use this, but I use my offsets or I use my gimbals controls to make my fourth one. Everybody. So I kind of do this, but I do it with a gimbal. But if it's already inside one of the rotation orders, then that's pretty cool. And then for the previous question is, how do you know when a shot idea just needs more work to refine, or if it's not a strong fundamental idea? I don't know. Besides, I guess just putting it up against my colleagues and just getting their reactions to it, because it's hard to work alone. You'll never know because you can't be in your own head and judge yourself. So you have to show your colleagues and your friends, and if they're confused, then you've got a problem. But of course, it might be a simple thing that you're not seeing from their perspective. So I think the best thing to know is that to answer that question is you have to have somebody from a different perspective give you like feedback or look at it.
Amazing. All right. I learned I'm going to look up Quaterion later today to find out what the heck that is.
Yeah.
All right. So what's one habit or mindset you think animators underestimate in building longevity and joy in the craft? Like, what's one thing that you go like, okay, amongst all the chaos and all this stuff, this is one thing that lets me stay. I guess you mentioned teaching and robbing the energy of the youngings.
Yeah.
Which
Be like
helps.
a fire and just suck on that blood, you know. I mean, being a good animator means you can't always animate. Number one, like you do need to take care of yourself, your body, because of longevity. You don't want to have carpal tunnel. You don't want to hurt yourself. So if you can, you want to just take your breaks, hydrate, get away from animation once in a while. So your brain has a reset about it. If you want to study animation, that's great. But you should also just I always recommend just take other classes. Things like either a music class, dance class, cooking class, pottery class. It doesn't matter. Just anything that get you out of animation, especially if you're a lead or a supervisor or anybody that's been more experienced, because if you're going to go teach animation, it's nice to know what it feels like to be a student again. So if you take a pottery class, you're just like, God, this is hard. You know what I mean? Like, and you're like, oh, okay. So working with students, you have to remind yourself, like, this is difficult for them. You have this amount of experience, so it may not be as difficult. But besides taking those classes to get away from animation, it also just makes you, hopefully, you can just use it in your life. Like, who doesn't want to take cooking classes and get better at making good meals so you eat healthy, right? But I always equate animation to cooking because it's very similar. Like you've got your shot, but you're making a dish. You know, the dish has texture. The dish has a certain sort of a plating, which is your pose. The texture, which is like something soft versus something crunchy. You have to take into account color design. You know, like everything about a dish is really everything about animation.
When you cook, do you follow a recipe or do you do it? Yeah.
There's some recipes that I follow, and there's others that is all by feel, you know, which is the same as animation. There's sometimes you're like, I'm just gonna feel this one out. Other times you're like, I'll just do this more with reference. So, yeah, or a magic class. That's good. Yeah.
That'd be
fun. More than anything, just get out of animation once in a while. That's the main thing. Because you kind of get stale, you know, and you just have to like leave a little bit to come back stronger, like leave a little bit to come back stronger. So, yeah.
But do always come back and keep stretching that muscle. That's important too. Don't forget about it. I forgot about it for a while there. Speaking from experience. If you take a voice acting class, suddenly you can star in your own animations. Only if you're good.
Well, you can use AI to help you get better.
That's true.
I just literally saw something. They're like, you can use your own voice to sing in songs just with AI. You're like, oh, wow. Okay.
It's true. I have no idea where this world is going, but I guess we're along for the ride.
It's strange because like my daughter's growing up in this world of like no limitations in a way, and everything's fake. And we grew up in a world where there's severe limitations and things are generally real, you know? So it's a very different experience that my daughter will have because you're like, you know, whenever she watches anything, you're like, I don't know if that's real anymore. You could fake faces and voices and the entire scene and all this stuff. Pretty nuts.
I'm seeing a ton of ads of people like trying to sell stuff, and I can tell it's AI, but like just barely, you know, like it's before it was really obvious.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that was not real, but that's close.
That's close. Yeah. I think if you ask him to sing, AI can't sing like that. I don't know, but there's got to be loopholes until we plug them. But there's got to be something.
Yeah. All right. I think we are 1 minute over, so we should end it. If anybody has any last minute, we'll accept it. But I think that's about it for us.
Good luck, everybody. Kick some butt, and you know, hopefully, you learn something from this experience. It's so cool to do. I wish I had the time to do stuff like this, but
yeah, I will definitely be checking out your submissions later on. So good luck. Have fun.
Awesome. Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.
Take care, everybody.
Okay, hi. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? I think it was just my cue to come on. Hi, everyone. How's it going? I'd love to get some confirmation in the chat. So, Scott here, been part of Agora for a while. Excellent. You can hear me. Fantastic. I've also been spearheading a lot of the AnimChallenge stuff as well. So it's amazing to be here. I'm in Australia. That's why I'm on a little bit later. And back from ad space. Fantastic. Welcome back. Yeah, sorry about the ads. We've got Omega popping up on the screen telling everyone to hydrate. I hope everyone's doing great in the challenge. But there is one caption or one picture that I'm going to bring up, which is a very important one. Everybody, Control S. Make sure you save often. Cool. Well, I'm thrilled to be hosting this next segment with an old mentor of mine and an old mentor that became a friend of mine, someone that helped me get into the animation industry myself. He is ex-Disney, ex-DreamWorks, worked on some of my favorite stuff growing up, like Roger Rabbit, The Little Mermaid. He's done a whole bunch of stuff with DreamWorks and was a mentor at iAnimate and is now an animation mentor. He's also a renowned magician. I don't know if you'd call it renowned. We'll have to have a chat about that, Timmy. But without further ado, here he is, Timothy J. Ingersoll.
What'd you say? I can barely
I said
hear
Timothy J. Ingersoll.
you. Don't yell, don't yell. I can hear you now.
Is
All
this
right.
how many years in the animation industry does to you, Tim?
Too many, man. You heard of the 9 Old Men?
Feel like the 9 Old Men, yeah, yep.
I'm
Can you
the
name
10th
them all?
old man. You heard of Ward
You're
Kimball?
Yeah.
All right, I'm Wart Crumble. I'm his cousin that nobody talks about. Wart Crumble.
Amazing. I feel like I'm staring into my future right now. There he is. Fantastic.
I never looked better. Who said that? Appreciate that. Who was that? Hey, everybody.
Now, we talked about that. I thought you were going to wear the horse mask. I told you that
I
one
should have
scared
worn
me.
this. I had a horse mask too.
Hey.
Why the long face? I had a lot of puns and jokes, but
Yeah,
I like the old man because I feel younger after I pull that skin off.
that's true. That's
You know?
true.
Yeah,
You haven't aged a bit since the day I met you.
Oh, come on. Go on.
It's all that pickleball. Yeah.
So yeah, me and
Awesome.
Scotty go way back. I just want to give a big shout out to my buddy Scotty for hooking me up with this. I'm thrilled to be here. I saw is it Time, Switch, and Chaos? Is that the?
Yeah, those are the keywords.
I drew a little thing here with Time, a DeLorean, Apple Watch.
Yeah.
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 I'm not
I hope
particular.
people knew that we have a DeLorean rig on the website because I want to see some Back to the Future stuff.
Yeah,
in
you
this
got to see
challenge.
that. Come on.
Yeah.
The Switch Chaos, I can see the whole thing happening.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't want to.
Awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, so thank you so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm excited to have a talk. Yeah, magic. So before we begin, renowned. Actually, what Mike was talking about, that Pixar was talking about magic classes. So I got into magic.
Yeah, it ties in perfectly.
It's exactly. I don't have to do any segues. But I found out, here's a little regular wallet, that what the hell?
Whoa, Timmy.
Whoa!
It's on fire. Yeah, watch the smoke alarm.
That's a hot trick, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna try to do
I
some
like it.
They don't all project well on video, but here, I'll try to do some.
Okay.
That's American $5 bill, right? If you fold it up, but here, I'll fold it up, right? It's smaller, smaller, and smaller till it becomes a $1 bill, which is crazy because now that's economically not a great trick.
No, not in this day and age.
Now, what would be better than that, huh, Scotty? What would be better than that? Let's see if I can do this better. Okay, I'm
Let's
going
turn
to do
a 5 into 100.
Oh, thank you. No, I didn't say a word. Scotty said it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I got 5 $1 bills. Whoops. Let me see.
Okay. There you go.
5 $1 bills. Now I put them together, and with the power of Agora, I just give a little
Power of Agora.
1. I got 20s here. 1, 2, 3.
20s. Whoa.
And 5.
I was just joking. You actually did it.
100. You asked for it, you got
That's
it.
insane.
But sometimes you just want
Awesome.
to make your money grow because there's tariffs now. We got tariffs here. You know, Donald J. Trump has done that. So what we got to do is like stretch our money and make it go further until your money's
That's
got
amazing.
get money to get stretch marks. Here, I'll do 2 more. 2 more. Okay, check this out. You guys
That's
want
awesome.
a
And
danger
this
trick?
is US dollars, so for me that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, would you like a danger trick or a rope trick?
Oh, danger.
All right, rope trick it is.
want
There's one. First impression. All right. This is mental floss. Boom, boom. There you go. 1, 2. There's a correlation between magic and animation, which I'm going to make in a second. So I got 3 pieces of rope: small, medium, large. Oh, thank you. Small, medium, large. 1, 2, and a 3. Really long. This is really hard to do on screen, but I'm going to make them all the same size if I can. Now check this out. Now I put them all together and watch this. With a little blow, they're all the same size.
Whoa.
Look at that. 1,
What?
2, right? I know it's crazy. 3. Now, the hard part is going back in time and chaos and switch. I got to switch them back.
Oh, there you go.
I bring it
Good
all,
work.
I bring it all forward.
Good work.
Watch this. All right. And then bring them back. And then 1, and then 3 back to the way they were. Small, medium, large.
Oh my God, Tim.
Now, there is a
Amazing.
correlation. Thank you. I'll do one more. Because this blood's for you. Here. We're going to have a drink after this.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a drink after. I'm going to have her. Maybe 2. Check this out. All right. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Watch this. I'm going to put the beer in the bag. You guys can see the bag.
Yeah.
Put the beer in the bag. Right? Still in there. Okay. You can disappear. All right. That's cheating. That doesn't seem right. But watch this. Watch this. Now, what in the hell happened there?
All right.
Why not?
That's it. Yeah, we don't even have to get into the rest of the segment. I think that's enough.
Mic drop.
That's amazing.
That's
That's
all I got.
amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
round
no.
of applause, everyone, for Tim.
Now, what does that have to do with animation? I mean, a lot actually, because I think, it's showmanship. It's about anticipation. Like if I would have done this trick, the rope trick, or the danger trick, and I would have like exposed certain things, if I would have tilted my hand, so to speak, then it wouldn't have been so magical. But if I would have added a lot of anticipation and arcs, you would have been looking at that. So arcs, your eye is attracted to arcs in many ways. So I think, when I do a lack of arc, if I do a linear movement, then you're not looking at it the same way. So I use principles in animation in the same way that I do magic. And it's about expectations. It's like you don't tip your hat and tell them about what's about to happen. In animation, you want to be this element of surprise and reversal, spine reversal. We're going to talk about that in a moment when I start doing my little demo. But there is a correlation between the two, and that's I love magic so much. There's a couple people, Keith Sinte. I don't know if anybody knows any of these guys. Jay Jackson, one of my really good friends. Greg Manwaring. There's a lot of really top-notch. Oh my God, there's so many animators that do magic as well. And I'm riding their coattails. I'm okay. Scotty, we went to the Magic Castle together, right?
We did, yeah. That's it. The first time we met for my birthday, I think.
That's right.
You took me to
in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It was fun, right?
It was incredible. You had to whisper into a bookcase, right, to let you in.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was a hidden room. The thing would open
Yeah.
up. It's kind of like, DreamWorks, we have a hidden room. I think they
Yes,
got rid of it,
DreamWorks hidden room.
unfortunately.
Oh,
but
that's a shame.
I know,
Yep.
right? It's so cool. We'd have parties back there. I actually did a couple magic shows, and but people got engaged back there. People did a lot of things back there. Yeah.
It's a PG show, Tim. It's a
Yeah, that's all right.
show.
PG. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could make a lot of money at blackmail. But
I
yeah,
bet you could. Yeah.
the hidden room
Like
was
blackmail.
fantastic. But Scotty was privy to all that. And
Yeah.
So I
No,
mean,
that's awesome.
yeah, man. I mean, I love Agora. I love Scotty. I want to mention David, though. He is I don't know, what do you call him? The CEO, the founder?
Yep. Yep, one of the founders. CEO, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Me and
The
David go
founder.
way back. I have to tell this story because I did the last time I did a little talk. And the reason I bring this up is because, no matter where you're at in life, like if you have a dream, and you all probably do, to become an animator, or if you're already animating, that's great. But if you're not, then never discount what you can become. And David showed me that. Okay. This kid, he was a kid to me because he was like 15 years younger. And David, who started Agora with help from other people, but he's a guy. And I used to play tennis with him every freaking Tuesday. And we would sweat God knows what when we were at DreamWorks. And it became apparent to me that he's going to kick my ass every time. And I would, whatever. We had a great time, and we'd go back and we'd have lunch and we'd chit chat. But this went on for like a year or two until I just got sick of getting my ass kicked. But David said something to me that was profound. And he said, I got a 5-year plan. I'm like, or a 3-year plan. I don't know what it was. And I said, well, what would that be? And he goes, well, I'm only here temporarily. I'm going to open my own place and have a studio of my own. And I swear to you, I mean, I don't know how articulate I'm being right now, but it was pretty ballsy of this kid to me. I mean, he was 15 years younger than me. And I'm like,
At DreamWorks, where you think, hey, I'm at DreamWorks, where else can I go from here?
Exactly. You already hit the pinnacle. You've already reached the summit. And then why would you want to leave? Exactly. That's what I kind of said, Scotty. I said, why would you want to leave this? And he goes, well, I just have a dream. I want to do this. So I'm like, okay. So he bought a house in Burbank, way overpaid in my opinion, but he ended up making money. And the guy does no wrong. And I swear to you, it was like 3 to 5 years from the day that he told me that he was going to do that. He left. I'm just curious, recorded, finished my animation. Okay. I kind of believed them. And I thought, well, anybody that has that audacity to say these things to me, I'm telling it now only because I think he'd be okay with that. And I said it last time.
Yeah.
But David's one of my heroes because I follow my dreams, and you guys should all follow your dreams. Scotty followed his one-way ticket, right? I mean, I tell you a story a lot about he went to Canada. I'm like, I'm going to become an animator. So don't ever discount who you can become. David didn't, and he proved to me that, damn, like he did it. And now here I am in his school, his studio, talking. It's like weird to me. Like,
yeah.
So
yeah, that's mind blowing.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's a lot to be said about, not giving up and just persisting through, and trying different options and listening to your mentors, and making those connections, because it was through doing your class in iAnimate where I came over and met you when I was on my way to Canada just to get my work permit. Had lunch with you, Sean, James Baxter. It's amazing. And from there, Shawnee and I hung out and he started mentoring me, and that was my into the industry. It's crazy. So yeah, you got to look for the opportunities, think outside the box.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah,
I'm going to think inside the box, actually. That's
yeah.
But that's funny you brought that up. But I think it's also apropos or kismet. What's it called? What's it called? Serendipity.
Is it kismet? I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows.
Serendipity that you love the Ninja Turtles, and animating, right? Didn't you animate with them or for them?
Yeah. That was my goal.
Yeah.
Like everyone said, what project do you want to work on the most? I said, if I get on Ninja Turtles, I'll quit the industry. And I got it in 2 months of getting into the industry. I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
I got to have a bigger goal.
That's insane. Like, come on, who does that? And then when we had a Halloween party, you came Halloween, I believe, you and your beautiful girl, whatever.
Friend at the time.
Friend at the time. She was beautiful. You guys showed up, and I believe you were in a Ninja Turtle, right? You were. Did you?
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
Now,
I tried to find a photo of that photo of us because Tim was dressed up as a ladybug with a wig and star glasses and was walking around with a little handheld cassette player or MP3 player playing, was it Poker Face? And he's saying to everyone, who am I? Who am I? And everyone's just looking at him going, no, I don't know. I'm Lady Bagaga.
Ladybug, Gaga. It made complete sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Yeah. But anyway, so from there, so you've gone DreamWorks and then obviously finished up there, got into Animation Mentor. I Animate First, right? And now you're developing your own kind of stuff.
I am. Thank you. I am. I'll show you a quick little snippet.
Yeah.
So I came in here to I teach animation, first and foremost, but I love character design. And the thing about it is like, I started 2D and I kind of lost the passion. I kind of lost my way, if you will. And I didn't really know how to get that back. And I really didn't have a desire to. I'm like, I'm just going to animate the rest of my life and that'll be fine. I'm, do freelance. And I was working for Andrastasia and Amushka, this, Disney film for God knows how many years. And I just, what happened to me was just a fluke. So, and when I find something that sticks to me, like that resides, like it was like this, I had to get it out. It's almost like if I don't tell people what I know, I am doing a disservice. And I want to make money off this, but in the end of the day, I just want people to know that it can be done. And look, I swear to God, this is the stack of character designs I've done in the last 4 years. I mean, and I'm going to show you some of those. And I like doing hand-drawn stuff. Now you guys can do whatever you want, but I want to teach you a little demo right now. And it's a way to be creative more than anything. It's a way to expand, and you could use this. Now you're probably thinking like, well, I signed up for an AnimChallenge. What the hell is this guy talking about? Character design. But it goes with thumbnailing. It goes with line of action. It goes with good silhouettes. It's good poses. I give a class. This is before I met you, Scotty, but now I teach one called The Secret of Animation, which I'll spill my beans or the beans. It's strong poses. All right. It's strong poses and timing. And if you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you. Talk to any animator that really, wants to teach you the purity of it all. I'm going to say it's strong poses and timing, because everything else you can lack of arcs, lack of stretch and squash, lack of anticipation, overshoot. All of these things are on the side. They don't matter nearly as much as strong poses and timing. And if you get that right, you got good animation. There's no question about it. If you look at actually Ninja Turtles, they did this insane. The spacing was way off. There was no anticipation. Sometimes you know what I'm talking about recently. That last one they did.
The TV show, the 2D one, or
yeah, the kind of 2D hybrid. I don't know. It was recent.
Oh yeah. Yep. The film, yeah.
The film, yeah, and I'm watching it, I'm like, holy shit, they were completely breaking every rule of animation. The bad guys did it too. The bad guys in DreamWorks, spacing, timing. I mean, not timing was always good. But the overlap, all that stuff, the stretch and squash arcs could be thrown out the window, but all at the core I want to know what the secret is. And the secret is just that. Beans mentioned. Who said that? I'm looking at the little chat. It's hard not to see. Key in the keys.
Beans is the buzzword.
AJ thank you, AJ. Yeah, keying on the keys. I bring this up and I do a segment, and that's why I love Animation Mentor, because they let me kind of do my own thing. And now I'm doing another thing with this. I'm about to show you guys. But I look at Hotel Transylvania and I studied that, and that's kind of what gave me the impetus to start this diatribe on like what is a priority. If I'm animating a scene, like if you strip it all away, what am I doing? Storytelling, poses, and timing, and everything else is just frosting. So you got to get that right. If you don't have that, you have nothing. You get you're animating backwards. You're screwing yourself. You got to do it properly in the right order, right, Scotty? Scotty knows.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But I mean, I think, there's too many books written, too many things about what's important and what's not important. But I'm like, that's what I'm about to show you with this character design. I'm hoping it resonates with some of you that, oh man, I can kind of do that. That makes sense. It's a formula. It's like, if I do what's important in the right order, I might have good results. I might not have great results, but I'm going to have good results. I mean, do you think that's fair?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. It's important to have that foundation and that formula to take out a lot of the guesswork of what you're doing. It's, proper planning and things like that, and knowing the fundamentals. Once you know the fundamentals, you've got the playbook that you can always fall back on, right? So it's absolutely. And it's funny, just kind of what Michael was saying before, how he can't draw. I feel the same way. I can't draw, but when you can have that basic knowledge or just a basic understanding, then it definitely helps your eye. It's about training your eye. You might not be able to do it physically, but if you can see it, then you kind of know, right?
I agree, 100%. Well, let me share with you then, like another.
Do you want me to? I can bring up the video here if you want, man.
Can I move? I just moved my camera, huh? Is that okay or no?
Oh, did you want me to play the video clip?
Oh, yeah, let's do that first. Yes.
Okay.
That's true. I got to show that.
The name of Tim's method here is still in the works. We've got, I think, 3 options now. Maybe we can tell the audience, and after the conversation, they could let us know what they think's the best.
That's
So
a good idea.
do you want to say what the options are?
Well, out of shapes was what I came up with, because I'm thinking through a character design is really it's in a out of shape. I'm out of shape right now. I know Scotty's in good shape, but so out of shapes becomes out of shape. You can create anything. And then I thought about relationships, meaning it's why we care. It's like, what am I doing? If you're drawing, you see a blank piece of paper, that's daunting. That's hard. That's like, you just said about thinking inside the box or outside the box. I'm thinking inside the box. I'll explain that in a moment, but I feel like I've learned so much about restriction and actually, doing that. Anyway, I have this website. I'm still working on it. I actually have somebody right now that's redoing it, but I do have a cool video. Are you going to show that one video of or you want me to do it?
I'll bring it up right now, man.
Okay,
So
let's check this out. So I did this as a promotional piece, kind of. It's still a little, there we go. Thank you. So only 3 shapes: a triangle, circle, square. I did that in like a couple of days. I love 2D. I still love hand drawn. Right. See, line of action is so important. And then the size, contrast, and adding the hair. I mean, if you do it in order, and the body, it's,
love the chicken.
It's it happens so quick. There you go. But it's all pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
awesome.
Notice I didn't say, I said learn to be creative. I think you have to have some kind of knowledge. For me, if I'm going to teach, which I am, this technique. It's a formula. It's kind of like what I teach The Secret. It's like strong poses and rhythm, and kind of like the keying on the keys, which somebody mentioned. AJ, thank you, AJ. It's the same thing. It's same type of thing. Like, if you know that, can I show you one more thing? A couple more things real quick. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you
Okay.
can share your screen.
Okay. Window. Here we go. You guys can see this okay?
Let's just bring it on. There we go. Yep.
It's showing up?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, cool. So line of action. And you want contrast. It should be, you know, okay, what I do is I separate the paper in half. All right, I get 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I'll show you my technique in a moment. Now, some of you guys do digital, and that's fine. I paint digitally in Krita or Photoshop, but I always work pretty rough with I use a Prismacolor. This is back in the day when animators we use these blue pencils because you can Photoshop or you can photocopy and it wouldn't show up sometimes. So the idea is you determine that line of action. You separate the paper, and I put 8 characters on one sheet of paper. This is the technique. It's a right amount of size. It's a right amount of size where it's not too much detail or not too little detail. So I think that's important too, because if you don't want to go too big, you don't want to go small. You want to create, and believe me, I've showed you like that stack of, oh my God, and I have something to fall back on. I could sell those. I know people call the NFW, whatever the hell that thing is.
NFT.
Yeah, NFT. Yeah, thank you. I'm old school.
Yeah.
Like NFT. Screw that, man. I got an actual piece of paper that I can sell. I like that. I like to feel it. I like to feel it, look at it, and touch it. And I think it's art. And you can argue with me all day, but I mean, I still feel like people like that. Anyway, so and then I determine like, what am I going to draw? I think this lessens the again, thinking inside the box, thinking, okay, what am I trying to do with all these 8 characters? And I feel like if you determine it, I'll show you a little more in a second, but like a nurse, and I want all of my nurses to have the same hat and the same body, basically, but then I'm going to deviate from there. Like I want a square head, a triangle head. I want a little body, a giant body. But now I don't have to think so hard. It's like these restrictions I place on myself helps me become a better artist because I can do it in stages. So here, I'll show you. So I go from that to now I add in a circle, a triangle, a bigger circle, a small circle, another triangle-esque, a square. But I'm trying to think of contrast too. I don't want them all to have like a giant head. Like this guy's got a, can you see my cursor?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, cool. So, and again, I don't want them all to have the same line of action, but I want them to kind of have a relationship. So I want them to interact with each other. So I'm going to start this way every time. And now I'm free. I'm free. My brain is free. I don't have to think about what the hell I'm going to draw. I know I'm going to draw. All of these are going to be nurses. And I know they're all going to have the little hat. And I know they're all going to have that basic shape, but I draw rough, super rough. And now I'm going to add a little bit of the face in, but different sizes, a long nose, a big nose. But I do this systematically. And then I think I draw the belt line. This is important. Like you want contrast. Like I put a really high belt line on her and a low belt line on her, a super low belt line here. And so you're thinking about contrast. Now they all have the same things in common. They all have the little hat. They all have the little, what's it called? Little skirt. So I don't have to think about that. I'm only concentrated on shape. And now I add all the detail. So I had the fun. So now I go in there and I'm like, okay, I look under nurses, like, okay, this is a prop for a nurse. Okay, well, x-rays, a shot, a needle syringe, prescriptions, thermometer. But I think like blood pressure, but I make it fun. So this is where the fun comes in, where the relationship comes in. So now I have these two interacting, I have these two interacting, I have these two interacting, and now it becomes fun. And now it's a story. It's not just, it's a bunch of, pumpkins or a bunch of, pirates that just lined up. buy that. I don't like that. I don't think that's I think, you know, I have some of my best friends are character designers, and I love them to death, and they're so good. And they teach. I brought some of them to DreamWorks. I actually hired a couple to come to DreamWorks. I don't know why they put me in charge, but they did. So, and then I color them. You know, here I colored that. It's fun. So I don't always color though. So I want to show you something like really quick too. Like, so I take these same, like I want to share with you, like, okay, I could take these same characters or the same line of action, the same circles, squares, and triangles, like triangle here, and I can apply that to different characters. So I'll take that and then I'll change it though. I'll put it, okay, let's see. I'll make a cowboy. Same face, same thing though, right? Same exact line of action, the same basic face size, shape. And then, you know, I'll add in the details. I'll go online and say, well, what's a good rock star look like? Well, I want them all to have the same thing. So I don't have to think. Again, it's all about taking thinking out of the equation. Once you're going to start thinking, you're screwed. If you stop thinking, you start becoming more creative because you're like, okay, every single one of my characters are going to have these leopard skin pants. Every single one of my characters is going to have a guitar or a microphone or something like a music, you know. And then I don't have to think. And then now I can have fun with the bodies. I can say, okay, well, these two are going to have interaction. These two are looking at each other. Not all of them makes complete sense, but he's like, well, you know, it has a sense of excitement and a sense of story. So it's like, why is he doing that? I don't know, but it's fun. It's like there's a story here between all four, you know, characters. Now 8 characters. I'm sorry. So now I add the, and I don't always do this. I have a shit ton of characters that I don't do the, you know, so here the same thing. Now watch the same exact size. Look at the head, the body, the line of action. If you look back, it's the same as that. Same as that. And now I just add in I do the color later. So I think of fun stuff with cowboys. And some, you know, fun, that's a different actually, it's different. If you look, that's different than this. But I want to show that I can do different even, you know, rock stars. So you start with the line of action, you add in the shapes, right? In this particular scenario. And now watch this. I wanted to make sure it's clear that I can even use the same expression. So I have these baseball players because it's baseball season here in America. So watch. So I'll take those. Now watch. All of the expressions are going to be the same. Now, if you really watch, all of these expressions will be the same. So watch. I'll clean it up. There's a pirate. Look at. They're all the same. You get a waitress. You got a rock star. You got a pirate. You got a baseball player. If you look closely as I flipping, they're all, I don't have to change even that. And this is like something I did. Again, I'm going to start teaching this online because I think if you boil it down, all the shark is like 3 shapes, right? A triangle, half a circle, and a triangle, right? But you can make that so different. You change it. And then you know, the color kind of makes it fun, but like a rabbit, it's just a circle, an oval, right? And then you could change it. Like, I'm not saying every one of these could be in a movie or in a children's book, but, and I don't like these as much. I got to say something about this real quick. I'll come back to you guys. I'll stop sharing. You know, the lineup of the animals, there's no interaction. There's no relation shapes, if you will. So I don't feel connection as much. I'm like, you just look at them and you're like, okay, there's this triangle. You know, I don't feel like the connection. I don't look at it so intently. Whereas when I draw, or I have a bunch of characters, the human characters, then I can relate better because I feel like, okay, there's something going on here. It's kind of fun. Anyway, so.
No, that's fantastic. And I can see having that structure in place, it really does free up room for the creativity of the character itself. You know, you've got that structure. Now let's kind of play.
Yeah, it takes the heat off. It's like, I don't have to think, okay, am I going to draw a hamster? Am I going to draw an iguana? Am I going to draw a caveman? I don't know what the hell I'm going to draw. But now I know. Okay, here, I'll show you something. I'll bring my camera.
Yeah, for
A
sure.
quick demo here.
So are you going to do a live demo for us? Is that
Yeah, is that okay?
Well, it is, but I'm wondering, maybe the audience could prompt you with something that they want to see.
Oh,
And
that's
then you
fine.
is that putting you on the spot too much?
No. What do you want to see?
Okay.
Trying to think of
So
well, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking of a character that has like a pirate. What's it called? Something that has like a prop with it, or like a. No, don't think of anything. Oh, go ahead. If you think of an animal, though, it could be a little different. But I'll go with that. Let's do what I'm prompt to. Okay, cool.
Sorry, we should have had a chat about this.
Yeah, we should
I
have.
thought it might be a fun idea.
We should have had a chat. No, that's fine. Okay, go
We've
ahead.
got a magician, we've got an otter, we've got a witch, we've got
Beans.
beans.
Okay, let me try to get this.
You go for it.
Bring it up. Shit. Okay, let me. I had a better.
There we go.
But see, I always start with separating the paper in two. Shoot.
That's good. Well,
is that okay?
Maybe bring the paper over a little. No.
No, this
now
way.
we can just
Oh,
see.
That's in the way. Yeah, there we go.
There. Yep,
Well,
perfect.
typically, yeah, I like this number blue pencil. Check this out. I love this guy, right? I don't know about you guys, but I'm an animator. And as an animator, we used to use these. This is all we had back in the day. It's a blue, if you can see that. Let me see.
Would you say Prismacolor?
Prismacolor, yeah, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, cool.
I would divide this in half so I can, again, think about the line of action. Let me just show something before I go into like what you guys want me to do. Hold on. So let's say you were doing a chef, all right? Like we talked about that. So I'm gonna draw a circle. Like what does a basic chef look like? Like if you saw a what's it called on this
Gordon Ramsay,
Scotty, when you a signpost. No, like when you saw a signpost and it says like no crossing, right? So I want every character, every single what's it called design that I do in this particular page to have the same. So it's going to have a circle, but I'm going to change it. So it's going to have a hat, a head, the body, and then the feet. Let's say like a triangle. So, but I want to change that. I don't want that to be. Instead of the circle, the head now is like this big, okay, and then I'm going to darken it so you guys can see that, and maybe the body's this big. And then I'm going to have like maybe the feet are that. So again, this is the body. And then I'll put the hat real small. I want contrast. So if the head's pretty giant, I want a small little hat there. And now, okay, let's say he's a really tall, skinny guy, right? Okay, so I want to put the oval here. Maybe he's got a big, giant, square body. Right? And then maybe a bigger hat, like a big floppy hat, because it's contrast. But they're all based off of this guy. So now I want to, let's do a mean one. Like what's a mean one look like? Well, maybe a triangle, because that shows power and authority. So a triangle, and then I want to make him kind of hunchback or whatever. I'm not even adding the line of action in yet, which makes it, even better. So now I'm going to put, maybe the hat goes back this way. And, but they're all based, maybe I have them leaning because now I'm going to think about the line of action. So if you can see, like, it's all based off of that guy, but I change it. Now I add, so now I would add where's the eye line go? Maybe they're right in the middle. And then I make him kind of mean, like big eyes here, make a small nose, and then make a big giant, he's pissed off for some reason. We don't know why.
As
and this
most
guy's
chefs
like
are.
a big nose.
Apologies to all the chefs out there.
Yeah. And this guy's got a big nose, but he's got a lot of space between his nose and his chin. This guy's got the opposite, right? So you got a lot of like the spacing of where his eye is located. Look at his eye line's way up here, right? So it's contrast between these two. Now his mouth is maybe way down here, and maybe this guy, we'll put his his eyes way up top here, but maybe his nose is way down here, right? And he's happy. He's mischievous. There's something going on in his little brain. But you can see the difference in all. I mean, they're all the same based off this guy, but they're all completely different. Okay, so who had an idea? Sorry, what we're gonna go with?
Amazing. Well, you had this one was a good one. A mad scientist with a beaker. We had a pirate monkey with a sword. A magician and a witch. And we have some animals: otter, parrot.
Okay, so again, I would start with dividing the paper in half. I would actually start with thinking, okay, before I do that, what is a generic, wow, that's a tough pirate monkey. Well, magician, all right, because I'm a magician. Okay, so magician typically, okay, they usually got, there's his head, and we'll go really generic, right? You want to start generic, okay? That's the key to this, because you want to deviate from there, okay? That's my magician. He's got usually maybe he's got a tuxedo on, the little tails, and then skinny legs, big feet, not big feet. I want to keep it kind of generic. And then, the big magic hat, right? So how do I deviate from that? I don't want that, but I want that. But instead of that, I want to do, oh my God, now I want a triangular head. No, let me go back. Let me do it this way, because this is what I really want to share with you guys. So now I know all of my characters. I don't have to think anymore. This is what I want, right? I don't have to think anymore. All I want to do is do a line of action now. So now I'm going to do, something like, these two characters, this guy is going to be kind of aggressive. This guy's going to be smaller and more laid back. This guy's going to be, a little apprehensive. This guy's going to be aggressive. So now I'm going to draw in the circle, squares, and triangles. So let's say maybe I do a circle here. And I know the hat's going to go on here somewhere, right? But I'm not going to do the hat yet. So now I'm going to draw like a triangle here for the body. Now the next one, let's say I do a big square. Now he's going to be aggressive. So he's going to, probably be obviously he's going to have something to say. So maybe a little tiny circle body. And then like a triangle here. So you got a square, you got a circle. Can I see this already? You guys can see this?
Yep.
Okay. And now maybe this guy, a big triangle head. Again, they're all magicians, right? And then I'm not gonna have time to draw a bunny rabbit and sawing a woman in half. But you can see where I'm okay. So now let me just do these top four. So now let's say this guy's got a big giant head and he's aggressive in a square body and maybe a triangular, this part. So I'll go back and start refining this. Like, okay, well, I know I want the hat. So I'm going to have maybe a small hat here, magic hat, and a big hat here. I want contrast between them, right? And there could be a story to be told. And I want a crooked hat here, and then maybe one falling off the back of his head here. And now I'm going to add, I'm going to add the eye line. Like, where's the eye line? So I want to have it like way up high here and low here. Again, contrast between these two. And then I want it, let's say, high here and then low here. So now I'm going to put in the nose real quick. So if I want a square nose here, right? Maybe I put a pointy nose here. If I want maybe I want a round nose here. Again, looking at this difference, and I want to, kind of an upturned nose here. Now I'm going to put the eyes real quick. So now I'm going to add in, maybe he's pissed off. So but I'm going really loose, everybody. So I want to go back later and clean this up, but it's all shape driven, right? It's all character based. And maybe he's got a big giant you know, scowl, you know, and then we'll add and don't be generic with the hair. You kind of got to research the hair and the props. This is where I really get, you know, incensed with some of my students. I'm like, you can't be generic. You want to have it fun. Like, anyway, so I'm going to put, like, if he's got a big nose, you can't go big eyes. You got to think contrast. So if he's got a big nose, what's he going to have? Small eyes, right? So now you have him kind of squinting. Maybe he's, you know, not quite
The
sure.
other guy stole his rabbit.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's hiding his rabbit behind his, like, maybe, thank you, Scotty. So maybe here's a rabbit back here, right? He's holding the rabbit, like, and the rabbit's kind of pissed off, or maybe he's having fun. But you got the rabbit back here, and, you know, he's just dangling. And again, you think of the belt line, like the belt goes high here, maybe low here. And then he's got a pretty big head here. So maybe big eyes here. So he's got small, he's got a big square head, but maybe the eyes would be fun to, and maybe he's got glasses on. So I'll put glasses on him, make him different than the other ones. And maybe he's got a crazy mustache, you know, like this fun kind of a, you know, what's it called? Well, you know, well, you're getting the idea.
Handlebar, yeah.
And, you know, the more you play with the shapes and thinking about, okay, how can I interact with this guy? Well, maybe he's poking him in the belly. Maybe he's grabbing his mustache here. Because now I drew his mustache. Maybe I'll pull his mustache down. I'll erase this. So if you draw light enough, you can start yanking his mustache down. He's like, hey, dude. You can almost hear him talking, like, don't screw with my mustache, you know. So now you can have this fun, you know, maybe he's just got this attitude. But you start adding the details. No, maybe he should be smiling. I don't know. But that's how you start.
Already. That's been 5 minutes. That's been about 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. And how much time do I invest? Now, I didn't even do the lower half. So I would do, you know, I would think about, okay, I want to do the same as this. I'll do, well, maybe it's got an S shape. Okay. Maybe this guy's got, like, he's really, really, excited to hang out with this guy. Maybe this guy is like, so you'll draw, like, okay, there's an oval here, maybe a square here, maybe a triangle here, maybe a circle here, but they're all going to have the same, different line of action. Maybe this guy's really kind of chubby. I can relate to that. And then, you can have it, you can really go kind of quick. And this guy's got some attitude, and he's got this big pointy nose and just really fun, whimsical feet here. This guy's like, maybe, this guy's a magic wand. Okay, look I just drew his nose, and he's like, hey, what the hell? Okay, he's pushing his nose up with his magic wand because I'm thinking like he's a magician. And okay, here's his hat, you're just playing with these shapes and you're getting this. I mean, again, sometimes I like to darken them in and get the real silhouette. But I just added this idea, spur of the moment, like, wouldn't that be funny that he's got his magic wand, like sticking it up his nose? Because it's like, it's already kind of pointed. And you can have this interaction between these two. Maybe they're fighting over, how you do a baseball bat when you're like, I don't know, when you're trying to figure out who goes first when a baseball, so maybe they're going to fight over this, the magic wand okay. I'm going to come back.
Fantastic. I've just dropped in the chat what people would call this. Would they call it outer shapes, relation shapes, or in the box?
Oh yeah. What was it?
Your opinion.
What do people like?
We'll see. So, I mean, already, Tim, that's just for people that maybe aren't confident in drawing, or even just, as you said, with thumbnailing and things like that. It's such a simple method to start getting that line of action in there and start getting that character in there and mapping out your animation. Yeah. And it didn't take long at all. That was probably about 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes we were doing that.
it's actually sometimes better to go quicker because you're not overthinking it, and you're thinking just about the size and like, okay, I want a triangle here, I want a square there, I want to, and you're really just playing with, okay, this guy's got a big. I always think the belt line helps a lot too, and the eye line. So if you think about that, you old people, they wear the belt way up here, or it's just funny to me. And then people got a high forehead, a low forehead, or once you change that and change a triangle's nose to a square nose to a round, like you're playing within the shapes.
Yep.
It's a game changer where you're actually thinking inside the box, literally, I think. But for me, I mean, I'm telling you, Scotty, I think we've talked privately about this. Like, and I know you got your thing with Skullboy. You got to everybody check out Scotty's Skullboy. Little plug.
Thanks for the plug. Yeah.
Little plug for Scotty. But no, I mean, I've been really lucky where I kind of stumbled on this. I don't think it just happened one day. I'm like, God, man, I think I probably read a blog or somebody said restrictions are a good thing to do. And I'm like, well, probably. And, teaching my students, like, it's tough to look at a blank piece of paper. It's tough to come up with an idea.
Absolutely.
Like that's why AnimChallenge is so good. This is a good point. You got time, you got switch, you got chaos. You have it all. And that makes actually it a lot easier. What if somebody just said animate something? You'd be like, well, I could do a penguin, you could do anything. It's too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that just simplifies it and opens up so much more creativity of, okay, yeah, I want to draw a chef, I want to draw a magician, but what kind? You're just plugging in shapes. It's plug and play. So
plug and play, man.
Amazing. We've had 3 people in the chat say out of shapes. So
okay.
that's the vote.
I like it. Well, we talked privately and he goes, I think Scotty, I told Scotty, he goes, like, you could be what would you say, a fitness coach, like out of shape.
Yeah, well, out of shape sounded, well, I said I liked relationships and you said it makes me sound like a marriage counselor or something like that.
And then you said the opposite, like, well, out of shape seems like you're a fitness coach, which, I get it.
Exactly. Yeah. But
I've already paid
fantastic.
Go ahead.
Oh, you've already paid for the domain? Okay.
No, I've already paid for the domain, out of shape. So I'm kind of sucked into it now, but
awesome.
Getting in shape.
Well, we've got a couple more minutes, Tim. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience, but if there are just a couple of quick ones, where can people find you, Tim? So we've got your website, which I'm about to put in the chat for everyone. Are you on Instagram or anywhere like that?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram. I got to start being more proactive. I'm not a great social media guy, but I'm going to start soon because I think I have to. Thank you. I really feel like I have something to offer, and the fact that Animation Mentor is going to let me do this is really cool. And then I'm gonna do it my own probably as well. So, but yeah, you can find me through Instagram or
Excellent.
Facebook.
And it's just Tim.
Oh, Facebook.
Timothy
I'm on
Ingersoll?
Yeah. Can I?
Okay.
Or I can give you my email. Can I do that? Give me too many people. Okay.
Start with social media.
Outofshapes.com. Is this my Facebook? I think at Facebook you can find me Out of Shapes.
Perfect.
Am I on Facebook? I should be on Facebook. Again, I resurrected this. I pretty much left it to die. And then I really want to do this. And then about a few months ago, somebody said, dude, we need to learn this. This is a cool formula. And I'm like, you know what? I think I want to tell people this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, fantastic. And thanks so much for coming on and spreading the word with everyone watching the stream today as well, man. We appreciate having you on always. So we'll have to get you back again.
Right. You want to see my ward?
Ward Crumble?
Ward Crumble. What do I call him? I don't know.
Ward Crumble.
Jolly Johnson. Ollie Johnson? Whatever.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thanks a lot, Tim. It's been a pleasure.
All right, buddy.
Well, yeah, good luck with everything, and everyone. Yep, definitely check out Outer Shapes and check out Tim's work. And there's definitely ways to contact him on the website and things like that. So make sure you get in touch if you want to learn this method.
Yes, please.
Cool.
All right, buddy.
Timmy. Thanks a lot, mate. Good hanging out with you.
You too, man. I'll talk to you soon.
See you later. Thanks.
Bye.
All right. So thank you again, Tim. Thanks everyone for joining in and throwing in some cool suggestions. I didn't mean to put him on the spot like that. I felt bad, but that's what we do when we go live. So next up, we have Vincent is going to be coming back with a very special guest, Jorge Gutierrez. So Vincent, do you want to jump on? Hello, how are you? Oh, we can't hear you. There we go.
Hello? Okay, yeah, I'm doing
Now-
pretty good. Came back from lunch.
Excellent.
I'm now full of potatoes, so doing
Excellent.
fantastic. I also
Great.
hopped into the Discord chat to see how people are doing. It's pretty lively over there. Some 2D
Okay.
animation going on, some 3D animation. Looking pretty cool. So
Fantastic. That's awesome. Yeah, great. Well, thank you for showing a couple of captions there. Definitely unshrimp yourself, and don't forget everyone, Control S.
yes.
I'm going to
Remember to
head off,
save.
and I'll be back a bit later. So
Awesome. Cool. See you later, Scott.
thanks a lot, everyone. See ya.
Okay, so up next, we have a special guest who's going to be talking about perseverance in the industry. So I'm happy to introduce to the stream Jorge Gutierrez, director and artist known for El Tigre, Book of Life, Maya and the Three, and a proud owner of a very large Feathers McGraw statue that I'm very curious about. So let's bring on Jorge.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing super good. I'm super excited. Thank you guys for having me. This is awesome.
Yeah, so far people are having a great time. Wild, chaotic, as you can imagine with 24-hour Ultimate AnimChallenge. We've had some wild tech issues, but we are rolling through it. We're powering through it. We're getting there.
As it should be. Hey, by the way, that is animation, right? You
Yep.
make plans and animation gods just laugh. That's basically how I sum it up.
They can smell fear. They can smell chaos. So just like,
Yeah.
we saw that.
Yeah.
So could you tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about today? And then you can go into your presentation. I'll just
sure.
go into the shadows, and then I'll come
Yeah.
back today.
So the plan is I'm going to talk for 30 minutes about perseverance in animation, and I can only talk about my personal experience. So I have like 400 panels. I'm going to talk really fast for 30 minutes, and then we'll do 20-minute Q&A at the end. And yeah, like if you like Cuban coffee, you're about to get 2 shots in each eyeball. So
Perfect. Could you try sharing your screen just so we can see that it sets up right?
So
shouldn't be
I
an issue.
did stop sharing screen. I have shared my screen.
Let's see. Oh,
There it is.
there we go.
Yep.
Cool. Is there anything in the presentation that has audio that
No.
you want to play?
No.
Perfect.
Yeah, don't
Awesome.
even. I know better.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. You got this. Have a great time. I will be back.
All right, you guys. Thank you, Vincent. All right, you guys. So my 30-minute talk is called "We Are All Tigers." I'm gonna go pretty fast. So if you have any questions, write them down. And here we go. So why should you listen to me? All right. So these are the 3 things I've done. Big things. I did a show called El Tigre with my wife Sandra. I made a movie that Guillermo del Toro produced. And the biggest thing I've done recently is I wrote and directed and created a limited series for Netflix called Maya and the Three. Have all done commercially and critically pretty good. Story began 50 years ago. I'm originally from Mexico City, literally just another kid from Mexico. I am autistic, and especially back then, I did not know. My dad was an architect. My mom was super bohemian. I think my dad was autistic. They took me to see a movie called Pinocchio, Revival House. I'm not that old. And they showed me this movie, and it traumatized me because it killed Pinocchio. But it really affected me, this movie. So I began to cosplay as Pinocchio all the time. And I started saying this phrase, I want to be a real boy. which looking back, I think I wanted to just be another kid, right? Be a normal kid. I didn't know I was different. Everybody in my family said he's a little weird and he really likes to draw. And I kind of realized I wasn't like other kids. My dad would always ask me, why do you love to draw? And I would always say, I don't know. And he loved that. So, 6-year-old drawings, regular 6-year-old drawings. I got in trouble. I got expelled from school for drawing my first nude of Wonder Woman. I love drawing the devil. I was a terrible speller. I'm dyslexic. So this is Michael Jessen's Thriller. I was kind of into dressing up as other characters because I just wanted to be normal. And then something huge happened in my life. When I was 8 years old, I got expelled for getting in a fight. And I got sent home, and my mom said, wait till your dad finds out. And when dad came in and he said, all right, Jorge, I have 2 questions for you. And I was terrified. And he said, 1, did you fight a kid that was bigger than you? And I said, yeah, he's a year older and he's in the class above me. And he got a huge smile. And he said, Jorge, never fight anybody smaller than you because you'll be a coward. Never fight anybody your own size because you'll learn nothing. If you get in a fight, only fight people bigger than you because then you'll learn. Even if they beat you up, you'll learn and you'll prove you have courage. Don't tell your mother. And I was like, wow, okay. And he says, second question, why did you get in a fight? More important than fighting is why did you get in a fight? Why did you get in a fight? I said, well, because this kid was bullying the brother of the girl I like. And he got an even bigger smile. And he said, as long as you fight for what you believe in, you can't lose. Even if you lose, you won. And it really sort of exploded my brain at that point. And he told me this philosophy that I carry to this day. He said, Jorge, you're born a puma. And every experience makes you a tiger. Each of these are little stripes. Good or bad, stripes are equal. Whether you win or you lose, the experience is what matters. So that's where El Tigre came from. And he said, and my biggest dream is that when you die a panther because you've experienced everything, Jorge. So my life changes forever at that moment. Literally, my brain explodes. 9 years old, we moved to Tijuana, which is a border city between the U.S. and Mexico. It was the most dangerous city in the world back then. That's literally where I grew up. I would cross the border every day. Started going to school in the U.S., kept drawing, and then The Simpsons showed up in my city, in Tijuana. And something, again, happened in my brain where I said, if my city exists in this cartoon, then I exist. And so I kept drawing, 12 years old, kept doing comics, started writing a bunch. I went to a public arts community college in Mexico. I got to show my drawings at a museum at 15 years old, and I really felt like, wow, maybe I could do this for a living one day. I discovered world cinema. I was a high school junior. I met the girl of my dreams, who I'm still married to. I proposed 2 weeks from when I met her, and she said no. And back then, I was already like, anytime people reject me, I'm okay with it. I'll convince them at some point. Cal Arts was the school that I was told, if you can get in there, you can prove. My father said, you can prove to me you are worthy of being my son and studying this. And so Cal Arts was super hard to get into. Back then, it was for every applicant, 350 students got in. I showed up. I said, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to get in a year early or get rejected a year early. So I applied as a high school junior. And they told me, well, you get rejected 2 to 3 or sometimes 4 times in a row before you can get in. Again, rejection, right? That's part of growth. And so I said, all right, well, I'll get rejected early. So I showed up with figure drawings. And when I called them, they said, you need animation style drawings. So I drew on the phone. They told me, like Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny or Bart Simpson. So I literally drew Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, Bart Simpson. And then they said, and you need to bring some of your personal work. And I had no idea what that meant. So I showed up to this portfolio review with my animation portfolio, which was figure drawings and animation drawings. And then I had a painting portfolio that I was going to show to the painting school just to see what a real painter would say. Head of the animation program back then was Jules Engel, Holocaust survivor, incredible artist, had worked at Disney, UPA, just genius. And he reviewed my work. And he told me this is garbage. He said, your drawings are very generic And then when he saw my animation drawings, he said, you know, a copy machine could have done these. You have no voice. You say nothing. You are not an artist. And again, he didn't know I was 17. And he said words that spoke to me. And again, I got a tattoo of those words in my soul. He said, an artist is someone who has a voice, and you don't have a voice. You say nothing. Figure out something else to do with your life. An artist you are not. So he closed my portfolio. I was devastated. I walked away. Universe took pity on me. I left my painting portfolio. He saw this painting, which he eventually bought from me. And he said, what the hell is this? And I said, oh, it's a lady who had an affair with a coyote, and it's about the US-Mexican border, and she has like half coyote babies. And he started laughing. And he said, all right, I like this. And every painting I showed him was pretty crazy. And he said, you son of a bitch. And he asked me the same thing my dad had asked me a million times. Why did you do these? And I said, I don't know. And he started laughing and he said, because you're an artist, you idiot. This is your voice. And so that was it. He let me in. He accepted me as a high school junior into the school. He said something that stayed with me. He said, I like how you see the world. You see it very differently. And again, I think it's because I'm autistic. As the earliest ID I could find, experimental animation was the school where 3 of my heroes had gone to in this department specifically. Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob, Henry Selick, who directed Night Before Christmas, and Peter Chung, who did Ian Flux. Those were my 3 sort of guiding stars. I met super like-minded people. I worked harder than I've ever worked. I got rejected. I basically did so much work. I made a deal with a school. I tried to do 3 years worth of classes in 1 year. And they said, if you get a high pass in every class for 2 years worth in 1 year, we'll give you a reward. And that's what I did. I just outworked everybody. I worked super hard. And the school gave me a full scholarship. And again, because I'm autistic, I could work and focus more than most people. I'm a big Kung Fu movie fan, so I got to meet a lot of my heroes. I would visit my girlfriend, Sandra, every 2 weeks in Tijuana. We got in trouble all over. I ended up getting a BFA in 97, MFA in 2000. I did all types of animation. Back then, CalArts wanted me to do a short every year. I did, I think, 4 shorts my first year. And by the time I graduated, I'd done 16 shorts. So shorts meant nothing to me. They were just literally little bricks to build a portfolio. Sandra became sort of my muse. I did fake documentaries. I did stop motion. I got into computer animation, which I hated, but I said, this is, a coward would run away from something they don't like. I'm going to embrace something that I know is the future. Eventually, I got an internship working at Sony, and I hated being a character animation intern. And I said, all right, this is not for me. I got to refocus. If I want to make my own stuff, I got to focus on writing, and I got to focus on developing my ideas, because there's better artists than me, so I have to outthink them. So I really embraced computer animation. My master's, I ended up only doing 2 shorts, 2 thesis films. One was stop motion, one was CG. The CG one, I think, turned out better than the other one. It was about a kid who wanted to be a bullfighter made out of wood, right? Pinocchio, on Day of the Dead, and he dies. This is basically where Book of Life came from. It won a student Emmy, and immediately I got a manager thanks to that. So thank you, Autism. Because of how well this little film did, I got to go to the Cannes Film Festival, and I met a ton of producers. And eventually I was asked to pitch a movie based on my short. This is a student version of the Book of Life. This is basically my pitch for the Book of Life. And I got sent to every studio in town. Everybody rejected me. They said, no one wants to see a film about dead Mexicans. Every single studio told me this. My student visa was running out at that point. Back then, and I think it's still the same now, if you don't get a studio to sponsor your visa, you get deported back to your country. So motivation to find work was different for me. And I saw these crappy internet cartoons, and I said, well, I know how to make cartoons. So I got a pirate version of Flash. And then after spending 3 years making an 8-minute short, I spent 2 months doing a 3-minute short on Flash about this Mexican wrestler who fights for an orphanage. This was before Nacho Libre. And Sony Pictures saw it. I put it online. I got 20,000 views in one night, which is like 2 million views today. And it kind of started my career. This is the pitch art that I did to sell the short. The first episode is on YouTube if you guys ever look for it. Day of the Dead proposal, right? At that point, I proposed to Sandra. Then we got married a year later. And I said, oh my God, this is incredible. I cannot believe this country, they just pay you to make your own stuff. Because I got to write them and direct them and voice them and animate them and basically do everything. And I felt like we made it. And then 2 months after the wedding, they canceled this division. And I said, all right, more stripes for these tigers. Let's embrace this failure and move on. And I got hired. I applied everywhere, and I got hired on the show called Mucha Lucha, created by an artist from England and an artist from Malaysia, and they were living in Australia when they pitched it. And of course, at some point, they were like, "We probably should hire Mexicans to work on this." So I worked on Mucha Lucha, and at the same time, I was doing freelance everywhere. Anybody who hired me back then, you hired me to do one thing, I'd give you 10. And I kept saying, like, I'm just getting better and faster. And the more stuff I do, the more work I get. So I became a self-professed workaholic. And I said, well, I saw the internet cartoon. How hard would it be to sell a TV show? So I started pitching TV shows. All these are rejected pitches for shows that never sold. None of these went anywhere. So after all those failures, Walt Disney TV back then said, all right, you keep coming back. You keep coming back with new ideas, and they keep getting better. We like this one. And so we developed Peppa the Bull. This is the Bible for Peppa the Bull. It was one of the first pilots done in Flash at Disney TV. It tested, and then they said, we want to make it for girls. So we said, no, that doesn't make any sense. So they killed our show. But they liked it so much, we got to work on another show over there called The Buzz on Maggie. That show eventually got canceled. And again, I was like, wow, they keep paying us to get better. This is amazing. I love all these experiences. So then we did 3 more shows. At Disney and Warner Brothers. I only found the Bible for one. This was a show that we developed at Disney. Very much my love letter to Hellboy, but sort of our crazy version of it. It died. But then after that one, at that point, I had done 4 pilots. So I knew exactly how to make a pilot. I had learned so much from all those previous failures that on this 4th one, we did El Tigre. Basically, the show that got picked up, pilot 2004, series 2006, inspired by our lives growing up in Mexico and in Tijuana and Mexico City. This is what we look like. I usually design the guys. My wife designs the girls. We collaborate on the villains. El Tigre is about a kid who is different, so very, very much an autistic hero. There's no tigers in Mexico, but very much inspired by tigers everywhere in the culture. Mexican wrestling and over-the-top Mexican bandits and mech suits, which are not Mexican, but I love them. 90s punk girls, golden era of cinema in Mexico. I had written Book of Life, so the villain in El Tigre is the daughter of the 2 gods in Book of Life. Already, I was a huge fan of Ren and Stimpy, so we got to work with a lot of artists. We were the first show to do color scripts at Nickelodeon. We were the first show to board digitally. They kind of left us alone thanks to technology, thanks to the fact that we were so new. They kind of didn't know what to make of us. The show came out, it was a huge hit, 3.4 million views. Back then, it was a huge deal. People started dressing up as the characters. We started getting letters. It was, McDonald's toys and DVDs. The show won Best Show and Best Character Design. This one I'm super proud of. Sandra won. She was the first ever Mexican woman to win an Emmy for character design, and she looked stunning in that picture. So all in all, the show won 5 Emmys. It's the most Emmys ever won by a show for one season. We thought, oh my God, we made it, and they canceled the show. So after that failure, I went to DreamWorks to develop the Book of Life. It was called The Matador back then, and it did not work out. At some point, they said, what if it's a hip-hop salsa musical with Lin-Manuel Miranda? And I said, no, thank you. And so they killed it. So after that failure, we went back to Disney. We made another pilot over there about this rebellious punk girl who breaks the rules for good. It's called Carmen Gets Expelled. The pilot's on YouTube. It tested really well, and then they wanted to change a billion things. So we said, no, thank you. And so they killed it. So after that failure, I went back to Nickelodeon. Sandra did not want to go back to Nickelodeon. We had a kid. We had just had a kid, so she said, I'm going to focus on being a good mom. So I went to Nickelodeon. I did this crazy Mexican wrestling video game Hamlet-inspired show. It's pretty nuts. There's going to be video games. It was going to be pretty nuts. And then they wanted to change too many things back then. I said, no, thank you. So they killed it. So after that failure, I kept going, oh my God, they keep paying me to get better. And I don't put any, especially back then, I learned not to put merit on results. I would only put merit on process. So the fact that they would let me hire and work with a bunch of people I love and got to experiment and make all these things, and they paid me a ton of money, to me, that was a reward. If it got greenlit or it didn't get greenlit, that was a bonus. And so I think most creators back then didn't think that way. So that it really, I think being autistic really helped. 2010, I went to Mad. I got to do parodies of a bunch of properties that I love, including Street Fighter. I got asked to do my take on Batman. And apparently this ended up in Christopher Nolan's office. And the story is that he saw these and laughed. And then he said, absolutely not. So I'm happy that Christopher Nolan killed my Batman idea. So now what? So out of nowhere, this tiny studio called Real Effects says, hey, we heard you quit at DreamWorks to make this, $180 million movie. We don't have $100 million. We have $25 million. What if we make an indie version of your movie? And so we moved to Texas. We got a year to write the script and design the movie. Again, I usually design the male characters. My wife designs the female characters. We got to hire Paul Sullivan as a art director and Simon Varela as a production designer. It was super, super fun because we kind of got left to do our own thing. We almost got divorced designing La Muerte. She was really hard. Cibabo originally was the devil, and I learned you can have the devil in a kid's movie, so he's a burnt angel. I got to design all these crazy characters. The modelist back then didn't know what to make of our drawings, so our production designer went to El Salvador and got all these amazing sculptors to do a maquette. And I think once they did that maquette, everybody in Dallas went, oh, okay. So we designed all this stuff. We got to do paintings. We wrote a crazy script. And then they said, who's your dream producer? Of course, Guillermo del Toro. These pictures are of the house where I got to pitch to him. It's called Bleak House, where he has this crazy collection. Back then, he lived in a house with his wife and 2 daughters. And then the next house was his house of collections. And I went over there, and I had the worst pitch of all time because as my pitch was going to start, in the mansion next door, there were like 5 leaf blower people, and they all started the leaf blowers at the same time. So I had to yell the pitch, and it was a disaster. And I felt like, oh man, I really screwed this up. There's no way he's going to like this movie now. But he told me, I watched El Tigre with my daughters. I know your sense of humor. I know your love for our culture. Of course, I'm going to produce your movie. So, we're buddies now, and Guillermo became our producer. We went to work. Because of Guillermo, we found a studio partner. 20th Century Fox became the studio. We worked our asses off on this movie. It was super hard. I wanted the movie to look like paintings, and we got pretty close. What you see in the top are paintings. At the bottom are stills from the movie. And then we ran out of money, and we had not done The Land of the Dead. And, we had to figure out, well, how much can we afford? And they said, well, ideally you have, 17 pieces of geometry. And so Paul Sullivan, basically we sat down and we said, all right, how do we do this? And with these 17 pieces of geometry, we did the whole Land of the Dead, or the Land of the Remembered. And people didn't believe us that it was only 17 pieces of geometry. So we had to do a breakdown and show this clip with no sound of what that looked like. And so as you guys can see, it's all matte paintings, all local lights, textures, lots of trickery in all of this. And then those are the geometry. That's the pieces. And I feel like this is my career. I can do a lot with very little. And the audience doesn't care. The audience doesn't care how much money you have. The audience doesn't care how long it took. The audience doesn't care how hard it was. They care about what's on the screen. And you're a magician. We're all magicians. And they're there to believe. So half of the work is already done by people showing up. Movie came out. I got to, show it all over the world. The premiere, I was warned none of the actors are going to show up. They all showed up. Zoe Saldana was 9 months pregnant, and she showed up. It was pretty crazy. Movie came out all over the world. Magazines, the album. There were bootlegs. Nominated for 5 Annie Awards, but it only won 1 for character design. And then this felt like the real reward. We started getting photos of people dressing up like the characters all over the world, conventions. It's pretty nuts. We still get them every year. You know, sometimes people get married as the characters. Camila Cabello dressed up as La Muerte, and then the tattoos. The tattoos started. We started getting tattoos of our characters, which is pretty nuts. They did an illegal musical in Mexico, which I thought was pretty cool. And then we got asked by Microsoft to do a Super Bowl commercial of their computers and pretend that we did the movie using their computers, and we said sure. And I think we got paid more to do this commercial than we got paid to do the movie. So thank you. And then at 40 years old, I was diagnosed with autism. I have a son who is also autistic, and my parents said, well, you just like him. And so I was diagnosed twice exceptional for anybody interested. There's lots of information about that. I think it's really helped me in my career, and it's really helped me, especially in animation, to be neurodivergent. You know, I'm different, but it makes me me. I said I want to do something about that. So I got to go to Google and pitch a virtual reality short about Mexican wrestling. And I remember this bullfighter that was missing a leg that I thought was really interesting. So I researched a lot about basically sports where people are missing limbs. And I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a wrestler who's missing a limb. It's going to be a metaphor for me feeling like I'm not like others, like I'm missing something because I'm autistic. And my son is autistic, and I feel like there's something lacking in my life. And so I'm going to spoil the short for you guys if you've never seen it. At the end, he realizes he's stronger because he's different, and his son becomes his leg. And that's what happened to me. I realized being autistic actually makes me better, and having a son who's autistic just fuels me to do even more stuff. So that's sort of the climax of the show. And Emmy nominations, didn't win anything. Then I started developing one of my dream projects, a Kung Fu space western called Kung Fu Space Punch. Wrote the script. This is some of the development for it. We're still trying to get this set up, and hopefully it happens sooner than later. This is sort of what the characters are going to look like. So hopefully, back then, no one wanted to make it because of a certain president became president, and no one wanted to do anything about the border. So it was put on hold. I went to Lego to direct the Lego movie for Chris and Phil, the Lego movie guys who I adore and I admire. This was the Lego movie I was going to direct. It was very much a spoof on Fast and the Furious. It got pretty far. We even did, we're designing vehicles and all the villains and casting and all these Paul Sullivan paintings. It was going to be pretty nuts. And then no more Lego movies. So then in 2018, we went to Netflix. I got to make our first baby, Maya and the Three, mostly working from home. I did not play Dungeons and Dragons growing up, so I started playing Dungeons and Dragons because I love Lord of the Rings and I wanted to do something about that. At this point, I'll do a drawing and then I'll paint it, and then it goes and becomes a maquette. So being the character designer and the director makes things really easy. Things just sail through. So in the left are Sandra's drawings, and the right are the finished models. This is what Sandra looked like when I met her, so that's kind of where Maya came from. The helmet's from a museum. I wanted to include not only Mexican Mesoamerica, but I wanted to include all of Latin America. So I had gone to Machu Picchu in Peru, and I wanted to include the Incas. I love this idea that there was an albino archer. I got to design the dad, and then I got to voice the dad, and the queen obviously was Sandra. I designed this character for Diego Luna, and I sent it to him, which you're not supposed to do. And I said, come on, Diego, you got to play this guy. And he said, fuck yeah. And he just joined the show. I got to do my take on the God of War. All this is a fantasy inspired by Mesoamerica. We never say Aztec, Toltec, Incan, none of these words. It's not historical at all. It's a fantasy version, just like Lord of the Rings or, the Monkey King or any Clash of the Titans, anything that's inspired by lore and mythology. I said, well, I want to do my version of that. And we went nuts on the show. I'm a huge fan of The Wizard of Oz. So if anybody who's seen Maya, it is The Wizard of Oz. Maya is Dorothy. Rico the Wizard is the Scarecrow. Chimi the Archer is the Tin Man. And Pichu the Warrior is the Lion. We went nuts. Again, a lot of Paul Sullivan, beautiful paintings. This was a labor of love, incredible crew. Alex Constant did some of these. It's just a crazy, crazy experience. It's on Netflix. We kind of went nuts. Gustavo Santaolalla came back. The show came out. We started getting pictures. I can't believe someone had a party that looked like this. And then all the fan art started coming from all over the world. I'm especially happy that we got Japanese fan art. It's pretty great. People started dressing up as the characters, going to conventions dressed like them. Tattoos have started. Murals in Mexico City started popping up. Nominated for 7 Annie Awards. But the big reward to me was it was top 10 in 55 countries. It won 2 Annies out of 7, but it won the best Annie. And then I'm super proud of this. It won 4 Emmys out of 5 nominations. I'm dyslexic. I got held back in school. I was told I was dumb and that I didn't know how to write. And I won an Emmy for writing the finale of Maya. So my dad was still alive, so I got to dedicate it to him. So thank you, Maya. Started doing vinyl toys. I started doing painting murals. Film Festival started asking me to do posters. Apple asked me to do a bunch of art for Apple Music. El Tigre kept coming back in video games. I did a bunch of posters for Got Milk. And then Chris Nee and the Obamas asked me to direct and design a music video about becoming U.S. citizens. So we got to do our first ever music video, and it won an Emmy. So I never want to do another music video. That's basically it. And then in 2023, Guillermo del Toro said, Gordo, let's go to Annecy. Annecy invited me to design their poster. So I got to design the poster. And when I turned it in, they were like, we thought it'd be more Mexican. And I had to do this breakdown. I'm like, this is pretty Mexican. There's a ton of Mexican stuff. So all these failures, I'm going to show you guys more. We developed a sequel to Maya that hasn't moved forward. We started developing a movie that takes place in the Book of Life world. That's pretty nuts. Has not moved forward. And then my sweet baby, I Chihuahua, which is a movie that I'm trying to get made, is pretty nuts. Set in Tijuana. And then out of nowhere, the UFC asked me to design a poster for them. And then I got invited to brainstorm their event. This is what the poster looked like. I got to design outfits. I got to design Noche UFC stuff for them. For the first time ever, I got to design live action costumes of what the ring girls were going to look like. This event was nuts. But I got to do a bunch of stuff for them. It's kind of crazy. And then last Halloween, Simpsons asked me to do the opening for The Simpsons in my crazy style. So I got to pitch I want to do a horror Street Fighter Mortal Kombat version of The Simpsons, and they liked it. I have no idea if the sound will play, but it's only 22 seconds, so I'll play it and see if it goes. So imagine if, 10-year-old Jorge, who was obsessed with The Simpsons, was told, 40 years from now, you'll get to do a Simpsons opening. He would have had a heart attack. So in conclusion, all these failures, if you really break these down, all these failures have made me just stronger, right? Like my dad said, they're just stripes because they're experiences. So whether things turn out good or whether things turn out bad, it didn't really matter. What mattered was the experience. And so I implore and encourage you guys to think about it that way. We are all tigers, right? All these are experiences. And if we're brave, we get to jump back in the ring. As my dad said, the fight is the gift. Whether you win or lose doesn't really matter. It's the fight that counts. And so I beg you guys, let's all die Panthers. Let's all experience everything. So thank you guys. Exactly 30 minutes. And we are good to do the Q&A.
That was exactly 30 minutes. When you said you had 400 slides, I was like, really 400 slides? And then you just went. That was incredible.
Thank you.
Okay, but honestly, there's so much to try and absorb there, but I just love everything that you covered from, I don't know, I just love what you include in there about how the differences that you had and how you saw things differently, how it became your strength. That's something which really resonates with me. I really appreciate you including that in your presentation and about yourself in this presentation to our audience. So thank you for that.
You know, I found I was diagnosed when I was 40, and my reps back then said, "Don't tell anybody." And I was like, "What?"
Mhm.
And they were like, "It's just another excuse for people not to want to work with you." And I said, "Well, if someone doesn't want to work with me because I'm neurodivergent, I don't want to work with them." So I changed representation, and as I've worked in this industry, I realized I think half of the people I've ever worked with are probably neurodivergent, and they just don't know it. And then a lot of directors above me that I've become friendly with, they all know they're autistic. They've just never been tested. And a lot of my fellow creators are now finding out, right? Because a lot of their kids are autistic, that they're autistic. And so it's some people are very open about it, right? Like Dan Harmon from Rick and Morty, or Maxwell Adams, the creator of Billy and Mandy. But definitely, like, I think it's more accepting, and I think this is very much a field, the arts, that is very welcoming to people like us.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm curious if people in the chat have some questions about everything that we just went over. Let's see. We have a question from Jorge Rustic Zero. Question: personal style versus artistic excellence. Is it possible to create a good style while not being a great artist?
Whew, that's a great question. I guess for me, when I started early on, I realized there's draftsmanship and then there's creativity, and those two things don't always go hand in hand, right? Because there could be some incredible draftsmen, but they're not designers, and they're not as creative as someone who can draw in a way that's so different. The old cliche is Picasso, right? Like, he could draw better than anybody, yet he chose to draw differently. I don't think you need to get to draw better than everybody to draw differently. I definitely think it helps. But I definitely think the artists that I really gravitated towards in animation, the Tim Burtons and the Henry Seligs and the Ward Kimballs and the Ed Benedicts and the Mary Blairs and the Miguel Covarrubias and Sergio Aragonés, all these guys had completely different backgrounds. Some went to regular art school, some went to architecture school, some didn't go to school at all, some went to graphic design. So to me, it seemed like it didn't matter where you came from. And the thing that really sort of hit me was that you can't look for a style. The style finds you. And what I mean by that is, the more you work, the more your style develops. And your style is a mix of everything you love, but everything you don't love. Because you will take out the things you're not into and accentuate the things you're into. The best example I can give of that is, I got really lucky, and I had lunch with Mike Mignola, the creator of Hellboy. And like a fanboy, we're eating sandwiches.
So cool.
And I'm like, Mike, I love how in your comic your characters are coming out of the dark and you don't see any of the background, so mysterious, really selling this idea that we don't know where we are and we never see their feet, and so it feels like they're not stepping on anything secure. It's so provocative. And he's like eating his sandwich, and he goes, Jorge, I hate drawing backgrounds and I hate drawing feet. And he keeps eating. So your style choice. Right? So your style, again, a mix of what you love and a mix of what you don't love. And I definitely think what your style is this soup of everything you love and everything you don't love. But if your soup only has the same ingredients everybody else has, your soup will taste just like everybody else's soup. So what you put into that soup is really important. And so you have to be really, really smart and go, all right, as much as I love, and we were told this in school, as much as you love animation, stop looking at animation. Start going to the opera and go to ballet and go to museums and go to concerts and like find your the things you love outside of your art form to inform your art form. Because if not, you're going to just regurgitate and bastardize the art form.
I am curious. So, what was very interesting when you were presenting was all the different times that you've been pulled on by a studio and you had, this specific vision you wanted to make. And they're like, okay, yes, but what if we change it like this? And what if we change it like that? And like all that sort of stuff. And you found that power to say no and walk away from it. What do you think? Like, do you think always in your career, like, so for example, when you were a student, you would pitch the first pass of Book of Life to studios and they all rejected you. But back then, if one of the studios had said yes, but asked you to change it, do you think you would have said yes back then? Or do you think that power to say no was always in you? Or do you think it grew over time?
I think maybe I'm naive, but I would have said no. And even then, when I first had the movie at DreamWorks, they offered to buy it or rent it. And I think I'm the only idiot in the history of animation who said, this movie will never get made here. Just rent it. So when I quit, they were like, you can't quit. We bought this. And I was like, actually, you just optioned it.
Yeah, I was actually kind of curious, like, with how many times you've gotten canceled, how, like, you've handled, like, still keeping the IP, because I know that's tough.
It's very, I mean, certain studios will not give you your IP back. But a lot of them, it's funny. With Book of Life, when I quit and they couldn't believe that I quit and I took the movie, Jeffrey Katzenberg brought me in. He was the head of the studio back then. And he said, Jorge, and he honestly hadn't talked to me since the original pitch. And he said, I'm going to give you your movie back and I'm going to give you a bunch of sorry, didn't work out money. And I want you to get this movie made somewhere. And I remember just going, why are you doing this? It's like, Jeffrey, seriously, why are you doing this? And here's what Jeffrey said. Because, Jorge, if you get this movie made, and you seem like someone who's going to get this movie made, if you get this movie made, you're going to tell the story forever. And I'm going to look like a good guy. And what am I doing right now?
There you go.
There you go. Jeffrey knew. But
wow. Okay.
But I think, early in my career, saying no, it always became money, right? It was, can I afford to say no? And in my head, it was always like, well, if they kill this thing, I'll just get a regular job. And when you can think like that, then you can say no. If you're like, this is my only opportunity, I'm a one-trick pony, this is literally the only thing I'll ever get to make, then no. You'll probably say yes to everything. But it became very clear to me that this is a career, this is a marathon. I'm a creator, I'm a writer, I'm a director, like, I'm just gonna keep coming up with stuff. And I'm gonna get it made. And hey, studio, you wanna make this with me? Because if you don't, that's cool. I'll make it somewhere else.
That's really interesting because I've been lucky. Like, I've also been given some good advice from like mentors in the industry on like when I've worked before, where they've told me before, you have to like respect yourself, because if you don't respect yourself and put yourself into situations where you don't respect yourself, that's not going to end well. You're going to paint yourself into a corner. You're going to end up in those situations where you're saying yes to things that you never wanted to say yes to.
Well, and you hit it in the nail. If you just say no to everything, it's not going to work. And if you say yes to everything, it's not going to work. So it's balance. It's knowing where to fight, pick your battles, where to weave. I mean, I'm 50 years old now, so now I've seen it all. I know exactly when a note is given, like what the real note is, what the concern is. And I think, what's that saying? Be wary of the old soldier, because he's lived long enough to be old. All these stories, they just make you aware of how hard all this stuff is. That's why it's really hard for me. When I was younger, I would just, basically shit on stuff I didn't like publicly. Now that I made a lot of stuff, I go, no, it's a miracle any of these things get made. And no one sets out to make something bad. It's just super hard.
That is exactly the perspective that I've gotten, because I've hit like animation, but also production side and management. And like, now that I've seen all the sides of it, I very quickly went from that perspective of like being not exactly very critical, but just to the fact that anything gets made is amazing. And I love and respect that regardless of how it ended up in the end. Like once you really see that process, you're like, wow,
Yeah.
that's incredible.
Oh yeah. And it takes time. It takes time to learn these things.
We have a question from chat from Dane Romley, who's participating in the challenge, and he's doing it solo as a 2D animator. So Dane, I hope you're surviving right now. You mentioned a lot of back then in regards to developing pitches and pilots. Do studios still work that way today? Do people still get asked and paid to create pitches for them?
I don't think anybody gets paid to pitch. It's free. You basically. I always did all my pitches at the end of the day when I was working and on the weekends. And I had friends who were like exhausted after work and they just didn't want to do any of that stuff. To me, it was like, well, what's the long term? I want to make my own stuff. And the best way to learn how to make a TV show is to work on somebody else's TV show. Best way to learn how to make a movie is to work on somebody else's movie. So I was just getting work and learning. Studios have always and will always go, hey, if you work on a hit show and you pitch something, maybe there's something in you. Right? So the creator of Adventure Time was working on Flapjack, and the creator of Gravity Falls was working on Fish Hooks. The creator of SpongeBob was working on Rocco's. Like when you do your breakdowns of where these creators came from, it's very rare that someone just came out of nowhere. Obviously, like Vivian Medrano is an anomaly. Most people have worked on other people's stuff and then eventually get their shot. But pitching every studio is taking pitches everywhere. Right now, it's really hard because everybody wants famous intellectual properties, right? Famous IP based on video games and stuff. So it's never been harder for originals to get pitched. But this is cyclical. If you've been in the industry long enough, you realize this too shall pass. And at some point, they will want originals again, and you just have to keep honing your skills and be patient. All these giant IPs that are huge, guess what? They started as original IPs. SpongeBob started as an original IP. So we're in a moment in our industry where we're just getting over COVID, we're getting over the bubble burst of streaming. Things are starting to stabilize. The workforce was too big for the amount of stuff that was being made. I think we're back to a level that's more realistic, what it was before the boom. And I think I'm encouraging everybody, if you can just survive, get a job, not in animation, just survive and hang in there, you'll make it. But we're in the storm right now.
That is very interesting to hear your perspective on, because like I'm much newer to the industry and I came in right when the pandemic bubble happened. So like everything was great and people were watching all this animation, everybody was getting hired right at that cusp before everything went straight to hell. And I've definitely seen a lot of it's fun.
Yeah.
But I've definitely seen like a lot of conversations, especially, like from classmates from school, of trying to figure out like, oh, it's just like, is everything just a complete disaster now? And then other people coming in and talking about like the ups and downs of the industry of like, okay, the cycles and waves which come. So it's interesting seeing it from your perspective, since you've been in this industry for so long and you've seen the different phases it's go through. And it does make me happy to hear that you see that, oh, eventually we will get out of it.
Well, and the math of our industry is, with all due respect to everybody who's older, you age out at some point. And the new generations come in with new ways of thinking and new ideas. And I was once that generation, and I kept looking at the older people above me and going like, how am I going to get my shot? Well, guess what happens? You keep trying and you do get your shot. And then people retire. And guess what? All those openings happen early. And so they will forever need new cartoons, new creators, new movies. This is a never-ending need. And we are the myth makers of today. We are the makers. And so you just have to hone your skills. This advice I think is horrible. Like, just wait. Don't wait. Like, make stuff. Put it on TikTok, put it on YouTube. Just keep making stuff. I think the biggest lesson I learned in school was dedication beats talent. And the other one that I learned was speed matters more than anything, because the more stuff you make, the better you get, right? And so if you're fast, guess what? You make even more stuff and you get even better. And if you're really fast, I don't encourage this, but I've had 2 full-time jobs. And because I was really fast, I could do it. I learned 3 full-time jobs, too much. But 2, doable.
That works, yeah.
Terrible advice. But this is when I was a lot younger.
I am curious, as you've gone through all those successes and failures and rejections in your career and pivots and like all the different things you did, how is your relationship to art, your art, and the industry, how has it changed over the years?
The biggest change has been I try to do art outside of animation. I try to paint a lot. I do a lot of pro bono work. I do a lot of things on the side, because animation takes so long and I miss the sense of completion. And so when I paint, I can get a painting done in a day. I can't get anything done in a day in animation. And so that's really sort of allowed me to go, I'm still an artist because I'm still making these things, but I'm also an animation artist and I'm a director, but that's a job. And the thing I hate about animation is how expensive it is. And especially at the stage I'm in where I go, oh, I can make a movie for $35 million. I don't need $200 million. That's still $35 million. So that's been my relationship to it. And one of the dumbest things that I did early was I tried to separate my artist life and my personal life. And honestly, I think that was idiotic, because when you're an artist, it's not like a little switch you turn off. You're an artist at all times. We're like Superman. Just because he dresses up like Clark Kent, he's still Superman. We're artists all the time. And so I've now embraced this idea that my life is my art and my art is my life. And I meld them, and I work with my wife and I work with my friends. And we talk about all this stuff all the time, and it's all around us. And yes, we live in a bubble and most of our friends are artists, but that is our life. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, because people are like, you should hang out with non-artists. And I go, sure, but I'm not working with them.
Well, I mean, also like you're saying, like, about for artists that, you take influences from life, like your art is how you see the world. If you separate those things, and like, what are you like,
Right.
You've severed the connection.
Right.
What's going to happen there?
And as artists, we gravitate towards other people that are, have this dichotomy in them of letting all their feelings out and all their expression come out, but also trying to navigate the realities of being a grown-up and an adult and paying, the rent and that's such a dichotomy. Guillermo del Toro talks about this, where we have to have the sensibility and the heart of poets, but we have to have the endurance of barbarians and boxers. And that's a really difficult thing. And so you gravitate towards your tribe.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any other questions in the chat.
10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Oh, we got 10 minutes. Pull out some more coffee. I feel like a couple of these were already answered in the chat. Here's a quick one. Which do you prefer more for your own animations, 2D or 3D?
I have this idea that at the end of the day, it's all flat, right? It's all a flat screen. So I love stop motion, but there's things about stop motion I don't like. I've never seen a good fight in stop motion. Apologies to certain movies. I've never seen CG be as expressive as 2D, but I've never seen 2D do some of the things that CG can do. So I think they all have their strength. The tactile quality of stop motion I adore. I think I like the one that I'm not doing the more because I romanticize it, right? The grass is greener. So whenever I'm working in CG, I'm like, 2D. I'm working in a 2D thing right now, and I'm like, man, if this was CG, it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I wouldn't have to worry about keeping the fingers on model every single frame. They'd just be there.
And honestly, I love them all, and I love mixing them up. So I'm trying to mix them up a lot more than I'm allowed. But as an art form and as a medium, animation to me is the art form that mixes the most art forms, and so I genuinely love it.
Very cool. I don't see any other questions in chat right now which haven't been answered by the discussion. So I'm going to pull out a question. Oh, here's a big one.
Oh boy.
From Etchy5. What was the most pivotal moment in your life?
What was the most pivotal moment in my life? I'm going to tell you guys, when I was 18, I got sent to jail for driving under the influence, trying to cross the border drunk with a bunch of kids. I was a kid, obviously, at 18. And they put me in a Scare Straight program because it was a federal crime because it was in the border. And so I got sent to a maximum security prison for 2 nights and 3 days. And I saw my life. I literally saw my whole life. I had been accepted to CalArts. And it really, really changed me. It really made me go, I get a second chance. I get a reboot. And I could have killed somebody, and I could have messed up my whole life, and I could have ruined other people's lives. And it worked. I got threatened. It was the most horrible experience of my life. And after that, I felt I can survive anything because now I have a point of reference. So my wife makes fun of me for this, and he's like, you can take anything negative, like your superpower is you can take anything negative and judo it to motivate you. And I think that's served me well in Hollywood.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so I'm curious, and this is a selfish question on my part. I want to know more about the Feathers McGraw statue.
All right, so Feather McGraw. So of course I'm an Aardman lover, right? I love Aardman. Wrong Trousers, I think, is a work of art. And I met Peter Lord a long time ago, but I met Merlin, the co-director of the new Wallace and Gromit. He was out here for the Oscars. We had breakfast, and he said, "Hey, we're doing this exhibit of Wallace and Gromit characters for hospitals in the UK. What if you paint one?" And I was like, "What?" And before I knew it, it showed up in my house, and I'm almost done, but I'm not allowed to show pictures because they're going to do a big reveal. But he is by far, Feathers McGraw is one of my favorite on-screen villains.
I love him so much. Yeah. It's just like the design, the simplicity, just also it's perfect.
No eyebrows, no mouth, no pupils. Like what they do with that character is incredible.
I love him so much. Everything like Wallace and Gromit. I also just love Wallace and Gromit in general. Just perfect vibe, but just that freaking penguin, so good.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we have time for probably about 1 or 2 more questions. So let's see what we got. Okay, let's go with this one. From Ilutim Condor. Probably not pronouncing that right, but we're getting there. Have you had any time or any moment where you doubt even for a second, or have you always had that motivation? And if you did have that doubt, how did you get out of that feeling?
So I used to think I've never had imposter syndrome. And I was talking to my therapist about this. And he said, fascinating, like a classic therapist, right? He was like, fascinating. Tell me more. And I was like, yeah, I've always felt like I had to work 10 times harder than everybody else. And he goes, that's imposter syndrome. you thinking
Oh,
you
no.
have to do, you thinking you had to do more. But again, it served you well, because instead of it crushing you, or instead of it demoralizing you, it fueled you. So that's kind of what I found. I found that, especially in school, I realized there's two types of artists. Artists that are chasing success, right? The carrot of success, money, adoration, the respect of their peers. And then there's artists like me who are running away from failure. To me, failure is a monster that's chasing us, and I taunt that monster. And anytime I get tired or anytime I'm not motivated, I go, wow, am I proving the people who don't believe in me right? Am I letting down? I mean, I go hard, right? I go, am I letting down my son? Am I letting down my family? Am I letting down my ancestors? Am I letting down my whole culture? Am I letting down every single person who believed in me? And by the time I finish that, there's a fire, like a monster behind me, and I just raw, and I dive in. And there's a Picasso saying that I love, which it's about inspiration, right? He goes, inspiration is real, but it can only find you working. Meaning, as long as you're working, you get inspired. And I really believe that. And so I get so much joy making stuff and working. So when people tell me like, oh, I have a hard time motivating myself, I have a hard time jumping in, I have a hard time staying in it, I have a hard time sustaining this, maybe it's because I'm autistic, but I don't, they're like talking a different language. I don't understand. Like how? And the first diet, and people hate me when I tell this, the first diet I did in school was video games. I was like, for the amount of time that I'm spending on a video game, I could watch so many movies and I could be doing so much other productive stuff. And I love video games, but that was the first thing I cut out. And I was a bastard. This is mid-90s. I would go to the swap meets in Tijuana, and I would buy the most addictive PlayStation 2 video games I could find. And I would hand them out like drugs at school.
Strategy.
And I was like, if I need your computer time, and if you can't control yourself, I will use your computer time.
You just opened the door. They walked through. So like,
yeah, it's like, hey, I dropped some drugs. If you use them, that's on you.
That's great. But like what I really love about the perspective you're offering is that with the Gore community, we have a community from everywhere. We have people who are doing the traditional route of they go to school, they go to the online school. We have people in our community who they're working to become animators, and they only have like 6 hours of electricity in their country because their country only has that before it gets shut off. We have people from every single story and background you can imagine. Yeah. And I really hope for more of that in our industry and more of that in animation and more of those stories. That is something which I really want more of for all of us. So I think everything that you've shown in your presentation today, everything that you've done in your career, how you've persevered in your career, that is, I think, valuable for, the stories you've told and for the others who will come after you to also tell their own stories as well. So.
Oh, listen, thank you. Super, super kind words. You're going to make me cry.
We got 1 more minute. Any words?
Anything
else from the crowd?
Yeah, or any last 4 o'clock? All right, you guys.
There we go. Thank you very much, Jorge. That was fantastic.
3 hours packed into 1.
That was awesome, man. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
Bye, you guys.
Bye. Wow. Okay. That was so cool. And that was so much. Let's see. We are now at 4 p.m. So again, on stream math started at 9, 3, 7, 24 minus 7, 17 hours left in the challenge. We're still not at the halfway mark. We've still got so much left to go. And up next, because the show just keeps rolling, we have the team from Caranimus Rex. We have Richie Lico, Alejandro Alvarez, who you'll remember from the segment with Michael Makarewicz, and Ray Lim. And they're going to be joining us today to talk about how they started a studio and what nobody told them about that. So I think we have everybody backstage. Hello, Allie.
Hello.
Hello, Richie.
Hello.
And hello, Ray.
Hello.
Alejandro, I'll pass the mic back to you.
Great. Thank you so
Have a great
much
time,
for that.
guys.
First off, you guys stay strong. You're getting there. I only saw you 2 hours ago, but I'm sure it's going great. You haven't lost your marbles yet. It's too early for that. Keep it together. I'm really glad to be back. I don't know if I should introduce myself again. It probably isn't necessary since you guys already heard most of it. But I'd love to introduce my team. These people are very, very close to my heart. I love working with them. Yeah, however you guys want to do it, do it.
Ray, you want to go first?
Sure. Hello, my name is Ray. I live in Canada, Edmonton. I've been in the games industry for about the last 20 years, majority of that being in AAA. I've been through franchises such as Mass Effect, Anthem, Dragon Age, Bioshock 4, and then last 4 years, I have been on my own, providing consulting services to studios of all sizes. What I do is I'm a technical animator at heart, but I have been doing a lot of miscellaneous things, such as being a character TD, tools, pipeline TD, system designs, and so forth. Some of my focus is on procedural facial animations and emotion systems. And then I had the pleasure of meeting up with Ali and Richie in last bit, so it's been quite a journey.
It really has, hasn't it? Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Richard Lico. Richie's my nickname. So been doing this for 25 years now. Many of you probably know a lot of my work. We started out at Sunstorm and went to Ravensoft, and then went to Monolith, and then Bungie. Was the animation lead on Halo Reach, ODST, Destiny 1 and 2, and then joined a few friends of mine at a studio called Polyarch that we created. That was 9 years ago now, I think. Yeah, something like that. We created the Moss franchise, where I co-directed the second game and kind of somewhat did on the first. I don't know. We kind of did it ourselves. But anyway, had a wonderful time. You may know that little mouse that I made on the VR Moss game. And now we're doing this studio thing. So yay, we're here to talk about it.
I think it's safe to say that the game industry has entered the building, because most of the people that have been talking on here have been not in the games industry. So I'm really glad that we have some games representation on here today.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So guys, feel free to leave questions on here whenever you want to. I'll be looking at them as we go. The first thing we wanted to do is basically show you a little teaser, just to show you what the game looks like more or less at the moment. We are really, really early on in production. We've really just started getting our feet wet. We spent a couple of months sort of getting together the idea. So just keep that in mind when you watch it, but it would be fun to just give you a visual before we get into it, just so that you know what we're talking about. So I'm just going to try and see if this works. It's the first time that I use this type of streaming platform, so I'm not sure if the audio will come through, but hopefully it does. All right. Can you all see this? Are you guys able to see it? Yeah? You see the black? Yeah, cool. All right, ready? I'm about to press play. Put down the mouse for a second and just...
I'm not hearing any audio.
For audio, if you do want to pause it, try going to screen share and share your window. I think either share window or share screen, and on screen it will have a little switch where you can turn on share system audio.
Yes, correct. Perfect.
Now the only thing with that is that then if Ray or Richie starts talking, it might start doubling the audio. So when you guys are presenting the audio parts, maybe just don't talk and then stop sharing your screen. But if anything happens, we'll figure it out.
Okay,
I
cool.
hit mute. Hit mute, Ray.
By the way, that was Vincent, like, in my conscience. Like,
I'm in the wires.
I wish you were there, like, my entire life, and every time I went into a problem, you'd be like, by the way, you just have to do this. Anyway, let me just share again. I'm going to do a little test. Are you able to hear that? We might have to forgo. Ooh, the playback. Give me a second. I'm going to try one last thing, and then if nothing happens, I'll just send you a link. All right. Try one more. This time again. Let's see. Nothing?
Allie?
Yeah.
Also, if you have an issue with the playback, if it's a small enough file, you can send it to us and we can upload it to Restream and play it natively in the platform, and that should fix frame rate issue.
Perfect. I will send it to you, and maybe we can just talk about it. We can play it at the end.
Yep. If you send it on Discord, it might not work because of the file size. You can always send it to me on Slack, and I can get it to the team, and we can get it set up for you guys for the end of the presentation. Does that sound good?
Amazing. That's perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you. So maybe while I do that, Richie, you can give us a download of what it is we're making.
Okay. Well, without spoiling too much, because we are just starting out as the studio, about a year ago, I left Polyarc and had an idea. We did some wonderful things with the Moss franchise, right? Like we really met some good fans that really liked having a relationship with Quill, the little mouse, and that seemed to be what people resonated most with about the game. Arguably, some people really loved the puzzles, the combat, the VR-ness of it all. But the one thing that I really enjoyed most was building that relationship with our players. So I wanted to take that idea out of VR where I can play test without puking, which is a lot of fun. I highly recommend doing that. And then started building an idea around, well, how do you bond with players? And being an animator for 25 years, building characters is obviously where I'm going to start, right? So I started jotting down a bunch of ideas. I started composing music. I started, sketching out some concepts. I started, playing with, learning how to model a character and just exploring the idea in my head, because every one of those steps, the music, the modeling, all that stuff, became kind of like my way of, it's like it was my muse. It was my chance to meditate and then just ruminate on the idea. And then after modeling for a few hours, I'd write down whatever I thought of, and then just kind of came up with a concept. Around that time, Ollie and I were becoming friends. So I actually, over brats one day, pitched it all to her. And I'm just like, hey, this is what I'm thinking of doing. Do you want to join me? And she said yes, which was fantastic and shocking. And I think Evan had a lot to do with that.
Evan's my partner, by the way, for people who don't know. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so we started just hammering on the idea some more. I mean, the idea was in pretty solid form by that point. And we've been revising it ever since. And that was what, June, July-ish?
I think it was a little before June. June is like the official time where we actually incorporated and became an actual company. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know what else to say other than we've really been enjoying building this idea, and we're hoping that players will really like it. We know that the bonding with characters is not a typical game concept. Usually a game concept is in the form of, I know this genre or I know this gameplay feature, and I'm going to take this gameplay feature and this gameplay feature and merge them together like peanut butter and jelly. And that's something new. And we're going with something very different. Like we're taking obvious, combat, for example, we have combat in our game. We have exploration. We have puzzles, right? Those are in lots of games. But I think what the angle we're going at is it's all about that relationship with that main character. And it's about using her to reflect your own emotions as a mirror. And that I don't really see a lot of games do. So we're hoping that players will enjoy that kind of thing, and we're just figuring out how to build it all together now. I've been in games for 25 years. I know game development very, very well, co-directed the Moss game. So like that part we know how to do. It's just, it takes time. It's a lot of work, stuff like that.
Now you've been, I think you've been part of the early time of game development for a few times now. So you mentioned Moss, but even before Moss, you were there a couple of times where studios were still small and developing their IPs and developing games. So you shipped many games before, but you've done it in a position of, mainly as an animator, mainly as, obviously you did a lot more than just an animator, because in any indie team you have to wear a lot of hats. So you're rigging, you're in the pipe, you're basically creating your own pipeline. But how does that differ from what you're doing now? Like, what is the role that you have now? How does that, you're growing into something new, correct? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very new. All of a sudden, the business side of it is on my plate. Networking, building relationships with potential publishers or investors, figuring out budgets with Ray, who's very good at that. It's all work that I had never done before. Like, how do you file for taxes quarterly? How do you do all these things that that businesses need? And you learn it, right?
Yeah, it's a lot. And it's funny because I, as a little tiny animator in the animation industry, every time that a big studio would close or I'd see people getting laid off that I really looked up to, I would say like, oh, I really hope they all start their own thing. I really hope because I don't love the idea that the animation industry just gets monopolized by like a few companies, and they're just like, so anytime that people would go through hardships or stuff like that, I would always be like, oh, please, like, you're so good, just make your own thing, it would be amazing. But now I'm seeing like how much work goes into that, and how much is involved in that, and it's a lot. So if it was that easy, anybody would do it, right? It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray, what are your thoughts?
I'm still thinking. I mean, the transition has been somewhat gradual for myself, because as you work in the industry at bigger studios, as you go through more projects, your role tend to change.
Yeah.
So thing with like budgeting, managing, hiring, that's been kind of in the works. And then when I did start up my own studio, that's my other business, right? So I had to kind of take on some of those a lot more business roles, the legal, the financial. So for me, it's been kind of like gradual over the years. So I'm not as shocked, but there are still some parts that I do need to grow into. Like Richie mentioned, like networking, that's a big part of it. I'm still trying, but that's something very different for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's funny when a publisher says, okay, what are your end goals? How do you overlap with your consumers? What is your age range and all that kind of stuff? It's like there's the one end, which is I have an idea, I'm creatively interested in it, and I want to chase it. And then there's the other overlapping part of it, which I really find very fascinating, and I thought about from the very beginning, but it was like, what is the opportunity? Where are the consumers? How is this a viable business? How do you justify any type of investment? And that takes a lot of you can't think about it like creative anymore. You have to think about it more like, if you have one number and you want that number to be a lot bigger, how do you make that happen?
Yeah. So you're basically having to put your other experience on hold to an extent, just to be able to make room for these decisions that honestly, like, I would question sometimes as a small person in a bigger company. I would question those decisions, but I'm learning a lot of the context of them now, which is really interesting. We have a couple of questions that we could run through for the conversation, guys, but if you ever have any questions and you're wondering anything specific, please feel free to ask. I'm always looking at the chat, so I'll bring it up in the conversation as we go. So we talked about learning curve of switching to creative direction, production. How does animation still shape your thinking, Richie? Specifically you, because this is more of a creative direction and head of CEO type of question. So you're having to make all these business decisions now. How does animation affect those decisions, or the background that you have?
Well, it makes that's a good question. I don't know, when you're trying to connect to players, right? Like when you get player buy-in, you want them to feel invested, you want them to feel compelled, you want to find a marketplace for that, right? And what animators are really good at is I don't know, bringing things to life. I think that's the best way to put it, right? So now, instead of bringing just an animation clip to life, I'm bringing an IP to life. So now what does that mean, right? Like, how do you do something like that? And the amount of consideration, the depth of consideration is so much more robust in that scenario, because you're not just thinking about that movement clip, what the character is thinking and feeling in that clip. You're thinking about the player, you're thinking about investors, you're thinking about all these people that need that motivation, and that you're gonna animate their interests, you're gonna animate their presence, you're gonna animate their them into buying your game, right? So it's a different way of looking at the world, but I think a lot of the same ideas that make you a good animator, really understanding psychology of your audience, really understanding the psychology of your character, how to reach emotions, these are all very valuable, because when you're talking to investors, and you pitch numbers and you pitch all this information to an investor, it's hard to stand out, when it's just purely empirical data, right? And you want to get that data right, because it's absolutely crucial and key, but you also want to kind of appeal to them emotionally. So as an animator, there's kind of a superpower involved in this kind of thing, where you can really kind of reach somebody and read how, what would be important to them, and understand the psychology behind it all. And it's not a given, it's still a lot of work, and it's a lot of failure. But it really does help understand the idea, how it connects to the audience, and how it connects to, a business, and how to grow it all. That sounds so abstract. I think I screwed that one up pretty badly.
No, I think that sounds great. I mean, bottom line is you're the head of the company is also an artist, which honestly is the way that Agora is run as well. It's run by a bunch of artists that just started the studio. So the perspective really makes a difference, because they're thinking about it from, yes, you are learning all the business sides, but you're also thinking about it from the actual art itself. And it's not just like you're evaluating the pros and cons of the two in a much deeper way than someone who would not have that experience. It's someone who would not have had that background before you. So yeah. There's a question here from somebody saying that they're looking to start their own indie game studio. What kind of business, technical stuff do they have to do beyond the art of making games and animations?
Do you want to go first, Ray? I don't want to do all the talking today.
Okay. So the question is, what kind of business and technical stuff that is needed beyond the art of making games and animations? I think the biggest portion that people don't realize is the game design itself, because that is a massive discipline. There's many books written on it. I'm having to get caught up in quite a few books myself. So design, like often enough, maybe too many times within game studios, a lot of the saying goes is the design is king. Like how in animation, it's like story is king. I don't know if that's a term everyone's
It
familiar,
is.
but okay.
But it should
It's
be.
been a while. But yeah, so just learning about game design, which is very, very important if you are looking to make a game, other than the whole like pipelines, financial stuff. Animation's important too, but at the core of the game, it is the idea, the concept, like what makes it fun, right? It's about really just that finding that fun is like extremely hard for some reason.
And then what makes it stand out too? Like if you get a character swinging a sword and the combat works, it's like, congratulations. Lots of games have that. Congratulations. You're kind of matching what those other games have, right? So it's finding out what's unique about that and how it will stand out. And when players look at it, they're not just going to be like, oh, another sword swing in a video game where another character gets hurt, which is every video game character with a sword, right? Like, then what is unique about it? Like, what is going to make the viewer be like, oh, well, that's new. I haven't seen that. I want to play that, you know? Like, and that question, it's hard to find the answer to that question, because if you're just making gameplay, you're not going to stand out, you know? So you have to make that gameplay feel new and different.
Yeah, definitely. It all bottles down to the experience, right? The player's experience playing your game. So all the things that make that experience matter. But yes, game design is a big one.
And we got this weird state right now in the industry where polish is actually like a liability in some cases because of the cost of all the work involved in making things look pretty, and player tastes are changing dramatically. Like there are so many games out there now that look rough and are selling like gangbusters because the concept is there and the gameplay is there. And players really want the autonomy and the creative opportunity, and they want to play with their friends or whatever that happens to be. And the visuals not being pristine is actually kind of a good thing for them, because then they get to use their imagination and fill in the gaps and stuff like that. So like this, you got to think about the psychology of that person looking at your game.
Yeah. We do have the trailer up, so we could play it now if we wanted to take a little break and look at it, and so you guys can get a visual if everyone's on board with that.
Sorry. Give me 1 second just to get it set up. Also,
that doesn't sound like Scott.
How do you know? Also, I think Ray. Where did Richie go?
Sorry, I was just turning it off so we could do the video.
Okay. Video storage. Teaser.
Amazing.
See that?
Yay. Cool. Thanks for setting that up. Appreciate it. Anyway, that's a hard one to follow. Yeah, it's been fun. That video is basically a metaphor for us and us starting the whole studio, stumbling a little bit, getting ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then embarking on that flight to
Yeah,
get it. Yeah, go ahead.
It's also pretty rough. Like we threw that together in like a month and a half, and the environment is like we proxied it and used fab assets to put it together. But the main character, we invested most of our work in her. Ali did a lot of modeling work on it and the texture work.
Which don't even ask me how I did that, but I did that.
Ray handled the underlying pipeline and getting that all set up. I did the animation and then composed the music and, you know, putting it together. And it's all just like teasing, because like, what is the game about? Like, we intentionally don't want to tell you yet because we're still really, really, really early, but we wanted to make sure people knew it was about her, that character.
Great. There's a question here. It says, is there an indie studio or other studio you look up to or take inspiration from?
I can say Squaresoft or Square Enix for me. I love the Final Fantasy games. How about you, Ray?
Indie studio. Personally, I like some puzzle games. So right now, I've been looking at Subset games because their journey, their startup story is quite interesting, right? Because like it's just a couple of guys that were working at a big studio decided to make the big leap, and they've been making the games they want to play themselves, right? So yeah, so that's one of the studios that I'm kind of looking up to right now.
Nice. Now I want to play. What game? What? I'm going to look it up.
I don't know if you like it because like, it's all sci-fi.
Oh, that's his kryptonite.
No, horror is my kryptonite. Sci-fi is just one step down.
Okay. Yeah, so for everybody, fun fact, Richie does not like sci-fi at all. I think early on, did I make some kind of comment like something about the clothing or something that should be, I don't remember what the comment was about, but it was a little bit alluding to it being looking like out of this world, a little sci-fi. You were like, absolutely not.
Yeah, I kind of remember something like that. I remember something about robots versus winged people or something. I'm like, no. There's a deeper meaning.
Too good. Yeah, never forget those things. Yeah, so how do we come up with our ideas? What's our process breakdown for that? Yeah.
Is that our question or?
No, that's from us. Yeah, that's from us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think the idea for the game came from like a deep psychological perspective. Like instead of it's like, oh, I have an idea, we're going to do this idea, and then that idea has value because we've assigned it value by saying we're going to do it. Like that's bullshit, right? So like a good idea has to have so many interweaving components to it where they all make they coalesce into a vision, right? So a vision is hundreds of great ideas interwoven, right? So so when we're iterating on something, we have to have that vision, which is this high level goal, and then we figure out, okay, does whatever we're talking about fit that goal, right? And then if it does, we consider it. If it doesn't, then we remove it, and it's called the idea to beat, and it's something that ooh, where are the dogs?
No, that's my dog announcing that someone just arrived at my house. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself while you finish.
Anyway, the idea to beat, that was, yeah, Polyarc. We did that at Polyarc to a degree, and I really liked it because it keeps things moving forward without the word no, while also allowing people to have input and modify things. And good ideas can come from anywhere, especially really highly experienced people. So the idea to beat kind of honors that experience and that openness and that ability to change ideas without the word no ever stopping development, you know? Ray, you got something, man. I see it. You want to say something.
I'm just thinking and just trying to take it in.
I love how much you put him on the spot. I love it. It's so good.
Yeah. Thanks, Richie.
I'm going to do it every day at work. Why not? Why
Yeah.
stop now? It's Saturday. You're not off the hook.
I know. I've been, always working, but
Are you still working?
I'm pretty sure. So Ray has this thing where he's literally always multitasking. So he'll be doing something else. Like we'll be having a really important meeting, and Ray is just doing something. It's too funny. So it's
Yeah,
just
he'll post, like we'll be having this deep conversation, and then he posts on Slack like work just got done, and we're just like, dude, you're in the meeting. What the fuck?
Yeah. Anyway, someone has a question, and it is: what are the most important skills to work in an indie studio?
maybe I'll go first, Richie. How's that?
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah. So the smaller the team is, the communication gets really important.
Yeah.
So as you're starting out, I don't know if someone is like being in the industry for the first time or have been working in it for a very long time. But as a team, to me, like one of the most important skill is communication, just because that's how you convey your ideas. That's how you resolve problems and issues as well. So being able to really communicate, the meaning of communicate really is about listening, because like once you really learn to listen to others, then that's when I see communication really happening. Because like some instances, people may want to just like speak over you, or people would like interrupt others, and sometimes there really isn't that listening, like deep listening skill. That's really part of communication. So to me, communication, spoken, listening, as well as written, and learning to read is really important, because if you're working in a studio, there will be lots of documentations. So,
God, so much.
Yeah.
At least AI can summarize it for you to some extent, but I think it's important to go through things. That's for sure. So there are some more animation-centric questions. So I'll just get them over with, because we might go in more into the studio after. So the first one is, Richie, how do you determine what workflows you're going to use on a certain shot?
A shot? I guess. That's a very film terminology, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Shot means, I guess, any type of action that you're doing.
It all stems from what I imagine the player playing in the game. So in game development, like the clip that you make in Maya or whatever, Blender, whatever program you're using, that's one of many associated with a given action. So for example, Quill's melee attacks, for example, like she does an attack 1, but depending on whether you're pressing forward when you do attack 1 or not, she plays 2 different animations. And then there might be a lean in there based on, like, if you do it and then you start leaning a little bit, she'll bend her body a little bit, and that's an additive. And then if you interrupt at a certain point, you have different interrupts at different stages. So an attack interrupt early on will break it into another attack, which is a whole different clip depending on what direction you're facing relative to, or what direction you're pressing relative to where she's facing. And it'll choose different clips based on that. Or if you move into, if you try and exit by moving, we set that time a little bit later, and then it blends into that over a certain amount of time. So like animating for games is less about like Maya or Blender and more about like the aggregate of all these different actions and how they all kind of fit together. So a lot of my considerations is like knowing how all those clips fit together, knowing how to build that system, knowing the constraints that that system kind of provides, and then figuring out ways like, okay, now we have that in place. We know what good gameplay feels like. We know what the constraints of aggregate clips feels like or looks like and how it all fits together. So then what is the psychology? So like, what do we want to say about the character? So then it's like, okay, well, Quill's super tiny, right? And she's got this big world, and you're huge, right, compared to her. So she's got to put in 110%. So psychologically, how would she go about doing it? What are the things she'd be thinking? How are we subtly telling the player what she's thinking when she does these attacks? And then how do we build that into the aggregate instead of into a single clip? Because if you see her looking desperate in every single clip, it's going to be overkill. But if you see her building up desperation over a 3-hit attack chain, that feels compelling, right? So then how do you build all those pieces together? And then all of a sudden, you're not worried about a single clip because you literally built a system that has 30 to 40 clips in it that really do all these different things with these different additive components that kind of all fit together and then reach somebody emotionally. And it's so hard to say how that, like I can't really relate that to film because it's so different,
Yeah, totally. That was a long question, answer. And
I'm sorry.
No, I mean like games are. I don't mean to say your answer was long. I just mean like there's a lot to consider when animating for games, especially for gameplay. There's a lot to delve into there. But someone wants to know what advice would you put? What's an advice that you would put on a demo reel? What advice would you give someone who's trying to make a demo reel to enter the game industry, but they only have feature work? And I think we've talked about this before, Richie, at one point where you've hired a couple of folks from film into games at one point back in the day. But what advice would you give people that are trying to do that when they're putting together their demo reels?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so the purpose of a demo reel is to illustrate ability and essentially tell an employer, you're going to get this from me, and this is the monetary value for you and the benefit for you, right? So like it's a transactional thing with that. So essentially you got to think about it like the employer instead of thinking about it like the animator making the reel. What does that employer want to see? What open questions do they have, and how do you get inside their heads, right? So I'll just tell you, like when I was animation director at Polyarc, and I was looking at animation reels, of course I was looking at the quality of the work, right? That was important to me because we didn't want to hire somebody that couldn't hit the quality bar, because then why are we paying them? But I also wanted to understand how much overhead management or training would be needed. So if I saw an animator who did wonderful film work, but knew nothing about gameplay, or at least on their reel didn't showcase any knowledge of gameplay, I had to turn them down, not because they weren't wonderful animators, but because the cost of training somebody how to respond to gameplay, and then that combat system I just mentioned, how to build that, because it's not something that you build in Maya or Blender using an animation clip. There's a lot of training that's needed to get you there, right? So then all of a sudden the cost of that employee is too high, especially if they're coming in, like if they've been in film for a long time and they're really good animators, their salaries are going to be higher, right? But then you still got this huge cost of training for the animation industry, for the gaming industry. So then like the cost of that employee is actually tremendous. So it actually kind of counts against them. So it's difficult. Like I can't say put a sword swing on your reel, because that's not going to work, because everyone does that and you're not going to stand out. And even if the sword swing looks good, it doesn't say you know anything about gameplay. So the best thing in my mind is to just build a gameplay demo, record it, and then put that on your reel. And then all of a sudden the answers are like, oh God, this person knows how to build these systems. They know how to make it feel responsive and intuitive. And they're worried more about the game than they are about the reel. And that's how you get into the gaming industry.
Yeah. And by recording and all that stuff, you mean actually put it together in, whatever platform you prefer, whether that be Unreal Engine or whatever, but you're actually playing the clips that you made and you're showing how it responds to your control system. Just wanted to clarify that in case it wasn't clear.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a great answer for sure. Awesome. So back to Coranimus. What is it like building a team? I would really love to talk about the team side of things, because I think that's super important as well. When you're creating a studio, those are things that you need to take into consideration, in very careful consideration. So how do we look at who we're hiring? How do we look at whether they fit or not, and all that good stuff?
Ali, you're in charge of this part anyway. You want to answer your own question?
Sure, not to toot my own horn, but this is a good question. I want to answer it. Well, I mean, this is a really tough one because there's a lot of people that you might want to hire because you really love their work, because they have a really good experience, like many years of experience, whatever, any reason that you want to hire them. But you have an interview with them and you talk to them and you get to know them a little better, and maybe they don't fit as much in the team as you thought, or you realize that the conversation or the way that we're approaching conflicts in the conversation is not really something that you see growing into something positive in the future. That's really something that you need to keep in mind. I think I'm saying this in a weird way, but the biggest, most important thing for me is making sure that the people match the culture of the studio that you're trying to build. So obviously the quality of the work needs to be there. Obviously the experience needs to be there. All those things are very important. If they're not there, then that candidate is not able to be hired. But just as important as those things is the cultural fit to the studio. So how does a person communicate? How does a person handle conflict? How does a person respect those around them too? There have been many conversations we've had with people where they just kind of don't ask as many questions. They're not as interested in what we're actually making. They're more interested in their own workflows and or talking about themselves. That's a red flag. So really listening to your gut about culture. And it's not something that's in black and white. So when you look at studio culture and trying to build that, it's not really something, it's not a checklist you can follow. It's very much a personal, like, gut feeling thing that you need to follow and you need to respect. And that's where things get tricky because it's not black and white. And you can also make the wrong decision, right? That's why having more than one conversation is very important. Involving many different teammates into those conversations is very important. So it's not just you making that arbitrary decision, it's getting everybody's input into it as well. So yeah, it's a tough one because you can't really hire people just because you like them, because they're your friends, or because you like their work. There's so much that's interwoven in that, and we've made mistakes. I won't say any names, but we've made some mistakes in the past. We've hired people because they have really great followings, and they seem to have really good presence online, and their work seems to be great. But turns out the work ethic was not there. We didn't follow our gut. And that was me, actually. So the entire blame is on me. I didn't follow my gut. I kind of saw it from the beginning, but I didn't follow my gut, and I chose to give them a chance anyway, purely based on the fact that I think their work was great, but it didn't work out. And so lessons learned. Keep that in mind, guys, in the future. And also, if you are trying to join a studio, it's really important for you to fit in the culture too, as an employee. So it's not just beneficial for the studio to hire people that fit in; it's also beneficial for the person. So the benefit goes both ways. So if you're in an interview, it's also a chance for you to get to know the studio yourself and ask the questions that would give you enough information to see if you fit in the studio culture yourself as well. That's something that, if you do, will benefit you, and will also let your employer know that you actually care about the studio culture. You actually are doing your due diligence, finding out if you're actually a good fit in this company. It maybe matters less in bigger companies because it's all very, it always matters, but in bigger companies, the workflows of hiring somebody are very automated. So it's less personal, and you get to spend less time with the person chatting. You maybe see one person for 10 minutes at a time, and then you either hire or not. But yeah, that's my very long-winded answer to that. Do you guys have anything to add? Okay. Ray, do you have something to say?
That's good, Ali. They covered a lot.
Okay. The host is trying to say, don't ignore your body. Make sure to hydrate. Guys, if you've been animating for over 6 hours at this point, please get up, get some water, and come back. Do not kill yourselves.
Somebody asked, for smaller teams, how do you balance go viral quickly with building a game that can pay salaries for years? I don't think it's either or. I think it's a really good question, by the way. How do you balance go viral quickly? Pay salaries for years. I think that the industry is so diverse and so dynamic, and there's so many different ways to approach sustainability. I think one of the ways is to keep teams really small and agile and get out there immediately and go viral like that, and hopefully you get something that makes a lot of money or sells pretty well, and then you can pay your salaries and keep everybody employed and make sure that mortgages or rent gets paid and whatnot. Like that's one of the ways to go about it, and that's freedom, right? Because you're not tied to a publisher or an investor. You're kind of doing it on your own terms, and that's hard because it requires a lot of personal investment, a lot of time, a lot of runway, a lot of savings. The way we're going about it is, we are doing the personal investment, the savings. We're building a prototype, but we're going a little bit larger scope, more AA scope. So we're spending time shopping around to publishers and to investors and to try and get that pipeline in place. And the reason we've decided to go that way is because the idea itself, it's pretty unique, and we haven't seen anything like it in the gaming industry yet. So we think it stands a chance at getting a AA budget. Either we get investment up through Vertical Slice, or we get some type of a publishing deal for the larger picture. And we think that the idea is served best by going that route, but that doesn't mean that if this approach fails, we won't pivot, right? So every indie studio, every game studio needs to think about their idea, where it fits, where the market would serve it best, what their own possible runways or approach is. Lord knows I want insurance again. That stuff's nice.
That would be very nice.
Yeah.
All right. Ray, anything to add to that? Okay.
Do your research, market research.
Yeah.
Because there's no point if you make a game that is barely doing well on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's following your passion, but when it comes to business, sometimes you do have to be a little more pragmatic than just your passion. So not saying you shouldn't do what you love, but just do your homework first.
All right. How do we handle conflict, team, and creative direction?
We play Street Fighter.
Which version?
Can we go with 6? I've got a mean beef. I'm good with Third Strike. We could go there too if we want. I don't know. Conflicts. I don't know. What do you guys want?
What were some of our conflicts? Right.
That's a good question. There's
We've
definitely
had
been some, right?
different ideas, or maybe someone wasn't as clear as they needed to be. That comes back to just the communications, right? We don't go around stressing out on people and yelling and screaming, right? We're civilized adults and we can just talk about the issue. Yeah. I think we're good, considering sometimes we've been working from 11 p.m. at night all the way until 4 or 5 in the morning.
I once hopped into a call. I was driving across, I don't remember from where, I was in a long drive. Montreal. Yeah, I was driving from Montreal back home. It was a 7-hour drive, and they had a 911 that we had to get on a call. So I got on the call, and Ray could not open one eye. He was just like this. Only one of his eyes was working, and it's because they had been in the call for 8 hours. I guess the time that I was in the car, doing some budgeting.
Yeah, that's all financial planning. So Ray and I are just like line by lining everything for a potential publisher meeting or something. And like we're just dead tired.
Yeah. But I mean, despite all that, even during GDC demo, like that trailer, I mean, we've done our share of like over all-nighters or what have you. And then even in between those moments, sometimes like, for instance, like how do we do certain thing? And that we all come from very vast different backgrounds, and we all have our experiences, knowledges, and wants, right? But it's really like communicating and finding out what the needs are and just trying to solve the best approach or the answer to it. So just one thing I really love about Richie and Ali is the listening abilities. Like Richie, you always let us speak, right? And then you'll just listen. And then Ali, you're extremely intelligent in the emotional intelligence field on that side of things. So both of you combined, yeah, it's been a super like real pleasure just being able to discuss our like wants and needs.
There's also something else that, first of all, oh my God, did you realize that this is getting recorded? So you know, you just complimented us forever. Like I could always replay this whenever I want. So yay. The second thing is I wanted to also add to that is recognizing like the soul of, and this is a very personal thing that I think has helped me throughout the years. And I didn't used to think like this when I first started. One thing I noticed in the industry is like, especially in movies, because that's just my background. I'm not as familiar with the game side, so I'll speak to this, is I feel like there's always a lot of people trying to arbitrarily put in inputs in like in the creative vision of any project, which makes it muddy. It makes the final product muddy because it doesn't come from a specific place. It doesn't come from a like an original like soul. Like the person that's thought of the idea and wanted to make something had a great idea, but then it just kind of got muddy because there's so many people involved that didn't have that same vision. So it just became, yeah, muddy is the best word I can come up with for that. So I think recognizing where that, like respecting and recognizing where that origin is, which in this case is Richie because he's the creative director of the game, recognizing that that's where the idea is originating from and giving it value within the team. So to know, like, he's obviously, we all have inputs and we all let him know what we feel and he listens to that and we're all collaborating together. But at the end of the day, the creative direction is coming from himself, and that's, if you respect that, so there's no animosity if whatever whatever you decided to bring to the table didn't get picked or for whatever reason. By the way, there's always a really good reason for it too. It's not just an arbitrary reason, but recognizing that and keeping that in mind as you go is really important because because we're a small team, we can pivot really quick. So technically we could do whatever we wanted. So if tomorrow I go like, hey, what if, we could just like, yeah, what if she was fighting some robots, And then, yeah. There would be no one like to tell me no, because I'm one of three. Like I could maybe convince these guys or whatever. But if we respect that the soul of the game and the idea is coming from a very like genuine place, and we respect that genuine place, and we only try to aid it in the way, then you have a really strong foundation for your team. Then whatever decisions you make going forward will only aid that process and will keep that idea and that creative vision preserved in its original form. If that makes any sense. Does that make sense? I'm going into some weird shit, but yeah.
Well, what the thing I like about you guys most is this idea has like 20 million layers to it, right? It's not like
he was about to compliment us both and we lost him. Damn it. Oh gosh. All right. Well, we'll assume that he had something really good to say. We can go into the next question in the meantime. And this goes in, my next point was going to be valuing different perspectives, which is pretty much right off of what I was just saying. And actually, Ray mentioned it a little bit earlier in his previous response, that we all come from different backgrounds. Like, these two guys have been in games for like over 2 decades, and I've been in games for like 4 months. So, you know, my experience is very limited in the topics of game, but I have been in storytelling for a long time, and I've been creating characters and IPs for a long time. So that's where that's hello. That's the perspective that I perhaps bring in. I was just telling them about our different perspectives. Actually, Richie has a really good metaphor for this. Can you give them the whole like glass metaphor for how we all see it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right. So imagine like a ball, and the way Ali sees that ball is from a completely different perspective than the way I see the ball and the way Ray sees the ball. So the goal for team building is to cover all the perspectives on this ball and make sure that everyone sees it from the different angle, and everyone has a voice to be able to say, this is what I'm seeing. Well, this is what I'm seeing. Well, this is what I'm, and then we just say, okay, well, now we're describing what that ball looks like because everyone sees it from all those different perspectives.
There's a question from somebody. It says, how do you manage to communicate with your creative director that you just want to aid their idea? Sometimes it's hard to make sure that's understood. It's a good question. I could help answer that, although I just talked for like 5 minutes, so I don't know if someone else wants to.
Well, can I just say that, like, the one thing I was going to say before my internet became
Yes.
is like, what I really appreciate about you guys is, since we have this really deep, complex concept, you guys engage on like very deep, meaningful conversation. And it's not just, I have this random idea, it's, I have these layers of thought that go into the idea and how they relate to the concept. So you're not just describing that perspective you have on the ball, you're going into detail and saying why you have that perspective and how it relates to the ball and what type of perspective others might have on that. And like, that is so valuable because it's seeing beyond just a simple idea. It's seeing a matrix of complexities, and you guys are so good at that.
I might make a mash cut of this so I can listen to it before bed every day. Just all the compliments. Yeah, and to answer your question, which is pretty much related to what we're talking about now, I think a lot of it is going to be dependent on your relationship prior to you bringing up any suggestions to your creative director. Obviously, establishing a relationship is really important. So that's going to give that reach out a lot of context when you do that. How do you establish a relationship? Well, listen to them mostly at first. Listen to the ideas, listen to the project, show that you've done your research, show that you're coming from a place that's educated and you're just trying to help the flow. So it's not an arbitrary suggestion. It's coming from someplace, you know? And the other thing is, if you're someplace like Agora and you're maybe just, you're not as lucky as we are that we get to work together for long periods of time throughout a production, you're just hopping in and you want to give your 2 cents. That's difficult because you don't have you don't have much of a chance to establish a relationship prior to you reaching out. So that's a really tough one. And depending on the person's state of mind when you reach out, that's going to affect the answer as well. So take that into consideration too. But definitely making sure that when you do reach out, you include all the context of your suggestion and where it's coming from, and all that stuff is important. So it goes back to communication, which is Ray's main point that he was trying to make earlier. Just trying to be as clear as possible. So you can add that literally in your message, like, hey, I noticed this and this. I'm just trying to see if I'm sure you've thought of this before, because a lot of the times when you're suggesting something and the person hasn't done it yet and it seems obvious to you, there's probably a reason behind that decision, right? So just letting the person know that you probably already thought of this, but I'm not sure if you have, but just in case, here is something that I was thinking about, and this is why. And then that's probably going to be well received. A lot of people, you'll run into people who don't like that either. So it really just depends on the person. If the person is a really good person and a good artist, they'll recognize that good ideas come from anywhere. So yeah, we are just at time. So thank you everybody for taking the time to get to know us, to look at our trailer, to hear us blab about the game industry, hopefully give you a little break from film. And yeah, if you guys have any more questions, feel free to reach out. I think we left a Discord link at some point earlier in the conversation. We actually just created the Discord, so it doesn't have a lot in it yet, but if you wanted to keep in touch and keep up with what we're doing, you can join it. You can start the conversation there, and we're going to be regularly posting our work, so hopefully we'll see you there.
Thanks all.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, give me a second to get back on camera. That was super cool. A lot of really cool insights about developing video games on a large and small scale and the world of indie development. And speaking of the creation of original IP, up next, we have a special panel from Steamroller Studios with Aaron Gilman, Julius Ledoux, and Kayla O'Brien. And how this is going to work is this is going to be an hour and a half, and the first 30 minutes, we're going to be screening the kickoff episode of Spice Frontier, which I'm sure many of you have seen across your LinkedIn feeds, your social media feeds. Hopefully you've watched it on YouTube. We're going to all watch the episode first, and then the Steamroller Studio team is going to come on with Brent George as host, and they're going to be talking about the film, the development of it, and answering questions and going what it was like to make this episode and make this TV show. Does that sound good, guys? Let me get the episode ready to go. There we go. And here we go.
calm, everyone.
I'm calm. I'm calm.
Hey, Maud. Are you gonna be okay?
Sheila, are you sure you got this?
Yes. I am more concerned for the ship.
Ah, she'll be fine. I built her sturdy.
Brace yourselves.
Not do that again.
Oh, agreed. My stomach. Oh, boy. You look at that.
Oh, no. Oh.
Well, it's not too bad. Aside from cosmetic damage, it looks like we just lost an engine coil. Still need to look over the whole ship, though.
How long will repairs take?
Maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours max. That's if there's no surprises.
Did everyone copy that? Stay close to the ship. We leave for the Oasis as soon as the Serrano is fixed. And the air is breathable. You can remove your helmets.
Oh, come on! Oh, that's disgusting. I think some of it got in my suit. Anyone else hear that?
You hear it too? I thought it was just in my head.
It is coming from underground. Maud?
Yeah, there's definitely movement down there. I'm doing a deeper scan of the area.
Okay, where is this oasis? Hey, there we go.
The planet seems empty. No plants, no animals, nothing.
Based on the coordinates, it should be this way.
Yep, I see it too. Right over there.
Wait, what? Could the cartographers have been that far off? Okay.
Ada, I'd advise against venturing out on your own. Stay close to the ship. We'll go together once Eloy completes the repairs.
Keep her away from plants. Good luck with that.
Guys, it's not even far. Barely an hour walk from here. Just come pick me up when Eloy's done.
Okay, fine. I'll go with her. Don't worry. Meet us there.
Nexus. Go with them. And everyone keeps their camera switched on. Clear?
Roger. Got it.
Maud, any information about these creatures?
It's limited, but I got something. It's called a Zephyrin. Docile, rarely seen, feeds off minerals found in asteroids. There's no record of them ever attacking ships or entering a planet's atmosphere.
Wait. You're saying that thing can't maneuver in gravity and that we could have just, I don't know, moved out of the way?
That appears to be the case. Noted.
Okay.
This planet's subcrust is unusually rigid. It seems to consist mainly of metamorphic feldspars.
And below that?
Still analyzing. It could just be water, or some other liquid.
Keep me updated, Maud.
Yep, got it.
Oh, right, the recipe. It works really good together. It's like a symphony in your mouth. So, 5 ounce vinegar, some lemon juice, sprinkle in a little salt and pepper, whisk in the oil. Oh, and now that's just the first part. Next! Ah! Nexus, why? What are you shooting at? Would you just give us a warning the next time you fire that thing? Always freaks me out. And it used to be worse.
Kinda scary how he doesn't talk. Has he ever said anything?
he and Sela communicate in some mind-to-mind robot language or something? I don't know, he's never said a word. Ow! Whoa, stop doing that! What are you even shooting at?
It used to be worse, huh?
I honestly wish we hadn't taken him with us. Oh, that reminds me! Hey, it's been a month since you joined the Serrano! Happy month-anniversary! What do you think?
It's been fine.
It's been fine?
No, it's been great. Really. I mean, 3 planets in a month. And all that rare flora I've seen already. But, you know, it's still strange for me, being on the same ship as a Farian.
Ah, don't worry about Eloy. You'll get used to him. I think he really likes having you around.
No, I mean, me being a Calionian and all that mess between us and them. Not that I agree with any of it. You know, it's just politics, but...
Ada, I get it. Trust me. I'm a human raised by Precardians. I grew up on a planet like Demid.
Yeah, I guess, well, we just haven't figured out how to get along.
Well, that is why we're out here, right?
Aren't you just starting a farm?
A farm. And restaurants.
Right. I did hear you and Eloy saying something about that. But what does that have to do with anyone getting along?
You know, just everything.
Okay, so you obviously got some big idea.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well... Aren't I a part of the crew? I should know this big plan, don't you think? Oh, I see what's going on. It's not just a big idea. It's a crazy idea. Too embarrassing to tell me. It's okay. You can just keep it to yourself then.
I'm not embarrassed. You're embarrassed. I mean, why would I be embarrassed about it? It's a really good idea. Some would even say it's a genius idea. No, I'm not embarrassed. Why would I? Very funny.
So you're gonna tell me or what?
Okay, so the farm is just the beginning. Imagine this. Restaurants and food stalls as far as the eye can see. Visitors of all species from every corner of the universe coming to try cuisine that's been lost for 258 years. Everyone's gonna dine together, share stories, smile, laugh, and this will all happen with Earth food at the center. I want to start an Earth cuisine renaissance.
Whoa.
Saying it out loud like that, it does sound like a pretty absurd idea.
Absurd or not, Ken, you aren't wrong. If we can't learn to get along, we'll eventually just self-destruct.
I don't even know if we can pull it off, but we have to try. And finding Earth ingredients is the first step. Ah, sweet pickles, Nexus! He's gotta be broken, right? I think he's gonna kill us in our sleep. Oh my gosh. I can't breathe. Are we sure this air's breathable?
Sweet pickles?
Yeah. Sometimes I shout food names when I get startled.
Oh, Kentucky Williams, you're so cute sometimes. I could just eat you up. I'm kidding, Kent. Calionians don't eat humans.
That's very funny, Ada.
Hey, Ahmad, is the auxiliary fuel pump indicator light red or green, huh? Ahmad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fuel pump light. Red, green?
It's green.
Yeah, and now? Hey, Ahmad.
I can't work like this. It's still green, Eloy.
Now how's it looking?
Now it's red. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Eloy!
Oh, please, hang on. I gotta cut the power for this part. It'll be back on soon. Sooner if you get down here and give me a hand. Or
Give him a hand. In the wise words of Ziberon Trag, the most ill among us are the ill-prepared.
ill-prepared. But that seems a bit harsh, Maud. Things break and, they need to be fixed.
Eloy, Maud, can we please stay on task?
I am on task.
Rarely seen and docile? It is a Crick ship. Maud. Madari.
Hang on, Eloy. Sela? Yeah, I see it. It's a Crick's fighter class ship. Let me check if there are any Crick's colonies in the system. Well, nothing around here. Not even a military station. The closest Crick settlement is on a small planet called Rorsch, 8 parsecs away.
8 parsecs? Too far for a single fighter class ship like this.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep digging.
Interesting. There are underground cavities filled with this moving substance. It's everywhere.
What do you make of it, Maud?
Well, we'll have to wait until Eloy fixes this hunk of junk.
Hunk? Excuse me. It's a state-of-the-art, highly customized, brilliant piece of Farian engineering.
My point exactly. This Farian-engineered space debris will end up becoming our grave.
How is that even a point? Farian ships are
Ingredients they brought with them? Spearmint, morass pepper? Who knows?
I hope we find them too. Do you think the human colony is still there? I wonder how they've adapted. They've been here for so long.
You really don't smell that?
What? I don't smell any... Kent! Look! Are those... It has legs! Amazing! And it's huge! Yeah, we'll need to get the Serrano to get up there. There must be all kinds of exotic plants on its back. I'm going to get a closer look.
Whoa, Ada, look. Sela, Maud, didn't you say those lobster things are space dwellers? Rarely seen?
It's called a Zephyrin. Yes.
Kent, why?
Well, because what I'm looking at right now, it's like a Zephyrin graveyard, and most of them look like, half-eaten.
Kent, Ada, Nexus, head back to the ship. Nexus, they are coming from underground. Weapons up. Maud, 880.
Yeah, I'm on it.
880? What's 880?
Come on, Eloy, get the power back on.
880 is pretty serious. Got it.
Come on, Sela.
Nexus, get them off the ground now. Eloy, Madari.
I'm ready.
Yep, here we go. Oh boy. Done.
Eat this!
Okay, I'll take that. Nexus.
Hey, we got you, bud.
Hey.
Nothing
There
to
you
worry
go.
about. Yeah?
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
No! There it is again!
I know that smell.
Kent, Ada, are you all right?
Just fine. We're safe. We're on top of the oasis. Please tell me you guys are okay.
Stay where you... Kent, there's something with...
Sela? Signal's gone.
What are they doing?
They are changing the frequency of their vibration.
They're trying to match the frequency of your shield. Can you alter the frequency manually? Try to throw them off?
Not while it's activated.
Then it's just a matter of time before they break through.
Smart bugs.
This might be it.
Never thought this is how I'd go.
Both of you, head to the main deck and seal yourselves in.
Wait, you're not coming?
They cannot cut through Corvos. Go.
We gotta get back there. We gotta help them. All right, ideas. How do we get back to the Serrano? Nexus, can you make it all the way back?
Kent, say we do go back. Then what? Get eaten by those things?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Why aren't they attacking this oasis creature? There's gotta be plenty of food up here. It's the smell! Oh, I think it... Is it a creature?
No, it's the Lanthus sap. Or at least in the same family. Come on! Over there. See those bulbous glands hanging from the trees?
What is it?
They look like fruits, but they're actually glands that contain a sap with this atrocious smell. There's a similar tree on my homeworld, but back home the smell attracts insects for the plants to feed on. But these bugs here seem to be repelled by it.
You think there's enough?
If it's as potent as I think it is, we smash one and it'll stink up an area the size of 10 Serranos.
Great! Sela, if you can hear us, we're on our way.
Kent, the signal is still weak, but we heard you. Maud, Eloy, are you sealed in?
Almost! I hope this holds. Or you'll be right. The ship will be our grave.
I'm always right. I hate being always right.
Nexus, can you get us to the edge of that cliff? All right, let's grab on.
He can't carry us both. Kent, you go. I'll wait here. When you get there, just smash it on the ground.
No, I can't leave you here. We don't know what's in there.
We don't have time, Kent. Go. They need this. I'll be fine.
Ada. Fine. Keep your radio on.
Hey, be safe, Nexus.
All right, Nexus. 3, 2, 1. We're coming, guys. Just hang on. All right! Back off, you filthy fiends, or I'll fry you in this Reddit stuff! This season on Spice Frontier. How's that for a cliffhanger, huh? I don't think it's too spoilery to say we make it off Veltigar in one piece. Well, for the most part. Our next stop, Planet Balfour, the future location of our farm. Eloy says it even smells like old Earth, which I'm gonna have to assume is a good thing. And Ada's botany-loving heart couldn't be happier. We run into a few snags. We aren't as alone on this place as we thought. Anyone else noticing a trend? Everywhere we go, something wants to eat us. But if you think giant tentacle monsters are all we have to worry about, think again. In steps Magnor. Find a more menacing villain in this galaxy. You can't! Turns out, he and his crew have been on our trail since Veltigar. The question that haunts us now is, why were they after us? And who sent them? It's a good thing we have Sela on our side, because things get dicey. And the next thing we know, we're guests aboard the Orion Tricor's Earth Royal Battlecruiser Renaissance. Whew, it's a mouthful. Eloy's friends from back home were helping us fix up the farm, when suddenly we get summoned by Commander Matialda Picaron. See, I owe her a favor, and I couldn't really refuse, so here we are. Can you believe that Eloy used to work on this ship? It's an honor to have him on the Serrano, it really is. As for Sela and her past, it gets more mysterious by the day. Turns out, she's not the last of the Corbion after all. So, about that favor I owe Commander Picaron, well, let's just say I didn't think I'd find myself rubbing shoulders with a universally renowned culinary legend. The one and only Corcoran, who I end up in a cook-off against? Why is everything in my life such high stakes all the time? And who doesn't like fast-paced space battles? I don't! That's why I wanted to open a restaurant. But if you like them, then we've got them for you. And that's not all you'll see. I've got a buffet's worth of Earth cuisine still to share with the crew. Sela's battles are far from over. And the universe, well, it's a big place. And it's full of Earth ingredients just waiting to be discovered. All this season on Spice Frontier.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Oh, are we still going? Oh, we paused it. Oh, hi. So I don't know if we bring in all the guests right now, or should I do a quick little intro? I'm not too sure exactly what the plan is. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Oh, an intro. Okay, good. So, thanks for hanging out and watching that. Full disclosure, that was the first time I'd seen it because I apparently live under a rock. And so it was fun that I got to see that for the first time, along with probably a lot of you in chat. So I'm dumbfounded, to be completely honest. And I am super excited to bring on 3 people from Steamrollers who are going to be able to talk a little bit about their adventures while making this. So I would imagine we can probably drag them in here, and maybe they can do a bit of a roundtable introducing themselves for the sake of the audience. Hello, Aaron, Jalil, and Kayla. Very, very, very nice to have you on the stream.
Hey guys, thanks for having us.
Jalil, sorry. So what's up with the whole cliffhanger thing, bro? Like, I mean, nobody wants a cliffhanger, man.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. We tried to finish the episode, but Aaron was like, "No, we're spending too much money. We gotta stop it somewhere." So here's me spending months trying to find out where we're gonna cut it. So don't give me that crap.
All right, fine. We can talk about that more.
It always comes down to difficult decisions. I get it.
It does. When nobody out there is helping you do it, yes, you got to make tough calls sometimes.
Spicy. This can be a spicy stream. I like it. So maybe just for the benefit of everybody who's watching, just maybe we can kind of just do a quick roundtable so everyone knows who you are. That would be really fantastic. So maybe we'll start off with you, Aaron, at the top right. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. My name's Aaron. I am one of the owners, and I'm the CEO of Steamroller. I'm an animator by background for a long time. And in the last 5 years, I've joined Steamroller, joined my best friend Jalil, and many other amazing people. And am just trying to see this vision through that we have for ourselves in the indie space.
Maybe we'll do it. Go just Jalil. We'll just kind of go around the table here.
Sure,
Yeah, sorry.
Hi guys. Hey, so I'm Jalil, also an owner and the director and creator of Spice Frontier, and I've been with Steamroller for 10 years, a little bit more, I think 11 years now, and background as an animator as well, and excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
Okay, last but not least, Kayla.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the head of marketing at Steamroller. I have no animation experience, but I'm learning every day.
Just through osmosis. I mean,
yes, it's getting in there slowly.
Can't think of too many better places to learn than Steamroller. So honestly, guys, like obviously pretty amazing work. I know that things that you been getting a lot of really great responses online, since dropping it. You dropped it just this week.
On Wednesday.
Just Wednesday. Okay, so this is pretty hot off the press.
Yeah.
So pretty fresh. So yes. I don't even know kind of where to start. I think what we'll do. This is what I think we're gonna do. We're gonna
my daughter is saying hi, Rumi. It's bedtime now.
Is she in chat?
She in the chat? Hang on.
It's Rumi. Hi, Papa. Aw.
That's too good. I love it.
So cute.
I figure what we could probably do is I'm going to just throw a bunch of general questions at you all, and you can sort of jump in, and then I think we can probably pivot eventually to kind of anecdotal stories, and you guys can just drive and tell the stories. We can take a look at the work. I think do we have everybody set up? Mods, did we get people with the ability to drive sync sketch? Did that happen backstage? If we needed to do it, I think so.
Sent
Yes.
a link to us in Slack also, Aaron and Jalil.
Well,
if you want to take a look.
Yeah, I mean, we got some time because we can play around with some questions until we get there, and then I just think it'd be kind of nice if we wanted to talk about a section anecdotally. That would be kind of fun to be able to do. So, I mean, I think the first thing that I think is on a lot of people's minds, at least mine, is that this was primarily done in Unreal, right? Unreal Engine 5, and when looking at it, you may not actually at first glance, I don't think people would even know that it was done in Unreal because of just how far you pushed the stylization, the shaders. I mean, it just feels like such very different than what you would expect to see inside the engine. So maybe we could talk just a little quick bit about that. Like, what was that like producing this whole thing in Unreal?
Aaron, you want me to take it?
Yeah, man. I'll jump in. You go.
Yeah, so it was, Unreal for us was absolutely new. We have a great relationship with Epic Games, just like you guys as well, and for us it was very much, let's try this new tool because there was a lot of hype around it, and also quite a few talent was joining us with a lot of experience, in Unreal. But obviously, Unreal is known for a more realistic look. So for us, we weren't sure, can we get the look that we had, in the short film? Obviously for me, I things, save sometimes. I was like, I don't know if we can get there, but let's see, maybe for some of the shots we can use, Unreal for Final Pixel. And that was the big challenge. And at the very beginning, I was like, well, maybe 10% will be Final Pixel in Unreal. So we went the traditional way, and we did the first 3 shots as a look of picture to see, what's going to look like. And we use the traditional methods, using Nuke and, compositing. And we did use Unreal for the lighting part of it. but then it went into compositing, to final things. Then I carved out a small group and I said, you guys in the corner, quiet there, try to replicate what we did using Unreal. They were like, oh my God, Jalil, we have to build tools. We have to do the rim light. We don't know how to do this. Like, well, let's just go figure it out. You guys have your time. We're going to continue to make the film the traditional way. I think it took them about a couple months and they came back and I couldn't tell the difference. I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, you guys did it. So we pivoted, and right now the show is about 80%, 85% final pixel in Unreal. Yeah.
So if you don't mind me asking really quickly, what was the reason then for the pivot? Like, I know you challenged your team to do it and you didn't know what that was going to be like, right?
Yeah.
So it comes down to cost.
It did, because we looked at the compositing team and the lighting team, and to build a team like that was very costly. And to be honest with you, I don't know if we would be able to fund it if we had to go the traditional way, because usually compositing is really expensive. You bring a crew at the end to finish a show like this. But because we were using Unreal, we only needed it was broken down differently in chunks, where one artist would take care of a whole sequence, because things were done iteratively, just like a game. So after we built the tools for the rim light and the lighting system and all that stuff, it was much easier to be caretakered by one person instead of a big team, each person taking 3-4 shots that takes forever to do, right? So it was very cost effective. Yeah.
That's very cool.
I think there's one other thing just to mention there, Brent, which is, for us, I mean, we've all, been in the animation industry for a long time. Me in particular, I come from VFX. So, Jalil's got VFX and that feature animation background. For me, it's VFX. And we all know that sort of linear workflow, that linear data model, the sort of, really expensive aspect of it is whenever you have to go backwards. Going backwards is bad. It ruins everything. Totally. So there was a creative component. Yes, there's a cost savings component, absolutely, but there's a creative component to this, which we had never experienced before. And we knew that Unreal was sort of so far ahead from really any other real-time engines that there was an emphasis there on us seeing what it was like for multiple departments to work at the same time on the same content, so that we could avoid that kind of linear problem. So that was a big part of it as well. And Jalil, I'm sure as a director and creator of this project, you can talk about really what that experience was like.
Yeah, it was eye-opening, because you hear all these stories about Unreal is real time. Like, what the heck does that mean? I didn't know what real time meant until I've heard stories about, you look at a scene and you want a mountain to be moved. Traditionally, that will take 3 days or 4 days for you to see it again when you want it to move. I heard stories about Unreal, you can just move the mountain, and I always laughed at that. I said, yeah, right. It's not gonna be that way. It was literally that way. They would just move it and it would just look perfect, right? Everything will just the gradient of the shadows, all that stuff would just be there without rendering. I'm just used to having to re-render everything. So that was eye-opening. It was amazing to be able to make quick changes. And there were moments where by the end of one dailies, we would cycle. All the notes I gave at the beginning of the dailies, by the time we're done, they would be doing it, and then they would bring it back at the end of dailies. I had to tell them, guys, let's not do this, because dailies will continue to go. But we could final shots pretty fast, that way. So it was amazing, and I will never go back. I can never go back anymore.
So if I'm reading the rim right, then what you're basically saying is it's just removing that sort of back and forth in the pipeline of, you want to make a change and then you have to send it back to animation redoes it, and then they have to throw it to the render farm, and then they have to do another quick comp. It takes time. Change takes time in a linear workflow, and you're able to just basically make that change and immediately see in context that change, as opposed to have go back through that linear pipeline.
And I think it's important also to mention is, you would think from what you just said, Brent, oh, so you guys got this 25-minute, 30-minute episode done in 6 months or something like that. It's well, no, maybe there's a future where that time and cost will come down, but there was a massive amount of work that we had to do just to get Unreal to where it needed to be to produce something with this particular visual aesthetic, and the tools that had to be built on. We had done that in the past with the short film in Maya. That was all sort of, bootstrapped and just shoestring budget. In this particular case, given the volume of content, we had to really like get in there and, have our pipeline team, our programming team build tools in order to automate a workflow within the engine that would allow us to create this volume of content. So not only were we creating the show from scratch, but we were creating the pipeline to make the show happen from scratch. And those two things were happening at the same time. So obviously there's a beautiful future ahead of us when it comes to this workflow, because we've done a lot of the heavy lifting now. But that's why it's really taken us some time to sort of put this together.
Yeah, you can see at the light at the end of the tunnel. If you were to invest in a pipeline, this is going to pay off in huge dividends, basically.
Correct.
Now, okay, so here's the $1 million question, though, because anyone who's ever done any kind of work like this in Unreal, this all sounds like rainbows and lollipops. But what are the catches? What are the cons? What were the challenges? Because I mean, I would imagine having that many people working concurrently in a shot or a sequence at the same time can present other kind of problems, like a dog chasing its own tail, for instance. Like unless you are able to set up a really sort of disciplined workflow so that you don't have people basically changing the height of the floor while animation's currently, trying to final animation. Like what kind of gotchas did you guys find along the way here? And maybe, talk a little bit to some of the solutions you had to come up with to sort of get around them.
Oh boy, that's a tough question. This is where I wish Josh was here, or Christian Johnson.
Right.
But we, for me, I had, I wasn't on the ground with the team, solving the problems, but I knew when things were breaking. I would hear, oh my God, this is not working. The models have deformations that we were not able to get the high-end facial animation, in Unreal. And I know that kind of presented as a blocker, that it took them a while. I don't know the exact technical solution to how they, they fixed it, but I knew it took them a little while because it held up production, for a bit. But the moment they were able to figure it out, everything was starting to flow, perfectly. But I tell you, it's a team, that we had, led by Josh and, Josh Carroll, Christian Johnson, Nino, Fred, Dave Alvey. These guys were just fantastic, and Andrea, as well. They put a lot of effort into this. There was nothing that could block them. So yes, we had tons of blockers as we were learning the tools, and obviously we had some help from Epic as well, in solving some of the rigging issues that we couldn't resolve on our own. But yeah, in the end, we were able to do it.
Yeah, I'd say there was one sort of obvious blocker, but we don't talk about it that much because it happened long enough ago that we've forgotten the pain of it, which was animating.
That's right.
Obviously, our goal as a company is we're an interesting business in the sense that the talent that we have at the studio are incredibly diversified in terms of their skill set. So it's very important for us, given how large our animation team is, that we are able to animate in Unreal in the future. That is something we want to do. We want to be boarding in Unreal, and obviously for this episode, all of our layout was done in Unreal. But we started animating in Unreal with the goal of seeing, okay, well, how far can we get with the tools that are there, and also delivering at this sort of very high level, feature anim quality. And Jalil can talk to it more, but it was pain in the ass, and it was affecting our schedule to the point where we had to stop it. We had to say, okay, it's not ready yet. We have a great relationship with Epic. We can provide that kind of feedback, but we're going to go back to Maya because we need to move on and get this thing done. So I think in the end, we got about 6 shots done in 5.3. Now we're looking at 5.5, which has some wonderful tools in it, and we definitely see a really wonderful future for it. And that is the goal ultimately, is for us to be able to kind of do everything within the package if we can.
Totally. Yeah, if you want to completely leverage the dream of having it all there, like you said, like that seems to be the biggest advantage, is giving you like the real reason to pivot down this road. You want to capitalize 100% into that.
Exactly.
Okay, well, I just wanted to touch on the 2D effects, because I think that there's there was even some debate even in sort of the private chat between the moderators, because as to how that was accomplished. So why don't we talk a little bit about the effects? Because first of all, it was like VFX porn as far as I'm concerned. Like, it was beautiful to watch. It really reminded me of like old school classically animated film. It was so well integrated into the art direction and the animation. So, but I mean, that I'm sure did not come easily. I mean, there was a lot of work that probably went into that. But why don't you talk us through a little bit about how you accomplished that and what that was sort of like getting done?
it all comes down to the people you have, right? On the crew. It always does. That team, led by Ben Rishi and Tobias. They had a good grasp on what we were looking for, and at the very beginning, we pulled up a lot of examples, and these were from films like Prince of Egypt and Sinbad, and the old DreamWorks and Iron Giant, and
I felt it. I felt those references in there. It was really like on point.
Yeah, and now building that little crew, that we had, and Ben is just such a he's a perfectionist.
He's brilliant too. Let's just say it.
He's a tremendous 2D animator character and 3D animator as well. So he just chose. He's like, guys, I'm just gonna take over this and the 2D effects, because I presented the team with there's a 2D film. It's a French film called Ernest and Celestine, and it's this little story of this little mouse and this bear, and in there's this a horde of cops, and they're all like rats. And when they're moving, they actually become this shape that starts to move around when there's a lot of them. So I put that in front of the team. I said, that's what I want. And the Unreal team went,
sweat, a lot of sweat.
Like, how? And Ben was like, guys, we're gonna do this in 2D, and he regrets it today because
I was gonna say
he does. He single-handedly took over most of these major shots, and he did it. He keyframed all of it, and then of course we had another crew that came in to help clean all of that horde up. But while Tobias was taking care of all of the dust and explosion and laser and all that stuff, Ben was taking care of the whole horde of scarabs. So it was a labor of love, and there were points. There was one shot where there was supposed to be a splash of effects, and Ben was like, "It's gonna take me 3 weeks." So I said, "You know what? Forget the splash." He's like, "What? Who are you?" I'm like, "We can't, man. We don't have enough time." And he did his best to put something in there for it to work. But no, honestly, hats off to the FX team, for what they did, and we couldn't have done it without Ben and Tobias and their and their team.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to just mention as well that there's some really cool making of footage that we have out there, and Kayla can speak to that. I don't know, Kayla, if you want to jump in, talk about, there's a cool Epic thing coming, and then of course we've got our behind the scenes that are on our YouTube channel, but it goes into the detail of how we did this stuff.
Please talk about that. That's a great idea.
Yeah, so we did production diaries from the beginning. So way before we were close to being done, we kind of did like hey, okay, here are the different stages of production, and we talked to the main people involved. So I think we have 5 total, and they're about 15 minutes or less, and they're on our current Steamroller Animation YouTube channel. So that's something we could also talk about at some point if everyone's interested, that we split YouTube channels right before the release, which was kind of a risky move.
Because why not, right?
Yeah, since we were developing our YouTube channel in the behind the scenes realm for a while, we got up to 25,000 subscribers, which we're very proud of. But we decided we wanted to have a native animation channel that can just purely be animation, so people who are not in the space or not in the industry can also enjoy and get fed in the algorithm. But on that original channel, so that's why we have Steamroller Stories, which is the new channel, and Steamroller Animation. I know some people get a little confused, or like, why'd you do that? That's why, because we wanted to have like a clean slate. But on the first channel is where we have the production diaries, and we're going to continue to do behind the scenes content there, where we talk about, Unreal Engine and all of the cool stuff going on in the studio. But yeah, that's how I learned. That was like my animation education, was talking to people about the production and like, what is a rig? How do you do that? Oh my gosh, that's how many different points there are in that phase. And so that we go into depth, so someone who understands animation will know it. But also, I was the one kind of putting it together, so people who are beginners will also appreciate those as well.
That's great.
Also, yeah, and just to say, Epic has taken notice of this project, and they're doing some wonderful sort of behind the scenes. And we've also been really active at like SIGGRAPH and Unreal Fest, and so there are talks out there if people are interested in sort of seeing a little bit more about the 2D card system and how that was implemented in Engine for some of the 2D effects. So there's lots of stuff out there to enjoy.
Yeah, if you search like Steamroller or Spice Frontier on the Unreal YouTube channel, you'll find a few of our talks that have been out there.
Just to clarify, so I'm sorry. I didn't
Sorry,
mean
no,
to
you're
interrupt.
good. You're good. You're fine.
Sorry. So what I just want to clarify something that Aaron just dropped there casually, because we didn't really talk about it officially, was, you know, the 2D effects were done by hand in 2D. But rather than being composited, I understand that maybe a very small fraction of the shots needed to be composited in, but for the vast majority, those are just cards that are basically, you're getting kind of a real-time composite in a 3D kind of environment instead of Unreal, which is also really ridiculously impressive considering how well they all sat well in those scenes. So just wanted to call that out because that in itself is pretty impressive, because most people would have assumed that they would have been composited in afterwards. And they were not.
Again, I can't speak to this technically, but we built tools to do that. So there was, you know, there's sort of something we're taking away from this whole process that we can call ours. That's kind of gone into the, you know, the technical side of getting this more automated in our process. And so David Alvey and our pipeline team has done a phenomenal job.
And also, I want to add, you know, just you know, I can hear my compositing supervisor saying, "Hey, but I also did work."
Yes, please shout out. Yes.
Josh Rivas, absolutely.
Josh Rivas.
There were definitely some very complex shots in there that were not layered. That obviously we had some compositing work to do on it. Josh, I got your back, buddy.
So what you're saying is what he did not have to handle in volume, he made up for in complexity,
in
sweat, in tears, and blood.
Oh,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so another thing I wanted to touch on, just generally speaking, is the because this got called out a lot. I was watching chat as people were watching it, but just the impressive facial animation, like I mean, the just watching those characters come to life with the kind of it also felt and reminded me of 2D animated characters, I think, because, you know, 3D characters have a habit, especially ones animated and rendered inside of engines, have a habit of feeling a little on the rigid side. You know what I mean? Like they lack that volumetric, organic flavor. And like I maybe we could just touch really quickly, at least high level, without getting too much in the weeds on that, because I mean I know that didn't happen by accident. There was obviously a clear focus on making sure that happened, and just wanted to kind of throw you that to maybe kind of discuss, because I'm personally quite, you know, selfishly curious about it.
Yeah, it was definitely a very conscious, you know, choice, you know, at the very beginning when we were figuring out how it's going to look, especially on 2s and 3s, you know, and 4s, you know, the whole show is not on 1s, right? You know, Josiah, our animation director, had a really good grasp on being more committed, you know, to the shapes that we were doing. You know, we were both, Joe and I sat down and we were looking at a lot of references, you know, of examples of facial animation, and how there's a lot of films that are getting too realistic in their shapes and very complex, you know, in facial expressions. We were like, well, let's be broader and more graphic, because if we're going to go 2D, we need that graphic nature of it. So we did a few tests, and I remember one of our animation Tommy, hi buddy, love you, man. So Tommy was doing a test, and he was definitely more on that realistic side of things. And then I kept saying, no, push it. I think one evening he was just frustrated. He was like, oh, is that what you want? He just shoved the mouth really big and did like a big shape, and he brought it, and I was like, that's it.
Yeah.
He was like, are you kidding me?
Amazing.
I was like, you got it.
Yeah.
And it took a little bit of readjustment for us to really push the shape, you know, of the face. But I tell you, it took about a month, and all the animators were on board, and that's really how it started.
It wasn't just like the poses and the volume; it was also just the beautiful arcs of the movement of it all. Like so much overlap and so much complexities. Like it, like I often don't see that. To be honest, I think you guys took that to a whole other level. I just wanted to call it out.
Yeah. Again, all the credit goes to the animation team.
I think and I think if we're giving credit to all sorts of people in this video that we're doing,
sorry, I'm just name dropping.
I want to name drop because they don't get I don't think as much credit, because we don't think about that, but it's our voice actors. Our voice actors
on my list here. It was on my list.
Yeah, no, they've done a really great job, and I remember. Yeah, not last year, 2 years ago, we met up with some of them at Lightbox, and that was like my first time actually interacting with them in person and meeting them in person. And they're all just incredibly talented and really, really lovely people, and they had a blast with us.
Well, I actually had a point here to bring that up, and I think that this can maybe hopefully drag you into the conversation a little bit here, Kayla. You're setting out to do a series, right? And I think when you're developing characters and you're casting talent for those characters, there's, obviously I would assume that you did some market testing somehow on this stuff to get to the point where like how did you get to the point where you guys felt like you could commit to an entire series? Because when I look at this, and I'm not just saying this because I'm on the call with you guys, I feel like this whole thing has seriously has legs. Like I want to know these characters a lot more. There's something about the chemistry between the characters playing off of one another, and like that also doesn't happen by accident. There is a lot of thought that goes into this. I'd love to hear about the casting process and talk a little bit about like how you are like what's the business side of this whole equation as far as like what's the vision, why are you doing it, how are you getting it out to market, why are you putting it out in the market? Like maybe we could touch on it.
Honestly, the three of us are going to start arguing here because
perfect. That's what we like. If there's an argument on a stream, then I'm doing my job.
We are about to argue here. So who wants to take it?
Well, let's go to Kayla first. Kayla, yeah.
Okay, well, I started once production was already underway, so there was no way I could come in and say, hey, here are my thoughts, because we were already off to the races when I got involved.
You could, but it might be awkward, probably.
Yeah, things were already happening. So there was not, and I think that's some of the genuineness of the piece, is that there's not a whole lot of business behind it in the sense of, oh, what's hot right now is XYZ. What the kids are talking about is this. Let's make something for that. It was really Jalil's dream and vision that was at the helm of the entire project, and I think that comes through.
Awesome.
Yeah, but that does of course lead to nervousness on my side of like, will people respond well to this? Because we're going to YouTube, and that is something I have a lot of experience with YouTube, and YouTube comments can be harsh and horrible and scary, and things can flop, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong when you don't have a big, studio pushing millions of dollars into advertising. But knock on wood, so far so good. Everything has been super, super positive, and the YouTube community with indie animation is one of the strongest out there and very supportive. And I think they're showing up and sharing it with their friends, which is awesome. But yeah, the hard part is YouTube is not, at least in its current form for this type of content, on its own, like a profitable system. Like there's no way you can make enough AdSense or have a sponsorship like in traditional YouTube to make it work. So this is a way to get attention, get it out there, let people fall in love, and then hopefully we can do step 2.
Okay, so basically it's like it's marketing itself. So like step 2 is get people excited, build a brand, and then worry about the other stuff later, basically, and then cross your fingers that people like it resonates with people, which it sounds like it is. It resonates the hell out of me, but it sounds like YouTube feels the same way.
I think it's important to, it's important we're not doing the sort of, tail wagging the dog strategy. The idea behind everything that we're doing is we want to tell stories that we want to tell, and then we want to cross our fingers and hope that people like it, rather than looking at the marketing algorithms and trying to figure out where our in is to tell stories. And so, you have to understand that we're all messaging each other every day right now going, oh my God, I think people like it. Because we've worked our asses off. This is 3.5 years of building a pipeline and telling the story, and it's amazing to see that people are resonating well with it. But you have to remember, like, we're a company of animators. We are owned and operated by artists. And so when it comes to the business side of how we turn this into a revenue generating strategy, we're learning this as we go, because we put all of our eggs in the sort of let's make a cool story basket.
It's a big swing.
If Jalil, when he reached out to me to come and join the company, if he wanted someone that was going to do the executive business streaming strategy, I'm not the guy for that. So we're learning as we go. But when it comes to the question of like, well, how do we monetize this? We don't know yet. We're still figuring it out. We're still expanding our Rolodex with streamers and broadcasters. We're looking at how people are responding on YouTube and deciding if that's the strategy we're going to, we're trying to figure things out because we are indie and we don't have that experience.
So you're basically Kevin Costner sort of field of dreaming it right now.
Exactly.
Not everyone's old enough to even get that reference, so I apologize. But if you know, you know. Yes.
I think that's exactly what it is,
and
I'll let
they will come.
Yeah, I'll let Jalil come in. If you build it, they will come, and that has always been the strategy. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, yeah, we've always believed in, again, that's all of us, at the studio, including our other business partners, Adam Meyer as well. Him and I really, we are like, two peas, from the same pod. When Aaron came and joined us, we were an edamame at that point, these three. And
is that like a 2 peas in a pod reference? Is that what you just did?
Yeah, me and Adam were 2 peas in a pod until Aaron showed up, and then now we were an edamame. But we knew that if you build good characters and characters that people can connect with, it transcends business, it transcends anything. If you create memorable characters, you could sink your company, but the characters will survive. we kind of knew this was a reality. But luckily, the way Steamroller is structured, we've got a good service side as well. That we knew the risks that we take didn't have. If Spice or any of our stories fail, it doesn't sink the company, right?
And worst case, it's like the experience in creating it itself. I'm sure cutting the teeth of the talent in the studio, there would be value even in this. I would assume.
Would be.
There's no way of losing if you look at it that way.
There's no way of losing, and that became our focus. Tell stories that are relatable, stories that are relevant, and stories that people can connect with. Let's not chase what the distributors are looking for. Let's not chase what the streamers are looking for. Let's do something that we believe in, and obviously we have to make sure we're not blinded, by this. So me and Adam, myself, and Aaron, we critique each other. We talk about things. We share our ideas. Obviously Aaron will be like, Jalil, you hold for too long, but I do my best to share as much as I can.
I think we should talk about this right now, Kayla, to pull you into this. Yeah, because I think it's important, and I think that if people in this stream want to hear kind of the things that we're dealing with as a company, as an independent company, let's talk about the seasoning. Let's talk about the ending, right? Because we're now on the hook for another episode, right? So people are commenting. They're like, can't wait to see the next one. And what people don't realize is that this took us a lot of time to make, and we're hoping that there are people out there that will help us make the series. We can't finationally do another 9 episodes. He
doesn't want to do it.
Yeah,
not that he doesn't want to.
I want to do. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. I love it. 2 against 1. No, I want to do it. We want to make this series, but to be practical and give it to the public with a degree of regularity and consistency is incredibly difficult when you're footing that bill all by yourself, and you've got to, and your service side has to swing with the market like everybody.
I know. I said we lay off the operation team, we lay off the marketing team. We have enough money to make episode 2.
He's joking. He's joking. But my point is that when we put the seasoning in, Kayla, Jalil, myself, Adam, we all got into hours and hours of debate about whether that should be there or not. Because naturally, on the one hand, for our consumer public, which is our YouTube fan base that we're trying to build, they don't want to see that. They don't want to have all those spoilers. But then on the other hand, they don't know that there is no second episode if we don't get help to make this thing. And so we kept it in there because we want people who are potentially going to help us or partner with us or be interested in a co-production to see what the vision is, the same way you would with a pitch deck if you were behind closed doors at an executive meeting with the streamers. So we're constantly sort of walking this fine line of like, how are we going to do this? And we're trying to kind of, as I've said, bake many pies at the same time to see really what will our direction be for the future.
And just to add, to that, the stories of Spice Frontier don't just end, here. I know we don't have quite a plan yet, for how we're going to make, the future episodes, but we're looking at, a lot of other things that's happening in the universe of Spice Frontier. We've got 2 more things that we're going to announce, at some point here that has to do with Spice Frontier that we'll be releasing, but we're also looking at other media that will be diving into the universe of Spice Frontier. And all the scripts and stories are mostly done, so we've got the whole first season in a really good place already, and we're already working on the second book because there's already the first book that's been done. So the world of Spice Frontier is well developed. That right now it's exciting for us because we're looking at all the other media that we can start to dive into.
You know what, Jalil? I think that's a great segue also to the whole, like, we don't want to be a one-trick pony, right? And I
Yes.
think you should talk a little bit about the kind of IP strategy outside of Spice even as well.
Yeah, so we've been, as in the middle of Spice Frontier, we realized, financially where the IP department, needed to be, and what are the ways we can actually, bring funds and but also creatively, we didn't want to be this company that's known for the one IP, Spice Frontier. So about, 3 years ago, when Aaron joined, it allowed us to actually carve out funds to focus on 10 different IPs that we had, 10 other IPs that we had.
Literally 10, not just like
Literally
10
10.
more, like 10.
No, literally 10 that we've invested a lot of effort and money in developing, and Master, being one of them. I'm sure, a lot of you guys, would have seen the little teaser that we put out, 3-4 years ago. But that IP is in full on, right now, concept script phase right now, and we are actually going to, at the end of this year or beginning of next year, I'm not sure exactly when, Kayla is going to be like, give me a date, that we're going to be releasing some more content for Master. So obviously we are a small company. It's not easy for us to invest into to fund a full feature film, so we are definitely looking for help there. But it doesn't prevent us from continuing to produce work in that universe, things that we can afford to do, right? If you put it that way.
Totally.
Yeah.
Go
I was
ahead,
going to
Kayla.
say that's the joy and the benefit of YouTube and this current climate that we have, and all social media, that we can expand a universe and tell stories without having to have it be a 90-minute feature film or have a studio get behind us. Like, there's so many options now that give people the ability to just tell the stories that they want to tell. Now, obviously, we have a very high quality bar that we have to reach that brings it a little bit, makes it a little bit different than just a person in their bedroom doing this. But it allows us to not have to wait around and hope and before people can fall in love. And that's what we wanted to really do. And we're going to do that with a bunch of new projects that I'm very excited about. And maybe not all of them even like animation. It could be just stories that we start, right? A little bit. I don't know if we want to talk about that, but different mediums too. But we're all, at the end of the day, we're telling stories, and that's the most important thing that all of us, I think, at the company want to do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like, it begs the question then, what is the dream scenario for this? Like, it sounds like what you're saying, ideally you'd find a partner that like is believing in this project, that wants to co-produce it with you and basically get it out there. Is the dream to put it on YouTube in some way and try to find a way of monetizing it? Would it be like approaching a streamer and getting it on there, like a full like episodic sort of, I don't know what the word is, but like get it on a streaming service, like or maybe that's the debate right now. Maybe you're looking at, is there a dream scenario that you guys are looking for?
Personally, I love the control of being an independent studio that can interface and interact directly with our fan base.
Right.
We want to tell stories that we know our fans want and respect and enjoy that we're making. But there's a flip side to that statement, which is we are doing all of this by ourselves. And it's incredibly complex. I mean, there are so many animation and visual effects studios that don't do IP. They stay away from it. And they stay away from it because there's, people running the business that, have a bottom line that they want to achieve. And so they focus on service and they focus on revenue. For us, we're skirting that kind of middle line between the two. And right now we're in a position where our service side is holding up this IP vision that we have. And so what we need to do is figure out how to monetize that IP vision so that we can be firing on all cylinders. And that way, when the industry changes or things shift, we're able to pivot and we're able to maneuver, and we're not having to just this umbilical cord to the service side. So for us, if we can figure out a way to monetize YouTube, whether it's merchandising or other things, and that's where Kayla, is much smarter than us on that, then that's great. We'll go that route. But if a streamer comes to us and says, hey, we really love Spice Frontier, that's something we want to do, that's not something we're just going to say no to.
Right.
Because we need to figure out how to pay for this. That's really
100%.
the key here.
100%. Okay, so I feel like we nerded out a little bit, I think enough high level. I wanted to know if you guys all felt like, it just feels wrong to not dig into the juiciness that is what we just streamed. Do you feel comfortable talking about anecdotal, sort of like there's moments in there that you thought were particularly difficult or you're particularly proud of? We can bring up Sync Sketch and you can walk us through it. Does that make sense? Do you want to try to do something like that, or?
Sure. Yeah.
Unless there's something else you guys wanted to make sure we covered in this, but I definitely want to make sure I saved a little room for people to kind of just soak up.
Should we ask
as much as possible the visuals?
Should we ask the audience if they want us to talk about any specific moment in there? Or
yeah, that's a really great idea. So let's throw it over to chat. Is there, if we're going to switch over to taking a look at the episode again, is there a particular part of the episode that you thought just blew your mind, or you wanted to know, anecdotally how they approached it? Let's see what we got coming in here.
Jalil, are you on Sync Sketch? Do you have access?
Actually, it's waiting for the host. I don't.
Yeah, so hit refresh now on your browser. See if that helps, because that's what I did and it got me.
Yep.
You're good.
So I see some of the general questions still rolling in, and that's fine. We could try to get to them, but specifically, I'd love to talk about the episode. Is there something in the episode? And you know,
Brent,
what do you have one of your favorites?
Brent, do you have a?
Do I have a favorite? I have my favorite is all of it. All of it is my favorite. Is that a bad answer?
Nice, Brent. Thank you.
So let's talk about the trying to think of but it was just, there was so much, and it was the first time I was seeing it. I didn't write down any particularly fascinating parts that I wanted to dive into. I should have. Obviously.
Maybe the horde at the
the horde
end.
stuff, but it lasted a while. So we could talk about that. Lo, that's not a bad. That's because it was obviously probably technically difficult by the sounds of it. Do you want to take a look at some of those shots from that sequence?
Here's one thing I can talk about that I think might be interesting. You tell me what you guys think. But there's, building building a series like this, that was very influenced by, Star Trek and Anthony Bourdain and Parts Unknown. I don't know if there are any D&D players, in the room, but when you write a campaign, for D&D, you really need to know everything about your world. You really need to know all the characters that's there, all the villains, all of the pitfalls and all of the layout of what the world looks like. But you don't know where everybody will go. You don't know where the players, if they're going to go left or right or north or south. I love playing games like this where I would create a universe. It would take me a whole year to put together. And then I watch my players only go in one area and they never get to see the dragon or, that's there. That's been there forever.
Yeah, but to be fair, I would purposefully try to screw with you as the dungeon master when we were at Weta, just to see if I could get him to admit that he didn't prepare something. He had always had it prepared. It didn't matter if I walked 4 houses down to visit some neighbor down the road. He knew exactly who the neighbor was, what the backstory was. Yeah.
I'll never forget. He turned to his wife and he goes, "He's crazy. He's really crazy. He actually knows what's there." So with Spice Frontier, we actually did that. We actually built this universe where I needed to understand how everything works first, all of the characters, and there's so many characters we built that is not even anywhere, seen at the moment. And but everybody knows about them. That's why there's so much depth, and history and lore. So building this first episode was very tricky because I had to battle the want of putting lore in there and the Star Trek feel, because it's scary if you do that to a fresh audience. They will get tired of all the names and all of that. So that's in there. So I had to strip it all out, and tell a very. I told myself, I said, do I start introducing characters? That's not going to be a good idea. There's 6 characters. They all have a crazy backstory. Each of them have a very in-depth, story, and some of them have hundreds of years of stories because of how old they are. And so I told myself, I said, why don't I just take all of them, throw them into a problem, and let them interact with each other, so the audience will get to know a little bit about them. So there's a lot of little things in the first episode that's not resolved. For example, Sela going and cutting all of these little claws, that's on the belly of this giant creature. I mean, it's not resolved in the episode. No one knows why she does it, but there's a reason behind it.
Don't tell them. Just
Yeah.
it's so good. It's so good. When he
it-
told me, I lost my mind. Okay, go
yeah,
on.
it came back, it comes back, episodes later, like the ship that she discovered is actually a huge part of the whole series.
Yeah.
Like it's not just a ship that she finds, but we wanted, I would call them players, but we wanted our audience to go, when they watch the season, they're gonna want to go back to episode 1, because there's a lot of stuff hidden in there, about the big giant oasis creature. What is this thing? Why is it moving? Why are these creatures falling from the sky? All of that is actually answered, while as you discover, this whole series.
And can I just say, Jalil, like, I'm reading the comments on YouTube, and we have very sophisticated viewers, because they are picking up on
They are
this
picking
stuff.
up on it.
We're
Yeah.
seeing comments where it's like, oh my God, they noticed that, or they picked up on it. What people, this is the frustration for us, because it's so difficult to make these episodes and to have that, kind of huge pipeline consistency to push them out for our audience. There is so much world building that Jalil and the team have put into this series, and it's almost like, I guess if you watched, a few episodes of Star Trek back in the day, you might not have understood in that moment what the scope and scale was, and what it was going to do to you as a viewer, if you had, the next generation. By the way, it is the next generation more than DS9. Somebody said, contentious question. But my point ultimately is there's so much there that we're ready to tell, and it's all been sort of designed and ready to go. So it's very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, for example, can everybody see the sync sketch right now? Brian?
No, not yet.
Sorry, I'm working on it.
We're
I
working
almost
on
have
it.
That's why I look
we are
distracted. It's
working
because I'm ferociously trying to get that done. I think I have it now.
Yeah.
So give me a second. I'll share it here.
And just so you know, Jalil, someone said they are interested mostly in mod and the design of mod. So maybe that's something we could get into.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can talk about Maud.
She's my favorite too, to be honest.
Maud is a very unique character, and Maud is actually the villain of the book. She ends up being the main villain of the book that joins the crew afterwards. So I wanted to show this shot real quick, and then we can continue to talk about Maud a bit. This, for example, these are things we didn't think about that the audience will notice, but because we made sure every single character were always in character and were motivated by who they are. For example, when Nexus take that shot, somebody mentioned that on YouTube that we never thought they would notice. Kent freaks out because that's who Kent is, but Ada actually goes for her gun. Or her pulsar. She instinctively goes for it, but you don't know that at this point how good she is, as a gunslinger. And that's because Ada is from a military background. Her father and her 5 brothers are all from the military, and she's actually running away from that family because she's the only one who wants to be, she wants to be a botanist. So for her, she grew up with pulsars, with guns, and she's an amazing sharpshooter. So she can be this little quirky, this really fun character, but when she's in danger, she's lethal, with a weapon. And she was very much built after Marion from the first Indiana Jones and from Raiders, and the scene where Marion was Marion Ravenwood, when she was doing that shot glass scene,
yeah,
guy, and that's Ada. She's gonna be there taking shots, and she would get herself in trouble. She's really young, but the thing about Ada, she always has Sela behind her, making sure she's not gonna get in trouble or she's not gonna be in danger. Sela is this really motherly, character who's always there, to protect them. So yeah, that's.
I was just also going to add, like, I think Kayla, it would be a really good idea just to hint here, without giving too much away. But Jalil just sort of hinted at it, and that's the vlogs. I think we should let people know who have come to this restream, you know, that we're going to be giving them some more real soon.
Yeah, there's some additional lore coming in the form of video logs. So it's going to be animation like you've seen, but it's going to be on board of the Serrano captured video. So you're going to get some more insight and more info about the characters. And there's 4 of them right now, maybe 5, that are going to come out in the next few months. And so that'll give the audience a little bit more, like I said, you know, building the universe without having to do a full, you know, piece. You'll get another taste.
Yes. So the hint that we're getting at is that there is one between Sela and Ada, and so you get a little bit of that flavor of that relationship between them, and they're just absolutely gorgeous, and we're hoping to kind of maintain the momentum and excitement around the show. And Jalil and the animators have done an amazing job making those vlogs. They're sort of like Star Trek Captain logs, except they're video, not just audio.
Yes, and those will be on YouTube on the Steamroller Stories page.
Yeah, and the goal for them really was to continue the character development, you know, of them, you know, as they're talking about each other, and, you know, almost not interviewing, but almost kind of, you know, in the story, it's actually in the universe of Spice Frontier. They are actually required by the government, by the Tri Corporation, which is this one of the governments, you know, of that universe, that actually requires every ship to do video logs. So hence why, you know, every crew member on the Serrano has to talk about each other, you know, and so we've actually animated that, and it's they're looking super
They're
nice.
really
So
good.
then we'll be releasing them. We actually designed 10 of them. Obviously, we have about 4 done right now, and they'll be coming out. Kayla, do you know what's the frequency of them being released? I don't know.
Whenever you send them to me, I'll have a better idea.
It's so funny you say that, because I was slacking Kayla this weekend saying, hey, what's the release strategy for the vlogs? I'd like to know when they're coming out.
I would like to put the first one out in June. That's my goal. So the first one in June, and then maybe July and August is my thought.
I think they are done this week, so you should have 3 already.
Okay. We need to design the thumbnail. That's what I'm the whole.
Oh yeah.
But everyone, that's something that maybe everyone should know, that if they're working on their own project, if you're going to put it on YouTube, take some time to think of the thumbnail, because that is like the movie poster of, you know, the past. You have to have a great thumbnail and do the testing and all of that YouTube allows you to do.
And one thing I want to just add, there was a question earlier, Brent, if I could just use what Kayla just said as a springboard to answering that question. It was about sort of our marketing strategy, like how long have we been doing this and how did we prepare for the launch? And I just want to say, like, massive hats off to Kayla and the marketing team. When Kayla joined us, the marketing team was really small, like really kind of one person and me. And so we brought in Kayla, and we brought in some we brought in Andy, and we brought in Rebecca and Sarah and Kevin, and they have done an incredible job kind of letting us as an independent business, where Jalil and I know nothing about Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, and really kind of educating us, while what our responsibility was to sort of tell them the vision for storytelling in the studio, and pairing that with their savvy around social media marketing. And so the team has grown significantly over the last sort of 2 years, and I honestly think that we've had a successful launch of this project. You know, really, we couldn't be where we are right now without what they've done.
I can also add, you know, I'd like to you know, thank you, Kayla, for being with us. Never leave us.
You're welcome.
But I also want to mention, you know, 2 other people that were huge, you know, very crucial to this production. I mean, honestly, the look of Spice Frontier, I think, is you know, incredible, and so a huge thank you to Tad Branham, you know, who's our production designer, and really made
brilliant,
define the look of Spice Frontier, and Tad Lambert, who's our one of our character designers, who put, you know, who without, you know, these 2, we wouldn't have these, you know, these appealing characters. You know, they were there from the very beginning, designing, you know, these beautiful, you know, very appealing, you know.
Okay, so look, if I feel like we're gonna get crap, because we thank.
We're gonna get crap because
there are a lot of people.
So many people.
Yeah, but also, like, we have 10 or 11 heads of department that Amanda is in here. Adam is in here. We've got these incredible leaders that look after the departments within our studio, while at the same time figuring out how to navigate Spice Frontier and the whole IP engine that we're trying to build. And they really are kind of the glue. Our talent and culture team, so our HR team, they are also the glue that kind of holds everybody together. So I just want to make sure everybody knows how much we love them and that we're thanking all of them
Yes.
for getting us to this point.
And to answer the question about social media, when do we start? I would say we started the production diaries, a year and a half to 2 years ago. We started putting those out. So that was like the first, in my mind, big marketing push, and then really kicked it up a notch 1 year out. So last May, we were like, okay, we are going to put this out in May. We didn't know the exact date for a while, but we said May 2025, that's the date we're setting. And then we went ham from there and produced a ton of content, and a lot on Instagram and YouTube Shorts was our priority. And then we started ramped it up kind of the last 3 months with the teaser, then the trailer, more content, and then now here we are.
And it wasn't like we didn't do it kind of willy-nilly, fire from the hip. Like, the marketing team, they were responsible for reporting to us what the strategy was, Excel spreadsheets on when things were releasing and what they would need from our design team when it comes to thumbnails and concept art pieces and all of that stuff. It's been quite an incredibly sort of organized process for us. And yeah, I think we're really proud of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Can't hear you, Brent.
I sure am. I am sorry because I was fiddling around trying to get the share to work, but I couldn't get it to stably show just a tab. So
yeah, Brent, you're not even talking to us. We're right there.
I know.
I don't know what you're doing with it.
That's a sign of a good panel, because if you guys are just gonna just
we'll talk forever,
and then I could just I'll leave. You guys go. You guys keep going. Yeah. So, anyways, for those in chat, I'm sorry for teasing you. We'll just have to beg to have some of you back, and maybe we could do a deeper dive on some of those shots, because there's so much to talk about naturally. And there's only like 3 minutes left of this segment
quick,
anyways. So
let me just mention that, yes, there were a few shots of the bugs that were actually in 3D. And we did have a 3D team as well of effects, where there were some shots that were like, there's no way we can see like interacting with this tunnel. In 2D, it was too close to camera. It would never look good. So we decided to find a 3D solution, which took us quite a while, but really in the 11th hour, we were able to.
Well,
to get
the fact that I didn't even notice that, and I'm sure most people didn't, is a pretty good testament that you pulled that one off.
Yeah,
so sleight of mind and sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, one thing I wanted to do before we wrap this up, because we're basically at the 2-minute mark, is going back to this idea, though, this big swing that the Steamroller team took on this to sort of build it and they will come strategy. Like, let's just take a moment and appreciate, you've built this thing and now you're starting to see people coming. Like, how does that feel? Like, how does it feel? Like, I want to hear raw emotions. Like, what are the words you would choose to use? Okay.
Terrifying.
I honestly, I'm still terrified. I'm like reading the comments. Go, people like this shit. Something must be wrong. They like this. I'm still there thinking. It's just one morning I woke up with an idea, and now people are liking it. Oh my god! This comes from this kid who was bullied as a kid. And I want to talk about this because Kent was very much, he's very much from me. Who I was, as a kid, and fumbling around the world and being laughed at all the time because I was never good at anything physical. So Kent, there's no agenda here, to make Kent fumbling or like a buffoon all the time, because that was actually me. There was only one thing I was good at, is telling stories through drawings. But drawings were not very respected where I grew up. It was more science and math and being a doctor and an engineer. So it only took me years and years to be able to prove to the world that I was good at something, and Kent, I would love for him, but to just give him some time, because, he's really good at one thing, and that's in the kitchen. And I think everybody would see the true Kent, when he shows up, but he's, he's me. So, hopefully people are patient with him the way people are patient with me. Some people were not. They decided to bully me.
I would call up Jalil sometimes. I'd be like, hey, Jalil, does Kent need to like kind of be so whiny all the time? Like, can you chill out a little bit? And Jalil's like, no, dude, that's
No.
that's the
Autobiographical.
Yeah. First of all, no, and second of all, I take offense because
That's right. 'Cause that's me. I love it.
Well,
That's so
we
good.
are at time, and I don't want to, obviously overstay our welcome with the three of you and your graciousness of your time coming here to the stream. First of all, thank you on behalf of everyone here at Agora Community. Thank you on behalf of everyone in the animation community for producing such a beautiful piece of work. And Jalil, Aaron, always a pleasure. Kayla, it was extremely nice to meet you. And we will come for you. We will have you back, and we were going to do some deep dives because I feel like I've really let everybody down by not letting us get into the thick of it. So thank you very much for being on the stream.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, everyone.
Good luck with things moving
Brian,
forward.
Thank you for
good to see you
supporting
again,
us.
and thank
Always.
you. Thanks to the Agora community. For
Yeah,
having us.
Agora,
It's
thank you
huge.
guys so much. Yeah.
We love you guys.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, well, hello everyone. It looks like I'm on my old camera. I had some tech issues in the last one. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'm there. Hey, all right. Sorry about the delay between streams there. So Restream does this really weird thing where it's giving the person that enters the name of the last person that entered. So there was a little bit of messing around there. Alpha says that you're all doing great. Thank you for bringing up the Control S. I was going to do that myself, but let's bring up the big one. Beta says Control S, everyone. I hope the challenge is going great. Geez, we're almost 12 hours in at this point. Almost at the halfway mark, so it's exciting. I've been keeping an eye on Discord. People are in there chatting away, so it's very, very cool. And again, thanks so much for the Steamroller team for showing us the pilot for Spice Frontier. It looked beautiful. And thanks, Brent, for jumping in as well with that one. So hopefully we can drag you all back in at some stage. All right, moving right along. So in our next guest spot here, we have two fantastic people from the industry, Charlie Gavin and Adam Yaniv. Adam, you can rake me over the coals if I'm not saying that properly. But how about we bring you on and I can do the introductions so everyone can see you. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Okay.
Excellent.
How's that? Beautiful. Hey, how are you guys?
I was going to correct you, Scott. It's spelled Charlie Gavin, my name.
Charlie Gavin. Yeah,
Just a
yeah.
joke. You said it just
No, you guys need to switch places, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said
Awesome.
it
So Charlie, obviously the one wearing the hat. And
Yes,
Adam-
I am Charlie. I should have put that on the hat.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. So Charlie, storyboard artist, supervising director, writer, worked at Nickelodeon, DreamWorks, Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers Animation on shows such as Clarence, Harvey Beaks, Big City Greens, Jellystone, The Mighty Ones, Strange Planet, and Boxtown. Adam, animator, writer, story artist, and producer. And this is fascinating, from VFX to 2D series as well. So Rhythm and Hues, Disney, ILM, Weta, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Technicolor, WildBrain. Now
I actually worked
CEO
with
and...
the Steamroller guys that you just had on.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And was an
Yeah.
intern with Jalil.
Wow. Was that back in the early days starting out?
Back in
Or
Rhythm and Hues, yeah, we started the same day.
get out. Wow. I wish we'd known that. We could have got you on for a reunion.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Adam, you've also worked on things like Alvin and the Chipmunks. So My Younger Self Thanks You, one of my favorite shows growing up. Yogi, Hob, Winter's Tale, Warcraft, and Summer Memories. So thanks for joining us, guys.
Absolutely. Thanks for having
Yeah.
us.
And we've been having a chat sort of leading up to this, trying to decide on what the best kind of presentation would be for you both to give. And right now, with directing and also putting something out to pitch is sort of the direction that we thought would be cool to take this conversation in. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
I can kind of just jump into my path a little bit into the industry, and then
for sure.
Adam can talk about his path into the industry, and we can kind of go from there, maybe.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as mentioned, I've been lucky to work on kind of a mix of both board-driven and script-driven shows. Kind of hop around from studio to studio, and like for me, I feel like a lot of people, have this idea that they want to work in animation from a very young age. Personally, I always really enjoyed animation, but I didn't really have that all together, as sort of a career path. When I was in high school, I did a lot of web comics. When I was a teenager, our indie pilot that we're doing, Boxtown, actually sort of inspired by one of these comics I did as a teenager. But I was kind of casting about, and I was like, do I want to be a filmmaker? Do I want to be a writer? I know I like to draw. And I eventually heard about the CalArts summer program called CISA, which is a really cool program that's open to high school students, I believe grades 9 to 12. And so I applied to that, and basically, you get to go to CalArts over the summer. You stay at the college. You have access to the facilities. At the time, it was pencil test machines. I'm sure it's not pencil test machines anymore. I'm sure it's all digital at this point. It's funny because I remember so many animation people would come and talk about, like, I feel so old and all this technology you guys are using. And now I'm like, I feel exactly the same way, and everything is just completely progressed.
Yeah.
But that was an amazing experience. And I remember Thurot Van Orman came to speak to us, and that was super inspirational. He showed episodes of Flapjack, and it was just a great little taste of that world. And I just remember thinking, like, I really want to be a part of that. So I went back to school for my senior year, and I only applied to CalArts. I just did a CalArts portfolio. I didn't apply to any other colleges, which seems blindingly stupid in retrospect. I wanted to apply to Sheridan, but then I realized at the last minute that there were some requirements that I did not have in my portfolio. So I just sort of did one and done, applied to CalArts, and I sort of got in by the grace of God or whatever it was. And it was funny because I remember I didn't have any life drawings technically because they said they didn't specify whether they needed to be human figures or not. So I had a bunch of zoo drawings. And I remember one of the people who I believe was the color design teacher on the first day, we had to show our portfolios. And he was like, "You don't have any life drawings." And I was like, "Well, technically it said observational drawings, so I have a lot of those." And he was like, "We're going to be changing the rules." So and I was like, "Okay, well, I already got in." So
yeah, you got in. You were the last one.
Absolutely. But yeah, it was really cool. And sort of, at that point, I was just trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I think a lot of people, when they go into animation school, at least this was kind of my experience, focus on character design because it's so clear, it's so, I think, easy to visualize what it is, and it seems really fun. I kind of quickly learned that I was not really a character designer. I don't know. Were you focused on character design when you got in?
No, but I wasn't a drawer. I didn't have the natural path. I came from filmmaking. I was just filmmaking. I was a cameraman, and I was a musician, and I rolled into it because I needed a school to go to, and somebody was going to VFS in Vancouver. And so I was just like, I suppose I'll try. I'll do some life drawings. I can make a film. And I just sent my portfolio, somehow got in, and I was just focused on filmmaking. So I used every assignment possible to just kind of try to tell a story, and backwards engineered from that into I feel like, I feel like this is coming to a lot of people in animation, which is interesting for people, that you almost feel like you're always backwards engineering into it. You're never quite, it's such an elusive art form, and there's so many sides to it that you feel like you're learning all the time, which is yeah. So that's to answer your question. I can't design a character to save my life. Yeah.
I wonder. I would imagine that musician skill, like timing. I imagine
yeah.
that.
I was like timing. You could see it now. Like I was writing, so I liked comedy, and I was trying to figure out, in my mind, didn't approach it from a drawing place. It was sort of approaching it, which is why I started in visual effects. It was looking at movement and time and weight, things like that, and going, how do you make these characters live and think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at your school, was it 2D heavy or was it pretty CG animation based?
So I did the Vancouver Film School. I did a 2D program that was a year and change, I think, and then I got into their scholarship that was like one of the first like Maya scholarships. Then I did a Maya movie, and I did. I was lucky. My first short that I made called Downhill went to Annecy, and so I got to go to Annecy. And
Fantastic.
I got to hang out with amazing people. Yeah, that's when I really got that's when the bug kind of bit me. And met industry people, and to see your film playing like your 1.5 minutes that you made at school. I think I did something that at that time wasn't that popular or people weren't doing it, which is I did traditional animation and then I cleaned it up in Flash, which was a big deal at the time. So that kind of, and I scored my own stuff, just like my show. I scored my own show. I was a very great composer, Daniel Markovic, but I write a lot of the music. I've always done kind of like handmade. I'm sort of indie that way. So I came from that. I came from filmmaking.
Yeah, and your show, Summer Memories, stars a kid who's a musician. I'm just putting all the pieces together now, and there's songs you've written in it. So
there's songs. The show is made from like my diaries as a child. So we literally took songs that I wrote when I was anywhere from 9. My first song, there's an episode of how I wrote it, and then with stuff that I wrote when I was 18, 19, all the way up to 2025 from my diaries, and then we just produced them, and we did the show like very independently during a lot of it was done during the pandemic. So a lot of the stuff I just produced on a Mac, like we're talking about now, through now. Yeah, it's really cool. And the opening of the show, if you, Scott, you're in Australia, I'm guessing?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So over there, it's on ABC, I think.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, like the Bluey network.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're all Bluey down here now.
Yeah. All Bluey all the time, and then a little Summer Memories.
Yeah, every film company hears, what's the next Bluey? We need another Bluey.
Yeah, right. Well, we're definitely not.
We're making the anti-Bluey, but
Bluey sucks, Adam. Bluey's
no.
No like Bluey at all. Just saying, I'm not far be it from for us to even.
Bluey, it's really popular and successful, so we're like, let's just do something that's not that.
Exactly.
Let's just run away from what people love.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, definitely an honor to be next to it. But I don't think we're reaching that kind of level for kids TV. That's what I was trying to express.
No, of course.
But
you don't say that. No.
Right.
Yeah, that's not your judgment call to make either.
Yeah. Well, no, because I don't. It's hard to believe I even have a show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm a voice on it. I play my best friend on the show. So the whole interest for me is about, and it came out of doing the show. And this is interesting, I guess, to people here. I would have never thought that would have been the path. I started it as a short on Nickelodeon, and then Nickelodeon looked like it wasn't going to greenlight the story that I was writing. So I kind of found a way, which was interesting and good for people to know it can always be done, to get the rights back from them. And I was at Cartoon Network with it, not officially, but it bounced around between a lot of places. And then just during the pandemic, there was an opening, and because of I had worked at Weta on the last Chipmunks movie after working on the first 3 at Rhythm and Hues, and so I got really good at doing things, mixed bag of stuff.
Yeah.
And just self-producing. And then that's how I got to be producer on the Chipmunks show, and that was a lot of like making people character packages. There were just no pre-production money on that show, so you had to give people a lot of information in very limited time. I know it's not like like a sexy show to talk about like a Chipmunk show, but a lot goes into it. A lot of animators work super hard trying to get really quality work on those shows, and they can't update models, and they can't they can't do things that help appeal. So it's actually very hard work, where people went from that show to the SpongeBob movie like that, just like people at Rhythm and Hues went from the Chipmunks movies to things like Frozen, because we had to have an extreme focus on appeal, to get the models to do what we need them to do. So all of that brought me to a place where I was in a position to pitch to various networks during the pandemic, and I could just kind of go, yeah, we can cut the budget down because it can all come to my desk, So we ended up, I mean,
So you
it's a
just
lot
didn't
of work.
sleep.
I
Yeah.
did not sleep, no.
Yeah.
But
No.
but it is something like if I mean, to go on this tangent, like I was just telling you guys, I started at VFS, I couldn't draw a circle. I couldn't draw anything. I wasn't a drawer. To get from that place to a place where I'm like the appeal guy on a production, that was mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show that drawing, animation, it's an art form that really, it gives you back, gives you a lot, teaches you a lot about filmmaking. You're seeing every frame. You're not just seeing, I feel like I only started to understand directing when I went from film to animation, because you had to look at every frame, and in visual effects, you got a plate, and then you had to put the character in it, and you had to act with, I don't know, Tom Cruise, and put a bull in there with Tom Cruise. And that's a great actor, and you have to measure up.
And you have to deal with the moving camera. And,
of course.
Yeah. Never forget my first shot on Narnia. It took me 4 months because
wow,
it was 180. It was like 100 characters storming something, off camera, storming an army, I think. And it was a crane shot, and the camera was going all the way above and rotating above them. So the angle was constantly changing. So I came off of doing my little indie 2D show or movie, and suddenly I had to do run cycles where the camera is changing, and it just kicked my ass.
Yeah.
I think I told you that story.
Totally, yeah.
Anyway, not to digress. But that
No,
was
not
the
at
path.
all. Speaks to the importance of like casting shots too, I would imagine.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot. Yeah, I think this is interesting too. If anybody ever thinks about their path, we hear this a lot about your path should be your own. It should be unique. I'm a huge proponent of that, because it really is the only you can do what you can do. And when it comes to animation supervision, I wonder what your opinion is on this, but we've talked about it, I think. Casting wise, I think it's a mistake to think you should be able to do everything all the time, because a lot of times what a supervisor or a director needs is they need your flavor. They just need you to have a certain sensibility. And if you're technically in the right spot, you don't have to be in the best spot. You just have to be in a spot where you can execute. Sometimes you're just the person to execute a certain take, a certain shot, a certain moment. Maybe you're more romantic. Maybe you're more athletic. It could be a lot of these things.
Yeah.
So it really is a beautiful and kind of sort of less seen when you're young, less seen aspect of filmmaking that, especially in animation, because so many people contribute to the final film, your sensibility is so important. It can imbue the shot with your own, whatever it is that you're bringing to the table that no one else could.
Of course. And that's such an amazing way to think about it, because a lot of time animators can feel stuck that they're just working on somebody else's project and this is just for someone else, and don't feel comfortable or don't feel as though they have the opportunity to put in what they have. And that's one of the reasons why we all get into animation as well, is because we want to create these characters and have our say, and we have so many creative ideas. So it's really important to remember, and especially if you work on a good production. You know, I remember Adam, you brought up the SpongeBob movie. I was on Sponge on the Run, and there was such a great sense of collaboration between the director and the supervisor and the animators, where we could present ideas and they could get greenlit or not. And it's such an important part of the filmmaking process to give that freedom to the artists.
Yeah, it's a beautiful film too.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Capturing that 2D art style inside a CG world was it was very unique.
Such a successful example of that too. I remember the first time I saw shots from that.
Yeah. So
I hold the distinction of having been part of the team that fumbled the pitch for the first SpongeBob movie.
that would be the second one, technically.
Is
The
it?
first one was 2D and it was in 2004.
No, the first CG one.
Yeah.
It was like 2009. I think we did a test for it, and we were like, our
Sponge
test
out of
was-
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our test was like, this is back when visual effects was trying to find its way to like how, like 2D seemed mystical to a lot of VFX people, because the thinking came out of musculature. So I just remember, I loved our team, but we had this one pitch. I just remember that just SpongeBob just had real muscle. It was one of my lessons in appeal, you know. I was like, I don't think we're cutting it here.
yeah.
It's amazing
So
too. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
no, go for it. I'll let you finish.
I was just saying that for me, you know, we came out of Charlie came from Cal Arts, which is very much drawing centric, and you have to come from that part of your brain. And I came to that part amazingly, like almost in reverse. I couldn't draw at all, so I didn't see the appeal. So when I did something and it worked, I didn't quite know why. I couldn't even really recognize the pose. It was actually, I got to souping because I had an acting ability and a writing ability. So in visual effects, I could talk to directors, you know, I could explain, I could advocate for the animator. But, you know, looking back on that, I make jokes with my friends now. I'm sorry, I supervised because the pose is so important, and learning the relationship between the drawing, however crude, the relationship between the drawing and what you want in 3D space was a really important lesson at that time, like the 2010s. And so a lot of exciting things happened in CGI because of people coming to that realization. Oh, it's not all weight, and it's not, yes, it's existing in 3D, but there's also a design to the pose.
Yeah, and cheating to the camera.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
We always think of it as 3D animation, but we're still looking at it on a 2D plane.
Yeah,
right? So,
and conversely, you can overdo that. You can think, well, nobody cares. I'm looking at a 2D image, but your mind's eye should still understand the 3D space when you're designing a 2D image, right? It's going to affect how one pose interpolates into the other.
Yeah, exactly. Great.
Yeah.
What I was going to say before is just sort of coming back to both what you're currently working on as well, is both of you seem to be working on projects that come from times in your childhood and in your past. Now, was that something you sort of went, oh, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to create this show, or has it just been a general progression through your careers that have led you to say, no, I want to start making my own stuff and start pitching it around?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I ever really consciously thought about it. With a lot of my pitches have been kind of had autobiographical aspects to them, but I do think it is kind of a write what you know kind of a thing, because even with our pilot that we're doing, Boxtown, which is sort of a very stylized film noir kind of buddy comedy thing, I feel like the origin of where those characters initially came from was a very personal place, but it's not something that I created knowing that it was at all based on myself. I feel like every time I come up with a pitch or something, I will later look back at it and be like, oh, okay, that character is just me, or like that is directly based on something that happened. But for me personally, it's never been conscious as I'm doing it for whatever reason.
Even in my show, which is a diary, it can't be one-to-one. It has to be a writing exercise. But there is this kind of thing, just like we were just talking about it in posing, that it has to be 2D, but 3D, but 2D, but 3D. There's this thing to writing where it has to be personal, but not too personal. There's a sing-songiness to writing that has to take over, but it should be imbued with something from your life. So in other words, you could fall in too much to trying to be filmic and then end up with something that's derivative, you know? So it's kind of like a ping pong between those two things.
Totally.
And I feel like even in Charlie's, Boxtown is Charlie's show that I came on to as a producer. And so from that vantage point, I can say that there's nothing of you overtly in the characters, but there's everything of you in the flavor of the humor. You know?
Well, it's funny because I would have initially agreed with you, but I have since gotten to the point where I am very much like, I feel like, I mean, just I would recommend that other people try to do this as well, as at the same time where it's never really been conscious for me. I do find that a way for creating characters that is kind of a formula that seems to work for me is taking, instead of just being like, okay, this character is me, which I feel like can almost be a trap occasionally because you can overthink what that means, is finding a trait in yourself and then exaggerating that trait to the point that it is kind of like a character that's not you, but the foundation flows from a place within you or a certain way that you feel. And it makes it a lot easier to tap into what can feel like a pretty original space for a character. You know, it's like you can do the stock, oh, this character is kind of like a con man, or this character is like a scaredy cat. But if you're exaggerating something in you that already resonates with that, it's like it comes from a more personal place and it shades and nuances that archetype, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely.
Of course. Yeah.
You can imagine, actually, that goes into, in Summer Memories, when I said this show is about my diary, obviously at Nickelodeon, they love that because it's an attractive thing to say to the audience. This is a kid who made it from his diaries. And it's true, but as a writer and as that kid, I suppose, what you just said came into play. So I started telling them, well, the kid is remembering his summer, but he's a narcissist, really. You know, he's a, you know, aren't we all just like, as kids, we don't remember correctly.
I feel like that's a common thing between us, is liking to write narcissistic characters is fun.
Yeah, but well, because it's what jokes come from a place of you beat up on yourself. So you don't, like, as soon as you start to say, oh, this is me and I dreamt of this my whole life, like, I already want to smack myself.
I want to smack you too.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So, like, and it's important to capture that. That's kind of the bravery and fun of this stuff, is if you capture that part of yourself, where you give yourself a little smack. Sometimes people, in certain cases, might not encourage it, but overall, I feel like, I mean, that's just what's funny to other people. It's not a good look, no matter how many, especially, I can also tell you as a showrunner, people can fluff you up and tell you just how great you are, but at a certain point, you walk out with that thing and you're standing in front of an audience, and if that comes across at that moment like, oh no, I bought my own BS, you know, that is a terrible feeling. So for me, it's always been a great feeling to be able to at least present it and say, okay, I don't think we did that, and just like, because there's a lot of opportunities, not just in your head. And same goes for animation, really. If you're animating something, Scott, you touched on this. People want to put themselves into the animation and they feel a little frustrated. Maybe we feel a little frustrated when we're working on other people's stuff. But you should always remember, you're just exercising a muscle, and you're going to be in there whether you try or not. And it's way more painful to feel like you put too much of yourself and didn't execute, you know? There's kind of a fine line between those two things, where sometimes it's this Zen thing of just cross the T's and dot the I's. Just make it good.
Yeah.
But if you make it good, you can't just say, well, this is my character and this is all
Yeah.
me and I'm flawless.
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
funny because
that
I
doesn't
feel
work.
like when I was watching Summer Memories, the episodes for the first time, I think I said to you at some point where I was like, oh, Jason, he's kind of an asshole. Not to be too reductive about it. And you're like, yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the idea.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
took a lot of fight. It's, the reason it didn't, it took a while to push is because I was always pushing that idea. Not that I want to say he's an asshole.
Right. Yeah.
but
Not to be
he's-
too
Yeah.
reductive.
Yeah, but it's just, what I found was that a lot of, especially kids shows, there was the boy,
Yeah.
and he was just like a character, and I'm so great, and it's me, and
Yeah.
this is who I am, and there's nothing wrong with me, and once everybody understands me, then everybody will be great too. And it
Right.
should- and I thought of, what do I like? I like, just comedy.
Yeah.
And anything from Blues Brothers to Zach Galifianakis, they don't do any of that.
Yeah.
They're always talking about, they're essentially going, look at me, I'm an idiot. So I felt like when you have an opportunity like that, and especially given an opportunity to make a show with your own diaries, I mean, that's just really fun. You can go and we pulled out my diaries, and the diaries said, I'm convinced that we're walking into a dark age.
Jesus.
Or it said like, I don't want to speak too abruptly or or I don't want to be fantastical about this, but I feel like I was a single mom. I had a single mom. I feel like mom's gonna strike it rich.
Yeah.
And it's just adorable. Like, that was an adorable example, but it felt like so raw and real that if you go into that and you go, okay, how did I really feel? That actually gives you, to Charlie's point about characters, that allowed us to turn the joke in a way that was unexpected, which
Yeah.
made you say, he's kind of an asshole.
It's funny
Right.
because what you're saying about the kind of like look at me boy character is, I've never thought about this before, but it almost feels like your show in some ways is like a deconstruction of that idea a little bit.
Yeah, like it's the idea that we're not like that, and if you think of yourself like that, you're not going to achieve. Because our show is very heartfelt.
Yeah.
Would you say?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it really gets to a place
Yeah.
where it makes you cry. And at Nickelodeon, in my short, we were actually at Nickelodeon at the same time.
Yeah.
We
Didn't know each other.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. When I did the short, I think the idea of the short was to do, how I thought to myself, every short begins with, hey, I'm about to do something stupid. And the other guy goes, thank God I'm here. I'm your best friend. So I literally wrote them those lines, to make fun of it. But then then I felt it gets to this part where the character goes, oh, I'm so tired. I did something bad. And then they start to cry. And then I thought, wouldn't it be great if at that point, if I just did one thing at Nickelodeon, if I could achieve just this one point, when the kid cries, it'll be real. And you really feel the crying. So I just went in with that one mission. And then for the show, it became that same thing. Can we get to a place where by the time you get to not to give away the thing, but by the time you get to the end of the season, you're going places that like a kid's show doesn't go. And that comes only from, I feel like that came to me from animating. Because you have only, 30 seconds to animate in a shot. And this might seem unrelated, but I swear I'm going somewhere with this. Like you think your instinct in the beginning is to try and cram a lot of things in there.
Yeah.
And then as you go, you start going, okay, I should just submit to the process. And then you start going to this deeper place where you go, okay, I have a mission for this one shot. I'm going to get this one thing through.
Yeah.
And when you start thinking like that, that's when magical things happen,
Yeah.
Like
I don't know how you
clarity
guys
of intention.
Clarity of intention is a great way to say that in less than 2,000 words.
Fantastic. Yeah.
It's funny. Oh, sorry.
Go on, Charlie. No, please. After you.
Oh, I was just going to piggyback off something you were saying earlier about how you feel like, going into animating, you didn't so much have the drawing skill, but you had kind of a writing and timing skill. I've actually always felt very similarly throughout storyboarding, where for me, it's always been writing is what, obviously I had to learn how to write and how to get better at it. But if I had to pick one skill that I feel like is more natural for me, it's writing. And I never feel like I've been a very confident drafts person. Even now, I mean, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better at it. But it's just interesting where like, kind of speaking to that backwards way of approaching things where it's like, okay, I know how to do this one aspect, but I don't necessarily, I have to find a way to execute it in a way that's like good enough to get the idea across. And it's almost like, it's not so much about the quality of the drawings, but it's more about the clarity of the storytelling or the clarity of the humor.
Which is in the end the most important thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's how you can have zero animation ability and get to supervise like I did early on and learn backwards, because the clarity is the most important thing in the whole shot.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oddly enough, the way I got to your world was because Penn did Adventure Time, and so I was writing at the time, and there was a guy working with me who knew guys at Cartoon Network and was saying to me, hey, your doodles, they look a lot like that style. Of course, that style was way more fleshed out.
And you had done the Heinz commercial.
Yeah, I did a Heinz commercial that was on Cartoon Brew that was kind of like, if you looked at it now, you would think it's Adventure Time style, but it was before. It was around the same time. We were like, I don't know, drinking from the
same water. Something is in the water, yeah.
Right.
But I did it with CG, so I did CGI and kind of cleaned over it with Flash, and so I think Disney TV saw that and got one of my scripts and brought me in and said, we want something like the kids like Adventure Time, so we like you now. So oddly enough, the crudeness of my style, the flatness of my style sort of gave an opportunity there.
Totally.
Fantastic.
And then you could reverse that. By the time we got to the show, the fact that I could take the flat style and give it dimension made it available, made it sell when it sold. So the styles of my show, I mean, people have discussions about it. You can decide which one you like, but the styles of the show change. But I think that adaptability is what made the show possible.
Totally.
So being able to take something and decide, this is something I learned in the Chipmunks movies, just of all things. Taking something and flattening it out or giving it dimension, the ability to do that in your mind's eye is just like, for me, that's a superpower, because I came to it, like what we just said, from not being able to draw. So I'm still amazed by it even while I'm doing it. And to see people do it on, kind of like the Disney level is still mind blowing to me. Like to watch Eric Goldberg draw something, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of hopping topics a little bit, but it's interesting. It's like, I feel like my kind of, kind of that coming at it backwards into, for me, it was storyboarding, really kind of informed, and also working in board-driven shows where, I don't know if everybody knows the difference between script-driven and board-driven, but board-driven is, you get an outline of what the episode is. It doesn't have dialogue typically. It's usually lays out what the story is. And then it's up to the board artist or the board team in this example. Of course, you get check-ins with your director and things to kind of be the writing team and the kind of comedy team and to draw the episode essentially. And a lot of the time on these shows, sometimes the drawing load is like a little, a little bit rougher. You can kind of get away with it. Typically it starts that way, and then you get into production. They're like, all right, we got to clean up these drawings. And, it shifts a little bit at that point. But I really feel like once I got the opportunity on Apple TV plus A Strange Planet to direct, really kind of informed my sensibility where, there are some people that are very hands-on as directors and do a lot of thumbnails and, which is totally great. I've always been a little bit more of a hands-off in the sense of I like the collaboration aspect of animation is what really appeals to me. And I like seeing what people do and how there's multiple solutions to every problem essentially. And for me, a lot of it comes down to clarity is sort of, that's what I think about. And that's what I try to give notes on and sort of hammer is like, making it clear to the audience. And it even, to dovetail into Boxtown, our pilot that we're doing together, it's more of a script driven thing. But what's cool about it is, so we have a script, and obviously Adam and I, we both write on it. We evolve the script as we're doing it. But we had Alex Hirsch come on as the voice of the lead character. And it's been really cool because he's from, being an animator, being a showrunner, writing comedy. And so, we'll get into the booth and he will do it as written, and then he'll just kind of be like, okay, do his own version of it. And a lot of the time that is what we end up using, because it just kind of comes from this like spontaneous place. I mean, it's really fun because I feel like, kind of, the show is about kind of these two detective partners. One of them is this sweet little orphan kid who lives with these three nuns. And he has a condition that if he's threatened or backed into a corner, his eyes turn red and he becomes a killing machine. And he's mentored by this sort of con man detective who, the joke with that character that we never really say to the audience is like, he's kind of a psychopath in a way, kind of a benign-ish psychopath. And so you're always wondering, like, what's this character thinking? And it's fun because I think Alex's handle onto the character is we kind of both love the Music Man. And it's like, you can get that base of a character and then riff off of that foundation, and it can just go to really sort of fun and unexpected places, essentially.
Feeds into the art too, that like Charlie's sensibility of like letting people interpret the character. I feel really get when you go onto the Boxtown Discord or Twitter right now, there's a lot of fan art for it, and we're working on the show right now, so behind the scenes it imbues the show too. It sort of finds its way into the show. It's a very it becomes a malleable style where it really attracted me because just by nature of how my show was being made, it got constrained stylistically. And so when I found Boxtown, I thought, oh man, this is great. Like, people are already living in this universe, and before there's even a pilot for them to see, they're already thinking through these characters, and they're drawing these characters, which is really cool.
It's actually it's cool because we've had people who have gone on to work on the show just kind of appear through doing fan art. Like our art director, Chelsea Landaveri, super talented, just was doing fan art on the Discord, and it just kind of very naturalistically grew into a working relationship. And it's cool because she's taken the designs, which, a lot of the reason that initially kind of we wanted to do this as an indie series and not as a network thing is the look of the show is not really what you would expect from a traditional adult animated show, because I come from kids TV. I like things to look appealing. And so there are these slightly more simplified versions of these designs, and Chelsea comes along and she adds a sophistication to the characters, and she adds a very subtle anatomy and a very subtle structure, while at the same time simplifying in a lot of ways. And I mean, I think that's what's so cool about the indie scene right now is like these really interesting collaborations can come from these casual, unexpected places. And it just, it gets back to what I was saying about what I really enjoy about animation is that collaborative aspect, and just like, and it ties back to board driven and directing, where it's like, I'll do a version of, it's like, what do they call it? Undead Corpse or something. I don't remember the name, where somebody draws the top and somebody draws the middle, and you have the paper folded so you don't see what the other person is drawing. And, you put it all together.
I used to love those.
Exquisite Corpse, I think is what they call it. But yeah, it's just, a lot of people are springing up out of this indie scene, and if the traditional animation industry has not noticed these people yet, it kind of doesn't matter, because they're directly connecting with audiences.
And just like you said, it opens up, coming from studio stuff, we know, and it has its values, obviously, and that comes to structure and, being able to scale something, being able to do it in sort of a large platform. It's always more complicated than you think. And but the other side of that, in the indie scene, it opens up all these different avenues where almost like Spider-Verse opens up, like how animation can sort of like attack 4-5 different styles at the same time. It has that kind of nature to it where if using Box Down as an example, two things can coexist. Like the fighting scenes can be kind of like, I don't want to say anime, but just to invoke an image, because I hate referencing a style. But
sure.
But has this kind of energy and this kind of sophistication, like you said, and the more comedy scenes have their simplicity and a flatness to them, and the two things can coexist. That's really exciting because there's infinite what's the word I'm looking for? Infinite ways where things can collide and make new,
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to pitching that idea, given that there's so many different styles, and things that I've learned about pitching is, it's this crossed with this kind of thing. Is that something that you include in your pitch as well? And how difficult is that if there's so many different malleable styles?
That's a great question. I think, I kind of, my way that I've sort of pitched series, I don't have as much experience with it as Adam does, but, one thing I have my managers at the Gotham Group, and they've been involved in a lot of things that have sold, and they have, some of that context. And typically it will be the last thing that I think about, where, sometimes ideas can spring up by being like, oh, it's X meets Y. I don't really think that's something that I'll have in my head as I'm actually creating the pitch. It's usually later. It's more for me trying to fit it into the box of like, okay, if it was this quick elevator pitch where it's like, imagine this meets this, for me, typically it seems to come last. And it I don't want to say it's an afterthought, but I do think it's helpful. I think it's good, just for the sake of brevity and the sake of trying to be able to sell something simply, to be able to say that. But yeah, typically for me, it's kind of like reverse engineering it. It's like I'll create the idea and then I'll try to find the container for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What about you?
I think, I agree with that for sure. I think whatever communicates your idea. So as long as you don't use anything like that as a crutch.
Absolutely.
And go, hey, I took this and this. What do you guys think?
Totally.
That doesn't come across nicely. But even Summer Memories, I had to say, I said Wonder Years, and that's a diary show, and that's the conceit of the show.
Yeah.
But whenever you say that, I had to quickly say, but meets Simpsons or SpongeBob, so that people don't think it's what we said. It's this kind of just, I'm a boy. This is my life. You want to sell the joke somehow. So that's an example of where you had to kind of give them, but we're still on Nickelodeon. We're still a cartoon, right? So I think it's not my normal go-to, but whatever works for you. Just don't not use it or use it just because we said it.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
you should or shouldn't. You should do whatever communicates your pitch.
Well, it's funny too, to almost flip that on its head a little bit, is I feel like when I was earlier into the process of trying to pitch things, I would be very hesitant to try to compare it to things that already exist, because I would think like, well, I want it to seem original. I don't want it to seem like it's this other show. But I quickly, or slowly actually, came to learn that it's actually, you want those concrete examples. And I think it really helps executives visualize an idea, to be like, oh, this character is kind of like, usually I won't just have one, but I'll be like, oh, it's, this character is kind of like Rose from the Golden Girls, and kind of like Chris Traeger from Parks and Rec. And I'll kind of try to think of different examples that illustrate different aspects of the character's personality.
Even audiences. I mean, it's kind of even a joke in my show that the kid is constantly trying to write and he doesn't understand the audience. Because the audience, you always think you're so clever and original, but people are just going, just they don't have time. So even though it sounds schlocky to say it's this meets this, or you want to be like this big Mozart character, no one wants you to be that. People always go, just give me something simple. And I want to know that it's simple. I want to know that you're number one. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very like, so it's,
Yeah.
I feel like, there's a tendency to think this is just executives, but it's just people. It's
Yeah.
how we treat
Of
each
course.
other when we're, and we
Yeah.
spend a lot of time joking about that on my shows. I have like
Yeah.
a bajillion examples of scenarios where it's just like, I'm working on this song. How well is it doing?
Yeah.
How short is it?
Yeah.
Do other people like it? When other people like it, I'll like it.
Yeah. It's
That's how
that
people
the
are.
tension between like being the artiste and actually making something for an audience.
Yeah.
That's easy
Of
for them
course.
to.
Yeah, exactly. And there's
And
a
simplicity
certain
too.
level of
Yeah, I mean,
removing
it's not,
the ego
again,
as well. Sorry.
yeah,
Go for
no, absolutely. You can use an animation kind of metaphor for that.
Yeah.
If you try to be too clever and you don't have clarity, then all of your ideas are going to fall flat.
Yeah,
Right.
of course.
So as long as and sometimes you're thinking, I'm not going to do that same eye take that I've seen in all the books until you realize, but that's what the audience wants. And also, I've never really executed that eye take properly.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Yeah.
should.
There's
Yeah.
a reason it's in the book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. Guys, we're sort of starting to get to time, and we've got a question that came in, which I
Sure.
really wanted to get to because I think it's a good one. It's from Dane Romley, and Dane is asking, in the current industry climate, would you say it's better to produce your own ideas independently or continue to pitch to studios if your ultimate goal is to produce your own show?
I can kind of answer it from my perspective first, which is that I don't think you really have to make a decision in a way. I think we're kind of in a weird place right now where it's like, in some ways it really does seem like things are shifting to this independent model. But at the same time, obviously originals are it's harder to sell originals right now. It's just kind of a fact. But at the same time, studios are still looking for stuff, and one thing can inform the other. Like you can get experience. I think one of the great things about the indie scene is you can learn by doing a lot. And then you can take those experiences and you can say, like, for example, Boxtown is something that I never wanted to pitch to a network. It was always a very clear idea to do it independently. But I have a lot of ideas that I don't feel that way about and that I am, have pitched to networks and am interested in developing with networks. And so I think it comes from, if you have clarity about, individual ideas can go to different places and to different audiences. And I think it's useful to try to think about, like, what kind of idea is this? Is this like kind of, like a network family sitcom kind of idea? Okay, maybe you do want to pitch that to 20th studios or something who might be looking for, those kind of family, comedies. And I think having some experience in the industry and also talking to people and doing some research about what the different studios kind of look for can kind of help you decide which ideas can go where, I think.
Just to add to that, it's an exciting time where, like Charlie said, you don't have to make a decision. And in fact, it's almost sometimes a crutch to think too much like the studios, because what everybody wants is the new thing that's going to make us all watch. So if you're thinking about it as your own show, just worry about your execution, worry about, is it good? Don't fool yourself. Sometimes it's easier to go the network route just because it forces you not to fool yourself. It forces you to there's a reason we have networks, and they're not going to go anywhere in that sense. Producers aren't going to go anywhere. Peer-to-peer review, that's not going to go anywhere. So you can do both, like Charlie said, and if your goal, as somebody who did that show from my own diaries, I can tell you I would have never guessed the path that it took. And in fact, it became a network show when I least expected it to be. So just continue working on the idea that you love. It can inform your other ideas. It can be something that, I'm working on an animatic right now that's probably not going to be a show anywhere, but I just do it it's almost like lifting weights, You just do it so you have something to show of yourself.
Totally.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck,
And
whoever that is.
Absolutely.
yeah, that's one thing to be said as well, and something that kind of came up as you were talking earlier is finding, yes, it's a personal story, but you're finding certain elements of the character that you can enhance. I feel like there's a kind of a separation that needs to happen, because all of a sudden, if you're pitching to a network and they pick it up, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not your idea anymore because suddenly people have input and they want the characters to go in a certain direction and things like
Yeah,
that. So you
and
need to
also
remove that sort of ego from your idea.
absolutely. Also, you
Yeah.
have, one of the things I was the most proud of on our show was our team of writers. We had writers from Schitt's Creek and
Great.
Second City in Canada, like top comedy writers from Canada.
Yeah.
And, at some point that has to be the team's writing. So your story, your ideas can and should inform the tone,
Yeah.
but it has to be the team's product at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Same goes
And
for
Charlie,
animation.
do you mind if I ask, working on Strange Planet, was that something that was kept in mind as well? Because you've got this long-running sort of panels, I guess,
Yeah.
that become a TV show.
Well, it was
Yeah.
interesting on that show because it's almost like there were a few stabs at different versions of it where, the initial direction that it went was very divergent from the comic and was a little bit more of an attempt to put it into more of an adult animation box. And, I think then, Apple sort of gave a few opportunities to reorient, and it just took the team trying different things and trying to find, I think where it ended up was something that had one foot in the comic, but was also one foot in being an anthology show and being something very different. Because, as I love those comics, but, there's no consistent characters to those comics. And that was a big thing to figure out early on, I think, not to speak for the writing team, but what I was able to observe in my capacity directing and then later supervising. And then I was lucky enough to get to help out just a little bit with, being in the writer's room and getting to learn a lot in that way. It really took, I think, a few tries at, scripts, trying to find what's that, how Dan Harmony is the show going to be, or how, how Nathan Pyle is the show going to be, or how much of the voice of the writing team is the show going to be. I think it ended up somewhere in the middle is kind of what it ended up resulting in.
Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic.
It was fascinating. It was interesting too, because, I've never worked on an adult animated series before that. And what I liked about it is it kind of did still have a foot in, being very appealing. And the animation that Mercury Studios did was, I don't think was overly concerned about looking like an adult show, which I thought was neat.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've watched some of it. It's a lot of fun. And again, loved the comics as well. So thanks for answering that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, gentlemen, I believe we're hitting time. So I want to thank both of you very much for coming on and
Pleasure.
sharing your experiences and your insights. I think it's really valuable for people that are creating their own things. And when you think about it, pitching a show to a network is probably as similar as a graduate pitching to a studio to get their first job. So
absolutely,
there's a lot of stuff that can be taken out of what you've said. So thank you very much for joining us, and yeah, all the best with Boxtown and the projects.
Can I just plug our handle on Instagram?
Absolutely, yes. Where can people find you?
Yes, it is Boxtown Official on Instagram. Is kind of our main home right now for stuff about the series. So
okay,
BOXTOWN Official. No underscore, just Boxtown Official.
Perfect. Thanks so much for
and Summer Memories you can watch wherever you're located. It's Cartoon Network in Latin America and ABC in Australia, Roku here in the US, which you can watch it for free. You can find it online on my Instagram. You'll find the link to it. And yeah.
Fantastic. Excellent. Thanks a lot, Adam and Charlie. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Perfect. All right. We'll see you soon.
Later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let's see here. This is the there we go. Oops, I brought Kane in. Okay. Thank you so much again, Charlie and Adam. That was fantastic. So next, we're going to take a break, I believe, from having guests and interviews. We're going to do something a little bit fun. So if you've seen the schedule, you might have seen something that says animation relay race. Well, we've got some animators here that we're going to be putting to the test. And this section is going to be hosted by the wonderful Lana Bashinsky. And I believe I'm finally saying that right after so many years of saying Bakinski. I can see her laughing. I'm going to bring you in mid-laugh right there.
Hey.
And Vincent is back. Hello, welcome.
Hello, thank
Welcome,
you so
welcome.
much for
Welcome back,
having
Vincent.
me. I am so excited to be here. I am so excited for something a little bit fun and for putting everybody to the test.
Oh yeah, and we hands down didn't steal this from what you've done recently with the rat animation team. So.
Oh, don't worry. I was gonna plug the rat. You don't have to worry about me,
Yeah,
baby.
of course, of course.
I already see some rats in the chat. A to the J is already on it.
Oh, awesome. If you both don't mind, is it okay if I just duck backstage? Because I just need to do a little bit of setup myself. So I'll
Scott, I was wondering, are we launching also the pose challenge right now?
the pose challenge.
3-hour pose challenge?
Dear me, yes, the pose challenge. So
I mean, we could always turn it into a 2-hour pose challenge and launch it after the relay race.
who's saying no? That's after. What's the schedule say? No, the pose challenge is launching with the participant check-ins. What am I thinking? Relay race.
Sorry about that. My bad.
We've had it all planned, people. We know what we're doing here.
What hour is this for the both of you? Like
It's midday for me.
Oh, not in the day of the hour challenge. Like how in it to win it have you been this whole day? This is like midway through too.
I think I'm on hour 13 being live, although I started like 2 hours before and it's like 15 hours straight. And then afterwards, our coordinator's going like, Vincent, go outside and take a walk.
Yeah.
Go to the grocery store, pick up a snack. So,
dang.
But I believe we are halfway through. So it's, we're coming up 12 hours, people. So don't forget to Control S right about now.
Mm.
What else do we have? You need to hydrate or dihydrate. And what else do we have? Big stretch. Everyone
Unshrimp
take
yourself?
a big stretch.
Oh, yes.
These 5 minutes have been really grueling for me.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to peace out for 5 seconds. You can bring me back in when you're ready.
Cool.
Sounds good. Well, Vincent, are you feeling emotionally prepared for what you're about to go through?
Decline to comment.
I think it's going to be a good time. I don't know how much to spiel now as we do the tech check, or if we just like take the break, because I don't know how much all of our contestants, our team today has been briefed on what they're doing.
People know, like we did figure out ahead of time of, okay, this is how you're going to set up like the scene. So we can actually transfer it. This is how we're going to transfer. And I will admit, we did do a little bit of thinking on the 3 keywords, just a bit. So we all agreed like, we're going to do something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're actually going to see if we're going to do something like this.
We're going to see how the execution comes out.
Exactly.
Love it.
Also, if I remember correctly, it's also the rule is that whoever's animating at the moment, you're going to be asking questions and only they can answer them,
I do
right?
think that is the rule. We will review all of the
Amazing.
rules, but it should be for a tense, chaotic time. If somebody is really sweating, I think to ensure that the fine folks hanging out with us get an experience that isn't just uhs and ums and sweating for like an hour and a half, we can kind of step in and I'll sort of guide it from there, and I'll throw to others if anybody feels like they're having a hard time of it. But one thing that we can say for folks, so if I haven't met you, anybody in the community, I'll do a quick little intro for myself here. My name is Lana Bashinsky. I'm an associate art director at Riot Games. I help host the RAT, which is the Riot Animation Team. We do our own live streams over on Rat Animators at twitch.tv, and generally have a good time hanging out at Riot Games. Today, I'm going to be walking some people through a fun test, as Scott mentioned, that is deeply reminiscent of a hot seat showdown. If anybody has ever been part of the animation exchange before, with I would say it's a little bit more generous than a hot seat showdown. It's not, the seat's not quite that hot, but let me tell you, it's going to be I still think it's going to be a spicy one. I still think we're going to get some animators sweating here with us today. So as
for sure.
Absolutely. So as we go forward, the one thing I'm going to request of people, I have the chat open. Can somebody give me a little test in the chat? And at me, my username in the chat is Latienie. That is Latienie, as spelled right here. If you can at me in the chat, I would love for what we are about to go through to primarily be questions coming from the chat. I would love anything that comes to the top of your mind, everything that comes to your top of your mind, whether it is animation related or not. Perfect. I was seeing which chat the white box would pop up around my name so that I could make sure to focus on that one. Please use my tag, Latienie. I am going to be pulling questions from the chat and copying them into a side document so they don't get lost in the mix of all of the different chats over time. So anything that comes to your mind. I already saw a question from a username BM earlier that I've already snagged to add to my pool. So even as we are sort of loading in here, having a bit of a tech setup, I will go through all of this again so everybody can know the name of the game here. But feel free to hit me with any question, animation related or not, and we will get it asked of these animators so you can get real answers to what you got going on today.
You can ask me about dinosaurs.
Ooh.
Please ask me about dinosaurs.
Let me quickly get my document up so that I can add that.
You can also ask me about moths, specifically Mothman. Very much about Mothman, but you know, there's a range.
Beautiful.
I'm wondering, while we wait for Scott to do setup, should we start to introduce the relay racers?
Oh my God, let's absolutely do that.
Okay, I'll start pulling them on one by one first. And also the relay racers, some of them are Agora artists and some of them are beloved community members from Agora community. So first we have Agora animator Kane Simmons.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey,
Hi,
Kane. We
Real
have...
good?
You sound great. You look even better.
Thank you. I try. You know.
We're gonna dig into a lot of questions, you know, soon. But do you want to hit us with a quick little intro about who you are and how you came to be here today?
Yeah. So, like Vincent said, my name's Kane Simmons. I am a Agora animator, currently working on Fortnite. I work on the emote side, so I animate emotes. I've been working for Agora for about 3.5, almost 4 years now. And Vincent and I, we actually went to the same school together. We went to Animation Mentor, and then kind of grew a friendship from there, and kind of stuck together. And so now I'm here somehow. How did I get here? I don't know. They reached out to me. So, you know, and I was like, no, sure. Let's have some fun, basically.
What is really fun too is that at Agora, like Kane, Grayson, we're all part of this group within Agora internally called the Weenie Hut Juniors. And that's a group that we all made when we were all junior artists at the studio. Like now we're more experienced, more mid-level, but that was the group that we made of juniors supporting juniors within the studio. And we still call ourselves Weenie Hut Juniors, even though we're mid-level now. So now we can call ourselves Super Weenie Hut Juniors.
Oh.
So
yeah.
I feel like a question I want to save, but I don't have willpower. Why Weenie Hut?
Oh, you don't know?
Do you watch SpongeBob?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I've revealed something about myself.
Okay, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't watch SpongeBob, but I also know, like, when my friends find that out, they just, like, the pitchforks come out. So, like, I understand the feeling you're feeling right now. But yes, it's SpongeBob.
Oh, goodness. Well, I've now embarrassed myself. Bring in the next animator. This isn't about embarrassing me today, folks. I'm the host.
Next up, we have another Agora animator and another weenie, Grayson Ducker.
Hey, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on in. We are going to, as I said, ask a bunch of questions ASAP. So we don't want to reveal too much, but can you give us a little intro, who you are, how you came to be here today?
Oh boy. I'm Grayson Ducker. I have been in the industry for like 4-ish years. I started mostly doing some previs, worked on a bunch of different projects, hopped around. Previous contracts are kind of short, so a lot of movement. And then I've been working at Agora for a little over a year now, working on various Fortnite projects, emotes, some other projects, and it's been a blast.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Our Kane, I forgot to ask you this, but Kane, Grayson, are you emotionally prepared for what you're about to experience today?
No.
Oh, I'm so ready. I am so ready. I'm so ready to embarrass myself. You know.
That's exactly what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna embarrass myself on the internet, and it'll be great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
yes,
glad
this is
that
how you guys. This is how you animate, and it's just like, all right, you move it up and you key it. And it's like, cool. I feel proud of myself.
animation complete.
Exactly.
Profit.
There you go. That's how it's done, right?
Absolutely. All right. Can we bring in our fourth animator?
Next up, and you all know him from the community Discord, we have Andrian.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, Andrian. Oh, we lost one.
Nope, that's me.
Oh,
I was feeling some FOMO because I'm such a tiny screen. That's
yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, you make up for it in your energy level. It's fine.
Andrian, can you give us a quick intro, who you are, and how you came to be here today?
Sure. So I am Andrian, and I'd like to say hello from the black to the white, the red and the brown, the purple and yellow. I've been in the industry since about 2008. I've worked for many game studios. Most recently, I was on Multiverses at Player First Games, and I've been an Agora community member since, I don't know, how long has Agora been around now?
You were one of the OGs.
One of the OGs,
Discord.
that's right.
So I think, like, yeah.
So really excited to do this relay race today.
Oh, we can't hear you anymore, Lana. Or at least
Because I muted myself. I'm very excited to have you here today. Andrian and I got to spend a bit of time together last summer, animating away. Can't wait to see you back in action, baby.
We missed you, Lana.
Lana
Banana.
Lana Banana. Well, we've got one more animator. I know that he was getting his tech set up, so I don't know if we're ready to.
He's ready. He is ready.
Bring him in.
Finally, we have Scott Hewitt.
Hey, can you hear me again? Am I back? I'm
Absolutely.
tiny. Okay,
Yes,
fantastic.
the tiny.
What if I just do that for now?
That works.
So, you can't do tech checks when you're hosting a segment. Let me just say that.
I feel like it's 100% my bad for being like, anything else we need? Nope, we're good for Saturday. And then 20 minutes before this, I had everybody set up OBS virtual cam so we could get some smooth animation. Scott, you've been on the stream much of today, but just in case we have anybody tuning in for the first time today, right now, hit us with a quick intro.
Okay, so I have been in the animation industry for about 10 years now. I got in 2015, started out on Bob the Builder and Ninja Turtles and Spy Kids, did a lot of TV until I moved to Montreal. That's when I got into feature, worked on the SpongeBob movie and a lot of visual effects kind of stuff. And here I am now. Full disclosure, it has been 5 years and I've animated maybe 3 cycles in the last 5 years. I've been doing a lot of community stuff and also writing and releasing my first children's book. So my animation skills are rusty. And if there's anyone letting the team down today, I'm so sorry, everyone.
Drowse in the chat is voting for you. He says he's so back. And you know what? You're going to crush it. I love it. We're going to get rolling into this challenge. These are our 5 brave animators for today. So for anybody who's not sure what the heck an animation relay is, together, these 5 animators are going to work on a single animation. So we talked a little bit about it earlier, but they were able to talk beforehand for a very limited time. And the exception that I made specifically was that no visual aids. You can't do a storyboard, no napkin sketches. There's no, rough drawovers and a snip up tool in the old screen share. None of that. You can have a quick chat to have a sort of an idea of what you want to do with an exceedingly limited time so that we get the bulk of that today. Going in from now, these folks are going to get 7 minutes of planning time. And this is for them to further discuss what they want to do, try to lock in. These are the things I need from you. So if anybody needs to take notes, I need your animator order. Who's animating in what order for what the action is, what you expect to get done in your sort of chunk, whether you are doing like, I'm doing the first layer and somebody else is doing the arms on my layer. You know, if you guys could go crazy, whatever you want to do here, but I sort of plan out which order you want to go in, what is your domain, and don't forget that we, for this relay, have chosen to loop in the core themes of the challenge of time, switch, and chaos. Not only in the animation, but because this is a limited time, you got to switch animators, and this is sure to be chaos because whoever is animating also has to be answering questions while they do so. I have a ginormous list of questions that I came up with. But for y'all listening, I see folks in the chat who are familiar with the rat. Gonna at me, that's at Latai and I, that's spelled like this, in the chat, whichever chat you are in. I've got the Restream, I got the Twitch chat open, I've seen it all. I would love so many questions to come from all of you because this is an event for you and for this community, and making sure that it's sourced and not just random stuff that Lana thought of in her spare time would be great. So don't be shy. I'm collating a big list of chat questions. I'm going to pull them in the background, and we're going to make sure that we get those asked get critical answers to your Integra questions here and now today. Any questions from the animators?
Do we have to?
I mean, yes. I was gonna say, I know it's your stream. You could tell me that actually I'm fired and kick me out. That's fine. But for if it's up to me, I am now your not so benevolent dictator of animation relaying. And yeah, you must.
Okay.
Are y'all ready to rock?
One note to everybody, just have the Google Drive open already so we can just throw stuff in there.
Oh yeah, that is
Yeah.
one crazy complication about what we're doing here. As you can tell, everybody is remote. This is not like we got one file and somebody else can just step up to bat at the keyboard. We got a little bit of email downtime. So if we have questions, we'll have a debrief moment for each animator as we do the pass off. But otherwise, y'all ready to rock?
Okay.
And roll.
Let's do it.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to get the timer started right now on my watch, my very official timer. And we're going to get 7 minutes of playing time for all of you to talk through what you're doing, time, switch, chaos, animator order. What the heck are you doing? 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So
Okay.
Words.
Words.
We're going to try to get
Yes.
all to the end.
Okay.
So
Yes.
First.
Yeah.
Are we just kind of like raw?
Okay, so I'm imagining
this is starting out great.
first, do we want to do it with absolutely no camera motion or do we want camera motion? Because I'm thinking that if we want to show Omega, like, oh, the idea is his battery is going to be low, he has to get to the charger, and there's going to be chaos as he's getting across and switching between all his different modes.
Yep.
So do we just want to keep it simple and just have it be like the flat side view and just animate like that? Or do we want like, oh, it starts in here and you see that he's going to die, and then the camera goes like over there, you see the charging port, and then it zooms out, and like he goes there. Like, do we want a dynamic camera or side
If
view?
we're going to do dynamic camera, I'd say it'd be the last person that animates that would probably be in charge of the camera animation, because then we can just animate free flow and go from there.
That's
I like that.
true,
That's a good
yes.
idea.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think if we do a
Yes.
dynamic
Okay.
camera, we should probably not like overdo it. Like a little like, oh, he needs to get over there. Oh, there's the charging port, and then, simple view from there makes sense to me. But
That makes sense to me.
I guess let's see how much time we have.
I think the next thing we'd have to figure out is at what point do we want Omega in which mode? Because he's got ball, he's got tail, he's got spring, and then he's got spider legs.
So I was thinking that we could possibly do tail first in terms of like he can already have his tail out or something like that, and then we can use the spring to jump over the box and then like splay into the spiders to land on the water, and then he like and stuff like that. When you think of that,
Only if you film reference for it.
I can do that. I'm so good at reference,
5 minutes.
Hey, wait,
to
Lana,
film
are
reference.
the other animators Oh, we got oh, okay.
Okay. No, I think that's cool. Yeah, I think because his battery's running low, right? He's got to get to the charging port before the time runs out. So I
Oh wait,
think-
Lana, do we have to film the reference in the 7 minutes right now?
Oh, I was just joking. None of you should film reference. That's crazy talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
like that. Yeah, I think the leg's definitely in the water when he gets to the water, so he can do a little bit of.
Yeah,
I think that's how you
that
did
right
it.
there.
Yeah.
So what do you think if then the first person who animates, they need to do just the first ball pass? Like just have them in the plain ball, don't even have the tail and have nothing on. Just do the ball energy pass. And I guess the timing pass is showing like, oh, hey, battery dying. Oh, he's going to move here. Like you show like the charger port like glowing to make people go like, oh, he'll go there so he doesn't die. So I think maybe the first person who picks it up, that would be what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel like if he has tail, spring, spider legs, that's 3 states, which could be the 3 next people. And the last person could be camera and final polish.
I love it.
Sounds good to me.
Camera? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we're having camera moving, full dynamic anime-esque camera stuff.
So-
Playing with fire. Yeah.
Tail, spring, legs. But so is it like he's got to get over the box with the tail, and then he's got to jump off the box with the spring, and then he's got to slip on the water with the legs? Or like, there's not that many obstacles. So I'm like, how do we want to split this up?
There's not really like a use for the tail.
Yeah.
But
I'd
if we
say-
wanted, we could add like a cylinder that he has to like swing on like monkey style with the tail and then get over the box. But it's adding more things for us to do. So I'm hesitant to like make the scope worse than it already is.
What do you mean?
Hey, switch. He just has to switch once. That's a switch. That's the key word.
That's true.
Yeah. Spring to legs. I know the crowd probably want to see the tail as well. Maybe how about what about the tail when he's in the charging dock? He can wrap it around himself like a cat.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay.
Yes.
I like
so
it.
what if he already starts in the spring mode and then he just like, goes down, bounces up, does a little spin in the air, spider legs pop out, he falls in the water, does a little scramble, gets into the charging port. Tail. Yes, Andregan, you look concerned.
No, I was just trying to keep up with all the moves he's got to do.
I think that
Crazy
sounds
stuff.
good to me, but how does it start? Like, does he do a little like wake up and he's low on battery, or
We could do a roll on screen actually, because we have that battery thing, right? So we can like roll on screen, stop, flash, and he's like, and then he jumps, or something like that. Possibly.
But then doesn't he need to like activate the spring? Like the spring has to come out?
Yes.
So after he stops rolling, he's gonna be like boink and then jumps with the spring kind of thing.
Yeah, it could be even like a thing where like he rolls in, it's like flash, I'm low battery, and it's like type of thing, like.
Yeah, he's got squash controls. So you can do like a
Yeah.
little squash and then boop.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Dope.
There's 1 minute left.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
so
we
wait,
need-
what's
we
the
need a
order?
team order.
Who's going first?
Who's the
Oh,
strongest at
I thought-
blocking?
Oh.
Okay, I'll go first. Okay, I'll go
Thanks,
first.
Vincent.
Grayson, do you want to do final polish at the end? Scott, you'll go second. Andrian, you'll go third. Kane, you'll go fourth. So me, Andrian, Scott, Kane, Grayson.
Okay.
Sure.
So I guess I'll be.
What does that give?
All right.
Okay, cool.
So I guess I'll be blocking plus, or Vincent, your layout. I'll be
You
blocking.
got 10 minutes. What does it even mean?
Yeah.
Adrian is on it. 30 seconds.
We're
left.
working stepped every frame, right? That's the goal. We animate every frame straight ahead.
Oh, sorry. It has to be in
Leo,
spline at the end.
Ah.
I mean, he's a ball, okay? Like, we're not.
All right.
Okay.
10 seconds.
Wait.
10
Any
seconds.
last
10
thoughts?
seconds.
I
Good
I
luck,
don't know what our
everyone.
workflows are going to be, but I'll just see what I get at the end, I guess.
So wait, order again one more time is what?
I'll tell you
Me.
because the time is up.
Thank you, Lana.
The order is Vincent, Andrian, Scott, Kane, and then Grayson.
All right.
All right.
We can work with
Okay, folks, we got some excellent community questions. Vincent, you are already set up and ready. So this is going to make this first transition easy peasy.
Yes.
So what we need is questions to continue to roll through in the chat. I will ask them. It's going to be so much fun. Everybody else,